Welcome everyone to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. We are back here after 10 years, bigger and better for this year's World Championships. We got Pokemon XP as well. There are so many exciting things. So here on your countdown show, we want to break it all down for what you want to be watching and experiencing this entire weekend. Hi everybody, I'm Joshua. I'm going to be talking about Pokemon Unite. We got Amanda talking about Pokemon GO, Ethan talking about the Pokemon trading card game, and Rosemary talking about the Pokemon video game. We obviously have so much to talk about. The competition is so exciting. These halls are already packed with competitors and fans alike. But we have a lot of major things to talk about, one of which we are sitting on right now. This stage is incredible. Everyone is already getting a first look at it. Rosemary, what's one of the coolest things you've seen either here or at the convention so far?
Well, I got to agree with you. This stage looks amazing, but it isn't just the stage. We have so many activations all around San Francisco. There's even a Pokemon GO stamp rally, so you can see some of what San Francisco has to offer. It's going to be impossible to do everything this weekend.
That's true. How about you, Ethan?
Yeah, I mean, these events year after year continue to grow and expand. There's more and more to do each year. The competition becomes even more intense as players continue to hone their skills in all the games. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
Yeah, just bouncing off of that, 30 years for Pokemon, like you said, Rosemary, 10 years now for Pokemon GO. It's been absolutely incredible, especially as a GO player, to see everything there has been to do in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, this event, I said bigger and better right during the intro. It really is. I'm so excited for all the competition that's going to happen on this main stage. But this convention hall goes for what seems like miles that direction, and there is Pokemon everywhere surrounding us. I wouldn't have it any other way. It is so fun. But our job is to focus on what's going on here on the main stage and in the tournament hall all weekend long. So we want to talk about what you should be looking to watch this weekend. We're going to start off with some major storylines. So, Rosemary, what is a major storyline of the video game that people should be paying attention to?
Well, the highlight of the weekend is that this is the first World Championships for Pokemon Champions. And what better way to be able to kick off this game's life cycle than to crown a World Champion? We've got Mega Evolution back. It's going to be just such a great display for all of our top trainers around the world to show what they've got for Pokemon Champions.
Awesome. And how about TCG?
It's really around that one big bad Pokemon, Dragapult EX. You can't run and you can't hide from him. He is everywhere, especially with top trainers bringing him to the World Championship. So we're going to see if there's another deck that could dethrone it. We had a similar metagame 10 years ago. Two very dominant decks, very dominant archetypes, and it was actually a rogue deck that was able to take the tournament down. So who knows, we could see another surprise back in San Francisco after 10 years.
Ooh, I love that. A look back is so fun. I know we have the museum as well here in the venue. I'm not sure if that rogue deck is featured. I sure hope it is. There's a lot of cool moments throughout TCG's history. But how about for Pokemon GO, Amanda? What should we be looking forward to watching all weekend long?
So I feel like GO is in this unique position right now. We're kind of at the Venn diagram middle between the video game and Unite, because as the video game has moved on to a new thing, this will actually be the last season for GO to have an individual world champion, as we are moving to 3 versus 3 for the World Championships next season. So that's a big accolade that I think a lot of people are really hoping that they'll be able to claim.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few world champions already, and one more to take that solo throne is so exciting. Pokemon Unite, we are in a bit of a sweet and sour situation. It is the final time for Pokemon Unite at the World Championships. However, we could not have picked a bigger stage, bigger venue to crown our final world champion. That is going to be the major storyline to watch. There is going to be one final team raising that trophy at the Chase Center this weekend, by the way. We're switching venues and going to one of the biggest that San Francisco has to offer for our grand finals. That is going to be just incredible. I cannot wait to see all the competitions all day long on that championship Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that is why we think you should be watching, but maybe you're asking, who should I be watching? Well, that's our next job. So Rosemary, what players do we have to watch in the video game over the weekend?
It was so hard to just narrow it down to 3 competitors because it is the World Championships and we've got the top trainers from around the world that that are going to be competing here this weekend. But we've got Wolf Glick, Marco Silva, and Ko Tsukide as your players to watch for the video game. Wolf Glick needs no introduction. This man won the World Championships 10 years ago, and now it could be his time to get a second title. He came off the back of a second place at the first regional championships that we had in Pokemon Champions, and he's always a meta innovator. He thinks about what is going to be strong and how can I beat that, and that's why he had Mega Steelix at that regional championships. Marco Silva from Italy is going to be our next player to watch. He is a 3-time international champion. Only one of few competitors that can say that they've even won twice. But he's missing the elusive World Championship title. So that's why eyes are on him this weekend to see if he can finally claim that. Last but certainly not least, Ko Tsukide. He is a world champion from the seniors division in 2019, but Ko has been on an absolute international tear this season, top cutting both the international championships that he attended, as well as the Japan Nationals just a couple of months ago. So if there's anybody that you should be keeping an eye on in Japan, it is Ko.
Wow, I mean, a absolute lineup there on the VG. We had people cheering in the crowd just for the player cards on players to watch. So yeah, some huge faces of the community here at the World Championships. So exciting. I know the trading card game is no exception though. Ethan, who should we be watching over the weekend?
Of course, this year, no exception, we've got international talent coming from all over the world. Our 3 players to watch are from a mixture of different regions. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, player for many, many years, had a great season coming over to a regional championships in Houston and taking it down. Eyes are definitely on him to see if Japan can win a world championship on their 10th anniversary. Tord Reklev, no introduction for this man. Did the global circuit, the Grand Slam, the only player to win all 4 international championships, is also missing that elusive world championship title. Got so close in Yokohama. He's still looking for that championship win. And of course, our defending world champion, Riley McKay. Can't ride off the back of Gardevoir this year, but he's a very talented player. We'll have to see what deck he decides to bring this year to see if he can become a repeat champion.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe even a rogue option for Riley McKay. We'll have to see. I know you're already talking about Big Bad Dragapult. Do you think all 3 of these players to watch are bringing the notorious, maybe infamous Dragapult this weekend?
I know I can probably speak for Tord. Now, Tord has played Dragapult to a lot of different events, but he loves his trade ability on Zoroark. He played that to the North American International Championships where he made top cut. I wouldn't be so shocked to see him come back with another innovative Zoroark build and try and take down this Tord.
And isn't that not the spirit of the World Championships? Trainers with their iconic partner Pokemon. I mean, that just fits the bill. How about for Pokemon GO? Any players to watch that we should have our eyes on?
Oh boy, there are so many talented Go players. And I know that we say in Go, since we've been a little bit relatively more new to the scene, that we haven't had any repeat world champions. But the keyword is yet, because the first person we want to look at here is Beelzebub, last season's in Anaheim world champion. He is from India, but he's actually had a chance this season to play a couple times in North America and also international championships, and has top cut during those. So he is still really going through this season quite ferociously. Next up, we have Nighttime Clasher. We're going to call him Mr. Worldwide at this point because he's been playing in North America, Europe, and Oceania. He also got first place at the Latin American International Championships. He is also leading NA on the leaderboard, so definitely a player that wants to be able to get this World Championship title. And last, but again, we can't say last but not least. We're always saying it, but we have to really say this because the Spanish sensation Pato Man is arguably the best trainer in Pokemon GO right now. I think you could ask 10 trainers and probably 10 out of 10 will say that he's had the best season. He was the champion of EUIC 2 years in a row. He was our finalist last season in Anaheim, and I think a lot of people are wondering if he's going to take it all the way this year.
I love that. I mean, the World Championships always has that vibe. It's a championship of champions every single time. Feels like Pokemon Go really leaning into that this time around. Well, I gave everybody else the chance to say 3 players to watch. I'm, of course, going to allow Unite to talk about 15 players to watch, and they're going to be sectioned off into 3 different teams. We have some teams coming from all over the world, of course, just like every title. And the first one we got to talk about is Fennel from Japan. This team is unbelievable. To tell you the truth, it doesn't feel like they know how to lose the video game at any point in time. Every single championship that this team has been a part of this year, they have won, and they are former world champions in Honolulu just a couple years ago. This team is looking on a whole nother level. Moving on to the next team, though, in North America is Root Dignitas. Zugrug, not a huge fan of Umbreon there. I am. I got a pin sport it. But Zugrug leading the way for Root Dignitas. This team is looking amazing this year. Champions at LAIC and at NAIC this year, as well as a really strong performance in the Asian Champions League. A lot of players on that team hunting for a World Championship title, but this could be the one to do it. Take a look at their group stage later on the Unite show, though. Crazy start for their tournament. And after them, we have the reigning world champions, Peru Unite, who last year in Anaheim were able to dominate the competition in the arena. They're looking to do so again. Bit of a strange season for this team, ups and downs, but they are on the up going into the World Championships when they won the Latin America Regional League, taking down teams from Brazil, Latin America, South, and North. So doing an amazing season. They look poised to be a real contender at this tournament. So that is going to be what the major storylines we think you should be watching this weekend, some of the players that you should be watching, but we also want to give you even more reasons to be watching the World Championships, as well as all the broadcasts associated. We got drops, we got distros. Rosemary, what are we giving away in the video game?
Well, well, well. We do have an Incineroar that you can grab inside Pokemon Champions for just watching 60 minutes of the stream. And alongside of that, we are also giving away some other in-game items so that if you don't want to use Incineroar on your next team, you can actually get a recruitment for a new Pokemon and train it up. So make sure that you're sticking around and watching the stream.
Yeah, with the recent launch of Champions, it's a lot of new resources. Even if you're a new player, these seem like great drops that you could add to your collection. Maybe get some of those Pokemon recruited onto your team. Ethan, I know the trading card game, you got a few of these lined up. So what's going on in the world of drops in the trading card game?
We've got a whole mixture of things. Look at all those things you can get within the Pokemon trading card game live. Of course, those exclusive Worlds accessories, deck box, some cosmetics for your avatar. There's a mixed Zero Aura playset, the Mega Zero Aura EX. It's got 2 of the special art rares, so, you know, nice way to bling out your deck a bit, as well as a special Worlds loot crate. Get all of that from watching the stream. It's going to be plenty of awesome action this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Ethan, by the way. At home, I'm sure you can read that just fine on your screen, but that is some small font that Ethan was able to read on the monitor that we have in front of us. So, peek behind the curtain there, but great work, Ethan. That's in the trading card game for Trading Card Game Live. But how about for Pokemon Go? What do we got for drops?
Yeah, Ethan's eyesight is impeccable, but for Go, there's also some very cool things that you are going to be able to do just by watching. And the main thing, you can see him raising that trophy there. You will be able to get a Tinkaton based off of Beelzebub's team last year that he was able to take that World Championship. Not only that, you're going to have a little choose your own adventure for watching 30 minutes. You can choose between going down a Lickitung, Totodile, or the Wooper path. So I don't know, Zoinks, what would you pick if you're playing?
Oh, I'm going Totodile.
All the way?
Please. I love
Wooper.
that Pokemon. I mean, it wouldn't even be a choice. You're going Wooper?
Yeah, Clodsire is so good.
Ethan, what are you picking?
I agree. Clodsire is pretty cool. I gotta love that little guy.
I have to go Licky Licky is probably going to be the major Pokemon in our meta, so pay attention to that this weekend. But yes, you're going to want to make sure you're watching because you'll get Elite TM as well, so you can use that to take away a charge attack on your Pokemon.
Oh, I love that. Prepare for future competitions, even in the Pokemon Go season. That's a great job, a great time to do it right now. Pokemon Unite, we got some really cool drops this time around for the World Championships. Of course, we got your classics, that World Championships sticker, but we also have license art, and then one of my favorite drops that we have ever had. If you watch Worlds for 45 minutes, you actually get a license of Pokemon that you can play in-game, one of the 5 Pokemon that Peru used to win that game-winning match in Anaheim last year. Leafeon, Psyduck, Zacian, Inteleon, and Crustle. Those middle two, Zacian and Psyduck, those are going to be meta-relevant threats this weekend. They are going to be banned. They are going to be picked. We're going to see a lot of them on the Pokemon Unite broadcast. So we have so many rewards that you could be getting for watching any of our games. I know in the Pokemon XP broadcast, we also have things to be given away. So check out so many amazing moments at this year's World Championships in 2026, which is, well, not exactly a rerun, but a return. As 10 years ago, the World Championships was held here in San Francisco. Love getting the chance to showcase Pokemon to this incredible city yet again. That's got us in the nostalgic mood a little bit. So we want to say one of maybe our favorite competitive memories of all Pokemon. Rosemary, how about you?
Well, being in San Francisco, it just makes me remember our time in Japan just a couple of years ago. Another way that we could commemorate a huge milestone for the Pokemon franchise. And so to see how the city was set up for everyone to enjoy and how San Francisco is now, it's just a great time to be a Pokemon fan.
Absolutely. Ethan, how about you?
Got a flashback to 10 years ago. What a tournament it was before in San Francisco. The change in size from a hotel ballroom to now this incredibly expansive convention center. Really seeing that rogue deck take down the tournament, shocking the entire world. I'm really curious to see if we'll have that happen.
Awesome. Rapid fire for you, Lundberger.
I mean, I think at the same point, too, just being able to be in a stadium last season was such a big thing for Go. Going from a stage to a stadium is absolutely incredible, and we're going to get to go ahead and do it again this year.
I cannot wait. I've loved all the World Championships that we have had in previous years. It has been so fun, but like I said, we are getting bigger and better for this year's Pokemon XP and World Championships. San Francisco has been home to legendary Pokemon moments across so many of our titles, but this year it is going to be so fun. So let's throw it to our opening ceremonies.
start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars. And then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road. And then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start things off, we are about to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokémon, we'll start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokémon. Thank you so much.
hello, 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 and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP. While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for our fabulous dancers and the 8-bit big band. I mean, come on. No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories. Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities. And just like you, I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates the hard work of our trainers as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4 titles. Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE. And even more adventure awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP, where we couldn't be more excited for you to join us for activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible events, 1 unforgettable weekend, and you better believe we're gonna make sure it's one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we? It is my pleasure to introduce to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokémon トレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップ2024、そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
世界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人と共にポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒にポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion, or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末はたくさんの楽しみが待っています。トレーナーの皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信しています。
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you at Pokemon XP to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さんの努力、情熱、そして挑戦し続ける姿はいつの日かこのステージに立ちたいと願う未来のトレーナーたちの憧れとなり希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work, passion, and determination inspire future trainers to dream of one day standing on this very stage. You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが今日ここにいることが次の世代への夢をつないでいます。そのことに誇りを持って最後まで全力で競技を楽しんでください。
Just by being here today, you are helping pass those dreams on to the future. And take pride in that and enjoy every moment of the competition as you give it your best to the very end.
それでは健闘をお祈りしています。
And with that, I wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara, for setting the stage oh so beautifully. Ooh, 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 ooh. I can feel the energy in this room. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all their might to become the next Pokémon World Champion. Competitors, the time has come. Please make your way over to the play tables to kick off your matches. And before we get into the action, our casters are prepped to walk you through everything in store this weekend. So everybody, let the 2026 Pokémon World Championships begin!
Welcome in, trainers, to the 2026 Pokémon GO World Championships. I'm Speediest Chief 2 with the illustrious Amanda Lundberg. We cannot wait to get into this.
All right, not only is it the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, for our game specifically, Pokemon GO, this is our 10th anniversary, and this is going to be a special show for all of you.
Absolutely a special moment, but only one champion will be crowned on Sunday. But I'll tell you what, a lot of trainers, they might not be as up to date with competitive Pokemon GO, so we've got a quick format video. Let's throw to that.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon GO at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokémon GO World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using a Great League format. Only 2 trainers will remain to compete on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of Pokémon GO World Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Farid couldn't have said it better. Let's indeed get this tournament started here in our Show 6 Pick 3 format. It's kind of an open meta, right? Well, there's some Pokemon that at the different international championships, at regionals, the meta sort of shifts throughout the year. However, I think that we're going to see some very special things.
You said the year, Amanda. It shifts up to the day in competitive Pokemon GO, and these trainers have been cooking all season long. Let's take a look here at what is at stake. These are the prize money rewards at the World Championships. First place takes home $20,000.
That's a lot of money, but that's not all. All the way through 16th place, so you're going to see up to $1,000 for that competitive day. Not only that, they're getting competitor kits. There's going to be some different prizes throughout the weekend, and also for you all watching at home.
So much at stake and so many reasons to push yourself to your absolute limits, because this is the World Championships. This is it. The last tournament, the last event of the entire season, and the last chance chance to cement your name in the history books as a competitive Pokemon Go player. But you know what, Amanda? San Francisco is a beautiful city from the Golden Gate Bridge all the way downtown. And there's so much to see, but sometimes you want to play it safe too. And bringing a jacket down here when the sun starts to go down on the bay is a great choice. Let's talk about some safe picks in the metagame right now. And we have to talk about Tinkaton first.
Tinkaton is a Pokemon that once it got its attack Gigaton Hammer, it became one of the most popular Pokemon used, and people are either going to be playing it or defending against it this weekend.
Gigaton Hammer is so powerful, and when you're at Tinkaton, everything looks like a nail. Let's take a look at Kanto Ninetales next, because this is one of the top picks to counter that Tinkaton and keep it in check.
Kanto Ninetales recently got Energy Ball as one of its charge attacks, making it also not only hit back against those Tinkatons, but also some of the water-type Pokemon that was giving it a lot of trouble before. Now players have to opt, do I want to shield up a Pokemon that could potentially get knocked down by that Ninetales? We
are definitely going to see an Energy Ball connected to a Quagsire at least once this weekend, so stay tuned for that. But another pick we wanted to highlight is Licky Licky, a normal type Pokemon with only one weakness. And roll out as the fast attack with Body Slam to boot. This Pokemon is going to be everywhere in the metagame.
Yeah, we think that this could potentially be the top used Pokemon. Definitely a safe pick. A lot of people actually like to use it in that what we call safe swap position. So if you don't have a good lead, immediately you're going to see that Licky Licky come in to try to just soak up some damage and put out some damage of its own.
Definitely a safety net and a hefty one at that. But let's look at some of the Pokemon that are upsetting the apple cart. These are risky picks, but winning with your favorites is a key part of Pokemon Go competitive. So let's take a look first at Hisuian Electrode. Amanda, I am really high on this Pokemon. I think this Pokemon right here can core break numerous teams.
Walk me through it.
Well, it's an electric and grass type Pokemon. It's got Thunder Shock as a fast attack, which is only 2 turns, very fast energy generation. You get Energy Ball just like the Ninetales has, but you get Wild Charge as well. So you see so many Pokemon like Mantine and Feraligatr. Wild Charge is going to fry them.
There's other risky picks that some people might be playing, and we know for sure at least one person will be bringing this Shadow Giratina. Shadow Giratina is a Pokemon that is recently become more Great League viable. It's already won a couple regional championships. Could it possibly win Worlds?
That's a great question. Let's take a look at another dragon that maybe is a little more easy to get than that Shadow Giratina altered form. This is Turtonator, a dragon fire type Pokemon with access to Ember, Brutal Swing, Dragon Claw, Flash Cannon, Overheat. It's got an arsenal at its disposal, and this Pokemon can core break a lot of these teams that do have the grass or the fire type Pokemon like Ninetales.
That's absolutely true. These fire type Pokemon are kind of putting a little bit of pressure, turning up the heat on the Tinkatons that we're going to see on the field. But it's not just the Pokemon, it's definitely the players that you're going to be keeping your eye on, seeing what they're going to bring and pilot in this tournament, starting with the North America region. These are 3 trainers that we think are going to have a pretty outstanding time. We're looking at Rhino, Nighttime Clasher, and Dunebug 97.
Those latter 2 names you're probably familiar with, but Rhino exploded onto the scene at NAIC, sweeping that grand finals. Our leaderboards are set. These trainers have fought all season long. Nighttime Clasher stands atop, but there are so many talented trainers in this top 16.
And not only just in the top 16 here in North America, we've got top trainers all over the globe. Let's go ahead and take a swipe over to the EU region. These are players to watch. We talked about them in the pre-show. We have Patoman up first, the trainer with the most championship points of this season. Next up, Inadequins from the Netherlands and Stone Collection from Germany, who actually won a championship here in North America earlier on in the season.
Amanda, 40 events until Stone Collection took gold. He is absolutely committed, and these trainers have been committed all season. Patoman again leading the pack there, but some spice in Europe. Tonton Batus at number 6 and Zizwilas at number 8. In Europe in particular, Amanda, I know you can vouch for this. Those trainers push themselves very hard to win with signature Pokemon. Everyone wants to be the next Alolan Raticate champion, the next Thievul champion, or even a spicier pick like Shadow Hydreigon.
You know, EU might play with spice, but LATAM definitely plays with heart. And there is some Latin American trainers that are absolutely going to be shining this weekend for sure. We got some Brazilian boy twins here with the CP points there at the bottom there. TZ Steiner and Elendias Harjeff.
It's so hard not to talk about LATAM when you see these trainers so powerful, so talented, but this is a pleasant surprise for all of our longtime PvPers. Look at number 1, that's Zardy, a trainer that burst onto the scene early on, took a year off, but is coming back with a vengeance, and so many other talented trainers, including number 7, Memi Kinflona, who just won his first event ever.
And of course, we saw Marto briefly on that Players to Watch screen as well. Marto Galde, a staple name here in Pokemon Go.
Exactly, Marto, the pride of Argentina. But let's head down to OC. We've got Jumafy, who won 2 events this season with the same team. And no, that is not an error. We've got Gone 1001 and They Love Jai. Jai is known for bringing that Alola Ninetales, but honestly, Amanda, I don't know if there's much room for it in this meta.
We'll have to see with all of those Fire-type Pokemon. Tinkaton might not be the only thing that's a little bit afraid. This is the Oceania leaderboard. They're Gone actually leading that. Him, you know, and was going back and forth there between that first place. He was able to take one himself. Not a surprise to see him at the very top.
I do like Godzillama as well, famously winning the grand finals in Australia with a Guzzlord. Oh, my Guzzlord gamers, rise up. I do think that will be a prominent pick in this metagame. We talked about Turtonator and Shadow Giratina altered form, but the Guzzlord players know what's up.
And not only that, we sometimes don't know what's up in the other regions because we don't get to see a lot of the regional competitions, but these are players to watch from Japan. We have Happy Boy, who ended up taking the Japanese qualifier, and then maybe you've seen the other 2 trainers as they have competed often in Oceania, David actually being able to get that first place in Melbourne earlier this season.
Exactly, talented trainers, and we always look to APAC. We've got 2 world champions from APAC, and oh my goodness, look at production. We've got them on screen. Beelzeboy and Yakai are both competing again this weekend, as well as Master Mahir. Everyone, when they look at India, they talk about Beelzeboy, but Master Mahir is such a formidable trainer, and you would argue that he and Beelzeboy were neck and neck last year at Worlds.
Yeah, being able to top cut in that competition, I think that he has something to prove here in San Francisco. We'll have to see if he'll be able to do that. There's so many trainers who have come to compete in this event. Those are just a few names. We just have to pick just the smallest amount, but honestly, you could have added a ton more names to that list, and I've been like, yes, these are also definitely players to watch. You're going to want to make sure you're watching this whole weekend.
Players and Pokemon are not the only treats for our viewers at home. Let's take a look at our drops, starting with the video game. We do have awesome swag items here, a hat and a Pikachu shirt, and make sure to type in that code Enjoy Worlds 26 in order to snag that distro from Champions.
No, that's right. We have it for the video game, and we also have it for the other games that are being competed here in the arena. We have TCG up next, and look how many drops they have. If you are a card game player, you are probably loving this.
I mean, this is a vault of goodies, right? Make sure to connect your account correctly and snag these drops. Let's slide on over to the green screen. We've got Go coming up as well. Not only can you pick one of these 3 paths and get this valuable Pokemon for your own PvP team, but we have a very special reward, Amanda. Tell us about that Tinkaton.
So Tinkaton, we talked about earlier, what Beelzeboy used it to help him win in the World Championships in Anaheim last season. This is the exact Tinkaton that Beelzeboy used with the exact same spread. So this is very cool. If you're a player who's thinking, oh, maybe I want to get into Pokemon PvP, but I don't have a lot of the Pokemon yet, this is a great way to get started. So you want to make sure that you're watching and be able to collect that. But Will, that's not all we have.
That's definitely not all. Use that code San Francisco 2026 to snag this avatar item, a sage green Pikachu shirt, and a little spoiler for everyone at home, my tie tomorrow is sage green, so we're definitely on theme here in San Francisco.
That's looking prime. If you go ahead and put that on, make sure if you're in the Go Battle League, maybe take a screenshot of it and be able to post it on the socials or something so we can see that you are watching this stream and that you are supporting the champions.
All of our posters and chatters, let's get active. I'm getting word from production. We've got usage for day 1.
Okay.
These trainers have had the lid on the pot. They've been cooking for over 2 months, and these are the Pokemon of choice. We did get the first 3 right, Amanda, but look at the Pokemon below it.
The safest of the safe there in the top 3, but I guess not really too big of a surprise. Thievul coming in recently, taking that 7th spot, and then we also have some ground-type Pokemon there with that Kanto, Marowak, and also the Unova Stunfisk.
I want to get our trainers at home involved. Some Pokemon are not on this board. Annihilate, I thought, would be a bit higher. We also do not see the spicier picks like Turtonator, but that's kind of to be expected. Type in the chat which Pokemon you think is going to take it all here in San Francisco.
A big question I think a lot of people will have, but they won't for long because there's open team sheets, is that Shadow Fortress running a Volt Switch as its fast attack or Bug Bite? Because we've seen both do quite well throughout this competitive season.
And they're just so different. It depends on the team. It depends on what these trainers are trying to do scheme-wise with their team of 6. But you know what, Amanda? We put our own 2 cents in the slot, and we said these are the Pokemon that we think are going to succeed this weekend. 4 picks each. I don't know what Shadow Alakazam is doing on this graphic, but Shadow Swan is the truth, right? Back me up here, right?
You know, I played against it. It is pretty annoying to play against. Wouldn't surprise me to actually see 1 or 2 in the tournament. Of course, I think a lot of us ended up going with that Hisuian Electro there.
Yeah.
Was in that top 8 spot of top 12 usage, so maybe not that spicy at all. One thing I do want to point out, I say it every time, Sableye is my Sable guy, and if any meta that it's viable for, I definitely want to see it play, and it can actually start hitting back now against those Licky Lickies, which is in that top spot.
2-0 Butters and Henry are Dondozo believers in Hisuian Electrode meta with an Energy Ball Ninetales. I don't know if that Pokemon is going to succeed, but these trainers believe in it. So again, let us know in the chat which Pokemon you think is going to take the crown this weekend. We took a peek at some of the team sheets on Arcanine, and oh my goodness, Amanda, are we in for some treats this weekend?
There's been a small meta shakeup since June. You could say that things have been sort of like leveling out. You see a lot of different practice tournaments, different usage going on. So it's really exciting to see that it all boils down to this very moment that they'll be playing throughout the weekend. All the top trainers who have made it here said, okay, this is my team of 6 that could potentially make me the San Francisco World Champion.
Exactly. These trainers have been cooking. But you know what? We're here in the venue in San Francisco, but this is a World Championship, and everyone in the world who loves competitive Pokemon is part of it. You need to get involved following us on socials. Remember, use that /play Pokemon across various channels, and you'll find us there. And also, when you post on X, formerly known as Twitter, make sure to use that #PlayPokemon so we can find your post.
Yeah, we want to see those avatar items that you're going to get, all the different things. Let us know who you think is going to be taking home the crown. We're going to get all involved here. There's so much to do in San Francisco, but there's so much to do for you guys as well if you're watching at home.
Make sure to connect your Twitch account. We will be posting instructions in the chat to help you get your account connected so you can rack up those watch minutes, get those drops, and be happy campers while you're enjoying the show this weekend. And as a reminder to everyone, this is just day 1.
Absolutely.
So if you're liking the content, if you're excited to see more games, hit that follow button. We have day 2, and then Championship Sunday, we will be all on the main channel for each of our games finals as we move through the day.
So I know that for 30 minutes that you can choose, I'm calling it a choose your own adventure here. You can choose between a Lickitung path, a Totodile path, and a Paldean Wooper path. What path would you choose there, Will?
Ooh, that is a really good question. So I played the community days for those Pokemon in the past, but I gotta say, Feraligatr is so fun and so cool. You can always use another Feraligatr, especially one with a little bit more attack weight.
And now, of course, Licky, our top #1 used Pokemon in this meta. You evolved that from a Lickitung, so maybe a lot of people will opt to go for that route as well. Clodsire is a Pokemon that wouldn't surprise me actually to see a bit in this tournament, so definitely don't count out the Paldean Wooper.
Paldean Wooper is very fun, and Clodsire might be another core breaker that trainers look out for. Poison Sting, Stone Edge, Sludge Bomb, Earthquake, plus more bulk than you can imagine. That Pokemon is formidable, and I think one of our casters thinks it'll be top usage on day 2 as well. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, just one more time, let's do a refresher on how to connect your Twitch account and claim these rewards. 4 easy steps. You got this, chat. I believe in you.
Yeah, we know that you can do it. If you do need help, there will be people in the chat to help that out. Here's a little tip. Using exclamation point drops is not going to do anything for you. So go ahead, make sure you maybe take a screenshot of this even to make sure that you are going to be able to collect all of the different rewards that we have for you in Pokemon Go.
Pro tip for everyone as well, open up the other streams and other tabs and make sure that you're collecting those drops. You never know, maybe you log into TCG Live occasionally. You're going to want those drops and those memories when you revisit the game. So even if you don't play those primarily, it's always good to snag free stuff because this stuff is awesome.
I tell you what, we're staring straight across these booths here at the Unite Team 2. We didn't really talk about theirs, but there's a licensed Pokemon that you can grab from up So pretty cool.
That is true. All of our Pokemon Unite trainers. And honestly, Amanda, we've got a big screen in front of us, but I feel like I need a magnifying glass to read all of these drops. So you got to get active and make sure to pick up this exclusive Twitch chat badge.
Oh, that's dope. Look at him.
Just to explain this to everyone, maybe if you're just a casual Twitch viewer, you only come on to watch Pokemon, this means that next to your name, this Pikachu will appear, and you can take this with you to any other channel that you watch. This is yours to own, so make sure to claim that as well.
Very, very cool. We got goodies galore for you here at the World Championships in San Francisco, so definitely make sure that your account's connected, and definitely stay tuned throughout the weekend, because not only is this going to be the last time an individual person is going to win Worlds for Pokemon Go, the tournament field is stacked.
We will talk about that more as the weekend progresses, but you're right. There's so many updates in Pokemon, it's really hard to keep track. Pokemon Go, as long as we've known it, has been an individual esport pursuit. But next year, we are shifting to a 3 versus 3 team format. We don't have details, no leaks on the stream for you guys at home. I'm so sorry, but if we do learn something, we'll be the first to tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the meantime, we definitely have to take it. We saw a little, nostalgia road there in the opening ceremony. We really have to soak in the moments here for Pokemon Go. There has been a couple champions already. Beelzeboy, Yakai, they're both here. They're both ready to be playing for it again. Do you think that we will have a repeat champion for our very last year of individual Go?
I want to read what chat says. Come on, chat. Keep it going, keep it going. All right, I'll make my response. I firmly believe, Amanda, that we will never have a repeat champion. Mark my words.
Whoa.
It's too competitive, it's too fast, and just a single mistake can derail an entire tournament run. And also, our co-caster Caleb made a really good point. He said we do operate in a double elimination format, which means a quarter of trainers are gonna go 0-2 this event, and then half of them will go 1-2. It's brutal out here in competitive Pokemon Go, and you have to be at the top of your game. And as much as I believe in our trainers and I want to see them all succeed, there can only be one champion, and it's probably going to be a new person on Sunday.
I mean, top of their game? I have to ask you a real quick question, Mo.
Ooh, okay.
Are you at the top of your dance game?
I don't know about dance moves. I mean, this mat we're standing on isn't that big. Oh, wait, you're talking about this.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get a chance to see you pull out your EDM moves there earlier on, because this is something that's very cool. One event already sold out in Los Angeles, but this is Pokemon Night Out, with a concert with Marshmello and Alice in Wonderland there. Tickets are available for the London one in November.
That is going to be so cool. I am a big Marshmello fan, to be honest with you, and we asked if we could wear spacesuit helmets this weekend. We were told no, but Marshmello does have a really cool helmet that he wears during his sets.
Maybe we could borrow it and bring it to go. We'll have the Pokemon one with the little ears on the top of the helmet there. We'll bring it to the concert.
If we wore Marshmello headsets on the cast, that would be the coolest thing, but we're going to have a fun time regardless, everybody. That's going to be a really great time for all of our EDM enjoyers out there. And this weekend in San Francisco, not only do we have the event, we've got Pokemon XP, which we haven't talked about at all. That's a massive event. You and I have been here, what, almost 2 days?
Yep.
And we've not been able to cover all of it yet. So if you are a fan and you do have access to it, make sure to see as much as you possibly can. And then I heard a rumor, honestly, that there might be some drone shows at night as well.
Drone shows at the Ferry Building in San Francisco. I always love seeing the Pokemon drone shows. There's been so many fun things to do, and there's also fun things in the venue, and there's fun things for the competitors. Obviously, they're all competing to be able to be that world champion, but let's go ahead and take a look at the different things this whole time has built up to here in San Francisco. This is starting with the North America roadmap, starting in Baltimore.
I cannot believe that we started all the way back there, but my goodness, this next season is going to be so sick, you guys. And keep in mind as well that the next season will operate on the new battle system. So Pokemon like Mimikyu, like Cramorant, those are going to become valuable meta players.
I think everyone's peeking at the the blurry ones, being like, TBA, where is that one at?
I was trying to figure it out,
quite
I was like, maybe if I squint just hard enough, I can actually see the city, but I couldn't get it done.
There are quite a few regional competitions, and that is how our players qualify for the World Championships there. Each competition awards championship points. The first place gets a direct invite to the World, and then also throughout the season, with the ICs, it's the top 4 people who also get placements for Worlds.
Exactly. The championship points are a very important part of competitive Pokemon. A lot of trainers, maybe they don't win events outright, but if they're consistent enough, they can earn their World Championships berth. And I'll tell you what, everybody, we have two trainers on stage. I know you're probably asking, why are these commentators just yapping all the time? We want to see some games. I'm right there with you. Our trainers are getting set up. It will just be another moment, though. Actually, they're already on stage, and it looks like they're getting ready to go.
Take it to the stage. Check out our very first matchups of the World Championships that we're seeing here. We got DHC United up against Patoman.
This is such an electric matchup, starting off the 2026 World Championships with Patoman, the back-to-back EUIC winner. Is a great way to do it, but DHC United, if everyone remembers, back earlier this season, DHC conquered, I believe it was Toronto, with his Shadow Gyarados against Kelsey K in the grand finals.
And Patoman ended up taking the last tournament for EU in Turin, a fairly similar meta, so we'll have to see if he's confident that he'll be able to take this game number one. Both of these trainers so well accoladed, and taking a peek at their teams, I don't see a licky anywhere on Patoman's team.
Yeah, no safe picks on either side here. I just want everyone to take in the stage as well while we get these sprites up on screen. But look at the background and how awesome this is. These trainers are competing for the championship, and I think that the venue is so fitting for the gravity of what they are trying to achieve. But right back to the teams, as you mentioned, Amanda, Milotic on Patoman's team, and then the Dondozo on DHC United. So Milotic, I've heard a lot of rumors. I've heard that Waterfall is likely the fast tag for this one.
I have to see, but they definitely get to see because they have open team sheets for both of these trainers here, checking it out. We're just starting up the matches, and I have to admit, you know, it looks like Henry and Butters, maybe they're onto something there, because the very first game of this thing, we have a Dondozo on stream.
Exactly, Dondozo, but also Hippowdon, a Pokemon that I think has a lot of valuable coverage. Weather Ball, Rock, and Earth Power with Sand Attack as the fast attack. That is going to really throw a wrench into any Kanto Ninetale plans. But another Pokemon that I'm a little surprised to see on both sides, Amanda, is the Malamar.
Malamar in a Tinkaton meta, what is going on? No Tinkaton to be found, even though it is in the top 12 usage of all of the world players of today. Looks like both these trainers are getting ready. We're getting locked in. Throw the ball. We're starting the match.
Game one of the 2026 World Championships. Licky lead from DHC United into the Unova Stunfisk from Patoman. The very neutral matchup as you expect. But I think Stunfisk will eventually wear down this opponent.
Going ahead now, just really both of them charging up a ton of energy there. DHC United wants to be able to throw the Shadow Ball to do more damage on the Unovan Stunfisk, and while the first Mud Bomb going through on the Unovan Stunfisk didn't do too much damage, the second one will definitely knock the Licky down to the yellow.
Shadow Ball coming through from the DHC United's Licky does connect, lowering that Unova Stunfisk to about half health. Out comes a Bug Bite Fortress, and this is one of the main reasons to run that fast attack, because this matchup into the Stunfisk is abysmal with Volt Switch.
And maybe a good reason Patoman left that Malamar on the bench for this game number one. Incoming Corsola to just soak up all of this damage. Bug Bite's not doing nothing here, but this Rock Tomb is going to make that Galarian Corsola have attack even less.
One of the most important things about playing the one-turn fast-attack Pokemon like Bug Bite Fortress is getting your timing just right. Timing those Astonishes, getting as much fast-attack damage as possible. DHC did such a good job of that, and he's trying to push for the Rock Tomb. Goes on Charge Attack priority. Great call.
Going ahead, throwing the Sand Tomb. Fortress is a Pokemon that both of its charge attacks will do something to its opponent. That Rock Tomb is going to lower the attack, and the Sand Tombs are going to lower the defense here. So this Corsola is mighty low, tons of energy. Has to throw here with a 1 HP Fortress left. Down it goes. In comes that Licky and immediate pivot back into the Unovan Stunfisk.
I really like the swap out there. In comes the Dondozo, and although this Unova Stunfisk will deal a lot of super effective damage to the Dondozo, it is bulky as all get out. It will be able to withstand a discharge here, and those waterfalls are chunking away in the meantime.
You see that super effective damage, but still way in the green at this point. Patoman, great timing here. Now throwing his other charge attack and getting that first shield off of DHC United's team.
Everyone likes to talk about charge attacks in competitive Pokemon Go, but fast attack damage is such a critical part, and the waterfalls take down the Unova Stunfisk. That is a big KO for DHC.
Coming back in now immediately with the Corsola. This is charge attack priority, and the Pokemon with the higher attack will always be able to go first, getting that protection off Patoman's side because he wants to get this Dondozo low here. As you can see, he also throwing some shade.
too much energy to waste here for Pokémon. This Nightshade will connect, but the bad news is I don't think it's enough. Dondozo hangs on. Out comes the own Bug Bite Fortress from Pokémon, and now he's squared up against that Licky Licky.
Licky Licky has a ton of energy. Shadow Ball #1 going through here. Only one shield left on Pokémon's side. Using it now, wants to keep this fortress nice and healthy because the Corsola doesn't really want to face off against that Licky Licky, especially at such low health here. Shadow Ball #2 going to be able to connect.
I really like the immediate throw here from DHC. He does not want to get hit with the Sand Tomb and lose all of the energy that he gathered up, but the Fortress is commanding this matchup. There's still a protection for DHC. He's got to use it here or he will lose his Licky Licky.
Going ahead now, he puts it up on his very low health Licky Licky. You're looking, the switch timers are not quite up yet. He's hoping to be able to get to another attack, not even able to get to the body slam. Now back in comes the Dondozo and is able to take out with that Bug Bite before the serve is reached. What a close match.
Crucial farm down from the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress there by Pokémon. Getting the knockout against the Licky Licky and disrupting the body slam was key. If he does take the body slam, that waterfall might be enough to bring down the Fortress and cause an upset here. And I say upset because Pokémon is such a talented trainer with so many accolades to his name. Amanda, he finished 6 internationals in a row in top 4.
Yeah, no one has quite done it like Pokémon this season. He's been top cutting not only regional competitions, but international championships, just like you were saying. He was last year's finalist in Anaheim, and he's got something to prove. And he's starting off very strongly here in game #1 against what we would say a very strong newcomer to the game.
I would definitely agree, and with a signature pick at that, we have seen a few of these trainers' Pokemon so far. The Unova Stunfisk, Fortress on both sides, as well as DHC United's Dondozo and Licky Licky. And the question now becomes, what adjustments are made in game #2? Again, to remind everyone, competitive Pokemon Go is a best-of-3 double elimination tournament, so DHC needs to win 2 more games in order to advance through this round on the winner's side.
Yes, the winner's side of the bracket is where I think all the trainers would hopefully comfortably want to play, because that means you have a little bit more wiggle room to be able to make mistakes. But we've seen trainers being able to take very early losses, go through the loser's bracket, and be able to come out on top. So just because you're down does not mean that you are out. And guess what? We are just getting started.
We started off game #1 with a neutral matchup, Licky Licky versus the Unovan Stunfisk, but there are some disaster scenarios that could play out here. I'm looking at a Mantine on DHC United's team and the Unova Stunfisk on Pokémon. So whenever you look at a show 6, pick 3 format, you want to keep those hard matchups in mind. Try to avoid those disaster situations and play to your win conditions.
And let's see what they're going to do as we're hopping into game #2. Now we have that Shadow Fortress on the side of Pokémon up against the Licky Licky on DC United. Just starting both of these trainers, staying in the matchup. You can see how much damage already those fast attacks alone are doing to that Licky Licky. Now throwing a its first Shadow Ball and getting that first Protect Shield off of Pokémon.
Because Shadow Fortress does have those debuffing charge attacks, it's very wise for Pokémon to shield up a full-strength Shadow Ball, look for a Rock Tomb debuff potentially, but in comes the swap. DHC tries to catch a Rock Tomb on the Dondozo, and Pokémon says, you know what, I'll give it to you anyway.
He says, okay, well, I see what you're doing there. I am going to debuff you. Pokémon has a choice now. He's immediately going to swap out, and look at this, coming in with his own water-type Pokemon. These waterfalls are doing very little damage to each other there. It's going to be this charge attack going through on the Dondozo that's going to start making it hurt.
I got to be honest, Milotic is such a unique pick in this competitive meta for Worlds, but if there's any trainer who's going to be scary with it, it's Pokémon, because he did play it at EUIC in his victory there. So I think that he's got the slight edge, but the Outrage connects. Big damage to Milotic.
But not as big as I think that DC United were hoping, but that Rock Tomb ended up doing a lot more than we thought. But look at this, absolutely huge here. Pokémon has to throw because he recognized that he was at another attack, didn't want to put up his other shield here, and down goes the Dondozo with another Outrage going. Still 2 shields on the side of DC United, but he might have to use one here as Milotic is at its next attack.
Even when you use a Protect Shield, still, 1 damage comes through regardless. And DHC United had the outrage, but he was forced to no-shield because he might lose his Dondozo anyway. Now we're in a Shadow Fortress mirror matchup, and it looks like Pokémon is just slightly ahead, but that's all the edge he needs.
Coming out with just a little bit of energy before he swapped out, ends up putting him ahead here for Sand Tomb, #1. This is lowering the defenses, and DC says, you know what? Right back at your pal. Sand Tomb coming through here on the side of Pokémon, and he's going to end up shielding this here. Will he pivot out? He has no chance to at this moment.
Exactly. Oh, after the debuff, Licky Licky combo plays with the Shadow Ball. I gotta be honest, I think this is enough to pick up the KO, and the key Pokemon for Pokémon in game #1 goes down here.
Licky Licky sticking out its tongue as a competitor there as Fortress goes down. Melodic comes back in, sort of forcing Licky Licky to maybe have to throw. Melodic's gonna get there first. DC knows it, lets another rollout go through, doesn't even want to try to throw at the exact same time. Great play there, also puts up a shield and trying to get a little bit more energy. And pops that Unova Sunfist.
It's all about pressure, and I think that Pokémon is applying as much as he possibly can because his last healthy Pokemon just hit the field, and Unova Stunfisk has a lot of work to do. I think a Thundershock down is out of the question here, but he needs energy to deal with the Fortress. He's ahead. I think Pokémon might have this.
Speaking of Fortress, it comes back in here, going to have to tank this Mud Bomb. You can see DC United kind of unsure of what he wanted to do there. It is barely enough to knock out the Fortress. Pokémon gives a nod here as he still has a decent amount of energy, throwing the next Mud Bomb and taking this a clean 2-0.
Perfect energy management, flawless execution, but that's what we come to expect from the back-to-back EUIC champion. Let's hear it in the venue for Pokémon winning round 1 and starting us off here at the World Championships.
And I know if people are just not even watching at home, if you're taking a look through that tournament bracket and you see Pokémon has a 2-0 victory, you say, well, of course he does. He's such a great player. But the big thing is DC United played so well through those matchups. Those games were very, very close and could have swung either way if both players weren't playing exactly on point. And that's the thing about the World Championships is all of these trainers are our top level competitors throughout the seasons. You're not going to see as many what with maybe mistakes or misplays that you could at a potential regional competition.
I mean, this is your first Pokemon Go PvP tournament. You tuned in to absolute cinema. And I think that something that's so important to mention as well, Amanda, is that these trainers have been fighting all season. And it's not just about the teams of 6, it's about how well you know your Pokemon. Anyone that's tried on a new pair of dress shoes says, okay, they look great, but after a few miles walking in them, your heels are torn up, and these trainers have practiced these Pokemon relentlessly. That's how Pokémon knew he was able to tank the outrage no problem. That's how Pokémon knew he could trigger this charge attack priority tie and win it, and that's how he knew he would survive the rollouts from the Licky Licky and force another shield.
Yeah, some people might say it's luck. This is pure skill you are seeing on the stages here between these opponents. And William, this is our very first matchup of the day. And I think that is just showcasing some of the talent, but we're gonna see so many more talented trainers throughout this weekend.
I cannot wait to see the Pokemon that they brought as well. As we mentioned earlier, the metagame will shift, not even week to week or month to month, but day to day. I promise you that a lot of trainers that brought these teams here today on Friday, they had a completely different scheme earlier this week.
So what are you thinking when you're looking at the team compositions here? No Kanto Ninetales on either of those teams. No Tinkaton.
No Tinkaton.
And only one Licky Licky. Sometimes day 1 for regional competitions, when it's such a wide meta, there's some picks that you see there that you don't see in day 2, but it's actually surprising at the World Championships where you're seeing the people who have really been thinking about this since they've been able to know that they qualified for Worlds. What am I going to run in August?
Exactly, and we always get some of the best Pokemon and the best plays, but I gotta be honest, I want to hear from Pokémon himself. Let's get our notebooks and our pencils out and take some notes for reads on stage. Let's hear from the Spanish prodigy.
Thank you, Speedy and Amanda. I am joined by Patman, a player we all know, we all love, and he's already won the very first match here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. Patman, how are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling really confident. I know this guy was like a super good player. He won Toronto this year, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, I don't know, really confident. So hyped for this tournament. I want to do my best possible and try to take it all. So let's see what comes.
Now, we're in San Francisco. You arrived last week. How has your preparation been, balancing your tourism and preparing for this event?
So preparation for this one has been kind of hard, just because I had some ideas before the Seattle Community Day, and that like shaped the meta a lot. So you know, it has been not the easiest preparation, but I don't know. I'm feeling confident anyway. I think my team is a good team for this tournament, so I'll keep going, and that's it.
And we've all noticed that you've got that Milotic again. You brought Dragon Tail Milotic back at EUIC, where you won. This time we've gone for Waterfall. What's the decision behind that?
Well, actually, I think Milotic is a really good Pokemon on this meta, really safe into most things. You can like heartbeat that Shadow Canine, and also I thought like, okay, with Seeking, I won UAC this year, and I won Turin, so why I cannot just play the other MVP in my UAC rank, which was Milotic, and win Worlds? I don't know, I'll try, but you know, it could be kind of funny, you know?
I mean, it looks like it's doing well already. Now, last year you came second in the world, and since then, we're talking third in Frankfurt, second at LAIC, second in Birmingham, first to EUIC, second in Seville, fourth in NAIC, and you won, of course, the last regional of the year in Turin. How does that feel with all of that momentum coming into the World Championships? I know you have high expectations, but what's that like for you?
Well, I obviously know this is a different tournament. I start from zero against a lot of good players, actually the best players in the world. So you can never like be, oh, I'm gonna win because I got these places on other tournaments. It's gonna be hard. I know the run on Worlds is never easy, but I'll try to do my best, and that's all.
Now, I know we're probably going to be speaking to you a lot this weekend, but are there any early shout-outs you'd like to give your friends, family, people that you've prepared with?
Of course, I want to shout out my family that is there, like supporting me, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister, also my friend Christian, my girlfriend, and all people supporting me in this travel, because I really appreciate that, and I will to give you the thing you want to see.
And we cannot wait to see it. We know you have so many fans out there. Best of luck this weekend. You're off to a great start. Casters, back to you.
Already early on in this gaming, and the duck is already riding high on the waves here. Pataman, as we've talked about time and time again, even though this has just started, one of the best players right now globally. I think a lot of eyes are on him, and I think so far, not a disappointment.
Highly consistent, right? Especially at the international level. When the stage is the biggest, Pataman rises to the occasion. And as we saw this season at EUIC, he actually lost in the third round of the event, and then just said, you know what, I didn't like that feeling. I'm just not gonna do that again. So he won 15 sets straight, not 5, not 10, 15 straight to win the championship back-to-back. And he crowd surfed at both EUICs. I mean, my goodness, we're gonna have like a reserved crowd surfing zone for him when he competes next year.
There's gonna be a splash zone set specifically there for Pataman, but he is not the only player in this tournament. There are so many good players, and like we said earlier on, we keep mentioning it, but that was just game number 1 of this entire weekend.
Just game 1, just getting started, and our next set of trainers will take the stage shortly, but I want to get everyone again engaged in chat. I know it's a little early, but if you're on the East Coast, I mean, you've probably had your breakfast by now. Let us know what you think of the event so far and which Pokemon you expect to succeed. Again, I'm a little surprised by the Milotic and Dondozo picks. I was like, yeah, there's a fire type in Kenta Ninetales, but it's got Energy Ball. Don't forget about that.
That's true, but we did see how much that Dondozo can take. It is a bulky Pokemon. Both of those running Surf as its fast attack to be able to hit back against those fire type Pokemon that we probably will see more, and also a little bit better into that Tinkaton matchup.
Something I wanted to mention for this World Championships is that the pool of available trainers that were able to qualify, especially from the TPC region, expanded greatly. So in past years, we might have seen Yakai from Hong Kong, we might have seen other trainers like Crescent Angels from Japan, and we said, okay, but only a handful of them are actually able to qualify and travel to the World Championships. That has been totally changed. We're gonna get a lot of trainers from the TPC region, which is such a treat too, because we don't get to see them compete on live streams outside of maybe the BJCS.
Absolutely, I was just gonna say the same. It's one of my favorite parts of the World Championships. It's getting to see some of the trainers that we don't get to talk about as often and be kind of blown away by different play styles that they have been. Like, this is a trainer who I have heard of, that I know that does well, but to see them actually play on the main stage is absolutely incredible. And we've seen some of that in Yakai, in Beelzebub, in Mastermind here, but trainers that we've said that you should be able to watch.
Well, speaking of main stage, let's go ahead and flip it around and look downtown. This is the venue here for the event this weekend. Again, the Pokemon XP experience is such a massive organization. This is just a fragment, a piece, a sliver, if you will, of what's to see here in San Francisco this weekend.
One thing that is very cool, if you are in San Francisco, make sure that you're looking out for that stamp rally. So different locations around San Francisco, you can take a stamp and you're going to get the Pikachu that has the astronaut outfit.
Yeah, well, you know what I like, Amanda? And I'm just going to be honest. I know a lot of our Go trainers are watching, and you probably share the same sentiment, but I think it's so ironic that a lot of the other games, maybe they don't get competitive Pokemon Go. Maybe they think it's just tap-based. They're like, I don't really see the skill expression. But the ironic part to me is that everybody, if you're a VG player, Unite player, TCG player, if you're just a fan, they're opening their app, they're rating these Pikachus, they're doing the stat rallies, and they're getting involved in competitive Pokemon Go, at least slightly, right? Maybe they're right on the doorstep.
I know that our costumes are kind of matching the theme of it as well going on. Definitely space here, but you are looking mighty royal.
Well, I was thinking as well, red version, blue version, and I did have the silver tie because that was the next generation of games after that. So Amanda, we got to get you a gold tie in order to keep the theme going.
Perfect. Maybe, yeah, that sounds great. Production gold. I'll also take a gold crown. Like, listen, I'm not picky. I'm not gonna be the person that says a gold necklace. Gold crown is also okay.
Can we manifest that here? I'll actually tell production right now.
Maybe a scepter.
Gold crown. Okay. Hold on. You need a throne as well.
Yeah. Well, I say my feet are getting tired already.
But I will say the official verbiage that we have been told to use is the Pokemon World's Pikachu and the Pokemon XP Pikachu with the Cosmog pin. That's how you tell the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Let us know which one is your favorite. But everything about this has been absolutely incredible. I love the little intro video. I saw the Umbreons running on the planet ring.
Yeah.
I was like, man, Worlds is so cool.
And Umbreon is so cool, it doesn't even need a helmet.
Good point.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Hey, man.
Hey, aura, right? Well, our next set of trainers are getting set up here shortly, everybody. We will get those to you as soon as we can. But until then, you can look at our charming faces, and we'll continue to tell you about the World Championships this weekend. And again, Amanda, I think, honestly, once we finish our rotation here and our friends Butters and Caleb come up, I kind of want to go see more of this event.
Absolutely true. There's so much going on in the venue outside as well. I saw people, there's a little skate park outside.
Oh, I want to see you skateboard, Amanda. Can we film that? Can we get that on the stream?
Well, I'd also like to see
you do an ollie and a kickflip.
I'd like to see me do that too.
Well, maybe not the skate park. If our suits are torn when we come back, you'll know where we were. But that being said, you all at home are watching and you're getting involved on socials. Let's take a look at some of the posts that you've been throwing up and review what you have to say about the World Championships.
Go ahead and taking a look at the first one there. The first drone show, which was actually over the stadium there, said, how about the drone show at the Giants game at Oracle Park in San Francisco? What a way to close out the eve of the 2006 Pokemon World Championships. Couldn't agree more. Check out these pictures. This is so cool.
You know what? When we went to the Pokemon Center yesterday, I did get one of these plushies. I'm just going to admit, I do have the Rocket Backpack Charizard plushie, but look at the Pikachu as well.
What's this one's name?
World's Costume Pikachu.
You nailed it.
And the World Championships. In case you forgot where you were, this is the biggest event of the year.
And if you're thinking that, hey, those look pretty good, you can check them out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as well if you are in the area. But guess what? We got our next games ready to go, so we're going to hop on down to the stage there to see what we've got cooking.
Let's see, we've got K-Bon versus Dekupai. This is going to be a fascinating matchup because K-Bon is one of those trainers from Japan that we don't get to see very often, but he is elite in terms of skill. We see the Hisuian Electrode there on the left, and your little friend, Shadow Sableye, on the right.
He's wiggling his little hands here. Also, another thing we kind of want to take note of is those top 3 Pokemon that we said were safe picks are actually on both of these trainers' teams with that Licky, that Ninetales, and the Tinkaton. So we could potentially see some mirror matchup gaming because this is a Show 6 pick 3, right? You can choose to bring 3 and potentially see those if they think that these are the safest picks for their team.
And another aspect of preparation for competitive Pokemon Go is knowing your Pokemon stats and picking specific Pokemon to power up that you think will win those head-to-head matchups. So if we do see mirror matches, you will see one of those two taking the slight advantage as the game goes on. With that being said, Amanda, one of our trainers is already locked in. They are so ready to go.
They're ready to go for Pokemon Go. Another one taking a little bit more time. Don't blame them at all, but when you are on this main stage, which you're maybe not on so often, it takes a little bit of pressure. You want to take a moment to pause and think, what can I do to be able to get myself at least game number 1, because that puts you in a very advantageous position.
Looking at this matchup for K-Bon, I like the Marowak a lot. You have multiple targets like the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, like the Tinkaton, and you're neutral into Licky Licky and the opposing Shadow Sableye. You do have to watch out for, of course, the Corviknight, but you've got Rock Slide for that. I think the worst matchup's got to be that Waterfall Milotic.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it will come into play. It looks like it can do pretty good. We saw it last game with Pataman against DHC United. Will we see Dukupe take it now again against Kaibon? Because it looks like both of these trainers are getting ready to get locked in.
And we have lock-ins on both sides. All right, everybody, this is winners round 2, Group G. K-Bon taking on Decoupage.
Going ahead, starting off this game with that Shadow Milotic up against the Mantine. Not the matchup that you're really looking for if you're in Decoupage's position, but still going ahead, maybe going to go for that wrap and lower the attack of that Mantine. Have to see as both of these trainers staying in it here, going for Twister number 1.
I'm telling you, Amanda, we learned this at NAIC. Even when water-type Pokemon are not the focus of the meta, somehow they rise to the top of it. And starting off with a water versus water matchup is Pokemon Go in its prime. Going for the wrap here, Decoupage fighting back.
Going ahead, not using a Protect Shield on the first one. Definitely a good play because the next one would be able to knock out you here. And now in comes Licky Licky to be met with that Hisuian Electrode number 8 on the top 12 usage here. Throwing a Body Slam, no Protect Shield used by K-Bon.
First Body Slam connecting into Hisuian Electrode. Again, with that Energy Ball and Wild Charge toolkit, a lot of trainers will wait to throw their charge attacks until late in the matchup, or they go for a cheeky Energy Ball. This can possibly trigger a defense drop.
Going ahead, getting all the bubbles there. No Protect Shield used by Decoupage either. Takes it down to a little bit after half health and an immediate pivot here. Going for another Body Slam. And it looks like K-Bon is going to shield this one up. Has a lot of energy. Doesn't want to lose it on this Electrode.
Yeah, I do like this play quite a bit. I think this Pokemon is just outside of Body Slam range. Throwing after 2 rollouts, ensuring this damage will connect. K-Bon lets this charge attack go, but he's got to be careful to not get farmed down by something that swaps in.
Going ahead now, 2 loaded here, going for an Energy Ball. This is a great play by K-Bon because the next Pokemon coming in, you can choose to throw an Energy Ball or that heavy-hitting Wild Charge. Whatever comes in, immediate throw before that Waterfall goes through, gets the Protect Shield for sure from Decoupage.
I think when you look at the rest of the team composition there, K-Bon had no fear. Just blind Wild Charge, YOLO, send it full, does get a Protect Shield away from the Milotic. Now he's got a decision to make, comes back in with the Mantine, doesn't want to reveal his third Pokemon just yet.
Ooh, you saw that Decoupage trying to swap out to catch us on something else, wasn't able to do so, putting up the Protect Shield here because Mantine is starting to be a little bit of a menace.
Here is Amanda's favorite Pokemon, and typically this matchup would lean Licky Licky's direction just due to its bulk and being able to double resist the Shadow Claws, but this is a Drain Punch Sableye. Decoupage going for the foul play though.
Drain Punch is an attack that boost your own defense, and with a Shadow Ball potentially coming through, you would maybe think that that would have been the first one that Decoupage threw. However, he went for the heavier hitting foul play, and this Shadow Ball will connect with that Sableye, knocking it down fairly low before the next one going through, going straight for foul plays here. Decoupage hoping and getting his hope here that not going to be able to shield.
And again, those Shadow Claws being double resisted are not going to make much of an impact. Licky Licky comfortably pushes for another Shadow Ball. No fear there, but Decoupage might see a farm down opportunity. I think that K-Bon needs to make the swap out immediately in order to avoid that.
Switch timers are up. See the Mantine coming immediately back in, going for that Twister. Should be enough at this stage because there's no Protect Shields remaining, and this Milotic goes down.
and completed some research to boot, right? Decoupage was unable to topple the Mantine, and we started off that water versus water matchup in the lead. We got it again towards the end, and honestly, Amanda, the analogy I was thinking of was swimming against the tide. When you have a Milotic with Waterfall against the bulky, beefy Mantine, it can feel almost impossible to push up against it.
Mantine was another Pokemon that really benefited from the move update, but with so many Pokemon that are electric taking the field, it's sometimes a bit of a risky pick. I was not surprised to see it in such high usage, but now after seeing a K-Bon play it, I'm definitely not surprised at all.
No, and I really love that you mentioned that because the electric-type Pokemon are the things to fear. No electric coverage at all on Decoupage's team, which makes that Pokemon very safe. So again, in the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so different from the Go Battle League where you just lock in a sturdy team of 3. In this format, you can pick and choose based on what your opponent has at their disposal, and this will change your approach from round to round.
Definitely. That's why Show 6 Pick 3 is so interesting, right? It can change from matchup to matchup as you see your opponent's team, maybe recognizing not necessarily weaknesses, but how you want to play around. It wouldn't surprise me if we see that Mantine more and more throughout this, recognizing how safe it is against Decoupage's team, maybe in that safe swap position.
Exactly right. Well, Decoupage, speaking of that trainer, best finish this season was 4th at the Santiago event, or excuse me, 3rd at the Santiago event, and that coupled with a couple of other strong performances netted him the championship points to come and compete here this weekend in San Francisco. Let's get into game number 2, Amanda. This could be an elimination game where K-Bon is able to knock Decoupage down to that loser side bracket.
Oh, going ahead and seeing a very, very exciting matchup as we see the Licky space off against each other. Number 1 Pokemon here up. Both of them charging up a little bit of extra energy, and actually might get to see who wins charge attack priority here as the first body slam goes through. No protect shield used on Decoupage's side.
You said number 1, and the number 1 rule came to my mind. Do not throw Shadow Ball in this matchup, trainers. It is double resisted. It'll get you nowhere. We're going to see body slam spam back and forth, and valuable information on that charge attack priority tie as these trainers feel their way through this matchup.
Yeah, welcome to the slam as both of them go once again for charge attack priority. That is some valuable information to take away in this game. Knowing that the Licky on this side of K-Bon is a little bit higher attack could also mean that it's maybe not as bulky and perhaps can't survive as well these attacks.
That's a really good point because it will come down to the slimmest of margins here. These Pokemon keeping even pace as the matchup wears on. Neither trainer willing to swap out. That tells you a lot as well. Maybe they don't want to take that Licky energy anywhere else, or maybe they don't think they're confident they can farm down if they do make a swap.
Going ahead now, throwing a body slam. Looks like it's still out of body slam range. K-Bon knows it as well, and it looks like he's ready to press and go ahead and throw at the charge attack priority. 3rd one already in the starting part of the matchup here. No protect shield used by Decoupage's side, and it looks like it will go down, and K-Bon gets to dictate the switch.
Exactly. We call it the calm before the storm. In comes the Shadow Kenzo Ninetales 2 Ember advantage, but it's met by the Mantine, and that is the value of controlling switch advantage. K-Bon was able to respond here with his water flying type Pokemon and avoids the catch, but he swaps Marowak into Corviknight. This is not ideal.
This is maybe just a quick you swap, I swap there. He is in an advantageous position with that Mantine against the Ninetales and knows that he doesn't want to take an energy ball on the Marowak, but Marowak's fast attacks and one of its charge attacks just do negligible damage to that Corviknight. Has to throw this Rock Slide here. No protect shield once again by Decoupage.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. You know you can absorb the first Rock Slide and you're not at risk of being mud slapped down. Not here, not probably in 2 minutes or now, so it's safe to allow that charge attack through, but the second one, you might need to respect.
Getting mighty close here. Still 2 protect shields used on Decoupage's side. Still not shielding it up, saying, nuh-uh, not gonna do it. Look how much energy now is on that Corviknight with very little health. Doesn't want to give any more farm to that Mantine here. Now throwing first Air Cutter. Air Cutter has the potential to buff the attack of the Corviknight. We'll have to see if he gets it. He does get it right there, throwing immediately with just a sliver of health left.
Laser precision there. A single sand attack into the Air Cutter, nullifying that mud slap damage and still getting the charge attack through. In comes a Mantine. Oh, swaps, throws a Weather Ball. This is the bait. Ooh, and a risky one at that.
A risky one. Ninetales and not taken. K-Bon, look at him there, strong and silent, saying, no way. Even if it was an energy ball, I can take the first. going for the Twister, a little bit of a bait of his own, although this will still do a decent amount of damage should it go unshielded.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Given the shield scenario here, Decoupage needs to pull a Bunnelby out of a hat in order to flip this matchup, and that Weather Ball bait was a great idea, but K-Bon saw it coming. Energy Ball does not get the defense drop either, which means this Mantine is still at full strength.
Yeah, as a reminder, still 2 shields left on K-Bon's side. Decoupage used his first one there, used his second one now on a second Twister, as that Ninetales just continues to go up for more energy, going for another Weather Ball, forcing that first shield off of K-Bon's side. Still in a very advantageous position, but the switch timer is up, and he needs to be wary of a potential catch.
No, you're exactly right. Corviknight comes out of its roost and right back into it. Decoupage unable to secure the swap on charge type priority. Weather Ball is the last shot from the Kanto Ninetales, but K-Bon has the Water Pulse ready.
Doing everything he could there, recognizing his own win condition, but so did K-Bon, and K-Bon is able to take that shield, go for charge attack priority. Even though he lost it, it guarantees that this will now connect with the Ninetales. Down it goes, taking another 2-0 sweep.
Our trainer who finished 3rd place in Santiago does fall to that loser side bracket here at the World Championships, and K-Bon looks out to the crowd cheering as he advances to winners round 3.
Pumps his fist there as he's in an advantageous position, being on that winner's side of the bracket. Also, when you're not used to playing as often on the main stage, is an absolutely incredible feat for him. Look at it, through that whole thing, he was just so locked in, so concentrated, knew exactly what he wanted to do. He got the Pokemon that he wanted on his opponents, and he just didn't let his foot off the gas.
We know Japan is a very special region, and my goodness, the composure there on stage, absolutely unfazed by whatever his opponent tried to do. I expect a lot of our Japanese trainers to be equally as disciplined and firm in their approach. Again, it all started in this battle number 2, winning the lead situation here. K-Bon with a slightly more attack-weighted Licky Licky gave him the advantage he needed.
Yeah, you have to really think about this too, because if it was the other way around and Decoupage's Licky Licky ended up winning that charge attack priority, he might have been able to dictate the switch advantage, and that could have potentially changed this whole game.
Correct, and in some games, that's what you want. In other games, switch advantage does not matter as much. It all comes down to knowing your team and knowing what situation you're actually in. A lot of trainers will play what we call an ABC team, where you have your AB core and then a C swap to kind of gain that alignment back. Some trainers, though, will play an ABB or even an ABA.
Now going ahead, trying to get these weather balls through, trying to just do a little bit of damage. This was the potential win condition if you would have been able to catch an attack there, unable to do so, and now taken down here by K-Bon, a really great player from Japan.
Yeah, well done by K-Bon as he advances to winners round 3, but his opponent's not out of it yet. Does fall down to that loser side bracket. Again, unlike the other titles here this weekend, we are a double elimination format, which means these trainers can only afford to take 2 losses before their World Championship dreams are dashed.
And tell you what, I mean, like we talked about Pataman earlier on, he dropped down quite early at an international championship. We've had people win regionals dropping down the very first round to that bracket. So even though they're down, don't count them out. You can go ahead and pay attention to all the trainers who are still in the tournament, as this is early days. But on Saturday, the field's going to get a little bit narrower. And on Sunday, there will only be 2.
Twitch mods, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think you can type exclamation bracket and you can take a look. So if I'm wrong, I apologize in advance. But yeah, definitely take a look there at the bracket. Follow along with the trainers that you want to see compete. And speaking of competitors, we do have Farid on stage for a quick interview. Take it away.
Thanks very much, Speedy and Amanda. We are joined by K-Bon, who's just won his first match of the World Championships. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah, I'm very excited now. I'm a little bit nervous for just first game, but 2-0, I'm really, excited now. Yeah.
Now, last year you came in the top 24. You qualified this year by coming top 24 in the Japan Championship Series. How are you feeling for this weekend?
A little bit nervous because I went to day 2nd last time, so I couldn't have lost here.
Now, last year you got knocked out by Yakai.
Yes.
That must have obviously been a huge match for you. Are there any players that you've been looking at this year that you'd like to play against or like to avoid?
Avoid? Yeah, direct avoid. Especially on day one. Yeah, day two, yeah, I'm gonna beat him.
Yeah.
If I, yeah.
You will?
I
Good,
guess so, yeah.
great.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
Obviously, you've got to a good start here. What's it like for you playing here on stage? I know there's a little bit more pressure, but it must feel pretty good to win.
I like stream, so I'm not really nervous here. Just easy, take it easy, and I said to myself, and just play.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're doing really, really well so far. And, you know, you were in Anaheim last year. Now you're in San Francisco. Did you have some time before today to settle down, to prepare, to enjoy the atmosphere?
Yes, I practice every day with my teammate, and yeah, they are very strong, so it was good practice.
Perfect. You mentioned a teammate. Are there any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Give any shout-outs to your friends and family.
Yeah, I do thank to family and friends surrounding me, everybody. I'm gonna go to day 2, so cheer me up, please. Thank you.
I can't wait to see how far you get. Best of luck.
Yeah,
thank
you.
you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Casters, back to you.
The confidence on K-Bon, you absolutely love to see it. He said, you'll see me day 2. He's not frazzled at all playing on stream, and that's really showing with that great 2-0 start for him, advancing on into winners round 3.
It sounds so cliche, but honestly, everyone, confidence is key. I won't reveal which trainer it was, but I was having a conversation earlier this week. They were already planning their speech for Sunday when they win the whole thing. Again, you have as much as you can handle in front of you when you get your opponent. You don't need to be fighting yourself internally as well. Carry that confidence into each match, and I'm very, very confident our trainers will be successful.
I think that is something that a lot of people can take away, because we saw DHC United play earlier on. We mentioned that he was like a relatively new trainer to the scene, maybe didn't have as much experience. K-Bon had even less experience on the stream.
It's true.
But both of these trainers just really competing and playing really well. And these are 2 other trainers who I definitely think have never had a chance to play against each other before. We have Boom20 from Belgium playing up against Existing Monkey from North America.
A lot of our European trainers are very familiar with Boom, a trainer with an absolutely elite record. I think his worst finish in his career is like 7th place.
I think it was 9th, but yes,
9th.
Around that area. He's top cut every single competition that he has played in. He really made some waves last year when he entered his very first tournament and became the regional champion at that time. This is his first Worlds competition though, and we all know things can get a little bit shaky. I know a lot of facts about Boom because I also am living in Belgium. One fun one that I think is now continuing on is that he has played more games on stream than he has played at the tables, and now look at him, it's already just winners round 3, and we're seeing him once again on stream.
Quite the resume for our European trainer on the left, but Existing Monkey has also been consistent this season. I believe the best finish was actually 9th place in Seattle, and he did it with Gutslord, Chargebug, Jellicent, Togekiss, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Empoleon. As you can see, his World Championship team is definitely different from that. He did opt for Hisuian Electrode, a Pokemon that I think is going to be very successful this weekend, and it's got plenty of targets. I'm looking at Boom's Azumarill. It's got to be pretty scared over there on the left side of the screen, right?
Quags are normally doing quite well against electric-type Pokemon, but I tell you what, going ahead and getting an energy ball from Hisuian Electrode is not something that it wants to do. Existing Monkey is a trainer that he has been doing fairly well. Obviously was able to qualify for Worlds, but neither one of these trainers have had a lot of experience, I think, on this big main stage.
I agree. I think this is still a new experience, even though they do have some very significant accolades under their belt already. But this is the peak, right? This is the last event of the season, and the crown is on the line. So let's take a deeper dive into these teams. Florges for Existing Monkey is a fairy-type Pokemon that we do not talk about very much. We've seen so many Tinkaton. Tinkaton will be the fairy star of the weekend, don't get me wrong, but this Florges has options. This one for Existing Monkey is running Fairy Wind with Chilling Water and Disarming Voice. There's no Trailblaze on this Florges, but it can still be very powerful. And in one matchup in particular that I'm seeing is that Disarming Voice versus Malamar is going to wreck that Dark-type Pokemon.
Looks like both of these trainers are getting ready to lock in. We'll have to see what they want to bring for game number 1 here in Winners Round 2 Group B. We have that Shadow Canto Ninetales up against a Hisuian Electrode, a part Grass-type Pokemon. We'll see what Existing Monkey wants to do. An immediate pivot into that safe swap of Licky Licky, just sticking his tongue out. Already at a Body Slam, but doesn't want to throw it quite yet.
Yeah, you see a Ninetales on the other side. Electrode better bail out fast. Licky Licky is happy to absorb this damage for its teammate. Weather Ball does connect. Licky Licky, like you said, with the Shadow Ball, but the chip and dip strat, Boom comes in with Quagsire.
Coming in now, going for the heavier hitting Shadow Ball, but this Quagsire is nice and healthy at this point. Another thing to point out is a lot of people opt for that Shadow version of the Ninetales. Also a lot of Shadow Quagsire. This one is a regular Quagsire here, throwing the first Aqua Tail at a fairly low health. Licky Licky, no Protect Shield from Existing Monkey.
I like the no shield here, but there's 2 Aqua Tails loaded, and Boom is so good at playing safe and recognizing what his opponent is likely to do. He says, if I throw the Stone Edge and it fails, I'm going to lose this matchup for sure. So double Aqua Tail is the safer play.
Also getting a shield on that, because look how much energy is on that Licky Licky, going for a Shadow Ball, one rollout away from another one. No Protect Shield used on Boom's side. He saw that Electrode. He says, okay, you know, I know that's some heavy hitting damage. Want to make sure to just be able to get as much damage off as possible. Letting this Quagsire do its work, getting it nice and low, and now letting it go down.
And by doing that, Boom gives up control of switch advantage, which means he's not going to have that Ninetales into Electrode matchup any longer, and he's got to be a bit more careful about which Pokemon he decides to bring out.
Yeah, he's up a shield, but he is going to have to come back in and maybe potentially lose a shield. No, a complete Ember down. This is huge for Boom there, because there's a lot of energy back on this Ninetales, and even though there's an Empoleon in here, the fast attacks aren't doing much at all. It's only going to be the charge attacks making waves.
This is not Waterfall Empoleon, everyone. This is Metal Sound, and that is not going to make a big impact into the Kanto Ninetales, as you pointed out. Weather Ball number 1 connects, number 2 is being held because this Empoleon will win the charge attack priority tie if these trainers throw on alignment.
And no, Boom knows that as well, going for a little extra energy, and now at 2 Weather Balls here, throwing the first one before a next Hydro Cannon is even available. Existing Monkey has 1 Protect Shield, doesn't want to use it on this Empoleon here, but there's still another Weather Ball ready when this Electrode comes back in.
This is wildly uncomfortable because the Ninetales is closing in on the back-to-back Weather Balls in this matchup as well, and it's going to outpace before Existing Monkey can even get to his first Wild Charge.
Going ahead, recognizing maybe the writing on the wall at this point, maybe not even going to throw an attack, taking the information of game number 1 here and taking it for game number 2. Existing Monkey goes down, Boom takes game number 1.
Clean, efficient, calculated, experience beyond his years. That's what we come to expect from Boom 20, and he is displaying that early on in San Francisco. This is only Winners Round 2, and he's off to a 1-0 start.
Hisuian Electrode was something that we originally called out earlier on as a risky pick, but ends up being quite safe into this World's meta in that top 8 spot of day 1 usage. This Licky Licky gets that Quagsire out of the way, but I think that's exactly what Boom wanted, recognizing the strong position of having an extra shield and energy on a Ninetales versus the whole team there of Existing Monkey.
And I mean, perfect coverage, right? You got the Energy Ball for the Empoleon, and the Weather Ball does neutral, and you've got the Weather Ball Fire for the Electrode. So the Ninetales wrapped up this game with a bow. But I want to talk to you about series progression. And if you're Existing Monkey, maybe you do believe in your Hisuian Electrode. Maybe you do think that Pokemon can help you in this matchup. But in game 1, after you lead it into a Ninetales, doesn't that kind of dissuade you from leading it again?
I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where, you know, it's a game in everyone's mind as well. Well, my opponent led this game 1, so there's no way he would do it again because he thinks that I would change it out. So we'll have to see. Again, this is a best of 3 matchup on the winner's side of the bracket. So still a lot to play for, even though he is down 1 game.
It's always fascinating to see what these trainers do in terms of adjustments, because they gain a lot of information from the approach, from the energy management, from the Pokemon selected. And that helps them to inform what they're going to do in game number 2 as the series goes on. I think the Kanto Ninetales is a must-bring for Boom no matter what. So if you're Existing Monkey, you can anticipate that Pokemon. You just don't know in what position.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe it's one of those hiding shell games there. Find the Ninetales. If Existing Monkey can do so, it might put him in an advantageous position as we hop into Winners Round 2, game number 2.
the way we ended game number 1. We start game number 2, Empoleon into that Kanto Ninetales, and I think the longer this matchup goes on, the better it gets for the Ninetales because the pacing adds up. Only 4 Embers to the Weather Ball versus 5 Metal Sounds to the Hydro Cannon.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield, because definitely doesn't want to take a Hydro Cannon there, and actually opting for the Energy Ball. Heavier hitting and doesn't use a shield on the side of Existing Monkey. We're going to see how much damage this does. Knocks it down to the low red there, and already another Weather Ball going straight for it here. Ninetales is literally on fire.
At risk of being cringe, it's blazing fast up here with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, stealing away that first Protect Shield from Existing Monkey, and no swap outs from either trainer yet. Another charge stack coming through, and Boom invests.
Wow, going ahead using both Protect Shields very early on in the matchup there, but he might be able to completely farm down should Existing Monkey not want to swap out. That's exactly what happens. A lot of energy, and now Ninetales doesn't have shields, but it has so much energy as this Mantine comes in.
And I think if you're Boom, you just leave this Pokemon in, right? You go ahead and fire off the double energy balls, take a shield, chip down the Mantine, and then probably come in with Licky Licky as the safe bet. Let's see if that's what he decides to do.
Hoping maybe for an energy drop. No, immediately pivoting out into that Licky Licky. We see it so often as a safe swap, but Mantine can really hit back at this Pokemon, especially when there has been a little bit of energy already loaded on it. This Water Pulse will connect with that Licky Licky, and now pivoting into the Florges.
And this is the benefit of that forced swap, because now Boom is able to lure out the Fairy-type Pokemon. As you look at the back line, Boom has a Malamar, and we talked about the Disarming Voice being a huge threat to his Dark-type Pokemon. Now he doesn't have to fear it because he sees it here on the field.
Going ahead, throwing this first Chilling Water. What this attack does is going to lower the attack of your opponent there. So this Licky Licky, if it throws Body Slams or if it throws Shadow Balls, is not going to be doing as much damage as before. Even still, Licky Licky is starting to still put in work, going for yet another Body Slam.
Yeah, it's slow and easy, but it does add up over time. Body Slam connects. Another one is ready to go as well. Florges will be able to endure, but it's going to be super close. Existing Monkey, only 1 Protect Shield left, decides to forgo the shield here and take the damage.
Go ahead, taking and swapping back into the Mantine, so he's got an attack save on that Florges, which is dangerous. Now you see Boom coming in with saying, okay, well, Disarming Voice is not something that this Malamar wants to face.
Malamar side-waving through that Mantine is going to take a Water Pulse for its trouble, and I think after the wing attacks, the Twister is still not enough. So the double Water Pulse is the play, but the foul play does come through first. What does Existing Monkey do?
Keep in mind, he's got a shield. He just used his last shield here on that next foul play, just getting a ton of energy on this Mantine, throwing now into that Malamar. Still an attack saved up on the floor, just still some health left on Boom's Ninetales. We have to see how these two trainers want to play out here as this Ninetales immediately comes in to knock out that Mantine.
Boom's awareness of the switch timer is off the charts here. Knew that Existing Monkey was going to be able to reach for that floor just in just another moment, so he throws that Ninetales onto the field, fires a Weather Ball, but he's going to take the Chilling Water here. This is going to do a lot of damage.
Going ahead, no Protect Shields left on either side. Very small sliver of health left on this floor just as this Licky Licky comes back in. It's got an attack loaded, doesn't even need it, rolls out down. All we've seen so far on stream is 2-0 sweeping.
Boom rolls forward to winners round 3 with a victory over Existing Monkey. What a talented trainer. And again, plays so experienced, is so dialed in all the time. You wouldn't believe that he's only competed at just a handful of events.
Every single time Boom plays, I think other trainers are starting to turn and take notice. He's a trainer who's been playing a lot of grassroots tournaments, and I think that's where he got his, a little bit, everyone knew who he was before he entered his first tournament, and now everyone gets to see him on the main stage here in San Francisco. Absolutely incredible plays. He's someone truly some of the best energy management and aggressive plays that you will see throughout the time. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's not afraid to take risks. He's not afraid to go down 2 shields at the beginning of a matchup and still come out on top.
I really appreciate how decisive Boom can be. He's not wishy-washy. When he knows a Pokemon is key, he's not worried about double investing. To your point, Amanda, he recognizes the win conditions and he seizes them. Does not linger. And this is such a critical skill in competitive Pokemon Go, because if you try to split the difference between 2 or 3 different strategies, eventually you find out you can't succeed in any of them, and the best trainers are able to find those win conditions early on and follow them through to the end.
You tell you what, for a while it kind of looked like it could have been in Existing Monkey's court. He swapped out with very low energy on that floor, just but an attack save, and when there's no Protect Shields left, either one of those was enough to knock out. Boom stayed calm, kept a body slam on his Licky Licky before he swapped out here, and now he was able to, turns out doesn't even need it to take that game number 3. It was so good.
It made me a little nervous, right?
Yeah?
I was like, Boom, are you gonna throw the body slam? I mean, if you throw the body slam, the game's over. You can do the rollout. It's a little cooler, but if you just throw the body slam, okay, rollout did it. Okay,
Yeah.
there's no reason to be scared. Mantine almost stole away that win with the wing attacks.
He ended up fast attacking down 2 of the Pokemon in that game number 2. I know that we've been talking quite a bit about him, but I want to hear from the man himself. We got Fareed with an interview with Boom20.
Here he is, it's Boom20, and a lot of us weren't expecting to see you here this weekend, but you've shown up. Talk us through what happened.
So originally, I thought I couldn't come because of exams, but the schedule I got very lucky with the schedule, and I got a big break in between the exams, which allowed me to be here in San Francisco, and I'm enjoying every single second of it.
Very lucky for you, very unlucky for everyone else. Lots of people here believe that you are head and shoulders above the competition, not just because of your height, but how did it feel getting your first ever victory here at the World Championships?
Well, it feels great. Came, especially this morning, woke up at 6 a.m., lots of nerves. This first match, it really helps, and I hope I can keep this momentum going.
Now, if we looked at your record, you've only played 5 events before this, and in those you've got top 8 every single time. 1 of them was a gold, 2 of them were silvers. How does it feel going in with the expectations now at the World Championships?
Well, I'm mainly happy to just be able to go, right? Especially since I was not expecting to be here. So as long as I don't make a fool of myself, I don't play terrible, I'll go home happy.
Now, you've got some interesting picks. You're not going for full meta. This time you've got something spicy that we saw, especially the Malamar right at the very end. Do you want to talk us through that choice?
Well, originally I had the Hisuian Electrode in the Malamar spot, but yesterday, me and David, we built a team together. We were discussing about some potential issues with it, and we changed it last minute, which actually was very scary because the Electrode would have come in real handy in this matchup, but the Malamar just provides a lot of flexibility, a lot of coverage across the meta. It doesn't have a lot of hard counters, and that's the type of game I like to play.
Amazing. You mentioned David. Any shout-outs you'd like to say for any players that you prepared with for this weekend?
Yeah, I mainly prepared with David, but I also want to shout out everyone that's watching at home, my family. I would say hi. I wasn't expecting to be on streams this quick.
And it must have been a little bit of pressure, some nerves there you were saying before this match. Are you a little bit more calm now to get that victory under your belt?
Yes, definitely. I'm ready to take on the next opponent, and we'll see how the day goes.
I cannot wait to see how far you go, Boom. Congratulations again. Great performance there. Casters, we're going to go to a segment where we can watch Marta Galde at the Latin America International Championships.
One of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started to get nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon GO. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Summerl survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal
has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels surreal. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the grand finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the losers bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Martu Gold is your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I am from Costa Rica, but I live in Florida.
Elam, a tenured veteran, 2-time regional champion.
These are the battles that make or break your destiny.
If I had to pick a starter Pokemon, I would probably say Piplup. It's very cute, and then it becomes pretty strong looking. When I was playing Pokémon GO in Colombia, I had like a group of friends that I used to hang out with, and I would hear them talk about Silph tournaments at the time. The very first time that I played a tournament that had a prize, it was, I think, $250 for first place. That was like the biggest thing for me at the time. I was like playing in my room, and then I went running to tell my brother. I was like, dude, I just won this tournament. It showed me that I had the skill, and at the same time was having a lot of fun. The Go Battle League got introduced into the game. At the time, there was a kilometer requirement to unlock your sets. I just didn't want to walk the whole way, so I only get to play for like 3 sets per day. Play Pokemon started, and I just loved it. Something that I've learned through competing is that the way you carry yourself, the way you handle yourself in moments of stress are going to heavily affect the way things happen, your life goes, and that kind of stuff. Even just being on stage, it could be very stressful, but if you do your best to calm yourself down, you're going to be putting in your best version of yourself. The very first match that I had streamed on day 1, I was very shaky. I was doing a lot of mistakes, but throughout day 2, I felt way more comfortable. And towards the end, like the grand finals, I feel like I was probably as comfortable as I felt in a while. Because I knew at the end of the day, it's a long series. I have to call lines, I have to stay resilient, I have to make the right decisions. So it was just much more consistent and up to the level that I want to display. It's always a good time playing Doombug. I believe the score is like 4-2 maybe. He recently beat me in Toronto, but I'm happy that I was able to beat him today, not only once, but twice.
But Fortress shakes it off. Doombug falls. It looks like Elam is going to be your Houston regional champion.
The very first season where I qualified for Worlds, it was 2023 season. I think I got like a 2nd place in Baltimore and then a 2nd place in Hartford. It was Worlds in Yokohama. It was like the dream trip for me, but I wasn't able to make it because of visa issues. I was like preparing the whole time, and then it was like pretty heartbreaking news, the fact that I couldn't make it. So because of that, I took like a long break. But at the end of the day, stuff happens, and with my level and my consistency, I knew that I would be able to qualify again and just show the world what I'm made of. I'm gonna win Worlds this year. Getting that final achievement would solidify me as, I mean, I don't want to say it like this, but as one of the GOATs.
Welcome back to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships, where one of these trainers will become one of those GOATs because we are celebrating 30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon GO, and we have over 300 of the best trainers on the planet competing here to become your Pokemon GO World Champion. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
And what a weekend we have coming up here. Not only is the 30th for Pokemon and 10-year anniversary of Pokemon GO, it's also the 5th year for Pokemon GO in the official championship series circuit. And we've had, what, 5 world champions if you include Emi Guido from that seniors division the first year. We're going to crown a 6th, but it could be the year where we have a repeat champion too.
It's no doubt the pinnacle of Pokemon GO PvP right now, and it has started off strong. Of course, Potomon, he is probably the favorite to win it all here. Of course, any of these 300 trainers could do it. That's how talented they all are. But a trainer that made, I believe, 6 straight championship Sundays, is a back-to-back international champion, started out 2-0, just as some other top trainers like Boom and K-Bon started 2-0 as well.
That's right, and Boom is a player that you definitely keep your eyes on in the bracket. We just saw him play on stage. Has only attended 4 tournaments ever, only in EU. First place, second place, third place, and a 9th place. Incredibly high efficiency and effectiveness in his matches. And, you know, our EU players are looking very strong, but we got players from all around the world here. And for the past 2 years, our world champions have been from APAC.
Well, we got our next 2 trainers that you might be familiar with, because trainers that have some reps. Let's get on over to stage. We got Eomero versus Tauntaun Battus on stage for you right now.
And Tauntaun Battus, the Spice Master himself. Let's see what he's running. He's running a Hippowdon and a Shadow Hydreigon. Shadow Hydreigon was one of the keys to his success in his regional win this year. And the Eomero is running also kind of a spicy team too. He likes to really mix up the movesets quite a bit. I believe that is indeed a Galarian Corsola, not the non-Galarian Corsola, so just keep that in mind, but does have pretty standard movesets all the way throughout. It is going to be Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail on the Shadow Quagsire, not Stone Edge, which for this matchup, it could be pretty bad if he gets it into the Mantine.
And how about on the opposing end, another Dark Dragon as well? You have the Guzzlord on Eomero's side, a Pokemon that you wouldn't really expect to see in a heavy Tinkaton meta. You saw Tinkaton, I believe, with either number 2 or 3 in usage right now. Of course, the meta is dominated by Licky, Tinkaton, and Shadow Kanto Ninetales in particular. Those are the Pokemon to target. So how does Guzzlord do that? Guzzlord does really well, of course, into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Gonna be able to soak up all of its energy, not very effectively. So I feel like that could be a really nice threat into this heavy Shadow Kanto Ninetales meta. A lot of trainers have gone for the waterfall users, the water types, but it's interesting that these 2 trainers both went for that dragon type that we really haven't seen much of at all.
Yeah, the Dark Dragon has really great typing, especially helping neutralize Kanto Ninetales, which is pretty prominent within this meta alone. But Galarian Corsola has made a resurgence in this meta, one of the safest and strongest and bulkiest ghost types, and that is also going to be a great neutralizing factor with that Dark Dragon.
And I was just double checking to make sure that there wasn't a flash cannon actually on that Shadow Hydreigon, because that can actually do some neutral damage into the Tinkaton. And remember, that is better since the last update as well, but no, it is going to be the Fly and the Brutal Swing. And then a late riser in the meta right now, a Pokemon that can do pretty well against that Shadow Kanto Ninetales as well, is that Shadow Quagsire that is on Eomero's side. Of course, Tauntaun does have that Ninetales, so can he target it? He has 2 really good bench pressure Pokemon. Let's get this battle started. It is going to be the Tinkaton versus the Mantine. It's kind of a clunky matchup, but it's very neutral.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, type advantage would go over to the Mantine as he's going to resist all the charge attacks from Tinkaton, but that Tinkaton Hammer hits so hard, even when resisted, as you're going to see it coming through against the Mantine. Tauntaun not going to throw up the first shield.
And it's going to be not very effective, but like you said, it does nearly half of the health. I mean, not exactly, probably about 40% of the health, plus that Fairy Wind damage. It just does so much, even when it's resisted. It is such a strong Community Day attack. If both these trainers are just going to play it out, soft losing this matchup wouldn't be the end of the world. You do have coverage in the back, and if you're Tauntaun, you know you have that Shadow Hydreigon in the back, and you see Tinkaton in the lead. That is literally best case scenario for your wild card pick. It is going to be able to go off in the back line.
Exactly, and Tauntaun just going to save the shields likely for the Hydreigon because it is so frail. Going to let this go, and Eomero charging up as much energy as possible before throwing this final Tinkaton Hammer. Not actually going to be enough, and the Twister is going to be thrown. This is triple resistant Twister, but it might be enough to KO the Tinkaton. Let's see.
Can it endure? The Tinkaton does hang on to get the Fairy Wind down and to get a crucial Bulldoze. It has a 50-50 chance, a coin flip right here to get the debuff as well. Will he get the debuff into this Hippowdon? But it's all going to be about that Shadow Hydreigon in the back. No, did not get that debuff. You're probably going to see, actually does come in with a Quagsire. This is good. Actually, the Mantine has that Twister in the back for that Shadow Hydreigon as well. That would be super effective, and he has to let this go. He has to save the shields for the Hydreigon.
I like this play from Tauntaun, knowing that he needs shields for the Hydreigon, even in a more positive matchup. But there aren't really extremely positive matchups with Hydreigon, just very neutral ones. And the Mantine does have the Super Effective Twister, so saving the shields for that can be huge. Eormaro going to protect shield against the Earth Power. That's a lot of damage mitigated.
Can
this
he get the
farm
farm?
down could be absolutely huge, but no, Tauntaun gets to the second Earth Power.
And probably the reason he's running a non-Shadow Hippowdon to have that extra bulk to be able to get to these charge stacks. Got another Protect Shield. He has 2 Protect Shields ahead, but there's a lot of energy here, and he can go for Aqua Tail baits because a Mud Bomb going through. And a swap into the Mud Bomb. That is going to be going double resistant, but it doesn't matter. The Mantine had no health.
1 HP and a catch right there for Tauntaun, giving him a 3rd shield effectively for the Shadow Hydreigon. Here comes the Aqua Tail bait. You're going to have to shield pretty much everything here for Tauntaun, even if it's Aqua Tail. He hasn't even seen the 3rd Pokemon yet. Eormaro going to think about maybe swapping out, but no, might just stay in here to tank some of this damage. Get to another Aqua Tail bait, but Tauntaun going to reach a Brutal Swing first.
But double Brutal Swing can do this. He's going to be able to knock out with this Brutal Swing here. He has 1 Protect Shield remaining. He can Protect Shield the Twister. If he can paste to the double Brutal Swing plus the Dragon Breath damage, I think Tauntaun can close this.
And the Shadow Hydreigon Master is here to play, as you can see Eormaro reaching for the double Twister, but Tauntaun going to outpace through the Brutal Swings instead. First one coming through, Eormaro thinking it through, thinking if he has a chance here, but no, there isn't one, as Tauntaun's here and unleashing the Shadow Hydreigon on the world stage.
Just as he's done in the past, become a regional champion, the Hydreigon's going to be able to knock out the Mantine to take game number 1 of this winner's round number 3. Tauntaun having effectively 3 shields in the back, as you were saying, able to swap, catch that Mud Bomb into the Mantine. That Mantine that had 0 health, that he pivoted out only for that moment. He only kept that Mantine around to catch an attack, and it worked perfectly. That's why he has a 1 next to his name right now.
That's right. I mean, and he has a bunch of titles under his name too. An EUIC champion, a multi-time regional champion, multi-time medalist, and a world's competitor. And he just played that matchup perfect to perfection, catching and knowing that you can't avoid the catch if you're Eormaro, because you're going against a 1-turn Shadow Hydreigon. There's just no way to avoid it here. As we see, this is the catch that played and had so much value here. And the double Earth Power Shield, it was the right call from Eormaro to save as much health as possible. But look at that catch, absolutely huge, because if he had to shield that Mud Bomb on the Hydreigon or doesn't even get the catch off, then this final shield at end wouldn't have done anything for Tauntaun, because he could just throw the Twister, but he had to get to double Twister instead because of that final remaining shield.
And you see right here a completely different strategy that you've been seeing the entire tournament so far. A new take on the meta from Tauntaun, a trainer that is known for his boldness, for his innovation, and he brought it to the world stage. He brought his signature Pokemon, the Shadow Hydreigon, and he sat it for game number 2, but he has an awesome lead. This is a neutral matchup, but Corsola loved this matchup in the Mantine.
Definitely, and you have the super effective Power Gem, but more importantly, you're just way bulkier than the Mantine, and you avoid the Gutsword matchup in the back on Eormaro's side. Tauntaun doesn't know that it's there, but he at least is feeling pretty comfortable as Eormaro just going for the Twister. Maybe a little bit less effective than the Water Pulse, but wants to put it potentially in a chip down range. Oh, and goes for a great catch on the Nightshade.
But he was trying to go for the Power Gem, right? He was trying to swap on the Power Gem to be not very effective, but he whiffed on that, and he whiffed on the bait as well. But counter swap into the Mantine, but this is exactly where you want to be. He thought about saving that backline Pokemon of the Hippowdon. He could have brought in the Hippowdon as well. Hippowdon would have been a better matchup here, but he was saving it for something. I'm not sure exactly what he was saving it in the back for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Tauntaun thinks that Eormaro might be trying to bait it out, but it could be maybe he thinks there's like a licky in the back, but instead Eormaro has that Guzzlord, and the Guzzlord is in a pretty good position. I mean, if you look at the backline, Guzzlord and Mantine have so much play into the remaining Pokemon Tauntaun, and yes, Eomero's in a bad match with the Tinkaton, but as long as you bring the Mantine low enough, you have a clear path to victory.
The 45 switch timer for Eomero is back up, so he can swap out. So it is for Tauntaun. Tauntaun's going to try to go for a farm down, and here comes the Guzzlord to get a really nice farm down, but this is clunky because Tauntaun does have his switch available as well. He's going to throw this power gem, and plus, you can't really farm down a Corsola from this range. So actually, no, sorry, he's switch locked in. He is switch locked in this matchup, but how much farm can Eomero get? Maybe he's going to throw in charge attack priority of the power gem. Smart play from Eomero.
Yeah, perfect counting from Eomero to deny Tauntaun the build to get this power gem up, unless he wants to spend a shield. Tauntaun trying to think it through and does decide to let it go. Has to put everything on the remaining Pokemon. This time, it's not the Shadow Hydreigon, it's going to be the Hippowdon. Hippowdon does charge Engie pretty fast with the sand attack, and it's not Shadow, so it could take some of this damage, but you have to still watch out for not only the Tinkaton with Engie, but the Mantine still has above 50% HP.
And the timer's almost back up for Eomero. It's going to be hard to swap, though, because you have a 3-turn fast attack against a 1-turn fast attack from Tauntaun here. So the Brutal Swing is going to be coming through. No protection. Once again, the Hippowdon, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much on this stage before. There is the swap into the combo attack, into the Twister. It's going to be super effective. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining, but Eomero's just going to save those 2 Protect Shields for his backline Pokemon as he lets Guzzlord go down. It's going to be the Mantine versus the world, but the Mantine does have to take a little chip damage here. He doesn't even Protect Shield. He knows that Sand Attack doesn't do any damage, so why do I Protect Shield, right?
4 shields remaining in total. Neither player designed to use their shields, and unfortunately for Tauntaun, maybe thinking he should have used his shield a little bit sooner, but this is pretty much over for Tauntaun because you have 2 back-to-back Twister and energy on the Tinkaton, and there's still 2 shields on the side of Eomero.
Exactly. So if there is that energy on the Tinkaton, it is over. I was thinking maybe he can get the triple Weather Ball Rock here, but if Tinkaton has the attack, the combo play, here's the swap, here's the combo play, 1 away from the Bulldoze, and that will do it. There's no Protect Shields remaining. This Hippowdon was vulnerable, and Eomero is able to tie up the series 1-1.
What a series so far from Eomero versus Tauntaun. Eomero, one of our first ever Worlds qualifier in the official circuit back in 2022, getting 2nd place in the first ever North America Regional against King IV in Indianapolis in 2022. And even though he's never won a title himself in a regional, international, or world title, he has always been able to hang against the best of best, making multiple top cuts throughout his 5-year career.
And as we celebrate our history of Pokemon and Pokemon Go, he is a historic figure, not only because he was there at the beginning, but I believe he is actually one of the best team creators in the circuit. Oftentimes in these big tournaments, Eomero will be the architect of their team for an international championship, for a big regional, and he will use that team and spread it with his other teammates, and they will all try his version of his team, and often they do really well with that team. So now we're in this meta that's absolutely new. It's wide open. It's evolving so quickly. You want someone like Eomero on your side to be helping you team build.
Yeah, if Eomero is in your DMs, you're feeling good about your tournament prep. Here we go, game number 3 against Eomero versus Tauntaun Batus. This is winners round 3, so either way, players will still be in the tournament, but staying on the winner's side is huge, as here comes the Shadow Hydreigon to kick things off.
Well, Shadow Hydreigon usually loves this matchup, but this is a Mud Bomb Quagsire, so it's not as nice as it is against the Stone Edge, because against the Stone Edge, either the Quagsire has to rely on baits, or actually just going straight for the Mud Bomb, or landing that Stone Edge. But now, here comes Swap into the Licky Licky. This is actually where you want to be. You can throw this energy, or you can bank one. Actually, a no shield here. This is going to chunk a lot into the Licky Licky. I expect him to bank up at least until this next rollout is over. Maybe swap into the Hippowdon. No, actually, you might want to... No, he lets it go.
Yeah, it puts Tauntaun in a tough position. He doesn't want to throw both shields away on the Hydreigon without even seeing the 3rd Pokemon. He's just not getting as much value as possible here. Maybe trying to go for double Brutal Swing as he is at the next one. Does Eomero decide to shield? No, just going to let this go. And even though he has let the Licky Licky go completely gone at this point too, he still has a shield advantage.
But can he get to another Brutal Swing? He does get to that Brutal Swing. That's devastating. And now he gets his Protect Shield back. So suddenly, he has the alignment, and he was able to get his Protect Shield back, and he's ahead on health. This is a great situation here for Tauntaun as he brings in the Mantine, and that Quagsire is helpless. There's no Stone Edge.
This is so weird, too, because it's Mantine versus Ground type on one side and Mantine versus Ground type on another side, but Tauntaun has advantage because he's at the super effective Rock Weather Ball coverage against the Mantine, whereas Eomero He has nowhere to go with this Quagsire. I think his only plan here is to grab shield, do something, stall the timer enough to combo play the Hippowdon, take it out, and then try to take it out later with the Mantine. But Tauntaun calls the bait and doesn't shield the potential super effective Water Pulse.
Another risky bait, and what a call from Tauntaun. Eomero did this earlier, going straight for the Twister, and here comes the Weather Ball Rock that's going to be super effective. It's going to take at least 2 of these to knock out a Mantine. This is not the Shadow version as well, so it actually is going to take 3 at this range, because remember, these sand attacks are going to be double resisted. They're just not doing enough, so Tauntaun is just going to let this Hippowdon go down, but the Hippowdon can probably take a Twister. It might even be able to get to 1 more Weather Ball. Can it get to 1 more Weather Ball? No, Swappy saves it.
Yeah, and he sees this combo play coming, and now Eomero has the Shadow Quagsire, but it's only resisted fast attack and charge attack damage. Not many places for this Quagsire to go, as you can see how dominant of a matchup this is. And Tauntaun throwing the Water Pulse doesn't want to take another second of damage from Quagsire, despite that it being all resisted, taking to Eomero to his final Pokemon. No, he gets 1 final Aqua Tail off.
But this is just going to tickle the Mantine. It has so much bulk. This water flying type takes the Aqua Tail, no problem. Able to farm down with that wing attack. And now it's going to be Mantine versus Mantine. But there is a Protect Shield advantage for Tauntaun here. You are behind on energy, but like you said, there is that energy banked in the back. And that's why Tauntaun is already saying GG to Eomero, because the Twister plus either a combo play or some wing attacks is going to finally close it out for Tauntaun as he takes it 2-1.
Tauntaun with a dominant victory in that 3rd game, recognizing that as long as he maintains switch advantage with that Shadow Hydreigon, he has so much room to go. Despite being down a shield, he was in control, and that is the risk you take running that ground water coverage of Quagsire. Mantine, one of the perennial flyer Pokemon in this meta, is going to be completely hard walling it off.
Well, that was a late riser in the meta, especially in some practice tournaments leading up, the Shadow Quagsire, because these trainers are desperately looking for a water type that can beat Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales. That is the recipe, that is the formula here for World. And Quagsire is a Pokemon that can do that. Obviously, it's double super effective against the Energy Ball. You don't want to take that, but the pacing is so strong. Just getting 4 mud shots to that Aqua Tail, it can be really good in that matchup, but it's so devastating against the Mantine, and Mantine is top 5 usage. It's just too hard to use it flexibly in this meta compared to the more flexible ground type that was on Tauntaun's team, that Hippowdon.
Yeah, definitely. And Hippowdon, definitely a spice anti-meta pick that probably will catch a lot of players off guard, and more importantly, a lot of players might not know how that matchup goes, even opts for the non-Shadow, and you can see how much value you got from it. Doesn't shield 2 Twister, still hangs around, has a move bait just in case things get dicey later, but Tauntaun was so far ahead, he even needs the Hippowdon for later.
And how much of an advantage could it be for Tauntaun to be running 2 Pokemon that Eomero and some other trainers might not be as familiar with? Yes, he did win a regional championship with that Shadow Hydreigon, but it's not a popular Pokemon in the meta, and Tauntaun knows it better than anyone. And that Hippowdon, it has gained some steam in the Go Battle League, but in Championship Series, you really don't see it often. And you also see the Shadow Hippowdon, so that normal Hippowdon's pretty rare.
I'll be honest, I don't see most of Pokemon in any format if it's on Tauntaun's team, but I'm curious to hear a word from the Spice Master himself. Fareed, take it away.
Thank you, casters. I'm joined by Tauntaun, the winner of that last match. Your 2nd win now at the World Championships here in San Francisco. How are you feeling?
I'm a bit nervous because I kinda choked my 2nd game on this best of 3, but I still got this best of 3, so I'm really happy about my performance. I hope I will continue until the finals.
I mean, and you're such an exciting player to watch from all the fans and all throughout the season as well. Shadow Hydreigon, but it's not the first time you've used it. You won Prague with it as well. Why did you bring it this weekend?
So, to be honest, lack of inspiration for this weekend, and I wanted to bring a dragon. I didn't find anything else but Hydreigon, and I think it's still good currently. Even if everyone is playing Tinkaton, I think it still has play, as you see during my battles.
So Tinkaton has obviously been such a popular Pokemon coming into this meta. What's it like for you bringing a Pokemon that really, really would struggle against it?
You mean, which Pokemon? Sorry, I didn't...
That Shadow Hydreigon obviously struggles against that Tinkaton. How did you balance that out in your team?
Oh, okay. So I directly put the Shadow Canine because it was like the best answer to Tinkaton. Even Fairies, you can handle Sileo, for example. So I think it was a good pairing as long as you're not facing a Carbink. and I put a Hypodon so to get some ground coverage. I didn't want to use Quack Crossfire this time.
I think Hippowdon's a really great shout. You've opted for the regular Hippowdon over the Shadow. Was there a specific reason for that?
I tried Shadow Hypodon in GBL. It was way too frail to handle things like Corsola, even Tinkaton. You know, you get one hit KO'd by a Gigaton Hammer. And I saw Slicery playing it, and Higami also told me to play it because it was a really good pick.
Amazing, and you obviously bring so many spicy Pokemon. You've gone through so many Pokemon throughout all of your events in the Championship Series. When you're building a team, do you pick a spicy Pokemon and think, I really want to make this work and I'll build around it? Or do you build a safer team and then add some spice at the end?
Currently, my team building is more like I'm picking a Dragon type that I really like. Then if it's a spicy, I already have a spicy pick. If it's not, I will try to find something really spicy that covers really well with him, or another pairing typing. So it's more of a Dragon typing and building around the Dragon type currently.
Amazing, and I know you've traveled here to San Francisco with some of your friends. When you're team building, do you team build together at all, or do you have to go and do your completely own thing because you have such a unique style?
So I'll be honest, for this tournament, it's Hikami who built my team. I didn't build anything. I just told him I wanted to play Shadow Air Dragon, but I didn't find a team I really liked. And he suggested me to play the Hypodon with it, and he built a team. I tried to build another team, but I landed with the same exact team, so I just played it.
Well, it sounds like Hikami needs a great shout-out. Is there anyone else you'd like to shout out this weekend?
I mean, shout out to every franchise who are currently watching the stream. I know it's kind of late. I hope you enjoy this stream. And shout out to my family. They really support me a lot.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they're all really enjoying watching you win. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and congratulations again on that victory. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Tomahawk. We really enjoy him winning as well because it is awesome to see a trainer have his unique take on the meta. He just talked about his team building mechanics. A little later, I actually might talk about it. I had a little unofficial questionnaire that I asked about 30 trainers competing here today about their take on how hard it was to build for this meta, what their take on is how important a wildcard pick is, and how important that is for your team building process in general, because it's on these trainers' mind in a meta right now that's so wide open. You have the top meta that is solidified, but I would say between 6 through 15, it can be anything in this meta, and that's really hard to team build around.
Definitely, and you know, certain players have certain signature Pokemon that they use a lot. I feel like Tauntaun's a great example of someone that doesn't really have a signature Pokemon. He just always goes really off meta and goes something spicy because he switched up his team so often. There's no way to pinpoint what he's going to team build. And the wider the meta is, the more spice he can bring. And I think honestly, it might be the perfect kind of meta for Tauntaun. We'll see how far he goes.
You know, I'm just gonna bring it up now because I know you like the stats. I asked about 30 trainers here that are gonna be competing, and I asked them at a difficulty out of 10, how hard was it to team build for this event compared to all other championship events? And on average, it was a 7.8 out of 10, with 23% of those trainers saying it was 10 out of 10 difficulty to prepare for this event, just because of how wide open the meta is, of course, because of the numbers of the tournament and all of these trainers from other regions. As you see some on the stage right now, it is just really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and we have a crazy matchup coming up here. Fantastic stats, by the way. We got to acknowledge that one. But we got the reigning world champion Beelzeboy on the big stage going against Sona from Thailand, and this is going to be a super exciting one too. And speaking of spice, look at their teams as well. They're both running Jump Bluff and Cancel Ninetales. Jump Bluff and the Cancel Ninetales meta is absolutely wild, but the hard-hitting neutral acrobatics is huge, and recently a buffed Energy Ball helps both the Ninetales and the Jump Bluff in these situations. So I'm very excited to see this one play out. Also, as a quick reminder to everyone tuning in, be sure to tune into the broadcast. You can get Twitch drops throughout the entire weekend during the broadcast live or during any rebroadcast. There might be some issues right now, but we will get that sorted out probably within the next 2 hours. So just hang tight there, but also just tune into the broadcast as well. I mean, the action is so great, right? And we'll get those Twitch drops working back up if there's any difficulties right now.
It is high priority, and it's going to be a high priority you get these Twitch drops because they are very unique and awesome. Of course, if you didn't know, there's also an elite charge team.
Yeah.
There is the literal Pokemon from Beelzeboy that you can get with the stats from his World Championship run as well. So there is so much to gain here just from watching, just from hanging out.
I got even better news for you.
Oh, yeah?
As we're talking about the World Champion and his signature Tinkaton that he won Worlds with last year, not only do you get the exact Tinkaton he used, but you also get a special exclusive background with his Tinkaton.
That is so cool.
And we've never done that before for any Twitch shots in the history of Pokemon Go. But this is a special Worlds, and for those watching, wherever you are in the Worlds, you know, best way to be a part of it and get a little commemorative Pokemon in your storage.
And we've said we're celebrating 10 years of Pokemon Go. So if you're a Pokemon Go trainer that's played in the past and haven't played recently, that's another awesome thing that you can collect right now. The backgrounds look so cool. And if you're able to get a shiny plus the exclusive background, oh, it's just the best. And what's going to be the best is this matchup, of course. Beelzeboy, he is the reigning world champion. He had a pretty good 2026 season as well. He brought his game into the North America circuit, also into the international circuit as well, and he continued up his dominance. He did well. He didn't get a title this season. He hasn't got one since being a world champ, but he has displayed that he is still on top of his game, coming back here to the 2026 World Championships.
Definitely, and he is definitely in contention of one of those players that could potentially repeat as a champion this year. I mean, that would be back-to-back years for him, but his Worlds performances are absolutely insane. Back in 2024, he got 4th place in his first ever International Worlds tournaments. First time ever playing against any players on the official circuit outside of his home region, India. And last year, he gets 1st place. Like, that's absolutely insane to average a top 4 at the world stage against the best players in the world. But that is why he is one of the best players in the world still to this day. Here we go, game number 1, Sona versus Beelzeboy. Sona, definitely the underdog in this one, but he still has what it takes to potentially go for the upset. And it's going to be the jump up into Malamar. Fantastic start for Sona.
Some Pokemon that you often see together and a team in Go Battle League, say swap into that Ninetales there, and it's going to be met by the Diggersby. But this isn't actually terrible for the Ninetales because of this Energy Ball and the pacing with that Ember. You're able to fight back against a lot of your counters, which your main counters as a fire type is ground and water. Guess what they're weak to, Caleb? They're weak to grass, and you get to those grass attacks really quickly.
And Beelzeboy going to protect up the Shadow Cancel Ninetales to start things off, as that Scorching Sand would nearly KO. You can see Sona maybe a little surprised by this, but now you get in a weird position where you have the shield potential Weather Ball, and you can see Beelzeboy throws the Weather Ball right before Scorching Sand's reach, and this allows him to throw another one on Charge Strike priority if Sona decides to shield. Shield's going to be thrown, but here comes another Weather Ball coming right now. Oh no, he doesn't go for it.
And there is the Charge Strike. It is going to be shielded up from Beelzeboy. Beelzeboy is used to having this team composition advantage, just like he had in that Grand Finals versus Patamon with his Galarian Moltres. He has the same thing with this Shadow Kanto Ninetales. The Say Swap, or just in general, up energy. Shadow Kanto Ninetales is unchecked against Sona's team. So he's just going to invest into this entire series as he's able to use both his shields there to take down the first Pokemon. But this Ninetales is still healthy and has energy.
Yeah, and I love this play from Beelzeboy, because if you look at the team, just like you said, it is completely unchecked, and Beelzeboy is now going to reach another Weather Ball, and he has another Weather Ball in the bank. And this is not really a great matchup. A lot of the water types these days are losing the Cancel Ninetales because of this incredible coverage. Oh, and he makes the catch on the Drill Peck instead, getting maximum value here in this Cancel Ninetales matchup in this first game.
And remember, he did bank an attack too. I believe he has the Energy Ball or that Weather Ball as well. Here comes the Jumpluff, but now this Jumpluff is going to be taking that super effective wing attack damage, but only has to deal with that neutral Twister while throwing out neutral damage well. Actually going for the Energy Ball here to try to chunk this Mantine. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Mantine. You're going to need double Energy Ball. I like going for the double Energy Ball instead of the Acrobatics because I think you needed 2 charge attacks no matter what.
Yeah, great place from Sona for sure. And actually, you know, even though Beelzeboy made that catch earlier, he did throw Drill Peck, the less effective move, into Ninetales, expecting Beelzeboy to go for a catch like that.
Right,
and that's exactly what he did. However, Sona is still in a tough position because the Cancel Ninetales is loaded with energy, and you don't have time to swap out. And you can see Beelzeboy, so understanding of the timer here, brings in the Cancel Ninetales, doesn't even wait the timer to give Sona the chance to swap back over to the Empoleon. And more importantly, Empoleon is out of energy, and there's a still full health Malamar in the back.
and instead of going for that full sweep with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, instead he's going to the Malamar. He's going to throw it after the Hydro Cannon does go through here. He can either try to go for the superpower that's super effective or try to go for a foul play and use his Weather Ball in the back, but no, it was charge attack priority into that superpower, which is super effective, into that steel type from the Empoleon, but it is going to be enough to knock out that Empoleon, and Beelzebub takes game number 1.
Wow, what a game from Beelzebub. Lost the lead, but still won the game in dominant fashion. That's a world champ difference right there.
I think he wants to lose lead. I think he
Yeah.
wants to just come in with Shadow Kanto Ninetales and get an energy advantage. We saw this on the main stage in Anaheim where he had that Galarian Moltres that was so good against an opposing team, and we know Beelzebub's tendencies. When he finds a Pokemon that is dominant in a matchup, he rides that wave, and I believe he's going to be investing into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales once again in game number 2.
Absolutely. I mean, what a great call from him, right? If you look at the entire team of Sona, there's just no real answer to the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. The best you could potentially do is chip and come in with your own, or try to 2-shield through with the counter Shadow Nihilate. That might be the answer he needs because he just didn't have an answer to it. And I'm very curious, right? Because Sona's definitely been practicing for this tournament and prepping for it. Shadow Kanto Ninetales and Kanto Ninetales in general is just huge, a huge threat across the board, especially after that Energy Ball buff. So there's got to be a way that he knows how to play around that matchup. But in the hands of a world champion like Beelzebub, it is tough.
It might be the best Pokemon in the meta. I think you would have a plan for it going into the World Championships. But what also sticks out to me for Beelzebub, he basically has the Go Battle League team that is pretty famous of Jumpluff, Empoleon, and Malamar, combined with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Licky, and Mantine, which are 3 of the top 5 usage Pokemon. So basically, he brought the top 3 Pokemon here in the meta, and then he brought a really famous Go Battle League team, and this Jumpluff, I believe, is to start countering that wave of Waterfall users. A last-minute adjustment that we saw as some trainers like Patamon bringing that Melodic. We even saw DHC United with that Dondozo. Those trainers that are trying to get that last-second water type that will dominate the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, guess what? Jumpluff will be the answer to all of those picks.
That's right. And here we go. Game number 2. Sona has some work to do here. Still is not out of it yet. Has to win this game to force a game number 3. Here we go. It's going to be the Empoleon versus Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And again, Sona doesn't have a great answer to this, does have the Shadow Nihilate in the back this time around, but you just get so hard outpaced by the Kanto Ninetales.
It's just so awkward because you're doing neutral as that fire type, and because it's water steel and using a steel fast attack in that metal sound, it is resisted by that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And of course, Beelzebub does invest into a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the super effective Hydro Cannon, which would absolutely chunk, does get protection, going for the Energy Ball. Now, does he just double shield and farm down instead? No, he's trying to get a shield back, and he does get that shield back from Empoleon, but I fully expect Beelzebub to either swap out here or double shield and farm down.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to stay in here too long, but in comes Sona with the Waterfall. So, Energy Ball does more damage than Weather Ball. It's less efficient, but it does put your Empoleon in farm down range for Ember. And Sona, I think, knows this. Swap straight over to the Annihilate, but here comes the Mantine, and it's such a dominant matchup for the Flying Water type.
This is devastating for that Shadow Annihilate. If you see a Pokemon like Mantine, or if you see a Pokemon like Corsola, you really hate to see it as a Shadow Annihilate. And this is even worse, because at least you can throw the super effective damage into the Corsola. Now you're just sitting there taking Twisters. The Twister is probably going to be just about enough, so he has to use the Protect Shield, but Beelzebub is almost at double Twister here.
Yeah, I believe Beelzebub is 1 away from the next one. Let's see if Sona's able to get to it. Gets there on Charge Attack Priority, does maintain switch advantage for Sona, which is pretty big, and this is a double ramped up Annihilate. So
he undercharges. He undercharges. He throws the Great, but it's still enough to knock out there. The Ninetales doesn't have a charge attack, but it will outpace the Annihilate. And here comes the Malamar, going to try to go for the full side wave down, swap out into the jump up, counter swap into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. The Shadow Kanto Ninetales has the energy advantage, but you can take a Weather Ball, and you should be able to get to Acrobatics before the double Weather Ball, but it's going to be close. I don't know if you'll get outpaced or not.
Yeah, Jump Up is one of the bulkiest grass types here. You are able to get to the... Oh, no! Gets priority! Absolutely brutal for Sona, and you can see he feels it as well as Beelzebub's going to land this. Even if he somehow hang on, there's going to be no health remaining on the final 3 Pokemon of Sona, but it is enough to KO, and here comes the menace that is Shadow Kanto Ninetales yet again. Sona reaches for the Rage Fist, does get it off in time, but there's no health remaining, and I think the Malamar could just fast stack everything down the end.
And just like game number 1 ended with a superpower into that Empoleon. That's probably what's going to happen once again, as this Malamar is nearly full health here, is going to be able to outpace the superpower and throw a foul play actually just for fun. Invisiboy with the clean 2-0 on the back of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales advances to winners round number 4.
And Beelzeboy trying to become the first time ever back-to-back two-time world champion for Pokemon Go. It is really, really hard to do that because there's only one winner and we have over 300 players, the best in the world. But he's making quick work of his opponents, and he made that look easy.
He did make it look easy. I mean, with that team composition advantage, and you know his strengths in competing, he is really good at taking advantage of the team composition. So you gave him that Shadow Kanto Ninetales with an opportunity to go anywhere. He double shielded it both matches. He actually probably could have even swept with it both matches, but instead swept with the Malamar in the end. And now he is advancing and has a really good opportunity now to make it to day number 2.
Definitely, and he's been absolutely on top of his game. Even though, you know, like you said, he didn't win a title throughout this regular season, he's gone to some really stacked tournaments, 2 internationals, and making top, I believe, 10 in both of them as well is absolutely huge. I think he got a 4th place at LA as well at that regional. And you can see here in this matchup, Zona didn't play poorly, but Beelzeboy played it perfectly. I didn't see a single misplay in any of those 2 games at any point in that matchup. And that is not an easy thing to pull off. But Beelzeboy was just so on point with every shield, every move thrown, every catch attempt, and just avoided his opponent from getting any type of advantage. And when you're playing like that, it's so hard to beat, right? No matter who you are in the world.
He's so locked in, and it's the combination of the skill and the ability to rise up in the moment. I think that's one of Beelzeboy's best strengths, and you've even seen him get down in competitions before. I believe we were watching an international competition earlier on in the season. He would lose the first game, it seemed like every single matchup, but then he would always sweep, reverse sweep to keep advancing. This is a trainer that loves the moment. He is a humble trainer at heart, but he is so talented, and he's putting on a show so far at Worlds.
Definitely. Well, let's hear a word from the world champion. Fareed, take it away.
Thank you, Caleb and Butters. And Caleb and Butters were the commentators. Last year, when you won your World Championships, they're casting your first match here on stage in San Francisco. 1 win under your belt in front of everyone. How are you feeling?
It's awesome. Yeah, I love hearing Caleb and Butters. Like, you know, whenever they cast, like I look back on the stream and hear all their casting. So I'm excited, yeah.
No, it's really good to see that you're getting that momentum under your belt already. That was a big win there. So far, your team's looking pretty strong. How are you feeling for it for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I like the team. I made an adjustment at yesterday evening, but overall, I like the team. I think it's good.
It looks pretty good, and you are the world champion. That means last year you qualified directly to San Francisco this year, but you didn't take a break in between. You've actually played quite a few events, regionals and international championships. Talk us through your year.
Yeah, I started off in Vegas, and then I performed so poorly. I was running Melmetal. I really wanted to make Melmetal work, but it did not. But then I went to EUIC, which was so fun, and then I went to an LA regional and NAIC, and now we are back in California.
We are, but you came top 8 in those 3 last events, so you've got some good momentum under your belt there. How are you feeling for the World Championships? Do you think you can really push and take it all the way once more?
Hey, so I think of all the players in the tournament, I have the least pressure because nobody expects the reigning world champion to do well the second time, right? So, I mean, I'm just excited to be here, hang out with you all, and yeah, play the games. Yeah.
And you've been enjoying San Francisco, haven't you? You've been here for a little while. What have you been enjoying most about the city?
I don't know. The wind is really nice. I like the weather a lot. Yeah, yeah, I've been having pizza every day, which is nice. Which has been nice.
How does the food compare to back home?
Maybe I'm a little biased, but I like food back home. But the food here is great as well. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty fair analysis. Now, is there anyone you'd like to shout out for your preparation for this weekend or anything else?
Shout out to all my friends who are here, Mihir, DJ, Brandon, Panic, Gekai. There's so many shoutouts. Shoutouts back home to HVK, the Delhi Diamantans, and yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you to all those players for that.
My team. Thank you to my team because it's so, yeah, it's been.
Of course, your team is a huge part for so many of these players. Beelzebub, you are the world champion. Can you hold on to it? We cannot wait to see. We'll send it back to your favorite casters. Caleb and Butters, take us away.
All right, thank you, Farid, and thank you, Beelzebub, for the wonderful, kind words. One of my favorite world champions as well, in that top 5, I would say, for world champions. You know, funny enough, I actually saw Beelzebub a few days ago, maybe 2 days ago, and we're getting some food, and he was going to bring a fairy type. All right, he didn't have a fairy type on his team. He made me guess whole list of Pokemon, right? I was like, Clefable, Wigglytuff, something off meta, Glaring Weezing, none of those. Not Tinkaton, not Florges. It was Carbink. But he didn't end up bringing it, so I feel like, you know, he retained some of the love for the World Champions. Because I think if he brought the Carbink, some people might, you know, not be a big fan of him as much.
Well, we didn't get to find out, but he said he made a last-minute adjustment last night. I think it's the Jumpluff. I really do. We're going to ask him later, but I think he saw too many trainers bringing those Waterfall, Water types, or maybe some Quagsires or some Stunfisk, and he made that last-second adjustment to the Jumpluff. But we'll try to get back to you on that if that was that last-second adjustment. And he said he loves the wind here. It feels like he's got wind behind him. He has momentum, and I believe already now he might be having the best performance of a world champion going into the next season, because classically in Pokemon Go, whoever wins the world championships does not do as well in the next world championships, but Beelzebub is on path to changing that right now.
Definitely, yeah, and you know, it's a tough one, right? It's not even a knock on any past world champion. It's just you're playing against the best of best, in double elimination style, anything could happen. But he has quite the sell record in not only Worlds, but I would say in all of California. He got first in Anaheim last year, fourth in LA, back in California again, San Francisco, looking for another top finish. And you know, any type of finish, any top finish at Worlds is still something to be impressed about. So we're very excited to keep on following his journey throughout Worlds.
Well, it's so hard, right? Because there's so much parity in terms of the meta and in terms of the top trainers, right? I mean, we're gonna be in Chase Center on Sunday, so I have the justification to talk a little bit of NBA, but there hasn't been a repeat champion since the home of the Chase Center, the Golden State Warriors in the NBA, because there's just so much parity. It's so hard to just climb that mountaintop 2 seasons in a row, and it's the same for these World Championships in Pokemon as well. So if Beelzebub is going to be able to do that, he'll be just like the home champs at Chase Center, the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, I would say in a way it's even harder to become a repeat champion in Pokemon Go, because you're not playing, you know, a couple dozen teams. You're playing against hundreds of players, and there's going to be only one that rises to the top. Speaking of rising to the top, he did win it last year, and that's why we have amazing Twitch drops for you all this year at World Championships. You mentioned it earlier, but if you watch at least 30 minutes, you get the Lickitung, Totodile, and Paldean Whooper to create a championship-ready team, which we see a lot in these Pokemon. Licky being so relevant, the evolution of Lickitung, as well as Feraligatr being really relevant. Maybe not as much in this meta, but it has been really strong for the past couple years. Paldean Whooper into that Closer. We have a Closer coming up, actually, and Closer, one of the bulkiest Pokemon greatly. But if you watch for 60 minutes, Butters, you get Beelzebub's Tinkaton, and like I said, with the special background, his exact Tinkaton he brought to World Championships last year, and an Elite Charge TM in case you want to throw on Gigaton Hammer onto that Tinkaton.
And make sure you have Twitch drops enabled and watch for that 60 minutes like you said. And if it's a rebroadcast, you can still get these Twitch drops as well. And everyone can get this t-shirt right now, the 2026 World Championships. All you gotta do is put in that passcode.
Yeah, take a screenshot, send it to your friends, send it to your family, log into the game to claim it as well. And you see that World's Pikachu, very cool to see. It's in the game for Pokemon Go right now, also as well as the Pokemon XP Pikachu. So only way to get it though is logging in right now and playing the game. Even if you've been away from the game for a while, it's no better time to get back into it. But we got a bunch of Twitch drops as well for all our other games. You got Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Live TCG, Pokemon Champions, and Pokemon Pocket. So there's so many cool things. And you know, the text is a little bit too small for me to read right now. But again, zoom in, take a look. tune into all the broadcasts to get a chance to do this. And you can get this from tuning in live as well as the rebroadcast. So even if you're not watching it live, you might be in a different time zone, the rebroadcast will be happening throughout the weekend as well.
I'm so stoked about this. We have a unique exclusive Twitch chat badge that you can get. It's the 2026 World's Costume Pikachu right next to your name when you chat in the stream. So we would love to see you chatting in the stream with that badge. Make sure to take advantage of that. That's one of the coolest flexes that you can have in a Twitch chat, is an awesome badge.
You know, I might be a little biased. I mean, everyone's biased, right? But I think this Pikachu is probably one of my favorites of all time because, you know, we had some really good ones all the way throughout the years, but it's got the champion cape, the crown, the 30th anniversary, no better way to commemorate it. And honestly, I'm really jealous of whoever wins Worlds this year because I'm sure the outfits, the avatar, everything exclusive is going to be top-notch.
Well, the thing is, we also have the Pokemon XP costume Pikachu as well, and we have a new stamp system. If you're here in the city of San Francisco, you can take advantage of that, get those encounters, get those special backgrounds as well. So there's so much happening in terms of Pokemon in San Francisco right now, and we have the top trainers in Pokemon Go. As I said before, over 300 of them, and we are trying to whittle that down into a top cut for day number 2. So which trainers will endure?
Yeah, and you know, we're on the winner side, so we see a lot of the winners matchups. Something that I think is really fascinating is, especially in the double elimination formats, 25% of the players at this tournament will not win a series. And 50% of the players will not win a series or go 1-2, have a negative record. And that's really, really tough, but it speaks to the volume of how tough the competition is. These are some of the best players in the world, winning multiple titles, having gone maybe even undefeated in tournaments, but against the best of best, it is tough. And you can definitely follow along the bracket on Challenge as well if anyone wants to see any of the action. We can't cover every match, unfortunately. We would love to, but we might be here all month if that's the case. However, we got a great matchup coming up. We have Kanto No versus Colin 6 Japan versus EU. Colin 6, one of our most decorated players, and they call him the final boss in EU because coincidentally, he typically is in the final stage of battles.
Well, he definitely has that reputation. Recently, he hasn't always been there to be that final boss, but in this moment, as we've mentioned before, we're celebrating the history of Pokemon Go, of Pokemon, these Pokemon trainers that have these legacies. What better way to be a final boss than in 2026 Pokémon World Championships and make it the championship Sunday? And like you said, we're on that winner's side of the bracket. I believe I can see this is gonna be already the winner's round number 4 for these trainers. So these trainers are really close to day number 2 and getting the top cut. And that is a huge achievement. You just pointed out the realistic statistics that you have to deal with being at a World Championships, but if you can be that coveted few to get to day number 2, you're just one step closer to that ultimate glory, not only becoming the world champion, but of course, all the prizes that you have from becoming top 9 through top 12. There are so many prizes on the line for these trainers.
Definitely. And Colin 6, you can see as he's getting ready for this battle too, has still had a fantastic season, right? Maybe didn't win a title, got second place at EUIC, I believe the biggest international this year, only losing Pokémon, which, I mean, you know, who's not losing it these days? And then he got, I believe, a second place and a third place this season as well, losing to Inadequates. Also, the actually most winning trainer of the entire season. Has won more series and matches than I believe any trainer in the entire year. He just hasn't played as much because he's busy casting as well.
Yes, I misworded that because I said he hadn't been the final boss because he hadn't won the championship, but that is a misworded statement because he has been that final boss. He has been the trainer to be there, but he wants to be that final boss that does succeed against the competition as well. Like you mentioned, he has had an awesome season. He has had such an awesome Pokemon Go journey, and he's running a unique team right here. I believe he has the Clodsire and he has the Hisuian Electrode, a Pokemon that we both had on our caster predictions, a Pokemon that actually broke its way in the top usage. I believe it was like number 9 in top, number 8 actually in top usage for that electric grass type, and it's going to be facing an absolutely wild team on the other side with a Shadow Politoed, a Shadow Gliscor, a Pangoro, a Charjabug, Tinkaton, and Licky Licky.
The spice on this matchup is absolutely insane. I don't know what it will reach on the Scoville scale, but you got, I mean, when's the last time we've seen a Shadow Politoed or Shadow Gliscor? Even Pangoro's been kind of extinct for a while, but Encanto No is just bringing it, even Charger Bug, right? The electric that a lot of people are not bringing these days, but decides to bring in this one. And then Colin 6, I mean, it's weird because Azumarill has been so meta for a while, but Azumarill has not really been meta this year, particularly this season of Go Battle League since the updates, but he is bringing it here as well as the bulky Cloudstart and even has the Firo.
Well, that's why it's so hard to prepare right now in this meta, because it is so wide open. There's so many viable picks that you can use. And in that informal questionnaire, I asked trainers, how important is a wildcard Pokemon? 77% of the trainers said it's very useful, 7% said it's a must-have, so 84% are saying you need that wildcard pick. But then I also asked them, how concerned are you against all the opposing wildcards? And the funny thing is, the most common answer for that was you actually can't protect your team against everything, so it's not the biggest part of your team building process because they know there are going to be so many of these picks. Right now, you're facing multiple of them if you are Colin as we get into this game number 1 with the Azumarill versus the Licky.
All right, this is a pretty bulky matchup. Let's see which one outlasts. But you got the Shadow Gliscor in the back, and you're going to avoid the Zero matchup, which is going to be pretty good for Encanto No.
And you have the Shadow Gliscor, the Shadow Politoed. There is the Quagsire and that Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back here. Gonna go ahead and go for the Shadow Ball. And this is actually where you kind of want to be for the Azumarill matchup. You don't love this matchup against the Licky, but it's super neutral. And Azumarill is probably the best Pokemon ever in Pokemon Go.
And look at the team from Encanto No. He's like, I don't want to deal with Kanto Ninetales. He brought 3 hard answers to that Kanto Ninetales. Kanto Ninetales technically has played into all 3, but it is not a comfortable position for Colin to be in. And if Encanto No has a shield advantage, that's Ninetales not going to have a lot of place to go. Here comes the swap for the Quagsire, but here comes Encanto No with the Politoed, and this is a Stone Edge Quagsire, so you're going to have to at least go build up to it to maybe bait or go for the harder hitting, more energy Stone Edge, but if Encanto No shields it, it's going to be kind of trouble for the Quagsire.
And actually, instead of throwing that charge attack from the Azumarill to try to clean up that first matchup, swapped out, banked it to try to bait something out in the back, and it is going to be a Politoed versus this Stone Edge that does get Protect Shielded up, and now there is one Protect Shield down here, and it's actually going to be going for the Blizzard, knowing that one Weather Ball wouldn't be enough. He tries to sneak in a Blizzard through 2 Protect Shields. Oh no, it's actually the Ice Beam, sorry.
Yeah, it's Ice Beam, but it's just not enough. You know, if it was a Blizzard, it would have KO'd, but instead it's going to be the Ice Beam, and now Colin has a slight advantage because he lands not only the Stone Edge, but also has a shield advantage, plus Azumarill still has a lot of energy, but in comes Encanto No's Licky, and I believe there's a charge attack priority, so Colin 6 has the decision to make. Does he spend his first shield?
Yeah, he has that Ice Beam or that Play Rough, and he actually lets it go because it's a Body Slam, and the Body Slam is not enough to knock out the Azumarill here, and now this Licky is going to be knocked out. Is he going to go for the full charge? Yes, he goes for the full excellent, trying to knock out this Licky. Is he able to do it? No, but one bubble should be able to do it. Now, can he get to a charge attack against this Politoed or the Gliscor? That would be devastating here. I don't know if he can take the fast attack damage, but he does have a Protect Shield advantage for that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. He instant swapped, trying to get those Embers, trying to get as much energy as possible while having to deal with these super effective Sand Tombs.
And the Sand Tomb is guaranteed debuff against the Ninetales. More importantly, it's also super effective. But Colin 6 had the plan to put everything on the Ninetales ready because the Licky actually reached the Shadow Ball, but he still decided to let it potentially go, knowing that he needs to save shields for the Ninetales, knowing there's a Politoed in the back, but now he sees the Shadow Gliscor as well. Can you do anything here? He goes for the catch attempt, but gets the Weather Ball off first, and this is disastrous for Colin because there's still a shield on the side of Encanto No, and you can't Ember down this Politoed.
And you have to throw a charge attack, but can you get to the Azumarill here? There is one Protect Shield remaining. Do you try to swap on this Sand Tomb? Is the Sand Tomb already banked here? And can he swap into the Azumarill to observe it? No, it's not banked. Does he swap here? He swapped a little too early. He tries to get to the Ice Beam, but he's unable to.
Unfortunate for Colin 6, and Encanto No actually didn't even have the Sand Tomb ready, but this is the tough part, right? As you don't see Shadow Gliscor very often, might be a matchup he's not as familiar with. Going to land it, getting the super effective damage through, and Encanto No takes the first game against Colin 6.
Encanto No with the Spice is able to hang on there versus the Juggernaut that is Colin, having that Ice Beam tech on that Politoed as well. I really like that. Of course, it's going to be good against the Mantine. At least you have a neutral attack against it, but also just bringing out the Shadow Gliscor to this stage at this level and able to knock out with that Sand Tomb. And Colin did the right thing, also trying to just swap out on that Azumarill and clear that debuff, but at that point, at that range, he was super effective, was enough to knock out the Ninetales.
Yeah, and what a matchup there, too. I mean, NCONTINENTAL played that almost as well as possible. The Ice Beam was the right play, going for that move to take out the Quagsire, but unfortunately, it did not allow him to do so, put him in a slightly disadvantage, but gets the body slam off, doesn't actually go over the Shadow Ball to KO, but it allows NCONTINENTAL to at least have a turn advantage to come in and swap in. And I think the mistake that Colin 6 made here, besides not being able to get the catch there, is that he could have farmed extra against the Politoed.
Right.
But maybe got a little nervous, wasn't sure of the engine counts. And again, it's Shadow Politoed. How often do you see Shadow Politoed and Shadow Gliscor, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even blame him for not knowing all those counts. There's so much to keep track of because, again, for our viewers at home, we can see everything on both sides. These players can only see their side of the screen, so they're only working with half the information we are.
Well, for either way, he would have to get that swap out because there was a Protect Shield remaining. Even if you got the double Weather Ball, you would get that Protect Shield and you would have to throw the second Weather Ball or swap anyway. But we're getting into game number 2 from NCONTINENTAL versus Colin. And there it is. It's Flying type versus Flying type. You have the Shadow Gliscor, but I feel like you don't love this matchup against the Shadow Gliscor because it takes way longer to get to your Flying type charge attacks, which is Acrobatics.
Oh, and he just full sensor Acrobatics, not even going for the bait, but Colin 6 snuffs it out, shields a hard-hitting stab Acrobatics. And now NCONTINENTAL in a much difficult position because Spearow has over 2 drill back loaded, does make a catch onto Licky, but Colin 6 not feeling bad about this one.
I love that catch because at that point I'm like, you just have to let the Gliscor go. Yes, you got the Protect Shield, but this Spearow is just loaded with energy, and it's actually going to get the triple charge attack before a Body Slam is available. No, actually banks all that energy, so was able to throw that charge attack, get enough wing attacks to re-bank all that energy that I had before, and then you bring out your Sponge Pokemon, which is that Clodsire, to just soak up all of that Licky energy, which it does best.
Absolutely huge for Colin 6 because not only does he has over 2 drill packs loaded, but on top of that, he has a bulkier matchup into the Licky. Licky is very bulky, but Clodsire is just laughing at the health and the damage from the Licky, and in comes Colin 6 with the Stone Edge. The problem is you can't fast act this down, right? There's so much health remaining on the Clodsire, and on top of it, Colin still has 2 moves loaded. So NCONTINENTAL has a decision to make. He's going to charge up, throws on charge up, like, oh, I love it. He just full sends Acrobatics, knowing that getting the harder hitting move is the play. Sand Tomb would not be enough to take out the Clodsire.
Just knowing his dimensions and knowing exactly how much his charge attacks do, he was able to register that the Sand attack wouldn't be enough, so he goes for that knockout, but you have to deal with all that energy on the Fearow. Fearow's just coming in, getting a little extra energy first. You have to, he actually holds on, but does he double shield?
I think so.
He's going to double shield.
I think that's the play, right? Because he knows he has no fast attack pressure from the resistant Mud Shot from the Politoed, and Colin 6 might be scratching his head a little bit like, is this worth it? What he's having in the back? But NCONTINENTAL, I love this play from him because it looks so bad for him in the back end. But as long as he gets this wing attack down, it's huge. And now goes for the Acrobatics.
He thinks he's going for Sand Tomb. He thinks he's going for the debuff, and he is sending it instead. He's going to go for the Acrobatics, and it lands in the Quagsire, doing a huge chunk of damage.
Absolutely massive, but Colin 6 still has a shield remaining and could potentially get a Stone Edge. Maybe Aqua doesn't enough. Let's see how much damage it does because you didn't get any Mud-Shot damage against the Politoed except for 2. No, has to go for the double Stone Edge. Does he have time? NCONTINENTAL building up to the double Weather Ball, and now, oh wait, he just goes to the Aqua Tail, but I don't think it's going KO.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can even maybe win with Wing Attack on your Shadow Gliscor because you're double resisting these Mud Shots. Plus, you have all this energy banked. There is a protection remaining. Colin wants to get some energy. He is trying to hope to get to a Drill Peck on his Fearow, but is the timer back up? No, the timer's not back up. Can he go for a farm down? He needs the farm down. He desperately needs enough energy to get to the Drill Peck to tie up this series. Can he get there?
NCONTINENTAL trying to solve the switch timer so he can swap over. Swap is available. Can you get to the Drill Peck in time? One more wing attack will do it! And NCONTINENTAL takes a 2-0 victory in this Spice matchup against Colin 6.
Spectacular plays from NCONTINENTAL coming out of nowhere and dominating this matchup versus Colin with the Spice Fix. He played amazingly.
Wow, what a series, and NCONTINENTAL, maybe a lesser known player in the circuit, right? Because a lot of the players from Japan, from other regions in Asia, they don't have a lot of their tournaments broadcasted, right? So I believe Encanto did qualify through PJCS this year.
Yes.
But, you know, my personal prediction this year for World Championships is that I think last 2 years, APAC players have won Worlds. And I think it might happen for a third year straight because they increased the amount of players that can come from those regions. And I think very well deserved, right? Because our last 2 champions were from those regions, and now they get a chance to show off the spotlight and be, you know, a part of this tournament that maybe in the past wouldn't have been able to based on how many players can qualify. And Encanto, he brought the spice to that series.
And of course, out of all of the regions in APAC, Japan has the largest player base here competing at the World Championships, and a player base that has been practicing together, have their own unique strategy, own unique style, something that these trainers here that we've seen all season long in our championship series are not as well aware of. And you saw it exactly there. The mind games that he was playing in that matchup with those Spice Pokemons, it's just brilliant, Caleb.
Yeah, Shadow Gliscor, and the thing is, he didn't bait. He went full acrobatics both times. He just went for all the hard-hitting moves and said, you know what, as long as I play this well, I know the win cons. And, you know, you can see here, right, Colin 6, great job banking on this entry, but he puts himself in wing attack range. He obviously doesn't know it's power going back, right? So maybe he doesn't think he needs to health as much, but it came in absolutely huge. This farm down, and of course the acrobatics to take out almost the entire health bar of the Quagsire later to put Colin 6 in a very difficult position.
And this is the point of the moment that happens so often in these World Championships that I get the goosebumps, I get a bit of chills because I see something that I haven't seen before. I haven't seen this type of strategy. It seems like Encanto has cracked the code a little bit, and I can't wait to see where that takes him because this was the winner's semis in Group E. So I don't know if that definitely secured day number 2, but he has an amazing chance to be here on Saturday, day number 2.
Yeah, I believe he has to win the winner's finals or win the loser's finals. So he has 2 more chances to make it into day number 2. And his odds are looking pretty good. He only ran 3 Pokemon. We didn't even see the Pangoro, the Tinkaton, or the Charger Bug, but wow, what a well-built team, a spicy team at that. And that's the thing, right? No matter what our top 12 usage is, if you know how to build a team well, especially in an open meta, and make it synergize, it can take you really, really far.
Oh, Encanto trying to win infinite glory here at the World Championships. Let's hear from him. Take it away, Tomahawk.
I'm joined by Contono, one of the players that's traveled here to San Francisco all the way from Japan. And you have just beaten not just one of the best players in Europe, but one of the best players in the world in Colin 6. How are you feeling?
お相手のコリン選手めちゃくちゃ強かったんですけど、よく知ってるプレイヤーでもあり、でも練習もよくさせてもらってたので、なんとか勝つことができました。
Yeah, my opponent Colin, we've been playing a lot. We've been able to practice a lot, so I was able to come up with a lot of countermeasures this time around.
And I can see that you are celebrating one of your favorite Pokemon, that Politoed. Talk us through why you went with that Pokemon.
私の一番好きなお気に入りのポケモンだからです。My best favorite Pokemon is Politoed. Yeah.
Yes, my favorite Pokemon is Politoed, and that is why I was using Politoed.
Now, you're in San Francisco at your World Championships. Have you played in a World Championships before?
今回サンフランシスコのワールドチャンピオンズなんですけれども、他のワールドの、出場などをしたことはございますでしょうか？
ワールドはないんですけど、この間の2月にあった EUIC、それこそコリン選手が2位になった大会は出てました。はい。
Yeah, so not other worlds, but Contono-san has entered many various other tournaments, and especially the UIC, where his opponent came second that time. So he's able to experience other tournaments as well.
Well, you've done really, really well so far, and you should be very proud. You've still got yourself on the winner's side of the bracket, so best of luck. Congratulations again. Otherwise, we're going to go to a quick video. Stay tuned.
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokemon that exists in the shadows. Feared for its presence, yet coveted by trainers worldwide. Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokemon GO. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
And Giratina does it! Inadequate pulls up an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokemon has claimed its place on championship-winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokemon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokemon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokemon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokemon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres was a key member of World Champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge stacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokemon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost-type Pokemon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokemon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground type Pokemon. With Moonblast, it handles dragon and dark type Pokemon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokemon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility, and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most.
Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokemon GO Battle League, mastering these Pokemon can give trainers a decisive edge.
Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokemon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers!
Pokemon GO is my first Pokemon game I played. Ooh, my favorite Pokemon is Registeel because it was the Pokemon I won my first ever Play Pokemon Regional with. It was Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. That is the furthest I've ever traveled. Absolutely worth it. Once in a lifetime trip. I would definitely say I look up to Itzaxon, the world champion from Yokohama. He's definitely really helped me with a lot of the teams I build and a lot of the play styles I've really gotten comfortable with. So everywhere I like to go, my favorite food is nachos. I always have to criticize the nachos that different places have that I travel to. So I would definitely say nachos are the best thing ever. Ugh, I want to say fruit because that's what you should be having for a snack, but I always love my bag of chips. My favorite city to compete in, it actually has to be London. I just love the city in general. It's always a breeze to travel around London. Favorite type of music's definitely EDM. I always a lot of jamming music when it comes to that genre. That's what I always do to like hype myself up before tournaments.
Water, fire, or grass?
Water. Water is essential to life.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships. The action so far this weekend has been absolutely incredible, and it's only heating up as the day goes on. My name is Homesize Henry, joined here on the desk by the one and only Lou the Pikachu to take you through day number 1 as these trainers continue to fight for their place in Top Cut.
Honestly, the matches so far have been incredible. We have the best of the best from all around the globe competing to get that coveted #1 spot to call themselves the Pokemon World Champion. This is the 5th World Championship for competitive Pokemon GO, and so one of these trainers within a few days is going to be able to add their name to that incredible roster.
And so far, it seems like kind of an early theme, a recipe to success, one could say, has been kind of thinking outside the box. Because going into the tournament, what Pokemon were we expecting? The Kanto Ninetales, the Licky Licky, the Tinkaton, and they definitely made their presence felt, but it really feels like trainers thinking outside the box, trying to find interesting ways to core break those options, whether it's the Dondozo, we saw Milotic, we just saw a Shadow Gliscor piloted to perfection. So trainers kind of thinking outside the box, trying to maybe not necessarily just run in the top 6 in usage, and that risk has really paid off.
Well, I think we're in an interesting position because the forever forward meta only really unleashed towards the end of the regional season. We had the Turin Special Championships where a lot of trainers on the European side were able to kind of dip their toe in the water and see how this meta was feeling. But now, fast forward through the summer, we're at the Pokemon World Championships, and this is the tournament unlike any other. So our trainers, do they want to bring something tried and tested, something reliable, or something that little bit more spicy? It's Worlds at the end of the day, so you've got to be confident.
And speaking of confidence, we have 2 trainers ready down on the stage, and they're 2 trainers who have had pretty incredible seasons. On the left, Spartan L, who has had runner-up placements in Merida and Monterey this season, and Firestar, who has arguably been one of the most consistent trainers in North America. He's competed again and again, and he is always finding his way into these top cuts, making deep tournament runs.
That's the thing, a lot of consistency across the board from both of these trainers, and the Pokemon as well have certainly got their fair share of competitive experience. Pokemon like the Empoleon we have seen in many metas past, but the Pokemon I want to talk about first of all is that Thievul on Firestar's side. That's one that's recently had that community day and unlocked the Icy Wind that's really put it forward into this metagame.
What Thievul can put, like, at least in terms of pressure onto an opponent's team, is it's a really difficult Pokemon to try and lead weak to, because if you end up like losing lead to a Thievul and you switch something in, Thievul has the ability with that new legacy move of Icy Wind, slow down your roll, debuff your attack, and then pivot into a matchup. And so Thievul can honestly put a lot of pressure onto teams, especially considering that the dark type of choice for Spartan is Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is running kind of a different moveset to what we've seen in the past in the Championship Series. In days of old, we had Aerial Ace, we had Air Slash and Foul Play, but now it's Snarl, Foul Play, and Shadow Ball. And that Mandibuzz moveset gives it very strong neutral matchups, but a worry could be it does not have any coverage into that deadly Thievul.
I think Thievul has to watch out though, because on the opposing side you do have that Florges, and the Fairy type running that Fairy Wind is going to be able to deal decently with that opposing Pokemon, doesn't have to worry too much about taking those sucker punches. And Florges critically as well is running that Chilling Mortar and the Disarming Voice, not opting for the Trailblaze, not wanting to be able to boost itself up, instead going for that defense attack drop on the opposing side and weaken it up for later. But Henry, let's jump into the match. We've got Galarian Corsola versus the Ninetales.
An interesting choice right off the bat from Spartan. He's opted for the non-Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Typically the Shadow is preferred for matchups like these. Weather Ball, Energy Ball, they're decent charge attacks, but the bulk of Galarian Corsola means that even if an Energy Ball does get a debuff, Galarian Corsola, not worried.
This is what Ninetales like to do best, though. Use those Embers to farm up all the energy and get some damage on the board, but switches galore. It's going to be the Licky Licky first and down against the Thievul now. Switches on both sides.
And Thievul not quite able to make the Icy Wind before Body Slam is available. Firestar will put up the Protect Shield, and this a little bit telegraphs his next move as he could try and reach for the Icy Wind, shielding the Body Slam that would do the most damage.
Yeah, Thievul going for these sucker punches. There's the Icy Wind, like you mentioned. We know the bulk of Licky Licky is going to be able to contend with this, and regardless if a shield comes in play, the Icy Wind debuff will still come through. But Spartan preserving those shields wisely for Licky Licky.
And an important aspect of this game for Firestar was the fact that he did not let a catch happen. He was able to hold onto that energy on that Galarian Corsola, so even though he is in a position where he's down a shield in this mid-game, I mean, look at that Body Slam. That Body Slam does nothing. Thievul should be able to exit this matchup with a lot of energy. There's a lot of energy in the Corsola as well, and there's a switch back as Ninetales hits the field.
Yeah, those switch timers have reset, so we're going to see a run back of the opening leads for this first game here with the Ninetales versus the Corsola. But Corsola is going to start ramping on the pressure a little bit, going for this power gem. Is super effective, but not enough to get the KO. Ninetales still in the game.
It looks like Spartan would not have made the double Weather Ball, so instead opting for the Energy Ball. Energy Ball slightly less efficient, but does do a little bit more damage. Energy Ball connects, Corsola survives, no debuff comes through, and Firestar farms down.
Yeah, those Astonishers just finishing up against that Ninetales, but now Spartan has an option. You could bring in that Empoleon from the back, start farming up a little bit of energy, or put the Licky Licky back in place. It is going to be that point here. You have the Shadow Ball ready to go. That's going to apply so much pressure onto that Corsola.
Incredible counting there from Spartan. The overfarm by 1, CMP tying the Corsola, slamming the door as the energy for Firestar is lost. But Firestar could look to utilize Stevel energy to great success as Empoleon hits the field.
Two of the Steel-type Titans of the meta, Tinkaton versus Empoleon, and Tinkaton does have that utility coverage move with the Bulldoze to apply pressure to the opposing Empoleon, but Spartan gonna let this come through.
Bulldoze connects. It's a 50% chance at a debuff, but it does not come through. Firestar reaching for the next Bulldoze. Spartan not going to throw energy just yet. He wants to hold onto the energy to make it more difficult for Firestar to potentially try and switch into Thievel.
And with the second Bulldoze coming through, I think a wise shield here. You want to keep Empoleon in the game. No debuff still. Again, this is one lucky little penguin as it gets all of that energy up on the Hydro Cannons.
And this Hydro Cannon, it's not going to be a problem for Tinkaton. Tinkaton is very bulky. In addition to having that great defensive typing, Firestar can try and reach for the Bulldoze, but Spartan is going to cut him off. Going for the Hydro Cannon. Firestar, he's letting Tinkaton go. He's putting his Game 1 hopes on the back of Thievel.
There's still that one shield on Firestar's side of the field as well to utilize, and you have that Thievel with so much energy bank coming back onto the field. The Night Slash in play, but Spartan now deciding, do you want to keep Empoleon in play, or are you going to utilize that shield? It is at the last second going out.
The Protect Shield comes up, does Firestar. Oh, he gets the boost! It is going to be a charge attack priority tie here. So now the Thievel, these Sucker Punches, they already do so much damage, but they're going to be hitting even harder. Spartan able to grab the final Protect Shield, but a +1 Night Slash. Empoleon can never hope to survive this.
This time as well, it's insult to injury. The Protect Shields are down. The +1, like you said, Henry, is going to come in full force and get the knockout onto that Empoleon. Licky Licky, however, comes back in. Although there's a lot of energy, there's not a lot of HP on the board.
And does this Body Slam take the knockout? The Icy Wind debuff from earlier has been reset. Licky Licky fires out the Body Slam. Thievel falls, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Spartan.
That was on the finest of margins in that endgame. Licky Licky barely holding on, but such a fantastic utility to come in with all that energy and keep the pressure on.
I really liked Spartan's decision in the endgame. It seemed like for a second there he wasn't quite sure if the Body Slam would take the knockout. So even despite the threat of those boosted Sucker Punches, he stayed calm. He threw the rollout to get a little bit of extra damage. Thievel is quite bulky, and with that little bit of extra damage done, Body Slam takes the knockout, and Spartan clutches a very important victory.
I have to mention as well the pressure output from these charge attacks that the Ninetales and the Empoleon were able to deal out against Firestar's side. You were able to get to those Energy Balls and Weather Balls so fast on Ninetales' side, and at the same time, back-to-back Hydro Cannons ready to go is such a ferocious thing to deal with.
Even despite the fact that the regular Ninetales is not necessarily known for the damage that it can output, I really liked how he was able to position that Ninetales in this game. He was able to fire off an Energy Ball early on, survive the Power Gem, so the bulk of the regular Ninetales actually came in clutch, getting a second Energy Ball, and then the energy management on Spartan was absolutely critical in that endgame. Empoleon energy, so valuable in this meta as a whole, but so valuable in this matchup. The energy goes everywhere unless they're in an Empoleon mirror, and by prioritizing that energy perfectly, he's just able to get enough damage onto that Thievel to take the Game 1 win.
That's an interesting observation though, because you're right, we see a lot more of the Shadow variant on these Ninetales. I think it's a nice way for it to apply pressure to some of the water types in the meta, but then we're going to see the adaptation here where it's not Shadow and gives it that defensive capabilities. But we're jumping right into the game. It's going to be a Ghost type parade with the Annihilate versus the Corsola.
Oh, that is not what Spartan was hoping to see, but he safe switches Licky Licky. Firestar gonna bring in the Thievel, and Thievel just gonna strike first with the Night Slash. Night Slash is a cheaper move, won't have that attack drop, but what it does get is some damage onto that Licky Licky, because the Licky Licky having health in the endgame ended up proving to be a little bit problematic for Firestar in game number 1.
Yeah, Slow and Steady can indeed win the race in Licky Licky's game, of course, but now it's going to be going for another one of these body slams. These just stack up some decent damage into the opposing Thievel, and look at that, another one is primed and ready to go.
A no shield from Firestar. He knows this Body Slam will not threaten the knockout. He's approaching very quickly another Night Slash, and as these Sucker Punches connect, as the damage adds up, Licky Licky is going to be very hard pressed to survive, so Spartan will invest the Protect Shield.
Not something we see every day, particularly when there is a Shadow Annihilate in the back that normally likes to hog all of those shields to itself, but Licky Licky optimizing the potential to go for all this energy on the Shadow Ball or the Body Slam. It looks like Thievel, however, is just pipping it to the post.
That may have been a miscount there from Spartan. He lets it on a Night Slash be reached. Now he's down both Protect Shields, and considering what he has in the back, he could be in some pretty serious trouble against Tinkaton, and he can't even farm down the Sucker Punch pressure from Thievul. Too much for Licky Licky, and Spartan has to give up both Protect Shields and an entire Body Slam.
You can see what Licky Licky was trying to do, as you say, farm down, get as much energy up on the board, and then unleash that on one of the Pokemon in the back on Firestar's side. But Licky Licky had to go for that damage in that situation. But now he gets that Shadow Ball, and look, it's gone unshielded.
He's making the read. He's trusting in Tinkaton with both Protect Shields intact. The Shadow Ball connects. Big damage. In comes Mandibuzz. Tinkaton hits the field, and this could be a very big problem for Spartan. Spartan did stay in that lead matchup to get a little bit of energy that will allow him to outpace, but this is where having 2 Protect Shields is critical for Firestar. He can protect the Tinkaton, invest in that health, and then reach for the Gigaton Hammer for the one-hit KO.
And look at the work that those Fairy Winds are putting in against the Shadow Annihilate as well. So much energy up on the board and so much HP being dwindled away on Annihilate side, particularly with the follow-up of that heavy damage attack coming through.
This Tinkaton, by prioritizing that HP, is firmly outside of a range where Shadow Ball could take a knockout. And that is very, very good for Firestar, because being outside of Shadow Ball range, even though you have a Protect Shield, you're not necessarily threatened to throw it until he's able to make it to a second Shadow Ball. Whereas in the meantime, these Gigaton Hammers, oh my goodness, and he gets the catch back out of the Corsola. Corsola basically just being used as a damage sponge in this game.
Yeah, it's taking Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball, but even though it's taking that super effective attack, it is still hanging on in the game and can retaliate with this Power Gem, something that the Mandibuzz does not appreciate taking at all.
So Firestar ended up dropping the first game, but in game 2, he fights back in dramatic fashion. Corsola knocking out one of its most difficult matchups in Mandibuzz. We've got a series. We're going to a game number 3.
I love myself at game 3. It's more incredible competitive Pokemon action for you guys at home to enjoy and for us to cast over as well, particularly when the games are so very close. So much great alignment, so much switching, but for me, it really came down to the momentum swing when Tinkaton found itself down against that Annihilate.
That Tinkaton and the call to make to send in the Corsola and no shield, a super effective Shadow Ball. He was trusting in the fact that Tinkaton up 2 shields, looking into Spartan's team, even if it was something like that problematic Kanto Ninetales, which is not a good matchup, up 2 shields, he should still have enough where just by firing off Bulldozers and Gigaton Hammers, that Tinkaton would still be able to close out that match.
Yeah, it was great to be able to see one of the top Pokemon in the meta have such great utility in play. But again, one of the key things for me was about those shield utilities, being able to keep the shields nicely preserved in contrast to your opponent, who was then incredibly vulnerable. Here, the Annihilate, and then the follow-up with the Mandibuzz. Gigaton Hammer was just able to come through absolutely unstopped.
Now, a team construction like that from Spartan is only possible when the Fairy type of choice on Firestar's side is the Tinkaton, because Annihilate can actually have some play in a Tinkaton due to the Fairy Steel typing, counter hits for neutral. You can actually, over time, get some pretty nice damage there. So the idea was to kind of run a soft ABA line, which is basically where your lead Pokemon and your back Pokemon share a weakness. And so his plan was, if I see the Tinkaton on the lead, I can kind of soft lose the matchup, but then Mandibuzz should be good in the back. All right, the stage is set. The battlers are ready. Game number 3, Spartan L versus Firestar. The Corsola returns, but this time it leads into Florges.
Yeah, Spartan changing things up, bringing that Florges into play. It's just able to go for these Fairy Winds, start farming up as much energy as possible, gets to his charge attacks nice and early, but then goes for that Chilling Water.
Now, one thing that Firestar may have to check for with this team composition is he is double weak to fighting in the back. We know Spartan has not brought the Annihilate, but if Firestar is worried about the Annihilate, he could potentially need to try and pivot out of this matchup. I do like the adjustment in Steel types here. Tinkaton is gone, and in its place, Empoleon, a Pokemon that can better take charge attacks from Spartan's Empoleon.
And knowing as well the Thievul's in the back here, you want to make sure that you avoid facing down against that opposing Florges. Empoleon joins the fray, is able to go for these Metal Sands and just get into a prime position, but it's now time for that Pokemon to start going for the big damage, trying to get the Night Stage down onto the opposing side, but Empoleon can take that easy.
I love this play pattern from Firestar. It's something we've seen time and time again, typically with Licky Lickies. If you're ever able to get a little bit of chip damage and kind of soften up your opponent, then you can bring in your own Empoleon, because everything in this matchup is resisted. Empoleon, the reason why it's in this meta is it has an incredibly strong defensive typing. Firestar will actually invest a Protect Shield. He does want to keep this Empoleon around, but this is a pretty effective way for him to kind of neutralize that energy.
Steel typing is one of the best defensive typings in the game, and Empoleon is able to utilize this so well. We're going to slow down the pace of play in this mirror between both the Empoleons, but the one key thing they can do is relentlessly store up all of this energy. Hydro Cannon comes across, not very effective, but it is going to be hanging on the opposing side. Spartan can retaliate with a Hydro Cannon of his very own.
Oh my goodness, the very low HP survive for Spartan. Firestar double shielding. He's doubling down on Empoleon. There's a switch into the Florges, and I believe that was actually a charge attack priority type. Florges' energy is resisted, but Spartan just wants damage on this Pokemon.
Yep, just trying to weaken it up and try and get it off the board as soon as possible, and that's that's one way to do it, getting the KO on the Florges. Now Spartan has the option. I can't remember how much energy was banked on that opposing Empoleon, but at the same time, your Ninetales can start going for these Embers, farming up energy of its own. And particularly as you have the shield advantage on Spartan's side, you can find a way through this Empoleon.
Can Firestar potentially find a way to save the Empoleon, maybe try and go for a catch? The energy was thrown on the Corsola. It was used to chip the Empoleon earlier. He's going to try for the catch, bring in Thievul, but Thievul is down quite a lot of energy. Ninetales will reach for the energy ball. There is always a % chance at a defense drop. Will it come through here?
Energy Ball does connect, significant amount of damage, but looks like no debuff. Thievul still able to go for these Sucker Punches, but the Ninetales is just not holding back. Another Energy Ball is primed and ready to go.
Spartan still does have that Protect Shield to work with, but also has the Empoleon, which could potentially be used as a sacrificial swap on Firestar. Waits the turn, no catch will come through, but Spartan knows this Night Slash is survivable. Does he decide to let it go? He will. This would do less damage than a Hydro Cannon, so he's gonna no shield and try and farm down.
Yeah, Ninetales proved its bulk in the previous match of this set, so it knows it's able to hang on. You still have that shield, you have so much energy, but the Corsola, again, one of these bulkier Pokemon is in play. You have to get a couple more Embers of Chip down to be able to apply that pressure.
I think Firestar may have a guaranteed win condition here. He should survive it. If he's able to instantly switch into the Empoleon, then he could potentially go for a catch. But Spartan reads the catch. Firestar stays on the field. He gets the call right. Empoleon falls, and Firestar's onto the Group D Winners Finals.
Calm and composed the whole way through that set. Firestar able to come back and give us an incredible Game 3 thriller of a match. Wow, what a way to kick things off on our side of the broadcast here. Firestar staying undefeated in the tournament so far.
Firestar just stone cold under pressure. He dropped that game #1, and sometimes you can kind of see it can get to players. They can get a little bit flustered, but not Firestar. He was composed. He was just cool under pressure, and he made the plays. That endgame was so exciting, though.
Yeah.
Spartan calling the catch, but Firestar stays in and just farms him down. The mind games were incredible. A great set between two great players. And honestly, I'm a little sad it had to come to an end, but what a series.
I mean, I say this a lot about competitive Pokemon Go. Everything is in these half-second kind of increments, right? And you have to make so many split-second decisions and already start visualizing paths to victory. And I think that was a masterclass in what Firestar was able to utilize here in this game. The adaptations as well on Spartan's side, I really like to see them come through. I like seeing the Annihilate, for example. I like seeing the adjustment back to Florges in Game 2. But Firestar was just able to get fantastic alignment with Pokemon like this Thievul, just constantly applying pressure with those Sucker Punches, getting so much energy up, and ultimately weakening Spartan's line.
An incredibly underrated moment in that series was, even though Spartan had the Weather Ball, Firestar made a very conscious choice to overfarm by 1 and then pivot out. He wasn't even able to get the catch, but what that did is it set up a very difficult endgame where everything has energy. The Empoleon was only 2 Metal Sounds away from a Hydro Cannon. There's the fast attack pressure from the Galarian Corsola. So even in a very dynamic game that had so many moving parts, Pokemon switching in left and right, charge attacks being stored, the switch timers desynced all over the place, he was kind of able to set up a complicated board state, and I feel like that is part of what made it so difficult for Spartan to handle, is he was able to preserve that Empoleon, and it was at a pretty good health range too, so it just kind of set himself up really, really well.
I think you make a good observation about the switch timer. In this game in particular, it was really, really strong. Constantly on both sides of the field, they were making that adaptation, maybe slowing down the pace of play, but then thinking, hey, I've got this energy bank later, I have to make sure I get the right moment to switch in the Pokemon. So being very cognizant of that timer was, I think, a really critical part of this particular set.
And the good news is we actually get to hear from Firestar himself about that dramatic set. Sounds like we have Fareed ready down on the stage to hear from the man of the hour, Firestar.
I'm really excited to hear from Firestar as well. He's a player we all know, and he's had a really eventful season. That was a great victory up there. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling ecstatic. I have been wanting to keep improving. Being able to make it to winners finals in the World Championships is something I could have, honestly, I would say I could have never dreamed of, but I've been dreaming.
Now, you and I played a long time ago, and that was a really tough match. But since then, you've been absolutely soaring. You've had a great season so far. I'm glad we're not playing this weekend. What's it been like for you this year?
It's been absolutely crazy. It's really been a game of steady improvements. I've desperately wanted to improve, and this season has been perfect for it. Not only making my first winner's side in Seattle, making my continuing the winner's side even up to here. Hopefully I can make it into day 2 on the winner's side and show my potential here at the Worlds.
Now, I like that Thievul pick that you had on your team. You managed to land that Night Slash in that last game and Sucker Punch down. What's that new Pokemon been like for you since it's Community Day?
Thievul has been super interesting. It was one of the picks that some people advised me not to go with, but when in practice, it just felt so neutral. Being able to Icy Wind even the fairies and cause them issues is something fantastic for a dark type. It's been fantastic. Every single team I've played against today has either been like almost 4x to 5x weak to it, and it's been very easy for me to bring.
Now, lots of players have different approaches to team building. Some will have their team ready weeks in advance, others want to lock in right at the very end. What's your style?
So I've been building for a while. I came across this team about a week ago, and with enough practice, I locked it in literally night before at about 11 p.m. What I always recommend to people that are heading to events, not sure on their team, continue getting that practice. Don't lock it in too early, and don't second guess yourself.
I think that's really good advice, but you've now played some matches. You're obviously doing very well with the team. Are you still happy with it? Are there any bits where you're like, oh, this could have been slightly different, or is this really, really something that you've worked well on?
I'd say overall, everything seemed pretty solid. There were a couple issues. I actually had an issue into Altaria, and I lost my game 1 against it, which was kind of scary, but I bounced back and haven't seen Altaria since, so that's been kind of helpful.
Right, well, fingers crossed you don't face any more Altaria, but I would be really worried if I were your opponents because that was some really strong gameplay. Congratulations again. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Otherwise, casters, take it away.
Bouncing back is certainly what he's been able to do, even after taking a Game 1 loss. That's why we play best of 3 at the end of the day. Of course, Firestar will be continuing in the competition, but Spartan's not out yet either. We play a double elimination bracket, so even though you take that 1 loss, the dream is still very much alive for our trainers in that losers bracket.
Speaking of, we've had so many matches occurring off stream throughout the day. We have a bunch of results for you. Ooh. We have Ripperly taking down Pranav, Chem Coop emerging victorious, Zweilis taking down Arbasora. There's some top names here.
There certainly is as well. Padaman down there as well. We've also got Marta Galde taking a 2-0 victory there over Serana. Again, a trainer I think a lot of viewers out there, a lot of fans are really rooting for. But I have to say, Zweilis, I remember Zweilis versus Padaman at EUIC. I think that was one of the most iconic games of Pokemon Go history. Great to see both of these competitors here on the world stage.
I really like seeing trainers who are able to kind of build off a strong performance and turn it into such incredible consistency. Because people can have those like one-off incredible runs, but it's the trainers who it almost feels like it lights a fire under them, right? Where suddenly they're like, I get it. I no longer feel those nerves, like I can lock in, I can play my game. And that's what we've seen where ZZ, he very frequently tries to go anti-meta. Rather than running the top stuff, he usually tries to find something kind of interesting, whether it's something like he's brought a King Gambit to a previous World Championship, which if you're watching, you're familiar with VGC, you go, Henry, King Gambit is very good. King Gambit it's kind of a surprise for us at this format. Yeah. So he's known for kind of thinking outside the box. I'm very happy to see that at least off stream, things seem to be going very well for him.
I do like seeing that creativity come through on a lot of teams, and I'm glad you mentioned the consistency because again, a trainer that I don't really need any encouragement to talk about is Padaman, of course. I do like to consider myself Padaman's #1 fan, but we talk a lot about his, back-to-back European International Championship wins. But for me, one of the highlights was he was a trainer who in the European scene was doing incredibly well, getting to these grand finals, but it actually took him to his 3rd grand finals to be able to get the win. And I remember it was with Charm, Alolan, Ninetales back in the day. But again, it took him those 3 attempts. The consistency was there, but the victory, the golden ticket as it were, still was just out of reach. And he had to keep that momentum up and keep that drive. And for a lot of trainers, that really is the story. For a lot of them as well, I mean, trainers like Firestar, they have that consistency, those top finishes, but we're still waiting for a lot of trainers to get that #1 win.
Now, you actually alluded to this perfectly, because speaking of Pato Man, he
go.
is back on stage, and this might be the matchup that I have been the most excited for this entire day. On the left, Pato Man, the boy wonder, back-to-back European International Champion. He had a streak where he had made day 3 at 5 consecutive internationals. The streak was only broken at NAIC where he got 4th, still an unbelievable run. And sitting across the table from him, a rising star from the United States of America, Caspian Pike. He's only participated, this is his 4th event, but his 3rd event in Indianapolis, he won the whole thing. A rising star in our scene versus Pato Man, who is an established star. This matchup has an incredible amount of firepower.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Indianapolis the last regional of the US circuit in this season? Was that the very last one? Because I think if it was, then Padaman winning Turin, the last one of the European season, these are two of the hottest contenders coming into the World Championships.
You are absolutely right. That is a terrific call out right there. So these trainers have both been at the top of their game very, very recently, and the teams that they're running are incredibly interesting. Patoman has opted for the non-Shadow Milotic Waterfall Aqua Tail Wrap, the ability to kind of debuff through matchups with Wrap, and with super effective water-type fast move pressure, be kind of difficult for the Ninetales. And then Caspian Pike also has a fish of his own. We have a little fish battle here on stage, but he has Dondozo. Dondozo with Waterfall, Surf, and Outrage fills a very similar role of trying to target and shut down Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales. Sorry, Kanto Ninetales.
Well, I think that's the reason, because Caspian Pike was running the Feraligatr back in Indianapolis, and Pokemon like Feraligatr and Empoleon are kind of dropping off a little bit more, particularly the Feraligatr, in the face of Pokemon like the Alolan Ninetales that, particularly in the Shadow form, are able to apply a lot more pressure. We're seeing in this World Championships already early doors a big shift into more bulky water-type variants, Dondozo and the Milotic, for example.
And those Pokemon, the main reason why they're rising is an ability to survive a super effective energy ball from that Kanto Ninetales. A Pokemon like Shadow Feraligatr, it's actually not a comfortable matchup into the Ninetales. If you end up getting one bait call wrong, if you end up shielding a Weather Ball, suddenly the Ninetales is outpacing you, you're getting one shot, and that's tough. But if you have these water types that have bulk, like that Milotic, like that Dondozo, you throw a super effective energy ball at them, and they're fine. They take that very comfortably. They're still smacking down with super effective waterfall damage. So it's very interesting to see as the meta adapts to try and counter that Kanto Ninetales, because it is an absolute terror.
Well, it looks like our trainers are ready, so we're not going to leave you waiting any longer. Let's jump into the game. It's going to be a Forretress versus the Ninetales here. This is not what Forretress wants to see at all.
A catastrophic lead for Patoman, but in comes Milotic. Caspian Pike gonna stay on the field. He's gonna build up to the energy ball. This would do quite a lot of damage. He goes for the Weather Ball bait, able to save a little bit of energy and grab an early Protect Shield.
Yeah, Padaman not only losing the lead, but losing a shield very early on in this game one. Milotic has lots of energy charged up though, as the adaptation comes in with this Stunfisk.
Now, because Patoman did end up investing in Protect Shield, this Milotic is very, very healthy. Now, the most recent time we saw Milotic was actually at the European International Championships, where, you're never gonna believe it, Patoman ended up winning, so he's very familiar with this Pokemon. Caspian Pike could potentially try and look to make a play for switch advantage here, as keeping Ninetales aligned onto that Fortress would be very, very favorable.
But despite the bulk of this Milotic, Stunfisk is applying a lot of pressure, having super effective fast and charge attacks here. The Thunder Shock stacking up wisely, I think, on Caspian Pike's side, going for the shield here. You want to be able to eat up this Aggro Tail, not take any damage, and keep that pressure game on.
And Caspian Pike, one off the discharge, able to fire off the charge attack on perfect timing. Patoman invests the Protect Shield. Can he potentially waterfall down? This is going to be close. The Stunfisk is low, but Stunfisk is bulky. But Caspian Pike opts out. He brings in Licky Licky, and that's going to be swiftly answered with the Forretress.
Yeah, again, slowing down the pace of play here. Licky Licky versus Forretress, but Forretress much happier to face down against the Licky Licky than the Ninetales in the lead. Licky Licky, however, can utilize all of these charge attacks. There are no Protect Shields remaining on Padaman's side, and that is a huge chunk of damage into that bulky Pokemon.
Oh, that is so much damage onto the Licky Licky. Caspian Pike, he's going to elect to let this go. This will not take the knockout, but Patoman does get very, very good value out of this Fortress. The Rock Tomb connects. Caspian Pike will reach for the Shadow Ball, but he's actually going to overfarm because he does not want to give a lot of farm to Patoman once that Fortress gets knocked out.
Yeah, here comes the second Shadow Ball coming through. Being the Shadow variant on the Fortress as well does leave it a little bit more vulnerable defensively, but now Padaman can bring that Milotic back in with all the energy up to face down against Ninetales, but look at that, Ninetales gets there first.
This is going to be close. It's a resisted Weather Ball. Milotic is very bulky. Can it survive? Weather Ball connects. Milotic falls. No! And that is exactly what Caspian was hoping to see.
This Ninetales absolutely vanquishing that opposing Milotic from play. And look at that. It's got a Nulla Charge attack for some style points to face down against into this Corsola.
But a problem for Caspian Pike could be he does not have a lot of HP remaining on his remaining Pokemon. He's going to have to survive Astonishes on the Licky Licky, and I don't know if Licky Licky has what it takes.
There's not a lot of energy ready on that Licky Licky. It does manage to get to the body side, but we know that would be negligible damage into the Corsola. Wasn't able to get to the Shadow Ball. Now it really is all hopes on Stunfisk with Caspian Pike.
But Patoman has the back-to-back Nightshades as close as it can get. Caspian knows with back-to-back Nightshades and only one Protect Shield, it's checkmate. Patoman takes game number one.
It certainly looked a little bit dicey in turns in that. The beginning in the leads was not ideal for Padaman, forced to go for those shields early. The Milotic goes down, but he was able to come out on top. That is a champion right there.
I think an incredibly tricky aspect of that game was Caspian Pike intentionally overfarmed, not only to try and limit farm in that Licky Licky matchup, but also overfarmed because he wanted an ability to switch out. He did not want to concede farm to that Milotic. He wanted Ninetales in the field, but in doing so, by throwing the extra rollout, he took a lot of extra bug bites, and that was actually the deciding factor in this game. It was right here. Instead of throwing the Shadow Ball right away, he overfarms to throw one more because the switch timer would not have been up after this knockout was taken. After the Shadow Ball lands, the switch timer just came up, but it wouldn't have been available had he not thrown the rollout. So it's a very tricky situation of trying to manage your health versus manage the timers. Pato Man just ends up committing to fast attack pressure, and by not getting any charge attacks off on the Milotic, there was a fear that maybe there was enough HP remaining on that Licky Licky, but even double resisted Astonishes got the farm down on Licky Licky. That game was as close as it could get.
So Licky Licky was trying to buy a little bit of time, you say, for maybe the Ninetales to come back into the game. And Ninetales was able to deal with the Milotic beautifully, but the bulk of that Corsola, particularly with the Astonishes stacking up to low HP, just meant that Padaman had a clear path to victory at the end of that game one. But Caspian Pike has been in these positions before. His back might be up against the wall in this situation, but we played this best of 3 set. There's adaptations to be made.
I'm so impressed with how that regular Milotic, the non-Shadow, was able to handle that Unova Stunfisk matchup, because normally we see a lot of water types, especially if they're down a shield, kind of struggle there. But the reason that Caspian Pike had to pivot out and give up switch advantage was he was just getting farmed down. All right, we've got lock-ins. Game number 2, it's going to be Unova Stunfisk for Caspian Pike into that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress for Pato Man.
Yeah, Padaman sticking with the same leads from that game 1, and the Fortress is the Pokemon by his side from that victory in Turin as well. Gets lots of energy up, but it is going to be the Stunfisk that's first to move.
Mud Bomb would do some pretty significant damage, but never threatens a farm down. Pato Man is going to shield up the Mud Bomb. If a Mud Bomb gets no-shielded, then potentially, if it's a good IV on that Stunfisk, Stunfisk has the ability to no-shield and make double discharge and kind of make life a little bit uncomfortable. But by shielding a Mud Bomb, that should hopefully put Pato Man in a slightly better position.
Yeah, we are going to see the Sand Tomb come through with the supporting defense buff that it will always deal through. That does leave the Stunfisk a little bit more vulnerable, but Stunfisk, I think, just really wants to try and get some damage on the board here. Goes for that discharge, puts the Fortress down into that yellow zone, and look at that, another discharge ready to go.
But this should be survivable for Pato Man. It is going to be very, very close, but the important distinction right here of shielding the Mud Bomb is what allows him to win this switch advantage. So switch advantage has been won, but it all comes back. It all started from that very first Mud Bomb shield. Very, very good sequencing here from Pato Man.
And Padaman allowing the Licky Licky to farm up a little bit there, but critically being able to farm on the Foragers as well to get to these charge attacks here. The Rock Tomb will come through, connects obviously onto that Licky Licky, lowers its attack, maybe making it a little bit easier for one of the Pokemon in the back for Padaman.
Milotic will hit the field, immediate switch out into the Mantine, answered with the Corsola. This is a pretty negative matchup for the Mantine. However, Mantine is up a little bit of energy, it's up a shield, but it's gonna have a lot of work to do if it wants to get through the bulky Corsola and the Milotic.
As well, that Power Gem does apply a lot of super effective pressure onto the Mantine here. Mantine is going to go for the Water Pulse, however, we know the bulk of the Corsola is going to be able to keep it comfortably in the game. And it looks like Padaman's actually going for the Nightshade here. Looks like a shield comes up on Caspian Pike's side, though, thinking maybe that could indeed be the Power Gem.
I really like that play from Pato Man. It feels like a very low-risk bait where even if the Nightshade ends up getting no-shielded, that's still very valuable damage and would make the Mantine a lot easier for Milotic to deal with. Now Pato Man, he is looking to try and land the Power Gem. Caspian double shields, but even purely off the Astonish damage, a charge attack hasn't landed on the Mantine and it's already lost almost 2/3 of its health bar.
This Corsola is putting in some work and pressure to boot. Mantine, however, can now start retaliating as well. Padaman allowing this to go through, wanting to conserve the shields a little bit more in this second game.
Back in comes Milotic. Waterfall goes through as Twister will connect, but an instant no-shield from Pato Man. The non-Shadow Milotic, it is very, very bulky. The Twister connects. Milotic takes it like it's nothing, and even these waterfalls are starting to pressure.
Thing is, Milotic really doesn't feel threatened at all by anything the Mantine can come back with. Padaman's able to preserve that shield nicely and forcing this Mantine to have to keep unleashing all the energy it's storing up to be able to keep the pressure on the Milotic. Milotic now able to go for something like a wrap or just keep up this back-to-back Aqua Tails if there's going to be a switch.
Pato Man did not want to risk the Aqua Tail missing the knockout. Will full send at the wrap. Wrap is going to land. Mantine is going to fall, and now it's Licky Licky versus the world.
Licky Licky has a lot of energy, however, so it is able to unleash that, but Padaman wisely had conserved that shield for this exact scenario here. You can keep Milotic safely in the game, and now you have all the energy for days to try and deal with this opposing Licky Licky.
And Caspian did not actually end up firing off energy here. He was potentially worried about a catch, so instead of locking into a charge type priority tie, he overfarmed. But the wrap is gonna land. Licky Licky, oh, the switch!
Oh.
Corsola farms down Licky Licky again as Pato Man takes the series 2-0.
What an incredible game. Look at the relief though, however. That was definitely dicey in places throughout this set, but Padaman was able to keep calm and composed throughout, making the great utility switches with that Corsola and the Milotic. And I have to say, sticking with the Fortress as your lead in games 1 and game 2 just put on so much pressure with those bug bites. They were tearing through the opponents.
I really liked the conviction there from Pato Man. Even though he ended up seeing the worst case scenario lead for the Fortress leading into the Kanto Ninetales, said, you know what are the odds that happens again? What if I just run this back and then try and just not lead into the Kanto Ninetales? Although the crazy thing was, he managed to win that game because of how safe Milotic was as a safe switch. Unova Stunfisk, we actually saw in the Indianapolis regionals where Caspian Pike against Out of Pocket was able to utilize Stunfisk to really effectively neutralize Dondozo. Dondozo is very bulky, but it doesn't have the pacing, and Milotic's pacing proved to be very, very problematic for that Stunfisk. It forced him to give up switch advantage, and that opened the door for Pato Man to win that game.
Milotic was an absolute showstopper in that game, and one of the things I say a lot is, I know it's Pokemon at the end of the day and it's 3v3, you got to KO the Pokemon to win the game, but you also have to play the player, and sometimes the player is like the fourth Pokemon on the team, and I think Padaman was able to demonstrate that so beautifully. As you said, you know, having a terrible lead position with that Fortress in game 1, but still being able to clutch the victory did possibly put a seed of doubt into Caspian Pike's mind for the adaptations coming into the next game, meaning Padaman says, I'm bringing my Fortress, what are you going to do?
Because even when the Fortress was on the Kanto Ninetales,
yeah, exactly.
it was fine because of the Milotic strength as a safe switch. But that lead matchup in game number 2 felt so incredibly decisive. The very, very heads-up play of shielding early in a matchup where Mud Bomb doesn't even come close to taking the knockout, but understanding if he's going to try and play that zero protect shield scenario, you can make a Mud Bomb plus double discharge. If I shield the Mud Bomb, then double discharge isn't a problem. But if you no shield that Mud Bomb, then Mud Bomb plus discharge actually knocks out. Incredible foresight from Pato Man. Watching him play, you instantly understand how he's had such incredible success at an international level. His plays are just brilliant.
It's always a pleasure and always a joy to watch Padaman play, and also a privilege to watch Caspian Pike in action as well. Someone who hasn't played too many tournaments but has had such great success. Again, they have only dropped down to the losers brackets. They are still in contention for this tournament. It is Worlds at the end of the day, so early on, even on the first day of competition, we are going to see Titans of the competition battle it out. You know, that could have been a final pairing, for example.
To be honest, yeah, they are both regional champions, 2 of our game's best. And for Caspian Pike, his day not being over is very critical because he was able to make it up to the group finals, which, if I'm not mistaken, means that he is still pretty close to making it through to day number 2, which, with this being his first Worlds, would be an incredible accomplishment. So if the Caspian Pike fans watching at home, he's down, but he's not out. He's still very much in it. And for the Pato Man fans, business as usual. Pato Man showing up to an international and Pato Man dominating.
Exactly, and I think as well, it's always interesting when, you know, even as a competitor coming in, you're at Worlds, you know you're going to play against the best of the best, but Padaman's name is definitely not the one you necessarily want to see on the bracket early doors. So Caspian Pike, you've got that one out of the way. The show is yours for the taking. But of course, you guys at home as well are engaging with us on the broadcast as much as the action and energy is electric here in the stadium. It really is about you viewers at home engaging that really adds that extra bit to the beat. Let's take a look at some incredible social media messages from you.
The first from the Dana Dame, made it to San Francisco, hashtag play Pokemon, and look at that, the Golden Gate Bridge. We have Incineroar, I know you know that one from the video game. Incineroar up top, Charizard as well. An incredibly cool way to enter the venue.
Really beautiful seeing all of the different Pokemon that are scattered around San Francisco here to celebrate the Pokemon World Championships and the Pokemon XP as well. So many fans making it this way. I really hope you're enjoying the experience. Look, there's a little Blastoise as well coming through. Good morning, Pokemon World, Pokemon XP. I mean, Blastoise, it's doing pretty well on the video game side of things, and the water types, you're amongst friends here in Pokemon Go.
The scale of Pokemon Worlds, and you could see it in that last photo, is honestly just staggering when you enter it. It's incredibly cool. And we have Ash Fangirl Lisa. I got the World's Pikachu Promo at my local league on Saturday after competing in the tournament. Also won this really cool Pikachu microfiber cloth and a free raffle. Hashtag Pikachu, hashtag play Pokemon. you love to see it. But man, that World's Pikachu, that's an incredible design.
Yeah, shout out to the Pikachu. I mean, we also have the one for the Pokemon XP as well.
Oh, true.
So you have double Pikachu action here to celebrate Pokemon's 30th birthday as well. And I know a lot of fans out there are really excited to go around the city and be able to see different Pokemon that are, you know, scattered around on banners or details here or there. There really is just, you know, something to look out for everywhere you go.
And something that was very cool as I was kind of getting to explore San Francisco yesterday is there actually is a stamp rally in San Francisco for Pokemon Go. And I had never really done a stamp rally before, so I stamped it, and then one of the World's Pikachu showed up, and I was like, oh, this is a way to get extra World's Pikachu. So if you're here in San Francisco, it's worth going to find those stamp stops. There are a few of them kind of near the venue. I think I managed to get 3 so far.
Oh, you're ahead of me. I've only got 2.
Oh, all right. We are in the lead. This is good. But I still haven't gotten the shiny yet, so I will keep stamping those stamp Pokestops and try and get the shiny, because it's a very, very cool shiny.
It's got a beautiful background as well of the Golden Gate Bridge. So, you know, it's a really nice memento to take away from the tournament. So if you can tear yourself away from the Pokemon action, I'm not encouraging you to do so, but maybe if you've got time later on after the broadcast, go and get those stamps in Pokemon Go.
And I am actually hearing a bit of a word from production, actually, interestingly enough, that they're saying it is definitely worth making sure that your Pokemon Go app is up to date, that you are signed in and ready, because, to quote them, something amazing is coming this weekend.
And that's just the Pokemon action. There's so many amazing things. Honestly, the list just goes on and on. But I think that's really sound advice. I'm going to take note of that. Make sure you guys do at home as well as we wait for our next match to get set up. You want to make sure you do not miss any of the action that is coming through here.
Now, taking a look at the names that we'll have coming up here in a few short minutes. Oh, we have an absolute treat for you guys. We have returning to the stage, the reigning Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzebub. Now, Beelzebub has been running some Pokemon that we haven't necessarily seen a lot of. He's running the Malamar. He's also running the Jumpluff. And Jumpluff is a flyer that honestly feels a little bit underrated. It's very difficult to run Pokemon that are weak to Kanto Ninetales and a Kanto Ninetales meta, but it feels like he's done a decent job of running the double flyer. He still has the Mantine to try and check the Kanto Ninetales, and then he has that Jumpluff, whereas Jumpluff can provide very, very strong zero shield matchups just because of its incredible bulk and honestly really good typing.
And Beelzebub obviously being the reigning world champion as well, someone who has a lot of eyes on him to try and get the double, try and get the back-to-back, because we have not had a repeat Pokemon World Champion before, so Beelzebub could indeed be one of those contenders. On the opposing side, however, you have Ripley, a player that I know very well from across the pond, and have been able to see a lot of success along the European scene. We've got a lot of those key Pokemon that are in this team as well. You've got that Kanto Ninetales, you've got the Licky, but you've also got the Florges, a Pokemon that I've been really interested to see come through. You have that Fairy Wind, that can apply a lot of pressure to the Dark types on the opposing side, and you do see that Malamar potentially in play.
What I'm very curious about for Ripperly is he does have that Kanto Marowak. Now, previously, people who have watched like previous metas, we've seen Kanto Marowak as the Shadow. However, this time it's actually the non-Shadow Marowak, and that's for a very particular reason. In a very similar way to how Feraligatr has been phased out in favor of Pokemon like Milotic and Dondozo, the non-Shadow Marowak has actually risen in popularity because it can survive that Shadow Kanto Ninetales Energy Ball. So being able to hang on, survive the Energy Ball, and not instantly be forced to give up Protect Shields is part of why we are starting to see these bulkier options, because Kanto Ninetales, its neutral matchups are just absolutely incredibly strong.
There's a nice bit of history here as well. Ripley was actually able to get top 4 at the Frankfurt Regional Championships in the previous year with a Shadow Kanto Marowak. So actually now, you know, dropping that Shadow variant, going for that bulkier side, it's a Pokemon he's clearly well versed with and has had a lot of success with, but now changing things up, adapting for the critical meta of Worlds today.
Now, Jumpluff could be a Pokemon that kind of restricts the lines that Ripperly wants to run, because Jumpluff is very, very strong neutrally here. It does have to avoid the Kanto Ninetales, but as Beelzebub, just because a Pokemon is strong on your line of 6 doesn't mean you necessarily have to bring it. So if you're pretty confident that Ripperly will try and run strong into the Jumpluff, you could potentially try and target down those options by instead running Pokemon like your own Kanto Ninetales, which would be very good into Ripperly's Kanto Ninetales and Empoleon.
Exactly, and I think the leads are going to be quite critical here as well. You want to make sure that you're getting a Pokemon into a prime position to start farming up lots of energy, because there's a lot of bulky Pokemon on the field here. Pokemon like the Licky, for example, but at the same time, there can be such relentless pressure from Pokemon like the Empoleon and the Ninetales that both of our trainers have a piece. We've seen time and time again, when they're able to bank up lots of energy, it can be so difficult to deal from, particularly if you're already in a shields down scenario.
Oh, a very interesting note that I just realized. This Florges is not one of the Disarming Voice Florges. This is actually the more traditional moveset instead of Trailblaze, which means the floor disc is actually completely walled off by that jump bluff. So that makes that matchup even more difficult for Ripperly, because since you don't have the Disarming Voice, with Disarming Voice, you can at the very least have a move that you can hit back against jump bluff, but with a water attack and a grass attack into a grass flyer, you're kind of left just throwing charge attacks and they're doing no damage. So Florges could be kind of a tough bring here unless Ripperly is very confident that maybe with the game 1 line that he's been able to scare away that jump bluff.
Yeah, I think if you're the Florges user, you kind of generally want to see a Pokemon that you're going to be able to capitalize that Trailblaze on, a position where you can boost up your own attack and then allow Florges to kind of shine a little brighter in its own right. But possibly not going to be the call here for Ripperly. We'll have to see as the leads are ready. Our trainers are getting ready for the match. They're out front and center. It's going to be the Mantine versus the Malamar.
Now this is a very neutral matchup. Beelzebub realizing the Florges is a very tough bring for Ripperly. And what does Florges typically counter? That's going to be the Malamar. So now Malamar has an incredible amount of neutral play in this matchup.
Malamar just farming up so much energy, is able to get his charge attacks off just a little bit ahead of this Mantine here. The foul play is going to come through. No shield on Ripperly's side.
And Ripperly knows that because it's the non-shadow Malamar, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but there's the catch and sneak. Beelzebub showing us those world champion moves, catching that Twister, preserving the Malamar, because if there is no Florges in the back, and Florges is pretty unlikely in this matchup, then that Malamar will always have value.
This is a matchup I've been waiting to see, however, the alignment of the Shadow Ninetales against the Empoleon. You do have to watch out for these Hydro Cannons coming through. Of course, that's why there's a shield in play, but the Energy Balls are ready, and also the Weather Balls. That's something Empoleon doesn't appreciate either, and it looks like Ninetales is actually at 2 of them.
Ripperly going to go for the Weather Ball. I think Empoleon, Beelzebub will actually put up the Protect Shield. Ripperly does have the back-to-back. Empoleon should still be 1 off here, so he can outpace, but not going to choose to. Instead, just going to look to overfarm as Beelzebub is able to grab that final Protect Shield.
We've seen this before where the Protect Shields are utilized on that more weak Shadow variant, let's say, defensively. It needs that capabilities, but look how much energy is up on this Ninetales. You're against the Mantine, that's definitely not ideal, but you have that Energy Ball. Is Beelzebub going to unshield this?
It really feels like Beelzebub has been kind of dancing throughout this game, desyncing the switch timers, saving charge attacks, being able to pivot out, and try and set up an endgame board state where that Malamar with a Protect Shield is very strong. The Mantine is outside of Drill Peck range, which could prove to be a little bit problematic for Ripperly because the resisted metal sounds are going to be doing basically no damage.
We're going to see a reverse now where it's the Mantine on Beelzebub versus the Empoleon on Ripperly's side, but it's the same kind of state of play. There's not a lot that the Mantine can really do to that opposing Empoleon, not very effective moves, and look at the energy up on that Empoleon. It's got the Drill Peck ready.
Mantine should be able to hang on here. It's taken quite a lot of damage. Beelzebub knows it. He's going to be no shielding. Drill Peck will connect. Mantine survives, and Mantine can make another move. It's going to force energy out of the Empoleon. That was such an awkward health range for Ripperly to try and play around, and suddenly all that Empoleon energy is lost.
It worked so hard to farm it all up, but it has been unleashed onto the Mantine. At least you've taken down 1 Pokemon, but look at the energy stored up on that Malamar, and it's actually banked again in the back as the Empoleon comes in. What a beautiful catch.
Oh my goodness, Beelzebub. He saves the Malamar energy, catches onto the Empoleon. That's incredible. In comes the Ninetales, but can Ninetales farm down? Ninetales gets the farm down. Empoleon falls.
Ninetales doing its best to be able to get there, but the superpower is ready on this Malamar. It has been supporting Beelzebub the whole way through this match, keeping itself safe, keeping these attacks ready to go, and there's no Protect Shields remaining on Ripperly's side, so the superpower will come through, puts the Ninetales into the red.
Oh, he survives, but did that Psywave take the knockout there? Beelzebub with a very tough call to make here. Beelzebub is going to let it go. He's calling that it's the Weather Ball. Weather Ball connects for big damage, and he is able to get the Psywave down.
Yeah, Psywave comes through. Looks like it's only going to take 1 or 2 more to be able to get to that superpower. The foul play's in play, but Mantine is able to fell the Malamar that Beelzebub had diligently tried so hard to preserve throughout that game.
That catch onto the Empoleon, being able to preserve that Malamar was incredible, but unfortunately, it set up the Kanto Ninetales too well. The Kanto Ninetales getting that full farm down, trusting that Ripperly's counts were exactly accurate. Had he been off by 1, had he doubted, he could have thrown a Weather Ball and then not had that end game, but he ended up just getting so much energy, and that's what Beelzebub tried to do, save energy on the Malamar and reposition, but Ripperly did not let him get away with it. Very, very strong gameplay there from Ripperly as he takes game 1 against a formidable foe.
We saw a couple of times in this match, actually, Ripperly going for the double on a lot of those charge attacks, making sure there was maybe double Weather Ball or possibly the double Hydro Cannon as well on that Empoleon to just constantly keep the pressure up, force the shields to come through from Beelzebub, and then leave his team more vulnerable to follow-up attacks when Ripperly's Pokemon were able to rejoin the field.
And that was so close. The Kanto Ninetales barely clinging to its HP bar there as it was able to survive that superpower. And that superpower, had it knocked out, that would have set up Beelzebub to be able to potentially take home the win. The Mantine was outside of foul play range, but he would have been able to get a bunch of sidewave damage in there as well, so it would have been a very close end game, but it was just not enough. The Shadow Kanto Ninetales, even with that Shadow status taking extra damage, still able to hang on.
Yeah, that makes me, a little bit surprised, to be honest. I thought being the Shadow variant, I was like, oh, it's going to be more vulnerable, but actually, Ninetales really proving why it is one of the best Pokemon in this forever forward meta, and why it was in the top 12 usage of Pokemon trainers, bringing it to day one here at Worlds.
So Beelzebub opted to not bring that Jump Fluff, and unfortunately, it didn't end up working out. So does he decide to risk it? Ripperly, in my opinion, is almost always bring the Kanto Ninetales. It's very, very strong neutrally into this team, but also it's a very good check into the Jump Fluff. So does Beelzebub decide to risk it? It would be a bit of a risky call, but if it can avoid that Kanto Ninetales, it does look like it has a lot of strong play here.
I think as long as you've got Pokemon like the Mantine that can find its way into the Ninetales, for example, and just try and get that pressure down, then possibly Jump Fluff is going to have a happier time of things. But you're right, the alignment can be devastating. We've already seen how Ninetales does against the rest of the team. If it goes into something like the Jump Fluff, then it's really going to rain on Jump Fluff's parade.
All right, it looks like we don't have to wait any longer. The battlers have locked in game number 2, winners finals of Group A. It's going to be Malamar into Empoleon. Now, this matchup at first glance looks to be very dominant for Malamar. You have access to a super effective superpower, but Empoleon, because it has identical pacing and wins charge attack priority, the more shields that are in play, Empoleon actually has some very nice opportunities to do well here.
Once again, so much energy on the board. The fast attack's really not doing too much damage into either opponent, but Empoleon now starting to unleash these Hydra Cannons. It's got another one ready to go as well. Malamar takes that, can retaliate with a foul play of its very own, but this time, in contrast, Ripley going for the shield.
Beelzebub could look to try and go for the Mantine catch here, assuming that there's going to be a throw. He does go for the catch. Oh, it's onto the Empoleon. Either way, he wanted to ensure he could get the catch. Ripperly actually went for the Drill Peck, anticipating a catch on a Mantine, but it's the Empoleon, and that Empoleon took almost no damage.
Yeah, once again, we've got Empoleon versus Empoleon, getting that energy up on the board, but Ripley had that switch advantage, can now bring in that Mantine and start applying pressure to the opposing Empoleon.
I really like how Ripperly was able to bounce back here. That catch was devastating, but having an ability to rebank the energy on that Empoleon and then bring in the Mantine. Mantine is one of the most effective Pokemon for neutralizing Empoleon energy. It feels like it almost shouldn't be, because it's a matchup that has a tremendous amount of resisted damage, but the natural bulk of Mantine and the resistance to Metal Sound means that even as Empoleon throws Drill Peck after Drill Peck, this matchup doesn't honestly work out particularly well.
And also, respectfully, the Water Pulse damage is putting in some work against the opposing Empoleon here. It is forcing it to go for its energy here, go for the Drill Peck into the Mantine. Does find its mark, putting it down into the yellow, but it really does look like once Mantine can get to this other energy, it's going to be putting that pressure for the KO onto Empoleon.
So Beelzebub not opting for a catch this time, instead gonna stay in, forced to fire off 3 Drill Pecks in a row to finally fell the Mantine. In comes the Kanto Ninetales, looking for the farm down, not quite able to get it. The Hydro Cannon has been reached.
Yeah, this time you're going to have to go for a shield onto that Ninetales to keep it in the game, but I think it's only a matter of time for a few more Embers to work its magic down into the Empoleon and remove it from play. Now you've got the Mantine, however, so again, you want to get to these energy walls, you want to start applying pressure to Beelzebub's Mantine now in case.
This Energy Ball will do a decent amount of neutral damage, but Beelzebub is going to be no shielding. In case an Energy Ball gets a debuff, he wants to hold his Protect shields for later. He will be able to make it to the Water Pulse. No catch comes out from Ripperly. He predicted an overfarm, but Beelzebub gets the call right, stays on the field, fires off the Water Pulse, and Water Pulse is going to knock out the Ninetales.
I'm so impressed with the longevity of the Mantine in these games, forcing the shields to go down on Ripperly's side just to unleash that Water-type damage into the opposing Ninetales. Now you've got your Malamar with the superpower down into the opposing Empoleon. Just KOs left, right, and center coming through from Beelzebub. That's your world champion right there.
That was an incredible game number 2 between these two players. What I really liked is it really felt like the game came down to whoever was better able to utilize that duo of Empoleon and Mantine. Against teams that do not have that Unova Stun Fist to core break that duo ends up being very neutral, very flexible, and also, if you're able to pilot them well, it can be a very effective way to neutralize your opponent's Empoleon plus Mantine duo, and that was the masterclass we saw there from Beelzebub, consistently desyncing timers, getting catches, preserving the Empoleon, and then just being able to better leverage those 2 strong water types to get the equalizer.
I think it's interesting as well because we're seeing Empoleon and Mantine actually on both sides of the field here. So as much as you kind of say, oh, we want the Mantine up on this side against Empoleon, the opponent wants that as well, but on their side. And we're seeing a lot of the time, you know, who's able to maybe set up that alignment first and try and gain momentum from it can ultimately win out the game.
The Malamar has proved to be a very nice pick for Beelzebub. He's consistently been able to protect the Malamar with catches onto those more defense defensive water types, almost evoking memories of the Latin American International Championships, where it really felt like if you caught something onto your water type, you were probably winning that game. And he's kind of been able to emulate that playstyle to very nice success. And then once he was able to get those shields down, in game number 1, Ripperly was able to decide it by getting that critical farm down with Ninetales onto Empoleon, but in the game number 2, it was Empoleon's revenge, surviving on 1 hit point remaining, making that Hydro Cannon, and pressuring away that final Protect Shield that kind of sealed Ripperly's fate.
But once again, home slice, we've got ourselves a game 3. These trainers know we want all of the competitive action and we want things to come right down to the wire. Your reigning world champion, Beelzeboy, is 1 game away from staying undefeated in the tournament, but also 1 game away from dropping down into the losers bracket and trying to have that run to get the title back to back. Ripperly, however, took such a commanding game 1, was able to really utilize the positioning to gain momentum over Beelzeboy. Can he do it in a game 3 and cause an upset early on in this tournament?
The nerves have to be high. They can feel the anticipation building. This is the biggest game they have played today. It's a win and in. If you win your group, you're through to day number 2 here at the Pokémon GO World Championships. But if you lose, there's more gameplay ahead. The battlers exchange thumbs up. They are ready. The battlers are locked in. The stage is set. Game number 3, Beelzeboy versus Ripperly, and it's gonna be Mantine into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Almost like we're picking up where we left off from the previous game here. The Embers are gonna come through, trying to get all that energy up on the Ninetales side of things, but you're going to have to do a lot of charge attack to get through this bulky Mantine.
This is 2 perfect mirror teams, just in a slightly different order. Whoever's better able to leverage their advantages here, get catches, get up energy. He tries for the catch. He brings in Empoleon. Beelzeboy going to choose to bring in the Ninetales, but Ninetales, because he ended up throwing a wing attack there, is actually behind Ripperly, able to throw first and deny Ninetales its full Ember Sneak.
This could give the Empoleon an edge here, being able to get that first Hydro Cannon down, getting that first shield utilized up on Ninetales' side. Although Ninetales can retaliate again with these weather balls, forcing shields to possibly come through and leave Ripperly's team a lot more vulnerable. As you said, getting that momentum edge could put him in the front foot of this race.
Being down this much energy, it almost feels like Beelzeboy is required to double shield Ripperly with a very advanced play there. He overfarms by 1, knowing Beelzeboy had the charge stack, but knowing that Beelzeboy would never play to a losing charge stack priority tie. So Ripperly still able to get a little bit of extra energy. Beelzeboy approaches the double up on Weather Balls, waits the turn, no catch comes through, and now Ripperly has to decide, is this worth investing my Protect Shields?
Ripperly exhibiting not just wisdom on his own side of the field, but on Beelzeboy's side as well, with all of those critical overfarms, but we are going to see the Ninetales start to come through with this Weather Ball, a shield coming up on Ripperly's side.
Can Beelzeboy pivot out here? The Hydro Cannon is available. Oh, he stays in. Ripperly reads the switch out, and this is going to allow Beelzeboy to actually make an Energy Ball.
Yep, Energy Ball will come through thick and fast into the Mantine on Ripperly's side because there are no Protect Shields remaining. Ninetales did put in some work against that Empoleon to leave the backline a lot more vulnerable. Even though it's not very effective, that's a chunk of damage.
That was such an incredible heads-up play by Beelzeboy, understanding that Ripperly had actually just snuck through a Metal Sound when he switched. That guarantees a 1-turn switch out. So normally, even though it would be a charge attack priority time, Mantine into that Ninetales, Beelzeboy understood. He's behind by a turn because he got that sneak. I can stay in, get the chip damage with that Energy Ball, and then once the Mantine's health has been decreased, then suddenly the wall, Empoleon hits the field, and life gets very difficult for Ripperly.
Yeah, the story of the set has been the battle between these water types, and they're just carving out another chapter here in this game 3. Once again, Empoleon going on the offensive here with this Drill Peck, will connect down onto Mantine, but it's still in the game, but it's so far away from getting to its charge attacks. Empoleon's just able to go again and again.
Great call by Beelzeboy, throwing the Hydro Cannon. Drill Peck would be more efficient, but either would take the knockout. The Hydro Cannon covers her potential catch onto the Ninetales. Ninetales will hit the field. There's the switch. Back into the Mantine. The Water Pulse snipe. Ripperly looks to the sky, but there's no help there. This Water Pulse is guaranteed to connect, and Ninetales will fall.
This is beautiful synergy from the water types on Beelzeboy's side. The Empoleon put in so much work, and now the Mantine clearing away that Ninetales from the field. Now it's just a second away from taking down the Empoleon. It's Nemesis throughout the set, and Beelzeboy proving the World Championship difference is still very much in play here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships.
I'm honestly feeling deja vu right now. The last time I saw Beelzeboy make plays of this caliber, he won the entire thing. Worlds 2025. Clearly, Beelzeboy playing in California, not to be messed with.
And I mean, Beelzeboy lost game 1 in that set, right, as well? So already had his back to the wall, had to make some adaptations, and on Ripperly's side as well. Again, phenomenal play, really identifying key Pokemon into this matchup and having to really stay on your nerve to be able to make sure those adaptations, the energy conservation was in play. And you mentioned as well in that game 3, the way he was overfarming maybe once or twice was just absolutely beautiful. But when you're up against Beelzeboy, you really have to be on top of your game.
it really felt to me like a very high level of a very technical set, like two players who clearly understand the game at an incredible depth, battling it out, the switches, the overfarms, utilizing the fact that Empoleon into Kanto Ninetales, a water type into a fire type, is actually an extraordinarily neutral matchup. Beelzebub recognizing he had a double shield at this play right here. Ripperly read the catch attempt, but Beelzebub, he read the read. He stayed in, but if you notice, the main team was behind by the turn, and that's why he can outpace. It wouldn't be a charge tech priority tie. He was not locked out of the field, and then he was just able to set up that Empoleon to shut down the Mantine. That was just masterfully played games there by Beelzebub. And we've had a bit of a alleged curse here when it came to people who winning Worlds kind of underperforming in their next year. Looks like Beelzebub breaking the mold as he has been dominant on day number 1.
I loved as well the fact that you had the Malamar being showcased really beautifully in games 1 and 2, but Beelzebub kind of saying, you've put in work, let's just go for a full down mirror match between the Ninetales, the Mantine, and the Empoleon against my opponent and give a pure masterclass that shows why I am indeed one of the best trainers in the world. Beautiful plays from both of them. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring in the rest of the competition.
What I really liked about how Beelzebub played that set was, even though Jumpluff on paper looked very strong, Beelzebub understood that sometimes a Pokemon, almost the threat of it, the bench pressure of it, can be just as valuable as actually bringing it. Because of the threat of that Jumpluff, it really restricted the lines that Ripperly was able to bring, and then based off that, he's realizing, oh, he is never bringing Pokemon like that Trailblaze Florges. I can just run ABA Water, I can run the Ninetales, all Pokemon that would not have an incredibly fun time against the Florges, but being able to punish the fact that Florges was kind of kept in a perpetual bench state out of fear of a Jumpluff that he wisely just never brought to the game.
Yeah, I love that pressure sometimes just in the team line, how it can affect Pokemon and leaving them on the bench. I liked one of your comments earlier, Homesize, where you mentioned how, you know, watching this game, watching Beelzebub play was really kind of reminiscent of 2025 and his previous World Championship run. So while we kick it to a very short break, let's have a little reminisce down memory lane of what World 2025 was all about.
Tell me, if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time? We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start, I know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again,
knowing just where the path would go.
all the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Trainers, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. scar. Every wish upon a star. Built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run. From humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
When you look back, life is just a collection of special moments like these. We are returning to you live from the Moscone Center here in San Francisco as we continue our coverage of the Pokémon GO World Championships. I'm Speedy's Chief with Amanda Lundberg.
Yes, and it is indeed our time for Pokémon GO to be making these spectacular memories for our last individual world champion that will be crowned this weekend here in San Francisco. We're in like the final stages of day one for some of the competitors, while others are just getting started. Still plenty more broadcasts to go. I hope you're tuning in. I hope that you have your Twitch connected so you're getting all of our fabulous drops and seeing these fantastic games.
Well, backstage, you and I have been browsing that bracket, and so many top trainers have either been eliminated or knocked down to that loser side bracket. And I got word that there was Hard Jeff versus Inadequates in their round one of their group. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that match on stream. We have so many other talented battlers to showcase, but we will eventually see those trainers as we move through this broadcast.
Speaking of seeing players throughout this broadcast, if you've been tuning in a little bit earlier on, you may have seen one of these faces already performing. That is Boom20 on that left-hand side, but he is up against Elche on that right-hand side, and that is a name that maybe you're familiar with because he got 4th place at the 2023 World Competition.
And he did it with 5 Pokemon, not 6, but 5 due to a moveset registration error. He took down some of the world's best with a hand tied behind his back. So what can Elche do when he's at full power?
We'll have to see, because these two players are powerhouses going up against each other in the winners finals to guarantee their spot in day number 2. Will, I learned a little fun fact here. We saw Boom play earlier on stream. He did play a couple off stream. He is undefeated at the tables in his whole Pokemon career. He has not dropped a game when he is not on stream. We can call him Boom 2-0.
Actually, maybe we should. Maybe a name change is in order, but he's still got a lot of work here to do at the World Championships. His first ever. And again, in spite of that incredible resume at the tables on stream and beyond, this is his first World Championships, and he's up against literally the best of the best. And there's so much to break down about this matchup. We have the Malamar, Shadow Kenta Ninetales, and Azumarill for Boom. Meanwhile, Elche with Tinkaton and his Thievul, as well as that Hisuian Electrode. If you break down this dynamic, Amanda, what do you see? What really jumps out to you?
You know, we talked a little bit earlier on about Mantine being quite safe when there is no electric type Pokemon on the other team, and that is exactly what Elche's facing up against there. There are some Pokemon that, yes, can start putting a dent into it, but there's no hard counter threats. We're hopping right into this game number 1. We're seeing that Togekiss up against a Thievul here. Thievul's fast attacks are not going to be doing too much damage, but that Icy Wind will slow down the Togekiss there. Elche staying in, trying to catch an Aura Spear, not quite able to do so, but still lands it on that Mantine.
Stumbling out of the gate, Boom throws the Aura Sphere into the Mantine. Double resisted damage. Great catch by Elche to kick things off here. But like you said, there aren't too many hard counter matchups, and the switch is available, so Boom can reach for a different Pokemon, and he does.
Going ahead, just chipping away a little bit that Mantine. It's got a ton of energy. Now throwing this first Water Pulse into into an unprotected Licky here. Licky Licky's just gonna take it on the chin, maybe take it on the tongue, and just going ahead and just charging up a ton more energy here, throwing the Shadow Ball, but not before the second Water Pulse goes off.
One eye on the switch timer always, and LJ swaps so early that he's almost back to his reserve Pokemon. Can't reach for the Thievul or the Tinkaton, but the Shadow Ball does get queued up. I don't think this is quite enough, and I think LJ agrees with me as he no-shields this Shadow Ball.
Letting that go through, gets it down mighty low there. One more rollout should do it. That's a little extra energy, can probably get up now to a Body Slam should LJ not want to throw immediately on that Thievul. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Still no Protect Shield left on his side as the Body Slam will connect.
Yeah, wanting to maintain his ability to swap out. In comes the Togepi with the Aura Sphere already stored, locked, and loaded. Gonna go ahead and pull away that first shield from LJ, and there's a problem I'm seeing on the horizon, Amanda. If he swaps that Tinkaton, a Ninetales might come out soon.
Yeah, taking a peek at these backlines here. Boom just did swap in here. Has to use a Protect Shield because the Icy Wind would do a lot of damage. The bigger problem now is that the Togekiss is debuffed as that Tinkaton comes in and just starts swinging the hammer.
I wonder if your LJ, if you can just continue to farm up, anticipate a swap, and then carry all that energy into the Ninetales matchup to try to make it a little more favorable. Aura Spheres are going to add up in the meanwhile, and Boom is deploying all this energy. This is Aura Sphere number 2.
Going no, still no shield on LJ there for the Tinkaton. Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammer would be the one that needs to take out that Togekiss here, but the real question is, will Boom shield it up knowing that he has that Ninetales in the back? Content to let it go down here as LJ attempts maybe an undercharge, then decides against it. That Togekiss is out of the picture.
I mean, this is basically best case scenario for Boom. He recognized that LJ, we need to deploy a ton of energy in the Gigaton Hammer in order to force that Togekiss off the field. Out comes the Ninetales. First bulldoze is no problem. And don't forget, he still has that Licky Licky. He can switch that Pokemon out in case he gets debuffed.
Coming in now with that Thievul on the side of LJ, getting the Protect Shield off of Boom's side as Night Slash goes through here. Wants to keep that Ninetales as healthy as possible because he's got some energy to boot.
I mean, no boost on the Night Slash has to hurt a little bit here for LJ. He's going to let the Thievul go down. He took that shield, did a great job. Final Pokemon will be the Tinkaton. Out it comes, but it's so weak.
Going ahead now and saying the shield left, no problem. Farming down the Tinkaton at the end. Boom takes game number 1. It breathes a heavy sigh of relief.
That is literally the first time I've ever seen Boom express anything resembling not being confident. And I think it all came down to that initial play. I think you start the game, there's so many things running through your mind, and then LJ, one of the most experienced and talented trainers we have, especially from LATAM, he makes that swap, and Boom stumbled. And that's rare to see.
But this is how you know you have a really good player, right? Yes, sometimes you stumble, but he didn't fall. He recovered, he came back into those matchups, and I think that just shows a good wherewithal within him to be able to say, okay, I know I made a mistake, but now watch me work.
Exactly, and he has worked with that Ninetales every single round we've seen him on stream. He continues to bring it into this matchup as well. In spite of that Mantine from LJ, he's going to kind of force him to bring that Water-type Pokemon more often and try to get that alignment.
Going ahead there, LJ really had a good idea with it. We talked about in an earlier matchup when there's not really an Electric type or something that can do heavy, hard counter damage to the Mantine, it makes a really great safe swap in this meta. That's exactly what we saw. Not only that, he was able to get that catch. Really great start. We'll have to see if LJ can pull back for game number 2, tie up this series.
Call me crazy, Amanda, but
You're
I
crazy.
think that okay, well, that was a little
Nailed
too easy for
it.
you. How about that Azumarill from Boom 20? That Pokemon looks pretty safe into basically all these matchups here, and if you're pressuring with Kanto Ninetales and Togekiss, you're probably persuading LJ to leave the Hisuian Electrode on the bench. Maybe Azumarill can wedge itself in there for Boom as well.
To see how he wants to play it. If you watch Boom play, he typically likes very fast, aggressive plays. Azumarill, while it has a lot of bulk to its name, aggressive is not really the word that I would use to describe that Pokemon. However, the fact that this is a Pokemon that's been around since basically the beginning of PvP is a testament to how good Azumarill is in almost any meta.
We are locked in, trainers. This is game number 2 of the winners finals. Winner advanced to day number number 2 at the World Championships, and the trusty Kanto Ninetales jumps onto the field for Boom.
Go Ahead leads the pack here as a Corsola, another Pokemon very similar to Azumarill with slower pacing and a bit more bulk to its name, continues to just start charging up energy as well. Going for what's almost a charge attack priority here. And Elche lets that first one go through, knocks it down to about half health.
I think the key there is pacing. Boom recognized that Galarian Corso was going to take 15 turns to get to its charge attack, and that is a lifetime for the Kanto Ninetales to farm. So now Elche has to contend with the fact that Ninetales is basically maxed out on energy, and he's going to have to find a way around that Pokemon.
Licky Tongue coming in, doing what Licky Tongue does, just getting up a lot of extra energy, and now going for a body slam on this Thievul. Thievul is something that has recently been added to the meta and has shaken everything up here. So going ahead, taking body slam number 2, Elche getting energy of his own.
Thievul can win this matchup depending on what the stats are for the Thievul that Elche powered up. He's going to go ahead and throw this Night Slash, and honestly, I think he needs the boost in order to Sucker Punch down. It's going to be pretty competitive, and Licky, meanwhile, is just one rollout away from another body slam.
Going ahead, throwing right beforehand. Boom knows it as well. This Licky is not quite at the 1 HP, but still doesn't want to use a shield on it, recognizing that it has done its job. Let's see what Boom brings in. It's going to be that Quagsire now. Will Elche be able to reach a move? Yes, he's going straight for that Night Slash.
I mean, the downside is that Boom reveals his third Pokemon first, but the upside is that he already has enormous energy on the Ninetales. Now he's going to have a ton of energy on the Quagsire as well. So like you called out, Amanda, he likes those fast, aggressive, energy-intensive Pokemon.
But Corsola already has energy built to it there. Going ahead and throwing that first Nightshade, getting the first Protect Shield off of Boom's side. He's got a lot of energy on his Pokemon there, but if you take a peek at both the Ninetales and the Quagsire, they're both fairly low health.
Absolutely maximizing those charge attack intervals. Throws the Weather Ball here. Elche knows his Galarian Corsola can hang on. He trusts it to, and it does! Oh, excuse me, it gets KO'd. I'm so shocked.
Oh, wow. This is big for Boom. They're being able to not let that Corsola get off any energy is huge. Incoming with that Mantine now. The big thing here is there's 2 Protect Shields for Elche to hide behind, and unlike a previous matchup where there was a Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail on the Quagsire, Boom's Quagsire is running Stone Edge.
Yeah, that is going to be a difference maker here. The second Energy Ball is also applying a lot of pressure. I just realized still 2 Protect Shields for Elche. He's putting it all on his Mantine here, and he's got that Thievul that he can swap out for a potential third shield.
Going ahead now and using that first shield with a really low health Mantine. This is a bait move by Boom, but still gets that shield. Very good for him. Elche is still in a great position overall. Has to use both shields here, but he's going for a charge attack of his own on that Quagsire.
Yeah, this is going to be really critical here as the second Protect Shield gets peeled away. Mantine goes for the Water Pulse. It's harder hitting attack. We get the shield from Boom. Now the question is pacing and a catch. The Thievul still lurking in the back, could pop out like a fox and take this attack. Does he pull the trigger? No! Elche misses it.
Going ahead now, throwing another Aqua Tail. Remember, this is a part water type and flying type Pokemon, so it's not doing a ton of damage there. Not enough to take it out and enough to get to the Twister. This is huge for Elche.
This is a roller coaster back and forth. Elche thought it was over. He connects with the Twister to bring down that Quagsire. And oh no, it's Raise B, but he wing attacks through.
Wing attack down. The Ninetales comes back in, knocks out the Mantine. The both of these are so low health. They're coming in, but Thievul has a little bit more and takes it down. 1 HP and a dream indeed.
Sucker Punch, more like a haymaker at the last second when Elche needed his Thievul to pull through. Ember just not strong enough. It's not a blaze, it is just that, a small ember of fire, and the damage reflects that. Everybody, we're headed to a game number 3, and we knew this was going to be cinema. When we saw this matchup backstage, Homesize Henry said, oh my goodness, this is going to be epic.
He is definitely watching on the edge of his seat, which I'm sure plenty of you, not only in the arena, but also at home are doing, because this is a big matchup for today. This is the winners finals of Group B, guaranteed spot in the winner side of the bracket for day number 2. And I think this game just shows how good both of these trainers are and how safe this Mantine is for Elche.
This last 30 seconds, I'm telling you, up, down, all around, what a roller coaster, as both trainers thought they had it in the bag and thought they fumbled the bag. and it turns out that LJ stands atop in that game number 2. So we're heading into a decisive battle number 3, and I think that LJ is giving Boom all he can handle.
I think that we're going to see that Manton again for sure in game number 3. LJ really relied on bulk in game number 2 there. Corsola on the team, yes, it's a little bit slow pacing, but it definitely did the job kind of scaring away some of those Pokemon, and then also that Manton with no electric type coverage on the other side.
Going into game number 3, I think the strategy for Boom in game number 2 was to store energy and just deploy it all at the end. Let's see what he does differently here against LJ.
Going ahead now, LJ smartly throwing the energy ball here, but here's the thing, when you have a Hisuian Electrode in the lead, you can Wild Charge and just dip. Wild Charge lowers your own defenses, so you don't really want to stay in too long after that, but look how much damage already just one charge attack has done to Licky Licky.
Yeah, and I think that this Hisuian Electrode will also outpace only 10 turns to both of its charge attacks. Meanwhile, that Licky Licky needs 4 rollouts for its Shadow Ball. Here comes another energy ball, forcing away that shield early in this game number 3.
Boom is at the body slam. He wants to put up that protect shield, at least try to start chunking away at the Electrode. Trying to go for a catch here, Manton, and now coming in with a Togekiss. We saw it in another game with Boom. Last time he accidentally threw the Aura Sphere into it, but this time he's going to get a little bit more energy, and we're going to see him throw the move on the right.
2 Water Pulses feels like the recipe for success here, and being 2 wing attacks up means that LJ might be able to close this gap before the 3rd charge attack from Togekiss is ready to go, because it's only 5 pecks for each of these Psyshocks.
Now, LJ has been hoarding his shields pretty much to the last moment each game. Game 1 didn't work for him. Game 2 paid off. This second one is going through, and still no protect shield. This Manton is going to be low as it can go.
But my jaw hit the ground because this is not a Water Pulse. This is a Twister, a resisted charge attack into the Togekiss, but LJ must know his damage calcs. Here it comes. Togekiss hangs on. This might be a simul KO.
Going ahead, that's exactly what it is. Both fall from the sky, and now we have 8 seconds to decide what we are bringing in. Now, each trainer is going to wait to the absolute last second, because that would, if one went in first, it would give the other one too much information. The Ninetales comes in. You see LJ shake his head yes here, and now he's going straight for that Night Slash number 1.
It looks like LJ is down a shield, if I'm not mistaken. First Night Slash comes through here. A boost would be critical here for LJ. Doesn't get it on the first Night Slash.
Going ahead now, still hasn't used a Protect Shield. Is this the moment that he will do so? Boom has 1. LJ still has 2 as this first one connects here. Weather Ball number 2 coming immediately after.
Gotta start to respect him. There's the first shield from LJ in this decisive game number 3. Ninetales will outpace, but I don't think it's got the HP to hang on. It's gonna force Boom to swap into the Licky Licky with the body slam spam. LJ might need to make a switch of his own.
Going ahead now, this first body slam is going to be shielded up. 0 shields left on LJ's side now, but he is also at a Night Slash. Does Boom want to use both of his shields here? The Licky Licky has taken both in this game. Wants to try to keep it around because it has a decent amount of energy left, and in comes the Electrode, and down maybe goes the Electrode.
This is going to be extremely close because that Thievul needs to pull through, and Boom knows he's got barely any HP and he needs more energy. He needs more charge attacks. Goes for the body slam here. LJ might have lost this game.
You saw it on Boom's face when that Electrode came in. He saw how much energy was on his Licky Licky. He said, this paid off for me. Body slam for you. Body slam for you. Game number 3 for me.
Boom, winning again. What a young phenom here at the 2026 World Championships. I mean, the resume doesn't lie. The plays on stage are speaking the same truths that we saw all season long. And I think LJ pushed him the furthest that I've witnessed personally. And the bad news for Boom is it's only going to get harder from here.
We can say for sure now, Boom has officially made it at least to day 2 in every single competition that he has competed in. LJ down, but not out. Knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket. Well, he will continue on in this double elimination tournament. But what a set of games those were.
I'm telling you, that game 2, I'm still thinking about the last 30 seconds. It's like lingering in my mind. The swaps, each trainer thinking the game was over, only to have the outcome be reversed. What a series for 2 of our best players. And honestly, everybody, if you're enjoying that, you're going to see a lot more of that as we move to day number 2 tomorrow.
And these 2 trainers, I could watch these replays all day, just seeing how good they both are here. That simultaneous knockout between the Manton and the Togekiss was also absolute cinema.
I thought we were going to see the back-to-back Water Pulse, but the Twister into the Wing Attack simul KO was wild. and it made for a very exciting matchup, especially as you pointed out, Amanda, when both of the Pokemon faint, whoever sends out their pick first is going to get countered.
And so you saw them waiting till the absolute last second to be able to do so, and these games came down to the wire every single time. You saw how Boom recognized how he was going to win that near the end. He was like almost like, okay, don't screw it up. I just need a body slam. I need one more rollout, and it should be enough, and it absolutely was.
That's the thing too. A lot of trainers that are that experienced, they recognize the win condition and they can play things out in their mind in the middle of the game. So you might be 10, 15, 20 seconds out from the eventual outcome, but they already have visualized one more rollout, body slam, KO. They already know exactly how the game is going to play out. That's such a good mental exercise too, if you're playing your own battles at home, to start thinking about that. Start thinking about the end of the game and not just the matchup that's in front of you.
And another thing to really consider is if you're playing the game, maybe have a teammate or friend that is running something similar to you so you guys can have a different understanding of Pokemon as it goes on. We're hopping right into the next matchups here. We have a player on that right-hand side of the screen that was on our players to watch for the LATAM region. We have Marto Galde for the first time on stream.
I believe so. Marto Galde from Argentina, of course, adored in the competitive Pokemon Go community. LAIC champion. If you remember, he was up against 12 Vitorello, surviving the Brave Bird from the Galarian Moltres. His Azumarill got to that final charge attack that it needed, and all the emotions outpoured after that. He's going to take on Firestar, a trainer from North America that we have seen very competitive this season. No stranger to the spicy picks, and he's got, I'd venture to say, 2 foxes on the team, right? He's got the Kanto Ninetales and the Thievul.
I'm loving that. I love foxes, and I love Firestar's play. He's been absolutely on fire this season, really doing well, top cutting many times. We saw him on stream already, performing very well to get to the spot in the winners finals. We'll have to see if he can get past Marto Galde to be able to secure that day 2.
Great call out. This is Group D. We've got multiple groups here in our double elimination format. And it looks like game 1 was already decided by the rock, paper, scissors.
That was a pretty rock, paper, scissors matchup, I would say.
I'm just kidding. But no, these two trainers probably know each other pretty well. And that's one of the best things about our competitive Pokemon Go community is that no matter if you're from NA or if you're from LATAM or Oceania, wherever you reside, these trainers scrim together, practice together, talk about teams. And I think that they've probably battled it out a few times, even on the Go Battling ladder.
You know, and talking about teams, let's go ahead and talk about them a little bit because Marto, it's the first time I'm seeing some of the picks that he has. He has another Dondozo of his own, and also that Shadow Sableye, assumingly running Drain Punch.
You mentioned the Sableye, and I think that's really cool. I know it's your favorite. But what about Altaria? That's a Pokemon that we saw a bit in Turin right after the moveset change, but it's been almost non-existent this weekend at Worlds. I think that's because there's so many other adjustments that have been made over the weeks that have passed. To see this Pokemon out, it's kind of like a throwback, right? It's like seeing Azumarill in 2026. You're like, oh, this thing's still around and it's still pretty good, I guess.
Indeed. We talked about Azumarill being one of the Pokemon from the very beginning. We can put Altaria right up there next to it. Always been a consistent threat. Nowadays, running Flamethrower as one of its charge attacks, which even though Tinkaton doesn't have, doesn't have a fantastic matchup against Tinkaton, it can definitely hit back and put in some hurt.
Well, I mean, look at all the obstacles it would have to overcome against Firestar, though. You've got the Twister on the Mantine. You've got a Napoleon that's going to resist all the Dragon Breaths. You've got the Thievul Icy Wind, which is double super effective. And then, like you pointed out, the Tinkaton matchup is a bit perilous. Flamethrower can fight back, but Tinkaton Hammer absolutely smashes through HP. Plus, you've got the Power Gem on the Galarian Corsola. My goodness, so many obstacles to navigate here. Will Marto even consider that Pokemon?
I mean, maybe, Altaria usually in the skies, maybe just sitting on the ground, maybe perhaps on the bench for this specific matchup, but you never know. Marto has a lot of plays with interesting Pokemon. He really knows the ins and outs of what he wants to do, and he's had a lot of success in the play Pokemon circuit.
Oh, absolutely. And not only in his own region, but also at the World Championships. I believe it was in Hawaii. He finished top 4. I mean, he's no stranger to the big stage, and I'm sure he's going to put on a show for us. But are there any other picks that really stand out to you? Or how about this? Better question. Is there one Pokemon on each side that you think has to come to this battle no matter what?
I would guess that Marto will bring the Dondozo. Just looking at the matchups there, I think it doesn't have like any strong wins, but it doesn't have any strong losses in that side. I would say that Corsola has been such a good pick overall, but if there is a team with the Shadow Sableye, it kind of makes you think twice about bringing it. But I will tell you that Ninetales has been around. It's been really, really good for a lot of players. It wouldn't surprise me if we're going to see those on the field.
Well, given that the team from Marto only has one true Tinkaton check in that Kanto Ninetales, I think that there are some opportunities there for Marto to try to hard counter it when it does come, because I don't see any reason why Firestar would leave that on the bench if it's got 5 favorable matchups and 1 negative one, right?
But of course, that's a bit of the mind game in itself, right? It's like you looking at your opponent saying, I dare you to bring this Pokemon because I've got a plan.
And I'm ready for it, right?
We'll have to see if they're getting ready. It looks like the trainers are getting close to being locked in for this matchup, winners finals.
We're going to head into the battles shortly, everybody, but let us know when you're watching at home who you think is going to win this next series. Marto Galde, a storied trainer or Firestar, not to be too punny, but a rising star in North America. Both of these trainers are giving it their all, and they've advanced all the way to the winners finals. It's about, what time is it here in California? About 1:23? It's only lunchtime, and these trainers are already punching their tickets to day 2.
Oh, I tell you what, another fun thing about both of these trainers is both of them have the plush of their favorite Pokemon there on the screen with them. We got that Jumpluff that has done so well for Marto Galde in previous tournaments, and we have that Jirachi from the side of Firestar.
I thought that Marto's favorite was the Giratina. Is that not?
I think you're mistaken. Another one that starts M-A-R.
No, Palkia.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's how you spell Palkia. Yeah. Jirachi, definitely a very fun Pokemon, Steel and Psychic type. I do remember my first ever Go Fest experience, catching that Pokemon in Chicago at Grant Park. Very, very fun. Of course, the stats were, they left a lot to be desired, but that's how Mythicals tend to roll, right?
Speaking of stats, just a reminder, if you guys are watching on Twitch, make sure that you are connected, because if you are watching for 60 minutes, you will get a Tinkaton with the same stats that Beelzeboy had when he won the World Championships last season. He's actually locked in his day 2 already, beating Ripperly in the last winners finals right before we came on.
Speaking of locked in, our trainer on the left is just that, waiting on our trainer on the right. Marto is still mulling things over a little bit, trying to get everything lined up. Again, so much of Show 6 Pick 3 is game planning. You think, okay, if I lead this Pokemon and I encounter this specific opponent, what do I do? Do I stay in and throw a charge move swap? Do I swap immediately? Do I stay in and play out the zeros? Do I stay in and play out the 2s? So many questions, but we're gonna get some answers here, everybody. Game 1 on the line.
Getting ready to rock and roll here in the lead there. Pretty good for Firestar. We have that Thievul up against that Shadow Sableye. Have to see how Marto wants to play that out. Keep in mind that those Night Slashes are going to do some nice damage to Sableye, but Drain Punch is also not going to do too much with Mantine. Great catch there by Firestar. A good start for him in this winners finals.
I'm getting echoes of the Elche and Boom matchup where the Aura Sphere was caught. Another fighting type move on a Mantine, and it does basically nothing. Marto does not want to leave empty-handed, though. He's going to gather up a ton of energy and fire for foul play.
I mean, I think if you're Marto, you say, okay, well, the Thievul, you know, it wasn't the greatest matchup for the Sableye anyway.
Yeah.
I'm now a little bit buffer. Watch me start throwing my stuff.
I'm honestly, a little surprised to see the swap out, because that Thievul looked pretty dominant in the Sableye matchup, even in spite of the Drain Punch. We're going to see a charge attack come through. Water Pulse peels away that shield from Marto Galde. He's got another foul play ready to go, though.
Going ahead, throwing that foul play, and Mantine just continuing to build up energy, using a Protect Shield of his own on the side of Firestar. Keep in mind, now these switch timers are very misaligned here, so both of them could switch out should they want to. Twister coming through here, no Protect Shield on Marto's side.
The question now is, can Marto farm down this Mantine? He's got a Waterfall Dondozo and an Ember Kanto Ninetales. It's going to be really hard to farm down this Pokemon, but he did succeed in taking both of Firestar's shields.
Yeah, it makes sense for Marto to stay in with that Sableye, saying, okay, fine, this is actually where I would have loved to see the Mantine to begin with. Twister number 1 now coming through unprotected on that Dondozo. Look how much energy that thing still has.
But the Twister, I mean, not much damage, right? The Dondozo is used to surfing the waves, and it is not bothered by a little storm here and there. Second Twister connects down into the yellow, the swap out into the Kanto Ninetales, trying to get the farm down, swaps into the Empoleon. Kanto Ninetales now is going to go for a Weather Ball.
Here's the thing, Kanto Ninetales is ahead on energy. There are no Protect Shields left on Fireside's side, and Marto still has 1 shield left. So this might be exactly what he needs to help get himself back into the game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, this is very perilous, right? Because Marto is just going to shield up the Hydro Cannon, and as long as he avoids the Charge Type priority tie, which Kanto Ninetales would lose, he's going to bring down the Empoleon, and he avoids it perfectly.
That's exactly what it does. Great counting by Marto Galde, saying, all right, this is just going to be enough for me. What you got now, as the next Pokemon will come back in. Coming in with that Thievul, already has some energy there. Night Slash coming through.
Night Slash #1. Thievul doesn't have much energy outside of this, so I think the Kanto Ninetales might be able to outpace, but it's gonna, oh, the boost comes through. That might be a game changer here.
Going ahead, you see how much more these Sucker Punch doing. Fire going to the Fire Star here as the first Fireball, Weather Ball connects, and the second one is just one away here. Tries to catch on Mantine, but now swapping back into the Dondozo.
Seeing the swap coming, oh, and really close there. Because of the one-turn swap, Marto's able to throw 2 Waterfalls and the Surf, but that was scary close. He almost got hit by a Twister.
Going ahead now, trying to get up to one more Surf. And he's able to do that right before Firestar throws. You see Marto readjusting in his seat, recognizing he's taken game #1.
Dondozo gobbles up 2 Pokemon, 2 KOs for the Water type, as the Waterfalls and Surfs are just too much for Firestar. Well, let's see if he can regain himself here in game #2.
Very close matchups on both sides, but super well played by Marto Galde. They're recognizing that when that Sableye, sometimes, you know, you take a bad situation and you turn it to your advantage. That's exactly what Marto was able to do. Noticing, you know what? My Dondozo and my Ninetales don't really fare too well into that Mantine. I'm going to stick in with the Sableye and just chip away as much as possible.
Yeah, I really like the point you made there. And especially when you saw the lead, it looked really scary for Marto, at least in my opinion. I mean, that's a pretty competitive matchup, and you're taking a lot of Sucker Punch damage as the Sableye, whereas your Shadow Claws are resisted. But Firestar saw something there, made the swap, and, you know, he's never been afraid to kind of put it all on the line. He gave both of his shields up early on, but the Pokemon that he had in reserve was the Mantine, and there just wasn't enough firepower to that Pokemon. So maybe next time, if he gives up those shields early, he'll have something more potent in the back.
Going ahead now, you can see the recap here, being able to take out both of those Pokemon to take game #1. Marto is in a, you know, commanding position here, but will he be able to keep this lead? If he wins that next game, he's guaranteed to move on to day #2. But as we've already seen, these matches can get so incredibly close, so back and forth. Wouldn't surprise me if Firestar can pull this around and we would be going to a best-of-3.
Game 1, no Tinkaton from Firestar. Felt like a very safe, familiar pick that he could have leaned on. Opts not to bring it. Meanwhile, Marto did not bring his Dragon and Flying type Altaria either. So both of these trainers still with a few tricks up their sleeve. Let's see what they decide to do here in game #2.
I mean, if maybe Marto is taking a page out of your book, saying, is Altaria a safe bet here with so many hard counters of it on the other side, or at least hard counter attacks? You only have 2 shields that you can use per game. You have to decide when you want to use it, and we're going to find out soon, as actually Altaria is the very first Pokemon we see on Marto's side, taking the field up against Firestar's Thievul.
Very similar pacing here for these Pokemon. The Sky Attack and the Icy Wind are almost identical, but this Altaria will lose the Charge Attack priority, so wisely throwing just before the Icy Wind is ready. And honestly, Amanda, I wouldn't be shocked to see a swap out here to avoid taking that damage or shielding.
But you know what the problem is Icy Wind on anything is going to lower the attack. Firestar says, don't want it now, don't want to put it on not very effective attack onto this Tinkaton that just comes in. Immediate pivot by him into this Corsola. So now he has a Thievul with a lot of energy and a bulky Pokemon that can at least tank 1 Gigaton Hammer as the first one goes through.
I mean, Marto already claimed 1 Protect Shield from Firestar. He's going to, I guess, be hit by a barrage of Gigaton Hammers if he doesn't do something about this Tinkaton. Going to fire up the Nightshade here. This will do some chip damage. The Tinkaton has so much energy. It's probably, oh yeah, it's already at the next Gigaton Hammer. What am I talking about?
So just start swinging away, but still swinging here. Does Firestar want to put his Protect Shield into it? Says no, not going to do it, but it is the Gigaton Hammer. It's enough to knock out that Corsola, and now coming in with the Mantine, a pretty good hard counter to the Tinkaton.
But it's so uncomfortable because what are you going to do? Wing attack down a Steel type, or are you going to Sucker Punch down a Fairy type? Well, those are your 2 options here as Firestar. He's got so much Tinkaton to work through still. He's going to take 1 Gigaton Hammer for his trouble, maybe even a second one, unless he throws a charge attack pretty soon.
Going ahead and throwing right before saying, all right, that's enough, Tinkaton. You calm down. Go back into your ball. We've had enough here. Marto content to let it go. It did a ton of damage. In comes Altaria, an immediate pivot back out, and actually goes for a Night Slash bait, gets that shield. Great play by Firestar.
I really like that bait. Firestar is about 2 steps behind. He needs to make up some ground, and that's a good way to start moving that direction. But out comes the Dondozo, which is such an issue for him in game number 1. A Night Slash boost here would be awfully sweet.
Going ahead, this one's going through. It says, how many can I throw before I get a boost? In the meantime, just continuing to get a ton of energy. Going for a second one against this Dondozo. Gonna get it pretty darn low.
No need to shield here. Night Slash not going to do that much damage, even though it is same type attack bonus. No boost either. So it goes from bad news to worse for Firestar. His back is against the wall right now.
Back against the wall, shields down here. We'll have to see how he wants to come back from this. Just charging up a little bit more energy here. Tries to complete farm down. Great catch. That's a one way to do it here, as this is going to be not very effective. You know, Mantine has been taking a Gigaton Hammer, not very effective. Also taking this Surf on the chin.
Wow, inspired swap, and now he's got the Twister loaded, ready for this Altaria. That might have been the catch that Firestar needed to get back into this. If I'm not mistaken, his Thievul does have an Icy Wind as well, so there's a lot of energy still to go around. But the question is pacing, and Altaria outpaces.
Shake it up, baby. Trying to get that twist and shout out of the way, but this Sky attack should be enough to knock out that Mantine. And yes, Thievul does have a ton of energy, opting to go for another Night Slash, getting that last Protect Shield. But look at the health on this Will. I don't know if it's enough.
Saving the shields has paid massive dividends for Marteau, as he's able to protect himself from the Night Slash and protect himself from an upset here at the World Championships Finals.
You see both these players shaking hand. Great game by both of them, recognizing what they needed to do to win. Firestar had a lot of great calls within those matchups, but in at the end, Marteau pulled through with some Pokemon that you weren't even quite sure was going to be in that matchup. Definitely did a lot of good from there, getting that Sky attack on that Mantine at that last second.
I mean, at the risk of, sounding nerdy, I've been pretty wishy-washy on the Dondozo, but it seems like it's making a big impact, and I just lost my co-caster. We're now in a solo cast from here on out. No, you can't come back now. What a series there from Firestar and his opponent, Marteau Galde. Firestar's not out of it yet, does drop down to that loser side bracket here in San Francisco, and I said World Championships I said World Championship Finals. I meant Winners Finals, because we still have so many more battles to go, everybody.
Absolutely. This is just day number 1 that we've got going on here, but some of these trainers are guaranteed to be making it on to day number 2. Marteau Galde can add his name to this list despite these great catches that Firestar had throughout the matches.
So inspired, right? He caught the Drain Punch, if I'm not mistaken, in game number 1. He caught a Surf there in game number 2, plus the Gigaton Hammer that he called out. Great Mantine plays, but it's just not enough to clear through the bulk of Marteau's Altaria and Dondozo duo.
Altaria there just really taking to the skies, taking game number 2 there for Marteau Galde.
Well done by the pride of Argentina himself. I cannot wait to hear from him as we get set up, everybody. Let us know if you're rooting for Marteau or any other specific trainer in the bracket this weekend. As we said, Amanda, so many upsets, so many trainers that we thought were a lock to make day 2 have unfortunately been knocked out. So it's going to get perilous as we move towards the top.
In a double elimination tournament, sometimes that's the way it goes. But while we can discuss all of that, I really want to hear what Marteau has to say about making it on to day number 2. Go ahead, Freed, take it away.
Marteau Galde does it again. A huge win there, putting you into day 2. You must be so pleased.
Yeah, I'm a bit emotional right now. Last year it didn't go so well for me in the Worlds, and my objective this tournament was to go to day 2, so I'm just very happy right now.
And you've beaten Firestar, who's a fantastic player. You're through to day 2, so you can relax for the rest of the day. What do you think, and how are you feeling about how today has gone so far?
It was perfect for me. I didn't doubt myself. Like, I'm very confident in myself. I just didn't practice that much with the team, so I had a bit of doubts with the team. So it went perfect, and I'll stay to cheer for my friends.
Amazing. What was your team building process like as you're approaching Worlds? I know a lot of players were panicking until the very last moment. You saw that Thievul there. How was that for you?
Yeah, it's a funny story. I stole a team from someone. That's how it generally goes. Actually, yesterday I was so desperate asking people for teams. I'm like, give me a team, give me a team. And people didn't believe me. They say like, oh, you probably have a team. No, I didn't. But I just saw one team and it worked. I cannot say who, but it worked.
Well, there we go. And you are one of the most decorated players in the world. What's this season been like for you?
This season is okay. I didn't win a tournament. I have high hopes of myself. LAIC, I think I could have won that tournament. I just wasn't that focused day 3. So it was a bit of not the best, but I took it a bit easy this season because I didn't play as much tournaments. But I'm pretty happy with it.
Previously, when you've done well at international championships and the world championships, do you go into those events feeling, I'm really good at the moment, this is going to be my tournament? Or are you still a little bit nervous as you enter and that gradually builds throughout?
I think you're always nervous. Before the tournament, I was never nervous, like very confident in myself. I generally, when I go to a tournament, I keep my head low. I say like, okay, let's try to make the best possible. Coming into this tournament, I saw myself being a strong player, and it worked out today. So.
And how do you prepare for tomorrow? Are you going to relax? Are you going to look at your matchup? What's the level of practice you do before you go into day 2 at an event?
Yeah, I'm not known for practicing, but I'll try my best because I really want to perform well tomorrow for the region. We'll see. Right now, I'll stay to cheer for my friends, which is always like the case. So it's very early right now, so we'll see later.
Is there any of your friends that you'd like to give a thanks to?
Oh, there's way too many, but I'll give a shout out to my Twitch chat, my family, Baba and Mama, my friends, Joel, Larry, Nahuel, Nigo, Maxi, Tsuku, Manken. There's too many, I'm gonna forget them. But yeah, shout out to everyone that's supporting me. I feel the love, I feel the support these past days, so I'm just very happy. That gives me joy.
Amazing. Congratulations, Marto. Some brilliant action down here on the stage, but so much more still to come. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Farid, and thank you, Marto, for those insights. It's always great to hear from players who are well known within the community. So well known that he even has his own people that he's thinking out, like my own Twitch chat. He is a good content creator for Pokemon Go, and it's a delight to see him on the screen.
Well, you know, they say that a good artist creates, but a great artist steals. And it looks like Marto had no problem stealing a quality team from one of his friends. And, I mean, can't blame him, right? Because if it's a working formula, I'm sure that they're pretty proud of how Marto played the team.
So if you guys have been watching this from the beginning, at the very start of the show, we gave you some players to watch from each of these. And we're just also giving you a little update on how they are doing so far. So for EU, we have Pato Man, who's gone 5-0 so far. Inadequate just started his rounds, was able to take round number 1, which I believe was against Harjeff.
Yeah.
So we know that the Harjeff has been knocked down to the losers bracket round 1, and Stone Collection hasn't started his tournament yet.
We dropped that little breadcrumb earlier. We knew based on the bracket that it was Inadequates versus LNDS Harjeff. I mean, I gotta say, one of Brazil's best trainers. Speaking of Brazil, we do have TZ Steinar, Marto, and LNDS Harjeff. And this, honestly, is a shocker to see Steinar 0-2. Honestly, last thing I predicted, but it just speaks volumes about how stacked this World Championships truly is.
Absolutely true. Steiner has had an amazing season there, all leading up to Worlds, but sometimes that absolutely happens. Caleb talked about it a little bit earlier on. Statistically, these champions, there can only be one. It's most likely not going to be over the 100 competitors who have registered and are here competing, but on Championship Sunday, we will see who that will be for our last ever individual world champion.
It's a long road to get there. And honestly, if I could give just one piece of advice to the trainers that didn't perform the way that they wanted, be where your feet are. Don't linger on the game that was on the stage or at the tables. Don't think about next year's World Championships, which is a year away. Be where your feet are, here at the venue, enjoying the time with your friends at Pokemon XP, taking all the sights in this beautiful city of San Francisco. It's a good rule of thumb, right? No matter where you are in life, be where your feet are.
And absolutely true, because there's been so many things that you can do if you are here in San Francisco. Even if the tournament run has ended, there are side events, there are XP events, plenty of things to do in this city.
And also, you know, if you're hungry to battle, you can hop into Go Battle League. You can do some battles there as well. I spoke with a few trainers, got some GBL recommended teams from them.
Ooh.
We might air that segment later, so definitely stay tuned for that. But meanwhile, we're going back down to the stage for more live battles. We've got a Japan versus Japan showdown.
We don't get to see these trainers play very often on screen, and we actually now get to see two play against each other, super well known in the community. We got Poki Michi versus Incontino.
Incontino taking on a familiar face. I'm sure they battled in the PJCS in the past and likely have queued up in Go Battle League as well. Let's talk about the teams, though, because we do have some unique picks here. We have seen Tinkaton, Galarian Corsola, Thievul, Mantine, Unova Stunfisk. The Pokemon I want to point out for Pokemichi is that Shadow Annihilate, which I thought was going to have a bigger presence. And famously, earlier on in the stream, Encanto took down Colin with that Shadow Gliscor and Shadow Politoed.
Colin, 6, one of the great trainers from EU, finalist at EUIC, was taken down, knocked down to the losers bracket by Encanto by this, I would call, rather spicy team there. I'm trying to think which one I would say was even the spiciest. He has that Shadow Politoed, he also has that Shadow Gligar as or Gliscor as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I was kind of wondering what the movesets would be. We don't see that Gliscor that often, but I do think it is running Sand Tomb Acrobatics, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely true, and we'll have to see if it will come into play against Pokemichi and if Pokemichi is ready for it, because keep in mind that the Pokemon Company region of Japan is on a different system that doesn't use championship points. They use qualifiers to be able to compete here at Worlds.
I'm so excited because that field of qualified competitors was expanded. It used to be just the top 8 or top 10 or even top 4. Now it's expanded and more of these trainers from the TPC region can come and compete and show us that they are some of the best in the world. We talked about the Annihilate, we talked about the Politoed and the Shadow Gliscor. There's a Pangoro on that team as well.
That is an interesting pick for this meta. It does great against Licky Licky, if you think. It does pretty good against Galarian Corsola, but it does fear Tinkaton.
Oh, absolutely fears Tinkaton. And I was looking at the Thievul too. I mean, if you're spamming off the cross drops, one close combat, and it's lights out for the Dark-type Thievul. So, I don't know, Pangoro might find some play here, but like you pointed out, Amanda, a couple of really dire matchups you want to avoid. First being Tinkaton, of course. Secondly, though, Mantine has to be pretty abysmal. And if you're in a shields up scenario versus the Shadow Annihilate, you likely just get countered down.
We haven't seen as many fighters as I anticipated seeing in this meta, but we have seen more Pokemon that have been sort of fringe picks, like that Melodic that we saw earlier on in the day, and Dondozo, which we just saw Marto Garley play to perfection. There's a water type, though, on Encanto's team with that Shadow Politoed, however, that we could see as another contender for a good water type in this meta.
That is a water ball, water ball. What am I talking about? Weather ball, water, and ice beam Shadow Politoed. And I mean, this could be an interesting matchup. There's one more point I wanted to make. The Charge-a-Bug. I think Charge-a-Bug for Encanto could be very, very impactful. X-Scissor, the Thievul, Volt Switch through the Mantine. There's a ton of play for that.
Yeah, doing great against Unova and Stunfisk as well. Electric types against each other. Not going to see it at the beginning. Pokemichi has a great lead there going for him with Unova and Stunfisk up against that Tinkaton. Tinkaton has to throw a Bulldozer really to do much damage overall. Doesn't want to throw anything. Tries to catch onto that Gliscor and now comes in with the Mantine on the side of Pokemichi.
Yeah, tried to catch a double resisted Mud Bomb, but did not quite get his wish. Out comes the Acrobatics, and gotta respect it. Even though Mantine is extremely bulky, Acrobatics from a Shadow high attack Gliscor would really wreak havoc on the HP. Got the Water Pulse, overcharging.
Going also for the Twister bait here, getting that first shield back. Pokemichi going for this. Will still have a lot of energy on this Mantine for himself should he choose to now throw a Water Pulse, which he is at. But just now, Encanto says, you bait, I bait. Look at him get this last shield with that Sand Tomb.
Insane Sand Tomb bait here. And you gotta be asking, why are these trainers fighting so hard in the middle matchup? It's because that Tinkaton wants to get away from the Unova Stunfisk, and Encanto realizes he's not gonna get his wish. He's gotta send it back out to soak a, what is this, triple resisted Twister?
He said, recognizing, okay, I'll take what I can get here. Sure that Unova and Stunfisk is coming back in, but maybe I can lower its defenses here with this Bulldoze #1 coming through.
Bulldoze does have a chance to lower that defense, and it does activate here. Gonna go for the Mud Bomb. Unova and Stunfisk fighting back against the Tinkaton. Can absorb one, but not two.
Going ahead, throwing that first one on the side of Pokemichi there. It is going to be a little bit defense drop, and Bulldoze is going to be going through before the next one from the Unova and Stunfisk side. No Protect Shields remaining on Pokemichi.
Great awareness by Encanto to know his Tinkaton would win. Whoa, double drop on the defense as well. So this Unova Stunfisk is looking awfully soft. Might get farmed down by the next Pokemon that comes out, but the Mud Bomb does KO the Tinkaton.
Coming in now with that Licky, that #1 used Pokemon of our tournament so far. And now you see the little pause before he throws, but at a double debuff, Body Slam should do it at this range. Just wants to get up a little more energy first, and Pokemichi gives a Mud Bomb as a parting gift.
I keep thinking that Encanto is putting in a lot of work, but we have not even seen the Thievul from Pokemichi. He's got a lot of gas still left in the tank, and as you said, Amanda, Body Slam is going to be more than enough now that this Stunfisk has been double debuffed.
He's ahead on shields on Encanto's side, and now we do see that Thievul, but coming back in, both of these players swapping in and out, timing things exactly right, getting that last Protect Shield as a Twister goes through from that Mantine side.
Now the advantage for pacing is going to go to that Gliscor, and Contino has to know exactly where it is, and he throws on Charge Attack priority perfectly when the Twister is ready.
Great timing, great wherewithal from Encanto, being able to knock out this Mantine and maybe be able to Sand Tomb the Thievul, which would help him be able to do that, but Night Slash looks like it will be reached first.
Yeah, it doesn't throw the Charge Attack. Thievul going to pick up a massive KO here and could get a massive attack boost off the Night Slash as well. Let's see, and it does come through!
Big plays for you. Can see Encanto not the happiest about it, although he's grinning. It's through his teeth there as the first Body Slam is able to connect, but this Fox is boosted.
It's not quite grinning, more like a grimace. Here comes Body Slam #2 as Licky tries to fight back in this matchup, but the rollout damage is not going to be enough. This Thievul, it looks like it's on a run.
Doing everything he can. Night Slash coming through at the last second here, putting that Licky in a world of hurt and putting Pokemichi in charge of game #1.
Wow, close battle between these two trainers from Japan, and Contino putting in so much work, but honestly, Amanda, it felt like he wiggled and he fought, but he could not get an opening. And Pokemichi said, oh yeah, I still have a third Pokemon I haven't shown you yet. It went from bad to worse.
Did you see at the very end, too, that there was a friendship level increase between these? So I think that these two trainers have definitely battled against each other before. As a reminder, you can also be sending gifts to your friends, and there are some really cool Pokestops here at the venue and around San Francisco. So if you're someone that's at home and you know someone here, try to beg them for a gift, because I've seen a couple of them, and they are pretty cool.
They are so cool, and I've been meaning to walk around the venue and try to collect some of them. As a reminder, everybody, Pokemichi finished 13th overall at the World Championships last year, actually defeated by Lyle Jeffs and Firestar. So he's trying to do better than 13th place overall, trying to push himself maybe up into the top 8, but he's got to get through Encanto and advance to this winner's finals first.
One more game should be able to do it for him. Should he be able to take game #2, this is winner's finals of Group E, meaning the winner will go on. However, the loser will knock down to that loser's side of the bracket.
Thinking about the Pokemon here, what adjustments are we going to get from these two trainers? It felt like the Gliscor had a couple opportunities here and there, did connect one acrobatics, but also commanded a lot of shields. And Contino also a successful Sand Tomb bait on the Mantine that was pretty gnarly. Does he bring that Pokemon back in game #2?
One thing we have to remember too is Encanto fought back very hard against a very bad lead for himself. When you see a Tinkaton up against Unova Stunfisk at the beginning, it heavily favors Unova Stunfisk. Even still, he managed to make some great catches, get those shields down right away, and get a double debuff. So it still could have been playing onto anyone's game until those very last moments. And it just also should show, just because you lose lead doesn't mean that you are automatically going to lose the game.
Very well said. And Unova Stunfisk has to be the first thing on Encanto's mind. And when you have a team like his, right, you've got a Charge Bug that's going to struggle against the Unova Stunfisk. The Tinkaton will struggle as well. You've got your Politoed, which, yeah, can fight back, but if you're down Protect Shields, remember it's still a Water-type Pokemon. It's going to take a lot of damage from the Discharge, so it kind of feels like the options are limited here on the right side of your screen, whereas Pokemichi's in the driver's seat.
Man, I love watching these guys get ready here. We got a thumbs up, we got some stretches as we're getting into the battle. A much better matchup for Encanto there, as now it's Pokemichi who is immediately swapping out into a safe swap normally of a Mantine, but with an electric type on the other side, that's a pretty dangerous swap. Do you think the fact that the Gigaton Hammer is being thrown could be a giveaway that maybe we're not seeing one of those Pokemon in the back?
Yeah, I think the lack of a swap here means that there is no charge bug, and you can start to do that process of elimination if you are Pokemichi. But if you're in Contino, you're probably thinking as well, hey, if I can control switch in the mid game here, I could eventually align my Pangoro versus the Thievul and give myself a chance against whatever that third Pokemon is, which is the Unova Sunfish. So there's a lot of play here, and I would not be surprised to see this mid game matchup go the distance.
And you see Pokemichi immediately putting up a shield saying they didn't even swap out. Okay, this team is weak to the Tinkaton as the next Water Pulse goes through. Will he get that first Protect Shield? Yes, he does. And Contino has a lot of energy on that Tinkaton at this moment.
Tinkaton basically in one mode here. You cannot throw a Bulldoze and Fairy Wind down. It's not going to happen. Man Team will lose Charge Type priority to basically everything else in the meta, and it does lose to the Tinkaton here. Gigaton Hammer number 3.
Coming in now, coming with that Unovan Stunfisk, and now I think that we have to remember that both of these trainers can swap out. So at this point, you see Encantono staying in here, throwing a Bulldoze, hoping for maybe what happened last game, being able to get a defense debuff would be a really great position for him. Wasn't able to get it on the first one.
Wasn't able to get it. Out comes the Discharge. I really like that play because if Pokemichi is expecting a swap out, that Discharge would catch a lot more Pokemon neutrally than the Mud Bomb would.
And New is going to knock out anyway. In comes the Gardevoir. Immediate pivot now into the Thievul, but now Encantono has an answer for it there with that Pangoro.
I don't think Encantono's quite out of the woods yet because he can build up to the double close combats here, but then after the Thievul faints, he risks the Sunfist coming in, Thundershocking down, and still being an issue for the Gliscor. It's going to be a little tricky, but Encantono is starting to take control of this game.
Going for it straight away, lowering the defense here of the Pangoro. Doesn't even matter. Going ahead and just throwing the next one immediately.
I like this. Expecting a Night Slash, but the shield goes up anyway. Pokemichi sniffs out the play. Does he get Thundershock down or does he swap into Gliscor? Timer's not there.
Timer is not quite there yet. It is quite low and not even actually bothering all the way. Go ahead and get this Pangoro out of here. The big thing is though, Gliscor in the back has a pretty darn good matchup against that Unovan Sunfist when there's no shields.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need multiple discharges to even weaken this Gliscor. Sandtomb number 1 comes through, and this is just the first shovel. A second one will definitely pick up the KO.
Keep in mind, it's part ground, but it's also part flying there. So at the same time, you're going to see him just continue to charge away. I think at this point, Pokemichi not even bothering to throw an attack, recognizing the writing on the wall, and that this is going into a decisive game number 3 as Sandtomb number 2 takes out the Unovan Stunfisk.
And Gliscor's animation gave us a nice little pincher clip right there just to show that it's having a great time against the Unovan Stunfisk. He says, yeah, more of that matchup, please. I'd like to see that Pokemon again.
Now, so, you saw Encantono stretching at the beginning. Maybe he was just doing a little Gliscor dancing. Okay, I'm giving you a warning. This is what's coming in.
I really love how expressive Encantono is. We've seen the smiles, the grimaces, and whatever that last one just was. He's really wearing his emotions on his sleeve. So going into game number 3, Amanda, what do you think? Because, I mean, Pokemichi had all the momentum in game 1, and Encantono fought back strong in game number 2.
Well, when he was interviewed earlier on stream, he was holding up that Politoed. We haven't seen it at all against Pokemichi's team. And you have to wonder, is it one of those picks where you like it because you think it's an actually good call for the meta, or do you just like it because it is one of your signature Pokemon?
Valid question, right? And I think at this stage, you can't let your favoritism kind of cloud the Pokemon that you pick. You need to pick the right Pokemon for the right matchups. And even though that Politoed might look strong and he might be telling you, yeah, I think I can win this, you got to be honest. You got to be measured here. Gliscor, though, seems like a staple for Encantono.
Going ahead, playing it game number 1, winning with it game number 2. We'll have to see if he will bring it into game number 3 as both of these trainers take a moment to get ready to decide what they're going to lock in for this very decisive game number 3, who will determine who is going on to day number 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. This is close battles between 2 trainers from Japan.
If you want to stop Shadow Gliscor, I think Pokemichi, I mean, what are the 3 best options? Mantine, Thievul, Galarian Corsola. But then at that point, you're ABA weak to Pangoro. right? So there's so many obstacles to navigate here, and the team composition and order is going to matter quite a bit as well as these trainers lock in their teams. Again, everyone, this is the winners finals. Whoever wins this moves on to day number 2. Whoever loses it probably has to battle 2 or 3 more rounds to get a chance to do the same.
And you brought up a good point about the Pangoro being a big problem for that team if we would have a composition like that. But that is also one of the reasons that Show 6 Pick 3 is so engaging and fun, because you don't get to know what your opponent's going to bring until it pops out of that Pokeball, and then it's everyone's game. It's like, you know, everyone gets to see backstage, gets to be like, okay, I see what they're bringing, and you guys are about to as well as we hop into game number 3. We got that Galarian Corsola on the side of Pokemechi up against that Shadow Gliscor.
Well, hop or maybe even glide, as neither of these Pokemon are going to touch the ground. We're going to see the Gliscor build up a ton of energy and reach for the acrobatics immediately. This is going to deal a lot of damage.
Heavy hitting attack. Will a Protect Shield go up? Last second it does on Pokemechi's side, keeping that Corsola nice and healthy as it just continues to go ahead and go. And look at that, still waited turn and still threw the Nightshade into that Licky Licky. That has got to hurt, but we'll have to see how he bounces back from it as that Evil comes in to start to taking up some energy.
I mean, the good news for Pokemechi is that he avoided the Pangoro lead that he was probably really worried about. And now that he sees a Licky Licky, it's safe to bring in his Thievul, get some use out of this Pokemon. And I think his end goal is probably to win this matchup and then throw an Icy Wind into whatever Incontino sends out next.
Going ahead, there was just a small amount of chip damage already on that Licky Licky from that Nightshade, which again, it's not going to be doing too much because of normal typing of Licky Licky there. But now another Body Slam is going through. This Thievul is getting pretty low.
It's definitely being worn down, and Licky Licky is known for that, just being patient but relentless. Another Night Slash is ready. Gonna throw on the Charge Attack priority. This will definitely pick up the knockout.
Going ahead now, no Protect Shield on Incontino's side, content to let that Licky Licky go down. The real question will be, will he be able to get to another attack here, as now the Gliscor comes in and an immediate swap out back into that Corsola to throw a second Nightshade, saying, this time I found my target.
Lost in the sauce, and Contino reaches for the acrobatics, but he's a turn too late, forced to shield up here. Switch Timer's still available for him, so he can reach for the Charge Bug, but he doesn't want to reveal his third Pokemon just yet. Honestly, though, he's got to avoid taking too much Astonish damage, or he will lose his Gliscor.
I mean, this is a big problem for Pokemechi if you're looking to take a peek at that backline, but this might be the absolute saving thing for him. Look at him, stone cold there, recognizing, okay, Mantine, you stay away from this here, as I'm going to try to get that Charge Bug out of the pitcher.
Look at the sequencing from Pokemechi. He goes for the Nightshade, which means he's going to try to get 2 Nightshades instead of just the 1 Power Gem. He thinks he might be able to do it, but this Discharge is going to cut off this Galarian Corsola. If Pokemechi hangs on here, that will be decisive.
This will be a big moment. I think everyone's waiting, but it does sing. Oh no, it goes down just at the last second. In comes the Mantine, maybe trying to get a catch onto that low health Thievul, but there are 2 charge attacks. First one, his target is reached, but unfortunately for Pokemechi, there is another one already loaded.
I mean, massive swap, incredible timing, even in spite of the wait. But there's so much pressure, it might have just been inevitable. Discharge number 2, double super effective. Mantine fans, look away from the screen.
Oh, gets down so low. One more Volt Switch will do it, but Mantine is able to get off a Twister here. He's gonna knock that Charge Bug down very, very low. Keep in mind, we still have that Gliscor in the back to be able to do it. Doesn't even need it as the Mantine goes down, and Incontino gets what we call a reverse sweep.
Incredibly well done by the Charge-a-Bug trainer, Incontino. Charge-a-Bug keeps on chugging. The little bug that could, nobody really believed in it. I didn't hear any talk about Charge-a-Bug, but it's enough to overcome Pokemechi.
Oh man, Incontino, all smiles there. Very expressive trainer, and he's been winning so far, able to make it to day 2 with an incredibly impressive, spicy team there. We've seen some Pokemon on that team that we haven't seen very much on the broadcast before.
And if you're a fan of those Pokemon, you better tune in tomorrow, because we might see some more Shadow Politoed action. And I gotta say, the Gliscor, it seems like it's almost ubiquitous. I think he'll bring that out no matter what.
I think we saw every single game for him. Is a Pokemon that has been a little bit popular in the past, but with a different set of movesets.
Yep.
But now with the acrobatics and the Sand Tomb, which guarantees to lower the defense of your opponent's Pokemon, I think it definitely was able to take him pretty far.
It just fits one of those really specific niches where you're like, hey, I want to be a flying type Pokemon, but I kind of want to resist electric too. How do I do that? You know, you can't really be a Corviknight, and if you're Altaria, you're a little too slow and a little too weak to ice. but I think that Gliscor is also a little soft to ice, so maybe there are some shared overlaps there. Who knows?
There have been so many trainers, people from Japan, like I said before, who we don't get an opportunity to see very often. Always happy to see them winning, doing well on stream. There are some other trainers that are well-known staples within our community who have been competing at Worlds, and Lyle Jeffs is one of them. We're going to show you a little bit about his personal story.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon GO, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC, Pokemon GO, on that big stage. Was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokémon GO Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful charge attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
Did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships. And if you're just tuning in now, we are maybe not even halfway through day number 1 yet, but so many incredible battles. This is the best of the best here, fighting to become the 5th ever world champion of Pokemon GO. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined by my good friend 2-0 Butters. How's it feeling about the battle so far?
I'm feeling amazing, and look how far we've come in, obviously, Championship Series, but in Pokemon GO in general. And I just want to say, if you are here in the venue, you're here in San Francisco, and you haven't played Pokemon Go in a little bit, I think you're going to want to update your app because something awesome is going to be happening this weekend that you're not going to want to miss.
Definitely. And also, if you haven't been playing Pokemon Go, perfect time is when you're tuning the broadcast because there's Twitch drops and you get all these cool rewards for free just for watching. And if you're already watching right now, might as well get some rewards for it too. Watch up to 60 minutes to get all the full rewards. And of course, we got our battles on our hands. We're heading to the stage. It's They Love Jai from Australia versus Tonton Battus from France.
Tonton Battus, who was first place at 2023 EUIC, first place at 2025 Gdansk, and where he left off, he was first place at 2026 Prague with that Shadow Hydreigon. He has brought it back here to the winners finals, and now he is just one match victory away from day number 2.
And They Love Jai, second World Championship for him. Maybe not the best role last year. I think he went 0-2, did take games in both of his losses, but one of the best players from Oceania, has 2 second-place finishes. His first 2 tournaments, he got second in both, actually, and has always been a kind of a household name ever since that 2024 season when he started to compete in the official circuits. And he's definitely going against a much more accomplished player sitting across from him. But They Love Jai, friends with a lot of players in the community, and especially with so much online communication these days. I know he scrims with a lot of the top players in the circuits, so he has the ability to take down any Titan in the field. And both of them are in this winners finals. They're both looking for, I believe, their first ever day number 2 at World Championships, and that would be such a huge sigh of relief if they make it there, because not only do they make it to day 2, but they make it on the winner side. That's a massive advantage. And of course, the teams are looking pretty spicy as expected.
Yeah, and it's a little spicier for the Corviknight as well, because I believe that is a Shadow Corviknight that Jai has at his disposal. A newer Pokemon that recently got released into Shadow Grunts. Now you can also Elite Team it to get that special charge deck, which you can get with Twitch drops right now. Get that Elite Charge Team, and look at that dapper, fancy-looking Shadow Kanto Ninetales for Tonton Battus. Even his most meta Pokemon is spicy looking.
That's right. And we got They Love Jai with a double flyer with Licky in the lead. It's going to be a good lead for him because he avoids the Shadow Corviknight onto the Shadow Cancel Ninetales, which is a pretty disastrous matchup. Everything in the back, it's actually very alignment dependent because you do not want the Altaria on the Tinkaton. You want the Corviknight on it. However, the Altaria doesn't have nearly as many places to go. As you can see, Tonton Battus building a line ABA strong into that, ABB strong, I should say, into the Altaria. And so he's going to throw this energy ball, going to do more damage than the weather ball, trying to chip it down as much as possible. Oh, we get a debuff as well.
And it probably won't matter just because now the Body Slam is going to be coming through, and you will get the knockout before this next Body Slam is probably available. I mean, unless you come in with the Galarian Corsola. There goes down the Kanto Ninetales. Here comes Tinkaton trying to get that advantage, instantly swapping out into the Shadow Corviknight. Now this is interesting because you're doing super effective sand attack with that ground type fast attack, but all of your energy is going to be resisted into the typing of that Steel Fairy type of Tinkaton, and he actually gave up a Protect Shield against a resisted Gigaton Hammer.
Gigaton Hammer is just one of those moves where even resisted, you could potentially command shields, and into the Shadow Corviknight, because it's less bulky than the non-Shadow, you have to respect it.
Oh,
and
the boost!
Gets the boost right on the first air cutter. Going to be massive for this matchup. So you can see the sand attacks are starting to really chunk the health bar of the Tinkaton.
The attack is one stage higher now for the Shadow Corviknight. Now it's going to do more damage with its next charge attack. Here comes the swap into the Corsola. That's a beautiful swap because, actually gets the Protect Shield. This is just an air cutter right now for Jai. It wasn't the payback, even though he was at payback energy. Does he get another boost? No, not another boost, but he's at the payback right now. That's going to be super effective. He is going to double down. He's going to beat again. Can he get both Protect Shields from this Corsola?
Tonton's thinking about it, but he throws up the shield. Doesn't want to take a boosted Shadow payback, but They Love Jai is in the position he needs, and I don't think Corsola's going to be able to get the 2 moves. He tries to go for a Sonic Shout, but doesn't get to it, and here comes the payback. I think this might one-shot KO the Corsola. Tonton Battus trying to think it through, and yes, it does. It takes out the Poké Ghost type.
2-stage buffed on the attack, was able to knock out, and now you have that Protect Shield advantage to use on this Gigaton Hammer. You're already at the Flamethrower here. Tonton doesn't have any Protect Shields remaining. This is going to be super effective into the Steel typing of that Tinkaton. How about the Shadow Corviknight and the 3-ball flex from Jai to start us off in game number 1?
And he had a shield remaining on top of it too. Dominant victory there from They Love Jive, and it was on the backs of the double air cutter baits. And it's a really tough position for Tauntaun because if you don't shield a payback, you could just get one-shot KO. But if you shield the air cutter, it's even more disastrous because there's a chance to boost again, which is exactly what happened. And then you get hit by a double boosted, super effective payback from a Shadow Corviknight. That is not a fun time.
What stands out to me in that game #1 team composition for Tauntaun is it felt like he was also trying to scare off that Alolan Ninetales because he was running A strong to it with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the lead and the Tinkaton in the back. Does that mean that he's trying to play his signature Pokemon in that Shadow Hydreigon in the game #2? Because if you scare away that Alolan Ninetales, you do have a lot more flexibility in neutral play into the team of Jai. But if you're going to be expecting those same 3 Pokemon from Jai, the Licky, Altaria, and Corviknight, you actually don't have the greatest of matchups. So he might have to sit that signature Pokemon, but I believe that he used game #1 to try to scare off the biggest counter to his signature Pokemon so he could use it in game #2.
All right, well, here we go. Speaking of game #2, it's going to be They Love Jai up a game into the Shadow Hydreigon. Tauntaun Badooz has brought it out. But this is actually kind of a weird matchup because the air cutter is going to do a good chunk, even though it's not the best move. Shadow Hydreigon is so frail that even the air cutter is going to start doing a lot of damage.
And it's a Shadow Corviknight, so the Shadow Corviknight is going to be able to land this air cutter. Can he get a boost once again? Wow, and he gets the boost. So this Sand Attack is doing way more damage. The double Brutal Swing will be available, so you could win the 0 Protect Shield situation here if you are Tauntaun. And Jai doesn't shield the first one. Does he try to shield the second one? He can go for the Sand Attack down. It's not going to be on Charge Attack priority. Maybe he's going to try to take the alignment. Yes, he's going to take the alignment, go for the Sand Attack down.
I love this play from Jai because he knows that even Payback can do a lot into Ninetales. But here comes Tauntaun. He's not trying to let him get to it. And it's just going to throw the air cutter first, do some party damage. It is a boosted Corviknight, so this is still going to be better than throwing it into the Ninetales later. Now, chips it, dips it. Here comes the Licky for a dominant matchup.
Well, it's funny, he couldn't even bring a Quagsire down a shield into something like a fire type because you would take that double super effective energy ball. As you see here, the energy ball will actually do more damage than one weather ball. And also you can try to fish for a debuff on the defense. It can drop the defense by 1 stage of your opponent. There's a chance to do that. An undercharge on the body slam, trying to get the farm down, and the perfect farm down, getting 1 extra rollout because of it.
This is so disastrous for Tauntaun. Yes, he has a shield advantage, but he has to go through pretty much 3 balls.
Oh!
A beautiful catch. It catches the resistance Shadow Ball onto the Hydreigon. This is one way to get back into the game for sure, but he still has a lot more to go.
That's exactly what he needed. He had a Protect Shield advantage, but essentially he now has a 2 Protect Shield advantage after he caught that Shadow Ball. Now the next Shadow Ball is available. It does get the Protect Shield. Now the awkward situation is, do you try to go for a Bulldoze farm down? You have to commit to the Gigaton because it's going to be really hard to finish off this Licky. I like this decision. You need to get this Licky out of here, and Bulldoze would not have done it.
And I think Jai's in commanding position. He has a full health Shadow Quagsire left. There is no Mud Bomb, but at this range, Mudshot and Aqua Tail will start really adding up. On top of it, he still has the Shadow Corviknight, and the super effective Shadow Sand Attacks will still add up. And he could also just catch that Gigaton Hammer if he really wants to. If he doesn't catch it, I don't think he can fair win down either.
And going for the Bulldoze here, you do have a coin flip 50-50 chance of getting the debuff from this Bulldoze. Can Tauntaun get it? Yes, he gets a defense drop. Now suddenly this Quagsire would be in range of Gigaton Hammer. The last Protect Shield is down for Tauntaun, but Tauntaun needs to throw a Gigaton Hammer into this Quagsire and be able to finish off the Corviknight. The Corviknight is energy dry, but he throws the Gigaton. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining, so he does properly call it.
Huge shield from Jai. Even if it's a bait, right, he knows he gets more Mudshot damage off and he could just potentially Sand Attack down, but shielding that Gigaton Hammer is game over as They Love Jai takes a 2-0 victory over Tauntaun Badooz to find his first ever day #2 at World Championships.
Well done to Jai. Now he is advancing into our top cut for day #2 here at Pokemon Go World, and a trainer who has gotten 2nd place so many times in his career, able to come in on that winner's side of the bracket. He definitely has a chance to make it to Championship Sunday because he played awesome in that matchup. I think he played so clean, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see great sportsmanship from Tauntaun as well, too, respecting the trainer sitting across from him. Also running some spice himself. Shadow Corviknight, which we really haven't seen on the big stage. There's a recent Shadow Pokemon introduced to Pokemon Go, so not even a lot of chance for people to run that. Speaking of signature Pokemon, we talk about Shadow Hydreigon from Tauntaun. They Love Jai. maybe a lesser known household name, has played in 8 tournaments where he could run Alolan Ninetales. He played in another tournament, but it was like a limited meta, so it's a little different. But he has run Shadow Alolan Ninetales in 6 out of his 8 tournaments so far. This makes it 7 out of 9 tournaments. And his worst results were really when he didn't bring the Alolan Ninetales, including last year at Worlds. So, being a signature Pokemon, it doesn't get more signature than Shadow Alolan Ninetales and They Love Jive.
Well, what a zag that is, where Shadow Kanto Ninetales is literally the meta pick of the tournament and the key Pokemon that most of these trainers were trying to prepare for the most by trying to get a water type that can counter it. And then you see the jump up evolution from trainers like Beelzeboy, the former world champ, trying to defeat those water types. So the key factor in this meta is Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the fact to flip that zag, go with your signature Pokemon of the Shadow Alolan Ninetales and make it to day number 2 doing so.
Yeah.
That is epic. That reminds me of the first ever World Championships, right? Where there was an Alolan Ninetales and a Kanto Ninetales.
That's right.
Going for the final Grand Championship.
That's right, and if history repeats itself, it was indeed the Alolan Ninetales that took the edge over the Kanto Ninetales, despite the fact that it is a bad matchup for the Alolan Ninetales, but it just has so much more value. Yes, we didn't see it in this particular game. I don't know, maybe we won't see it at all in this tournament, but you do have to worry about it on the bench, and it gives you pause to bring other Pokemon in, and that's why we probably didn't see the Hippowdon from Tauntaun Battus, knowing that, there's so many answers. Double water, ice, and it just makes it really, really tough to run that Hippowdon. And big congrats to They Love Jive for making his first ever day 2 at Worlds.
And it makes it even more difficult. You even saw in that matchup, there's a signature Pokemon of the Alolan Ninetales, but Jai didn't even bring it, right? Because it doesn't have the greatest of matchups into Tauntaun's team. And then Tauntaun has his signature Pokemon of the Shadow Hydreigon, but he was able to scare off that counter. But in game number 2, it just didn't really have a target, right? It didn't have the best opportunities, and it's hard to stick the landing on these Pokemon because the meta is so wide open. We talked about it before, but the top 5 usage is the top of the meta, but then after that, there are so many branches and so many ways that the meta can expand, and it's really hard to be able to counter all of it. So you might have that signature Pokemon that's really good in some matchups, and in some matchups, you're like, I can't even bring this out.
Definitely. And I think, we were pretty spot on with our predictions, I guess, right? In terms of, high usage Pokemon. Licky, Kanto Ninetales, and Tinkaton, top of the meta, top 3 in usage. But that just makes players really predictable because those are coming, and then you could bring something like a Shadow Corviknight, which has good matchups in Tinkaton, has playing to Licky. Yes, you have to worry about the Kanto Ninetales, but he's got double water and a dragon and a Licky on his team. It's just so hard to bring that Kanto Ninetales, as we saw in that first game from Tauntaun. He tried it, but it just didn't work out so well. So big congrats to They Love Jai, and if you're a Tauntaun Battus fan, he's still in it. He will be moving to that losers finals, but if he wins that matchup, he will also be joining Jai in day number 2.
And a fun fact, there was actually 2 Pokemon in North America that were tied for the most regional championships this season. Those 2 Pokemon were on that last team. Do you know those Pokemon, Caleb?
Wait, say your question one more time.
There's 2 Pokemon that are tied for the most regional championships, which means those Pokemon were on the team of the regional champion in North America this season.
And
those 2 Pokemon were on the winning team, and you saw it on the battlefield, Caleb.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with Altaria and Licky.
No, it's Altaria and Corviknight, actually.
Oh,
Altaria
okay.
and Corviknight,
Double
2
flyers
flying
right there.
types, were tied for the most regional championships as we look at our top 12 Pokemon. Neither of those Pokemon, so they were heroes of the season, but they are not represented on this day 1 graphic because they've kind of fallen off a little bit.
This is a top 12 usage, and if you remember They Love Jai's team, he has, I believe, only 1 Pokemon out of his 6 in the top 12 usage. He has come completely prepared for this meta.
It's only number 1. It's only Licky. He has the Licky, but otherwise, all his Pokemon are outside of the top 12 usage, which is very rare and hard to do, but it just speaks to the fact that this meta is so expansive right now, just like our player pool is. It could be any Pokemon, and it could be any trainer in Chase Center on Sunday.
Yeah, it's rare to find someone maybe using less meta Pokemon than even Tauntaun, but even Tauntaun had to eventually face off against someone like that, and that indeed was They Love Jai. So meta is meta for a reason, but anti-meta is also anti-meta for a reason. As we have an exciting matchup coming up, it is going to be Doombug 97 versus K-Bon. And
Speaking of North American Regional
yeah,
Championships,
that's
right?
True, that's true. Doombug 97, one of the best players in the world throughout the entire circuits, but I think his main Achilles heel year after year has been World Championships. Has not made that top cut, has not made that day number 2. Even when he was considered the best player in the world going to Worlds back in 2024, had what, like I think 3 regional titles in that season alone, and a second place at EUIC, but just couldn't find his footing at World Championships. But this year, he came on with a mission, and he's in that winners finals, and he's only 1 match away from making that day number 2.
Well, it's crazy to say a trainer as talented as Doombug is streaky, but I think he is actually a streaky Pokemon, or sorry, not Pokemon, a trainer. He is able to just go and win championship after championship, but then oftentimes in the season he cools off a little bit, and by the time he gets to the World Championships, he's maybe not in his best groove. And he's talked about that before, and he's talked about how he wants to make that adjustment for this time, this championship, that he wants to be on top of his game going into the World Championships, which in other times he's been in top of his game during earlier portions of the seasons or a juncture of North American Regional Championships, International Championships, but now we're here in August at the absolute end of the season. He wants to be at the top, and it looks like he's doing pretty well so far because he is also in the winners finals, which means if he is able to defeat K-Bon, he moves on to day number 2.
Definitely, and K-Bon's been putting in work too. I think it was one of the first matches we saw on the broadcast today. Just made quick work of his opponents, one of the cleanest 2-0s I've seen, and just made incredible shield call decisions. K-Bon coming all the way from Japan as well, so it might be the first time ever these 2 players are facing off. And that's the thing, right? Especially our players from North America, Europe, Latin America, Oceania, there's a lot of chances for you to watch their matches on the broadcast. But for some of these players like K-Bon coming from Japan, there's not many chances to see his gameplay, and it could be a complete unknown factor that even Doombug is not experienced. He's gone to so many tournaments, battled so much on stage, but against an unknown opponent, you don't know what to expect.
And it is a pretty meta team from K-Bon, but of course has the Hisuian Electrode, which is a grass and electric type. And I think that's going to be a key factor here, because if you did not have that Electrode and also that Licky, the Jellicent on Doombug's team is looking really strong in the K-Bon's matchup. So how do you actually protect that Jellicent? How do you protect it from that Hisuian Electrode and Licky core? It's pretty hard to do, to be honest. There's not really a clear Pokemon. You do have the neutral picks, like maybe the Thievul, like the Florges. So maybe it might be some Thievul and Jellicent coming out from Doombug here.
Yeah, Jellicent is a pretty hard pick, in my opinion. It is obviously, you can see, not the most popular ghost type in this tournament. Maybe not even the second most popular, as Corsola is on most teams. The problem with Jellicent is that even though it has great type mirror, it resists the Gigaton Hammer from the Tinkaton. You would think it's a winning matchup, but Gigaton Hammer plus the Fairy Wind really chunked even the Jellicent, and a matchup that seems like it would be really one-sided isn't so much. So I'm very curious to see how Doombug will play around this. He is no stranger to running Spice himself and want to innovate and try new things, and clearly it's working for him so far in this World Championship.
And it is hard to succeed in a meta that the top Pokemon is Licky if you are a ghost type, because of course you are using the fast attack, which is Hex, which is double resisted into that normal typing of the Licky. So maybe he just sits it all together. But a lot of meta picks really from Doombug. You do have that Florges that maybe has some neutral play besides, of course, the Tinkaton, but otherwise has some neutral play into everything. And let's actually look at the charge attacks, because recently a lot of these trainers have been dropping Trailblaze for that disarming voice, because you don't really need Trailblaze in this meta as much, because Chilling Water is often just as good. You get that debuff, and you would rather have that same type attack bonus with the Fairy type.
That's right, and there's even a lot less water types in this meta alone because of Shadow or just Kanto Ninetales in general, with that Energy Ball coverage outpacing these water types. So I agree. I don't think you really need Trailblaze as much, and if you ever get into a Dragon situation, you really want that harder hitting neutral, super effective, I should say, disarming voice. But here we go, Doombug 97 versus K-Bon to start things off in this winners finals of Group G. Winner makes it in day number 2, and it's going to be the Mantine against Shadow Kanto Ninetales to start it off here. Not the best lead for Doombug.
This is where you want to be if you're K-Bon, because you're going to be able to take neutral damage from that Energy Ball. That is why these water types are either trying to have fast attack damage that's going to be super effective with water, or have a sub-typing that can protect you from this Energy Ball, so that your water typing has a chance against a fire typing, which is crazy. And what a swap! What a swap into the Twister! It's Dragon type, but guess what? A Fairy just popped up on the battlefield, and it's not very effective.
Double resisted. What a beautiful catch from Doombug in that timing. And now he draws out the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Going to debuff it. This gives him a lot of opportunities to reverse farm down and get a lot of value in his own Kanto Ninetales, and more importantly, we see Ninetales, even with energy, is a problem for Mantine.
And you have the double Weather Ball here. Probably double Weather Ball is going to be enough, even though you got the debuff here. Florges doesn't have the best stat product. Oh, it's just about going to be enough. I don't know, though. If you can hang on to this with 1 health, you could get to that Chilling Water. I think you might be able to barely endure. Can the flower hang on through the fire?
Oh.
Yes! Gets to that Chilling Water to try to douse the flames from the Kanto Ninetales. It is going to be able to knock it out.
Absolutely massive for Doombug. He not only catches the energy from the Mantine, but he also flips a Fairy versus Fire matchup into the Ninetales, and now he has what he wants. He doesn't know if there's a Tinkaton in the back, and that's probably the worst matchup possible for the Stevo. So he's just going to bring this in, and knowing that, you know what, even with energy, like even if I'm in a bad situation, my Ninetales should be good unless it's into a Marowak. And indeed, it is actually not. It's just going to be the Licky Licky, and now Doombug knows his win cons as he's seen all 3 Pokemon from K-Bon.
And at this point, you're just trying to reduce the attack of the Licky Licky because you have to go straight body slamming through the Licky Licky. The Shadow Ball is going to be not very effective, so here comes the swap actually into the Kanto Ninetales. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Here comes the Body Slam. It's going to be coming through, but because of the debuff, it's not going to be doing nearly enough, able to hold on with a lot of health left, and now suddenly you're starting to outpace the Licky Licky. There are 4 Protect Shields remaining, but you're generating energy faster, and you got an Ember.
Yeah, he got a lot of energy, and now K-Bon's going to have a difficult time trying to optimize 3 turn to 2 turn here. Might have to throw on bad timing as Doombug is at almost 3 Weather Ball. He actually goes for the Energy Ball. This is huge. It's going to do more damage. Does K-Bon decide to shield this? Because if he doesn't, it might KO. He pulls the shield at the very last second, but another Energy Ball is there, and he catches it on the Mantine. It's the right move, though, for Doombug, so he is going to effectively take out the Mantine and force K-Bon in a situation where he only has the Licky Licky left.
And it's Licky Licky versus the world here as the Thievul comes in and gets a Sucker Punch down. The Licky Licky has almost 2 Body Slams worth of energy. There's 1 protection remaining. Where is Doombug going to use it? And he uses it into the Thievul. Thievul has a decent stat product here, which means that it has a decent amount of HP and defense, so it's going to be able to, I think, hold on to this Body Slam. It is kind of bulky.
Well, this actually is not the worst of K-Bon. If he could get the rollout down, I don't think the Ninetales will be able to get to a move in time, but it looks like Doombug's just going to commit to the fast sack down. Does he get it? He does, and he gets it the first game off against K-Bon.
And Doombug said he wanted to be on top of his game going into the World Championships, and it sure seems like that right now, being able to swap onto that Twister to take it not very effective into the Florges, to be able to hold on with 1 health remaining to get that last Chilling Water. He played amazing during that game number 1.
And that was huge value for Doombug, right? Catches the double resisted Twister, gets double Chilling Water off, flips switch advantage, and more importantly, his line composition made a lot of sense. He had the Ninetales in the lead to check the Tinkaton. He had Florges and Thievul in the back, both really weak to Tinkaton, but the Florges has neutral damage to still throw at Tinkaton, and you could draw it out, then you're in a good spot. But K-Bon didn't even bring it. He didn't respect the Florges nor the Thievul, and because of that, Doombug was able to come ahead.
No, exactly right. Trying to bait out that Tinkaton with the Florges. Now, going into the adjustments for this game number 2, does K-Bon try to bring that Tinkaton knowing that it's going to have a good backline? But anything can happen, especially with a trainer as experienced as Doombug. Doombug has literally seen it all, and he has thrown out more strategies than almost any trainers. I think he has some of the most experience in Championship Series when you look at games played. I know he has the most medals of any trainer in Championship Series, but he probably also has the most match victories as well.
Doombug and PvP is just synonymous, right? He has done so much in this game just in general. He's actually the first ever person to hit Legend in Go Battle League when it first came out. So there's so many accolades that Doombug has, but on the World Championship stage, this is kind of the missing piece that he has been searching for the past 5 years. And on the 5th year, he's looking to try to change that narrative. The tough part for K-Bon, because we talked about it, right? Can you bring Tinkaton? Yes, there's Stevo and there's Florges. But look at what we had to face. You have a mirror matchup, which is not ideal. You have a losing matchup versus Jellicent. You have a losing matchup versus Ninetales. And you don't have a great type advantage matchup or in kind of losing matchup into Mantine. Like, it is so impossible to bring this Tinkaton, and you're just rolling the dice, but the dice is not in your favor.
But the other side of that coin, it's not terrible versus Jellicent or the Mantine as well, right?
True.
That is Tinkaton's strength. So you could have 5 neutral matchups and maybe 1 devastating matchup. We're going to see if K-Bon does decide to bring it. Instead, there is the Mantine, and both these trainers do have that Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back, but it's actually Doombug that brought ABA Fairy into this game number 2.
And this is going to be a tough one for Doombug if he doesn't get the alignment he needs, because the Ninetales onto his own Tinkaton is not going to be a fun time. As well, you have the Licky that would be on his Kanto Ninetales. But the problem is, he can't really swap out here. He's going to try to fight for switch advantage. I love this play from him because as long as he gets the matchup he wants, he can debuff, do a lot of damage, and then get shields back potentially. As K-Bon going to have to go for the more energy-intensive Water Pulse to do anything. Oh, he goes for the Chilling Water, and K-Bon doesn't shield it!
So risky here, going for the not very effective Water-type damage, and K-Bon lets it go. It's not very effective, but you do debuff the opponent here, and now you probably can let this Water Pulse through, but you've already given up a Protect Shield, and now you're going to be at very low health, so K-Bon is really far ahead in this beginning stage of the game. Now what do? You just go for another Chilling Water before the Water Pulse is available. That's exactly what Doombug reaches for.
Yeah, I don't hate this play from Doombug because even if it's not shielded, he can counter like this. Yeah, so he gets a shield, but he can also now shield back and still maintain switch advantage and leave with a move. So I actually don't hate this play from Doombug because if he didn't land, if he went for Disarm Voice and K-Bon shield that one, he would be in a much worse position. But now that K-Bon's debuffed, it's a lot better. Oh, and here comes the Tinkaton. Not wasting any time, wants to save the entry. I love that play from Doombug because he knows the entry is going to be useful later, and he already has a winning matchup here, Tinkaton into Licky.
Well, that's huge because the switch advantage mattered a lot more to Doombug because if he matched up his Tinkaton into a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, he would be in a tough position. Instead, it's matched up against this Licky, and it's going to be Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus Shadow Kanto Ninetales in that backline. Here comes the Gigaton Hammer. There's one protection remaining, and it is off the battlefield. That is a smart use of your Protect Shield, but the second Shadow Ball isn't quite enough, so there's going to be another Gigaton Hammer that's going to be coming out.
Switch timer's coming up soon. Let's see if K-Bon goes for the Ninetales or not, as Doombug has reached the next Gigaton Hammer. Wants to save as much health as possible. I think he snuffs out the backline. Oh, and brings it in at the perfect timing, but Doombug yet again banks the move.
He banks it. Does that mean he has a Chilling Water and he has a Gigaton Hammer in that backline? But he's not going to get back to his switch timer for a long time. The switch timer currently in Pokemon Go PvP is 45 seconds. Each charge attack will tick 10 seconds off the clock. So after this Energy Ball, 10 seconds will be off that timer. He needs to get back to start throwing some combo attacks. He's going for the Energy Ball. He's going for the debuff. Does he get the debuff on it? He does. He gets the debuff.
Huge debuff for Doombug. Goes for another Energy Ball, but K-Bon's going to throw the Weather Ball first. This next Energy Ball, I don't think is enough, even with the debuff. And we have to keep in mind timers. There's 2 moves loaded on Doombug's side. And now he throws the Energy Ball. K-Bon out of shields as well. Still has a catch potential on the Mantine, so he can still gather and take a lot of energy.
Who blinks first? Does anyone move? No one moves.
And he throws it. Wait, this is tough, right? Because Doombug, I don't think you can fast stack down this Ninetales with either your Fairy types. I mean, you're both throwing Fairy Wind, so let's see what he's going to do. But he kind of has to throw a move at some points. He's trying to think it through. In comes the Florges.
Oh, he gets the farm down. He gets the farm down with the Fairy Wind. Mantine is there available. Do we see a Peekaboo? Will we see K-Bon come with the Licky, swap into the Mantine? He's looking at maybe going for the Peekaboo.
He's clicking on
There's
it.
no Peekaboo. There's the Peekaboo, but his Fairy Wind down. Now suddenly, Doombug has 2 charge attacks. It's a charge attack priority. Devastating there for K-Bon. Is he going to be able to land the Gigaton Hammer and waste all of this energy on the Licky?
Yeah, and he gets the body symbol. Very unfortunate charge attack priority for K-Bon, but the problem is he wasn't going to charge attack priority into the floor just either, so he has to do something. He wants to hang on as much health as possible, but the Disarming Voice is there, and Doombug, you can see he's celebrating. He gets it off, and he takes the 2-0 victory over K-Bon and finds his first ever Day 2 at World Championships.
He is one of the Pokemon Go PvP GOATs for a reason. He showed it off right there in game number 2 to finish it off. What an amazing demonstration of how you can execute in an in-game in Pokemon Go PvP. Even Doombug cannot believe it.
What an absolute masterclass from both players. You know, that was so back and forth in so many ways. K-Bon tried to go for the catch, but it's so hard, and the patience from Doombug to avoid the catch was huge. He recognized that was his opponent's only win condition there. And let's talk about, too, he went double Energy Ball in that Ninetales mirror, which is not the most efficient move, but it does do more damage, and if you get the debuff, it's definitely worth it.
And if we could see that in-game in slow motion a little bit, starting with that Florges into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, that was ridiculous. To be able to have that composure at this level on this stage with the lights this bright in the biggest tournament ever in Pokemon Go history, to be able to have that endurance to stay in, no, I can get the Fairy Wind down, I can stay in here. I can go for a swap. I know that their peekaboo or counter swap is coming. I'll just go for my Fairy Wind down when they go for a wing attack, and then I will unleash all my charge attacks that I've been banking throughout the duration of this battle to finish it off. It is just greatness we are witnessing.
Yeah, the lights are bright, but they're not too bright for Doombug97 as he made all the right moves there. The patience, the setup.
Look
he
at
played
this, look
from
at
the
this.
beginning
Look
to
at
end,
it.
banking all the energy for the final moments of this match when both players had 3 Pokemon still remaining on each side. But it was just enough for Doombug as he catches it, and on the charge attack priority, you can see he was super excited to be there too. And you know, we're talking about he's accomplished, right? He is tied, I think, with LNDS Hardjeff with the most amount of titles in the Championship Series circuits. I think they're both at 7 tournament ones in total, which is absolutely insane. But even then, they still have more to fight for.
I mean, it's just really like speed chess at the end of there, right? He knows he's already 3 moves ahead. I move this way, my opponent's gonna move that way. I'm gonna do a Fairy Wind and then checkmate. I'm gonna have all the energy, and his Mantine is gonna be knocked out from a Fairy Wind. His Kanto Ninetales is gonna be knocked out from a Fairy Wind as well. He got 2 of those knockouts with Fairy Winds in order to hold on to that energy to be able to close the battle. Amazing, Caleb, amazing.
Yeah, what a series we had so far there. And, oh, of course, you can pick your next match as well, so be sure to tune into the broadcast if you're watching this live. Twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. And if you're watching a rebroadcast, be sure to try to tune into a live one if you can to get your votes in.
Yeah, we would love to hear from you to see what matchup we'll have next, because remember, we have a lot of groups here. We have over 300 trainers competing in these Pokemon Go World Championships. So we staggered our different groups throughout the day. So if you haven't seen your favorite trainer yet, it could mean that they are still battling through the beginning stages of their specific group, and they might be joining the ranks of these winners and losers finals soon. So make sure to make your pick to see which trainer will be up next.
That's right. And for any fans of K-Bomb, he's still in it. He is moving down to that losers finals, but a match one there will guarantee him a day number 2 at World Championships as well. But big congrats to Doombug. And I feel like a lot of our big names in this tournament so far have been making that day number 2, right? I think, Beelzeboy made it, right? Potamon, and now we got Doombug. A lot of our Titans making it through, but there's still so much potential for upsets. And if you look at the bracket, a lot of upsets have happened even if we haven't shown it on the broadcast.
Well, just to echo that point, if you are new to Pokemon Go Championship Series, our whole tournament is double elimination. And so far here today, we've only been on that winner side of the bracket. So if you enjoyed watching a trainer earlier on in the stream and unfortunately they lost, they were not eliminated by that loss, because we've only seen the winner side. And to lose in this tournament, to be eliminated, you have to have 2 match losses. So this was winners finals, and now K-Bon will drop down to the losers finals. Like you said, has an opportunity for one more match victory to get to that coveted day number 2.
That's right. And if you want to follow along, be sure to follow along on our challenge bracket. I believe it's !bracket if you're watching on Twitch to pull up that link. But also you could just look it up online if you'd like. But we got some more battles to go. It's going to be PvP David 07 against Goji. And Goji, one of the top players from Korea. And I know that he definitely played in last year's World Championships, but maybe in further ones as well. Loves to run Spice, and I believe Goji was a recent #1 on Go Battle League as well. Always runs some Spice. I mean, let's take a look at what he's running. Wait, hold up. He's running a Rayquaza in Great League is actually insane.
First off, that's so rare to get. It's almost impossible. You want to talk about that, Caleb? It's almost impossible to get this Pokemon.
A few things, right? First off, you have to trade it, right? This is great to meet people in your community. You got to do a friendship trade, a very low friendship trade. So someone you maybe just met or have low friendship and not added into the game. Try to re-roll the Rayquaza stats so that you can even make it Great League eligible. This thing is also just absolutely paper thin, right? It is hard to use, absolutely hard. I didn't even see the rest of the team yet. I just saw Rayquaza to start things off. I mean, the rest of the team, he's got double ground, you know, all that stuff. Diggersby is pretty interesting in this meta, but the Rayquaza is actually wild, nutty. Like I literally don't know what, like if he's actually going to bring it. Like, how could he make this work?
It's insane that he even has it, but then also to bring it, and this is winners finals that he has that Rayquaza. I mean, right near Rayquaza Road that is outside of the venue here in San Francisco. And you just mentioned it, there is a lot of advantages in Pokemon Go to getting high friendship because you can have lucky trades and you can have better Pokemon with those trades. But there's also a lot of advantages of having low friendship in Pokemon Go. The main thing is to get those PvP Pokemon. So if you find a new friend and trade some Pokemon like a Rayquaza, you might have an opportunity to have that attack be lower and therefore eligible for the Great League and eligible to be in the winners finals here at the World Championships, which is absolutely crazy. I just got to know how much he's been using it. Is this just a token bench Pokemon, or are we actually going to see it on the battlefield?
This is actually insane. I don't know, because I don't think anyone has really tried to make Rayquaza seriously work. I think Inadequate's maybe tried it in a previous tournament before, but even he said it was hard to use, and he loves running his spicy dragon types, right? But Goji is, I believe, won the South Korea playoffs back in 2024, so is a champion winner. So is PvP David as well. But if I'm PvP David, I mean, he at least has double fairies, right? He has a lot of answers to this Rayquaza. He has the Leaky, Malmar. I'm sure the side wave is just going to absolutely chunk, but
it's possible it's just a flex.
It could be, yeah. Because most people in the world do not even have this Rayquaza. It's not even possible. I've tried it a few times. It's just never gone my way, even when trading. But it's one thing to have it. It's another thing to try in a tournament. It's another thing to try it in the winners finals of day number 1 at World Championships. Absolutely wild. But like I said, this guy loves running spice picks, and that is the spiciest thing we've seen this tournament, but maybe in the entire year so far.
One of the coolest wildcard picks I've ever seen. But let's talk a little bit about the other 5, because I believe those are the Pokemon we're going to be seeing more often in this matchup. He is actually running double ground, but a Pokemon that we were not expecting to be top usage that actually became top usage here is that Unova Stunfisk. Of course, it's the electric and ground typing, and then you also have the Diggersby that is the normal and ground typing. That's really strong against a team with the Galarian Corsola, but PvP David does not have that Galarian Corsola on his team. And a fun fact, I believe that PvP David just faced off versus Out of Pocket, who was undefeated going into that matchup versus PvP David, but it looks like PvP David was able to take down Out of Pocket to get to this moment right here. He is running the double water, but the fairy type is one we haven't really seen that much. He's actually running the Togekiss on his team.
And here's the thing, right? He might have double fairy, but the bubble is resistant on the Rayquaza. And yes, Ice Beam double super effective, probably enough to one-shot KO the Rayquaza. But Rayquaza is running Dragon Scent, which is a recently buff move. And that's something you probably see in Mega Master League if you're playing Go Battle League, but definitely not something you see in Ultra League nor Great League. And the Dragon Scent, a flying move, it's a signature move for Rayquaza. It does so much damage, and I think only very few Pokemon on PvP David's side can even handle a Dragon Scent. Probably just the Zumro and Licky, but they took chip damage. It's a whole different story. All right, here we go. Game number 1, Goji versus PvP David. Enough about Rayquaza. No Rayquaza on the first game. It's going to be Malmar into Mantine.
I really do like that Goji. All his Pokemon are almost all exactly 1500 CP or 1499, as you see there. That is a nice flex. The closer you can get to that 1500 CP cutoff, the better the stats on your Pokemon can be, as this Malamar is going to be throwing this Foul Play into the Mantine. The good thing about Malamar is it significantly outpaces the good attacks from the Mantine. So if you properly Protect Shield on, actually does not go for the Protect Shield on this Water Pulse. So this is not terrible here for Goji, because now you got your chunk damage in. Even if you go down to this Malamar, you could finish it off with something else potentially.
Yeah, and Goji feeling pretty confident here. You avoid the Malamar into the Corsola. Corsola not even the worst Pokemon into Malamar because it's just still doing neutral damage, and he is going to be able to get to that Twister to fight for Switch fans. Does PvP Davis shield? No, opts not to. Knowing that, I mean, the Mantine's really disastrous for his backline, right? Quagsire and Ninetales, so getting this off the field, or at least in a farm down range, is huge. Comes in, throws the double resistant Mudshot, gets one Mudshot advantage.
We know that it was literally 1 health because it got knocked out by 1 Mudshot.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to get to that Twister, but held on with 1 HP. We know that for a fact because 1 Mudshot does 1 HP to a Mantine, and now it's going to be coming in with that advantage here. In the backline, it's looking absolutely dominating for PvP David. He has that Shadow Kanto Ninetales just lurking in the shadows for that Tinkaton.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Goji isn't going to shield the Corsola. He's got to know that the backline PvP David's got to be strong into the Tinkaton because he's running a Malamar that's so weak to Tinkaton. So double answer to Tinkaton in the back for PB David is a very expected line. Let's see how it's going to dance around this, but this is not looking good for Goji's back line.
Not gonna lie, Rayquaza was looking really good against this back line of PvP
Rayquaza
David.
looked good into the entire team, actually.
Yeah, it does, as the Aqua Tail does get protection. Like you said, he's probably expecting an answer in the back for Tinkaton, so I like using the Protect Shield, maybe trying to get this farm down. He can take the Aqua Tail, no problem. He needs to get this Astonish down, but PvP David's probably gonna cut it off and swap out. He does exactly that, so he doesn't allow the ramp up of energy, and now here comes the super effective Power Gem because it's Protect Shielded by David.
Yeah, you can see Goji, a little grimace, a little smile, knowing that he is in trouble, and that is exactly the case as the Cancel Ninetales not only paces faster, but you have such a dominant matchup in the back. If you throw up this shield, it's pretty much guaranteed that PB David's going to know it's the Tinkaton in the back, and I don't think the PB David's ever going to let a Power Gem go through at this point in time. Goes for it, and PB David has this decision to make. He is going to shield this up, and this is so tough for Goji. PB David, no respect for the Rayquaza, and it did pay off in game number 1.
And now, yes, you could knock out potentially with a Gigaton Hammer plus Fairy Winds eventually, but the thing is, you're so far behind on energy. The double Weather Ball is going to be reached before you have the energy for even that Gigaton Hammer, and there it is from PvP David's going to be able to finish off this matchup and take game number 1.
PB David, such a talented player. I believe at least a 2-time regional champion, has multiple second place finishes as well, including a title from this season alone. And he's looking to make a stamp here at World Championships. And he has a very dominant game number 1, especially because he built that line perfect to counter Goji's backline with the Tinkaton. Do we see Rayquaza in game number 2? Because after you see that line, Goji's got to be thinking, man, maybe I gotta lean into this Dragon Flying type, right? It was so neutrally safe into everything PvP David brought in that game. Like, there's no Licky, there's no Fairy, and you just have so much neutral play. I mean, yeah, it's a frail Pokemon, so who knows, like, if it really can handle even like a Quagsire, Aqua Tail, but I think it can, and we'll see if Goji makes that adjustment or not, but a very quick game from PB David to start things off.
Look, we all want to see it. We're literally at Rayquaza Road. We want to see one of the most legendary Pokemon literally pop out of Pokeball in Open Great League that I've ever seen. It's a true legendary in its name. I don't think we're going to see it. But if we do see it, it will be so epic to see it in the stadium. We are locked in for game number 2, and you made a noise, so it's possible. Are we going to see the Rayquaza? Let's see what they're locked into. There it is! It's the Rayquaza!
Double Fairy in the back. Let's see how Goji's going to play around this. He might just go for a catch. There is no Mud Bomb on the Quagsire, so it's not the worst for Goji in this matchup, but still a losing matchup. And more importantly, David calling the line perfectly again, having the main answer to Tinkaton in the lead, and 2 things read to Tinkaton in the back. And again, Goji is core broken in this lead because he just can't really get the Tinkaton to get on the right target. He is going to throw the Gigaton Hammer, and PB David's going to spend the shield. This could be good though, because you have a shield advantage.
It might come down to an Ancient Power boost. If he's able to boost in the back, we know Goji is the main character in this story, because Rayquaza is faced against a double Fairy backline, which is devastating for a Dragon type. But you at least got a Protect Shield out of this matchup, which you wouldn't expect to get a Protect Shield out of a Pokemon like Quagsire that's typically supposed to counter. Now, do you bring in the Rayquaza? No, but simultaneous. But this is good. This is a decent matchup for the Mantine, but the thing is, you don't have any great charge attacks to throw into the Azumarill.
No, you don't. Oh, wait, hold on. This Azumarill's running Hydro Bomb and Play Rough, so PB David actually doesn't have the best matchup into Rayquaza with this because it takes more energy to get to that Play Rough. Enough to probably KO the Rayquaza still, but Goji, more importantly, left with the Gigaton Hammer, so he has that for the backline, and more importantly, he has a shield advantage. Can the Rayquaza take out the Togekiss and the Quagsire later, and maybe even the Azumarill, because the Azumarill still has a lot of health, and like you said, only resists the charge attacks from Goji.
Well, the timers are ticking away, and after one more charge attack, both of these trainers' timers are going to be close to being back up. I don't think you want to come in with the Rayquaza at this moment because the Azumarill has a good amount of energy, but now that the Azumarill is energy dry, is this the time that you unleash the Rayquaza? Because your Mantine is very low health. Are we going to see the swap into the Rayquaza?
He can go to the combo play, and here it comes! Gigaton Hammer, neutral damage, but it's a hard-hitting move, and David doesn't want to spend another shield on this. Doesn't want to go down 2 shields. Has to respect the potential Rayquaza as it's going to be taken out. But here comes the farm down. You're not going to get to the movement time, and here comes the Togekiss And you can see Goji not enjoying this. You have super effective ancient power, but look at the peck damage, the neutral peck damage is doing so much into the Rayquaza. First side shot coming through.
I think he needs a boost. I think his opportunity to win this battle, to advance in this tournament, is if this Rayquaza, after this Dragon Tail, hits the... No, actually gonna go for the Dragon Ascent. He's going for double Dragon Ascent. How much damage is this Dragon Ascent gonna do neutrally into this Togekiss?
I believe it should be enough to KO. He goes to maximum energy against the Togekiss. PB David knows he cannot afford to shield here. Goji can still swap out and clear the debuff, but can you hang on? One-shot KO. Here comes the Quagsire. Now goes for the ancient power baits. And David has to shield. He has to shield, but you are doing resisted
he can swap.
one-shot damage.
He can swap. When does he go for it? The Aqua Tail is available. There's the swap. Simultaneous swap, but he's going to get a charge attack. He has a Water Pulse. He can throw the Water Pulse. He throws it.
Yeah, but the problem is now you get mud shot down and Goji doesn't have the move. Huge maneuver from PB David to get the mud shot down. You can see Goji shaking his head. I don't think he has a Dragon Scent ready yet. Water Pulse, not enough. A few more mud shots will do a Stone Edge is loaded. Goji trying to press it, but one Dragon Tail away. And PB David taking down the legendary Rayquaza makes his day number 2 at World Championships.
Oh, it's the end of Rayquaza Road for this Rayquaza as it goes down, is it not able to sweep the back line, but PvP David is able to win it 2-0 to secure his place in day number 2 at the 2026 Pokemon World Championships. But what a display from Goji, who is not quite eliminated yet.
Yeah, great line reads from PB David to set him up. And he knew that after bringing a triple soft to Rayquaza line, he's like, I gotta bring my 2 fairies because this thing is going to be in pain. And he had the matchups he wanted. Quagsire on Tinkaton, double fairy on the Rayquaza, but it still came down to the wire. One Dragon Tail away from taking out the Quagsire, and that is the power of Rayquaza. I don't know if it's still really good, but Goji still made it look pretty fun.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Caleb. I don't always participate in the Master League. I thought Dragon's Ascent was going to be a dragon type attack just because of the name. It is not a dragon type attack. It is a flying type attack. If you didn't know either, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, it ascended to the sky, and you can see how much damage it did. One-shot KO, the Togekiss, the neutral Dragon Scent doing even more damage to the ancient power that's super effective because you have the same type of attack bonus, and you have the it's just like an exclusive move, so it just does so much damage. You can see here, this endgame was so close. I think if he just goes for Dragon Tail and expects a catch, because you can see right here, right? He's trying to avoid it. He swaps, but then Goji swaps, and Goji shaking his head. He's like, now, oh my gosh, I just give you the energy you need for the Quagsire. Quagsire wasn't at the move, and if he just stayed in there, could land the Dragon Scent, and then we would have our first ever Rayquaza win on a broadcast.
He could have Dragon Tail down, right?
Yeah.
To that double resisted, obviously, fairy typing and able to Dragon Tail down, get 2 Dragon Tails, get the Dragon Ascent, close off that matchup. But it would have been tied to 1-1. They still would have had a game number 3, but what an epic moment that would have been. An epic moment nonetheless to see Rayquaza in an open Great League battlefield. Once again, it is super rare. I've actually never even seen one, so that was a treat for me here today.
Yeah, now everyone in the world has seen it in action. And I do see its potential, right? And gotta give props to Goji. He made it all the way to the winners finals. Who knows how many other people were defeated by Rayquaza in this tournament, right? I'm sure some people were like, wait, did you face it or not, right? Or was it just in the back for bench pressure? But Goji's not out of it yet. Still can win it, the losers finals, and make day number 2. And I mean, what a joy would that be, right? Seeing a Rayquaza again in day number 2, that'd be so fun to see. But we'll see kind of how that shakes up. And a great run for PB David, who makes day number 2. I believe he made day 2 in Honolulu, if I'm not mistaken. He had a pretty high finish at World Championships that year. Not sure about last year, but one of our best players, especially from EU, and definitely a fun one. So pick your next match. I mean, if you know anyone else running Rayquaza, hey, I'm not telling you how to vote, but that's how I would vote.
Yeah, we would love to hear which trainer you would love to see next, but we have much more on the other side. Take it away, Will.
Welcome in, trainers. I'm here with some of the best trainers in the world, and they're Worlds qualified. I know that, Arrow, you've been battling a lot in the Go Battle League, and a lot of trainers at home, they're not able to enjoy the tournament competitively, but maybe they're in GBL, and they say, you know what? I want a strong team. I want to compete. I want to play like my hero, Arrow. Arrow, what are you currently running in GBL?
Okay, so I'm currently running Hisuian Electrode, Shadow Quagsire, and Shadow Swanna. The goal of the team is to save all your shields for Swanna and let it rain terror.
Do you have any moveset recommendations? I know Swanna gets Gust, and that's pretty powerful.
I would run Gust, Aqua Jet, Fly on Swanna. On Electrode, as tempting as Swift is, I would run Wild Charge and Energy Ball, and you always want Stone Edge on Quagsire. Mud Bomb's not a real moveset.
Thank you so much, Arrow. I know you've got a match coming up, so I'll see who else we can find, and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you, Speedy.
I just bumped into Out of Pocket, who I know as the #1 Quagsire fan, and I have to ask him as well, because he's one of the best trainers in North America. Pocket, what are you running in GBL right now?
So I actually hit the legend rank running Quagsire in GBL, but very recently I've been enjoying a team that consisted of Shadow Bugbyte Fortress, Dondozo, and Licky Licky. I like to call the team the Rotators, because when both Fortress and Dondozo use their fast attacks, they kind of like twist a little bit. Like Dondozo is really cool. He's like a little he charges up a twist to throw the waterfalls, and it's a lot of fun.
You got to teach me that move after we finish this interview, but I wanted to ask you, you mentioned the waterfall Dondozo. What other movesets would you recommend for this team?
So Fortress really excels with applying debuffs. So with Bugbyte, Passive Pressure, it'll either lower their defenses with a Sand Tomb or lower their attack stat with a Rock Tomb. Dondozo, it really likes the cheapest charges possible just because of how slow waterfall is. So you run Surf and Outrage with it. And then Licky Licky, you just run Rollout, Shadow Ball, Body Slam.
Awesome. Pocket, any advice for playing the team? Do you have a safe swap? Do you always go to Licky Licky in that situation, or what?
I'd say like 99% of the time it's Licky Licky. I would only really safe swap Dondozo if you're like, they do not have an Electrode or a Jump Bluff or something that really shuts it down, because Dondozo is extremely good with energy, but it's just way more likely to find a really tough matchup.
Pocket, thank you so much. I know you have a match coming up, so I'll let you run. Let's see who else we can find. I am here with one of North America's rising stars. This is Sustenance Eater, who burst onto the stage just a couple years ago. He's qualified for Worlds this year as well. Sustenance, I'm so curious, because your team this weekend is cool, but what are you running in Go Battle League?
Yeah, so Go Battle League is a little different from Show 6. Right now, I'm kind of preferring to use Glaring Wheezing, Shadow Glaring Wheezing with Sludge and Brutal Swing. I think it has really great neutral play into a lot of the fairies that people are leading right now, such as the Florges. Not as great into the Tinkaton, but there's always some neutral play there. And then it also is really good into the fighters, and it does a lot of damage to all the other things like Ghost, Mantine, and in the back I like to use Wiki and Mantine, two bulky, flexible Pokemon that always seem to get the job done.
I really like Galarian Weezing, but the ground weakness is tough to overcome, so I like that you paired it with Mantine, because Mantine just dominates those matchups. Do you have any moveset recommendations for Mantine and for Licky Licky?
Yeah, so Licky Licky wise, we're just looking at the standard Rollout, Body Slam, and Shadow Ball, and then Mantine, same thing here, Wing Attack, Twister, and Water Pulse.
I was playing against a Licky Licky yesterday, and I got hit with an Earthquake, which was the first surprise, but then he threw 4 more rollouts, and I said, oh, this is a Body Slam. It was a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, Earthquake is also a moveset that you might see from time to time. Do you have any advice on playing the team? Do you lead the Mantine? Do you swap a specific Pokemon?
Yeah, so I like leading the Galarian Weezing. It feels like we can always do a bunch of Fairy Winds and catch out onto one of our bulky Pokemon, the Licky Licky or the Mantine, and the energy is always going to be useful later, because whenever we can get in a situation where we're throwing neutral Sludges, those are going to be hitting for a lot of damage against things like Licky Licky and Mantine, and it feels really good to have that energy and sweep with it later on.
All right, so since I know you have a match coming up, so I'll let you run. Let's get back over to the stream, everybody, and let us know how you're doing in the Go Battle League this weekend.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon Go finalist, your champion from Spain, Baston!
My name is Leo, and I'm from Spain. I will be the Water type, that's because it's the type that it's the Pokemon Psyduck, which is my representative Pokemon. My first time competing was in Liverpool 2023, where my dad came with me to Liverpool, and I also got second place, and then I won the Gdansk regional. I would love to repeat that and win the next World Championship. So actually this season I didn't have a gold medal, but I had a gold trophy, which was the EYC one. So I'm really proud of that.
Pato-Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
It was like a really fun experience because also the final was against a really good friend of mine, which is Cisuaidos, and I actually lost a final against him in Barcelona, in my home city. So I'm really proud of that, and I think it's a really memorable moment.
Pato-Man, he is going for the triple crown here.
Basically, my team has Polysupport, which is a really good Pokemon for this meta. So I think my team is really fun to play.
The 3-ball flex from Pato-Man, he is so on point.
So if I had to say an MVP for this weekend, I would say it was Corsola. I really like that Ghost type for this meta. It is really helping me to get this far in the tournament. Yeah, actually I was really worried about the Moltres, and I had to face a Moltres in the grand final, so that wasn't really good for me. And then maybe Scizor, because I didn't have a real respawn, but I think that's all, because my team, I think it was really safe into a meta.
Execution is just on another level.
So the grand final was the most difficult matchup I had this weekend because of the Moltres, and also Belzeboy is a really good player. So I had to play around that. Also his Annihilate did really good bench pressure because the counters to the Moltres, which are not really counters, got really offpaid by the Shadow Annihilate. So I had to manage those two, and also Steelix and Lapras, which were like really good into my team, and I think I don't really have that much of play against that.
We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon GO. Oh, no way! Can he swap out? Oh, he did! No!
Suddenly.
Bracket reset here. Oh, maybe a miss. And it catches the absolute most perfect lead. We're going to game 5! This is game number 5 of the grand finals.
Let's go!
He goes on the high speed!
I feel good, but also maybe not disappointed, but like feeling that I could have done more. But still, I'm really proud of myself and happy with this tournament. My most memorable moment on this weekend was Saturday, when I qualified to the grand finals in the winners bracket, because I feel like I had all the momentum I needed, and everyone supported me, really helped me to feeling more confident for the next stage. I think it's like the love I have for Pokemon, because I really like playing the game, and also the community, the Spanish players that always support me, also a friend of mine, and I appreciate a lot, so that will be the main reason why I keep traveling to this event. You have to be competing constantly and never give up. That's the way to fulfill your dreams, and that's what I want to do for the next season.
The action's only heating up here at the Pokémon GO World Championships. So many trainers have already punched their ticket today, number 2, and the action just keeps on building. My name is Henry, joined on the desk with the one and only Lou the Pikachu to take you through more winners finals. We've had so many trainers so far already punch their day 2 ticket, and there's still so many games ahead of us as these trainers continue to fight for the dream of being crowned the next world champion.
We're at that fork in the road of day 1 where some trainers have locked in for day 2 of the competition. Their confidence is absolutely sky high, and then some other trainers had to take a step back, regroup, and lock in that focus to stay in the competition. But we've seen time and time again, trainers drop down into that losers bracket and have that wonderful story going all the way to even win Worlds once upon a time.
One of my favorite stories actually occurred in 2026 EUIC, which is Pato Man looking to defend his title. We just got to see that wonderful story about Pato Man and his runner-up performance at the World Championships. He dropped into losers, I believe in losers round 3 at EUIC, and then clearly decided he had enough of that losing thing and then won 15 sets in a row. Incredible run to claim the crown. So even if you are rooting for someone at home and they have dropped to the losers side of the bracket, they are by no means out of it, as we've seen some incredible losers runs even this season.
Sometimes I always think trainers drop down just to give us more content for them, more action to showcase. But speaking of the action, our trainers for winners finals of Group I are ready on the stage. We have got Gabo Herka versus Kento Saranori, and there are some really interesting choices here. Kento Saranori running 3 shadows on that team.
Kento Saranori is an incredible battler from Japan, had his first Worlds experience last year at Anaheim and had a very strong 13th place finish. Now he is going a little bit more anti-meta here. Shadow Kingdra, I don't believe a Pokemon that we've seen on stream so far today. Shadow Kingdra this season actually recently got access to Surf, and with Surf, as opposed to the Swift Outrage moveset that we saw at the European International Championships, gives Kingdra a lot more consistency overall. Additionally, I think Fearow Energy could be kind of interesting in this matchup. If Fearow is able to get just that tiny little bit of energy advantage, even against the Pokemon like Unova Stunfisk, Fearow with that straight 5 peg to draw and pacing could make life quite difficult.
I think when the Forever Forward meta broke out, everyone was saying, hey, Fearow's going to be really, really good now. We're going to see it picking up in usage. But it's kind of been a little bit on the bench. So it's great to be able to see it in action here, alongside a few mates that might be a little bit more vulnerable with the Shadow variants. But you have the Florges, you have the Foragers, you have the Clodsire that are able to have that bulk alongside the Brawn. On Gabo Herka's side, however, a few familiar faces. We've, of course, got that Licky, we've got the Stunfisk and the Quagsire as well. But I love seeing that little Jumpluff in there.
Jumpluff can put some pretty interesting pressure on the lines that Kento Saranori would like to run, as his Florges is running the Disarming Voice, so will have an ability to hit back, but Kingdra really not a fan of that matchup. The Annihilate would be very tricky as well. One thing that's actually a little bit interesting is even though the Fearow actually has access to Drill Run, one of the reasons why it's fallen out of usage is Kanto Ninetales. And you might think, okay, it is a ground move. Why is Kanto Ninetales a problem for it? Because of the speed of Kanto Ninetales always being able to outpace it, if you lead Fearow into Kanto Ninetales just double shields, the Ember damage adds up to the point where Weather Ball KOs, and then you just lose the matchup. So in a very weird way, no Kanto Ninetales on the side of Gabo Herka could potentially open the door to some Fearow gameplay.
Ninetales can certainly start steamrolling for a match, and that's another thing I associate with a Pokemon like Annihilate. If you can get those Rage Fists going, start getting the attack boost upon each other again and again, that can leave your opponent having to ask some serious questions. Where do you utilize the shields? Where do you maybe make the switches in to eat up that energy? And ultimately, how do you deal with Annihilate once it gets the ball rolling?
We've got lock-ins here for game number 1, winners finals of Group I. It's going to be Florges for Gabo Herka into the Clodsire for Kento Saranori.
Yeah, Florges gets out of there as quickly as possible because those Poison Stings would start stacking up a lot of damage. Instead, you can bring in this Quagsire that's able to farm up all of this energy. Annihilate also joins the field on the opposing side, doesn't go for the shield here, able to take up this Aqua Tail.
I do like Kento Saranori deciding to basically try and find a usage for the Annihilate, because Annihilate does have some polarizing matchups here. There's the Florges, there's the Jumpluff where it could get a little bit difficult. Seeing that Quagsire, and Quagsire is actually not on Stone Edge, it is on Aqua Tail Mud Bomb. So an interesting choice there from Gabo Herka.
Here comes the first Rage Fist on this Annihilate, but it's going to go unshielded on Gabo Herka's side, so obviously it's going to connect and critically get that guaranteed attack boost as well. That can put it into good stead to start getting a few more counters down, I was going to say, until we saw a Fairy type join the field.
Florges will take a lot of damage from the +1 Rage Fist. Shield does come up from Gabo Herka, but Gabo Herka getting a big farm down here. Suddenly, Clodsire could be threatened by the super effective Chilling Waters, and Florges is going to get a 6 Fairy Wind head start. Clodsire is not threatened by back-to-back Chilling Waters, but as Clodsire continues to take this damage and continues to get more and more debuff, then the momentum might swing over to Gabo Herka.
I really like that from the Florges, capitalizing on the Annihilate with those Fairy Winds and getting up all that energy just so you can apply so much pressure. And look at that, it's already back up and has banked that for later. Stunfisk coming down against the Clodsire. We're switching things up. Now Kingdra's facing down against the Stunfisk.
Great patience from Kento Saranori, not letting the Sludge Bomb be caught. Stunfisk will be able to consistently chip away with neutral damage, but if Shadow Surf lands, this Stunfisk is not going to be on the field for very long, as that damage would be devastating.
And these Dragon Breaths so ferocious, not doing too much damage, but they just constantly whittle away at your opponent. They're so fast, and critically getting this Kingdra to that energy. The shield goes up at the last second, keeping Stunfisk in play.
Stunfisk desperately trying to race to the double discharge and gonna go for the Mud Bomb instead. Shield does come up from Kento Saranori. Kento Saranori just has to make it to the Surf. If the Surf connects, then that should be the deciding charge attack of this game.
There's no more shields in the game at the moment, so this Surf will be guaranteed to connect down onto the opposing. Stunfisk is vulnerable. It's going to secure the knockout. Florges will be forced to be able to come in afterwards, and it does have all that energy banked up already, but Clodsire is there to meet it.
Oh, that's a really nice optimization by Kento Saranori. Gonna throw the Dragon Breath and then combo play with the Sludge Bomb. The Chilling Water debuff has been reset. Florges falls, and that is a Game 1 win for Kento Saranori.
That felt like a full circle moment for the Clodsire. It was able to latch onto the Florges in the lead, then switched out, had all the energy, and right at the very end was finally able to get the damage down, that poison type damage onto the Florges to secure Game 1 for Kento Saranori.
I think that Kento Saranori kind of made it look easy in that game number 1, but there were multiple moments where it felt like the game could have gotten out of control, especially if the Sludge Bomb had been caught onto the Stunfisk. Stunfisk is a ground type. That would have double resisted it, and with that energy gone, then maybe there's a world where Florges gets enough energy where it can actually find its way through the Clodsire. But the patience of Kento Saranori, over-farming past, watching for that catch, not letting it happen, is part of what's really set him up for success. And then that new move on Kingdra, Surf being so deadly, not even having to bait. The Shadow Kingdra, not a Pokemon we've really seen a lot so far today in day 1 of the Pokemon GO World Championships, but Kento Saranori demonstrating that just because it's low in usage does not mean it is low in damage output.
I did like the preservation of this Kingdra as well. Kento Saranori utilizing the shields to keep it in play and constantly apply pressure with those Surfs. You are going to be doing formidable damage, same type attack bonus, being able to utilize the Shadow boost that you get as well onto Pokemon like the Stunfisk, but also the Quagsire. It's not going to appreciate taking those Surfs either.
And the Quagsire safe switch, because there's no Mantine on the side of Kento Saranori, ends up being a pretty safe switch overall, because even if you bring in something like the Fearow, 2 Aqua Tails will still come pretty close to securing a knockout. So Kento Saranori could always no-shield the first, but does that Fearow get brought? We identified that it could be a key contributor to victory. Does Kento Saranori decide to lock it in? Game number 1, just because you won doesn't mean you can't make adjustments. He's only 1 win away from day number 2.
Of course, sometimes you'll think my opponent's going to adjust a certain way in order to accommodate how I played in game 1, so I need to be that 1 step ahead and make the adjustment to my opponent's adjustment. So you could be right, something like the Fearow would be great to be able to see in here.
I was really intrigued to see the Shadow Annihilate get brought. Clearly no fear of the Jumpluff, no fear of the Florges, but very wisely taking the opportunity to, if there's a situation where there's a Florges lead, you don't want to save the Annihilate but then lose switch advantage, then have Annihilate on the Florges. Get the Annihilate in a matchup where at the very least counters are hitting for neutral, and that way you're guaranteed to always get some value.
I think that's where the Clodsire partnership was really great for that Annihilate, because it could easily apply pressure to that Florges. I mean, we saw it right away in the leads. It went straight back into its Pokeball and made the adaptation. So let's see what our trainers are rocking out here with for game 2. It is that Florges, and there's the Fearow home slice, like you called it.
That Fearow looks immediately very threatening into Gaboherka's line, because Gaboherka has the Jumpluff in the back, the Quagsire, which is no fast attack pressure. It's going to be a charge attack priority tie. Fearow with the monster attack stat, able to win it. Shield comes up from Gaboherka, but seeing an early shield could telegraph to Kento Saranori that this is only a Chilling Water and not a Disarming Voice.
And that's exactly the play we're seeing unfold on the stage at the moment. The Chilling Water will come through, will connect onto the Fearow, do a little bit of damage, critically get that attack drop, however, as well. So not as much offense coming through from Fearow here, but that energy is being stored up. Another Chilling Water is going to follow through, though.
This could get a little bit tricky for Kento Saranori, because as the Fearow continues to get lower and lower, that Jumpluff is exceedingly strong into his backline. He is now at a stage of double attack drop, which means that Florges really does not have to respect this, and the Florges isn't really in any danger of getting pecked down before Fearow would have to throw again.
I think Florges noticing that there is, of course, that Jumpluff in the back, wants to try and get rid of this Fearow as quickly as possible, but Jumpluff actually coming in to maybe try and get the closing blow here. Fearow is going to be able to unleash the Drill Peck, though. However, it's going unshielded onto that Jumpluff, so it will have to take this damage. Super effective, but still hanging on.
That double attack drop paying dividends for Gaboherka, and I really like this play. Reset that attack drop, save the energy, and then bring in the Kingdra. Oh my goodness, the full send acrobatics, the no shield from Shadow Kingdra. Kingdra will hang on here, but that is a lot of health gone in a split second.
Sometimes fortune favors the brave, but unfortunately here for Kingdra, it did have to take a heavy hit of damage there. It is able to retaliate, though, now with a Swift across the stage here. Jumpluff is going to let this come through. No shield to be utilized on Gaboherka's side, but Jumpluff has the bulk to be able to stay in the game and has so much energy. But those Dragon Breaths putting in so much work. Energy lost. Quagsire now in play.
I don't think that's what Gaboherka was hoping for. He was hoping to get the farm down, but the Shadow Dragon Breath so oppressive. Jumpluff falls, and now Quagsire is forced to take a Swift as well, and that is help that you really do not want to lose because in comes Annihilate with its massive counter fast move pressure.
At least you do have the energy up on Quagsire's side though, however, so you can already get an Aqua Tail across the board, but we've got to remember both these trains also have a shield in play. That could easily be the momentum swing that is needed, particularly considering this Annihilate is in a position to start going for the Rage Fist, but first it has to get through this Florges.
Kento Saranori is nodding. He likes the position that he's in. Annihilate can try and counter down the Florges. Annihilate says Fairy type who gets the farm down. The Rage Fist is loaded. There's still that loaded charge stack on the Firo as well. So the moment Gabo Herka shields this charge attack, his fate is sealed. Rage Fist gets the shield. Kento Saranori can just stay in. The Annihilate will have to get knocked out here. It cannot be farmed down. And then Firo having that Drill Peck stored, all those attack drops reset is going to secure Kento Saranori this game.
Yeah, Quagsire valiantly doing its best to try and get the Annihilate out of there, but the Firo that we talked about as the great adaptation coming into Game 2 is able to sweep in from the skies, secure the knockout, and Kento Saranori will be advancing into Day 2 of the competition.
Very well played there by Kento Saranori. Upon lock-in, it looked like a very tricky team composition to handle, where both the Florges and the Jump Bluff were exceedingly strong into his backline, but the decision to save switch the Jump Bluff, Kento Saranori was actually able to get some pretty solid value there, even from a double debuff Drill Peck. It still inflicted some pretty good damage there, and so by getting that damage, suddenly it was able to set up the Kingdra, and then Kingdra put in so much work. It farmed down a Jump Bluff, which is one of its worst matchups, and then Annihilate was supposed to not like the Florges, and Annihilate just countered down the Florges, so the Fairy type fast move is just not necessarily working out for Gabo Herka.
Yeah, having a few question marks in my head, a bit like a Psyduck after that. You know, looking at things, as you said, the Annihilate doing so well into the Florges. You don't often see the fighting type move counter take down an opposing Fairy type and a bulky one at that. I think, again, just showcasing that once you get Rage Fist up as well, the attack boost will be helping out. And critically as well, you know, the Kingdra being able to do so well against the Jump Bluff. Really great to be able to see possibly metas flipped on the head a little bit.
That Firo, if you're in a matchup where you don't have to deal with that Ninetales, it can just run away with games, even into that Florges, like consistently winning charge stack priority. Florges loves to be able to debuff things, but it's identical pacing and you lose charge stack priority. And if you shield, it almost feels like there's this giant neon sign above your opponent's head saying, I am throwing the chilling water, you can no shield, it's fine. And so even that matchup, which is technically a neutral one, still felt profoundly negative for the Florges. So very well played there to Kento Saranori, and Shadow Kingdra sneaking into day number 2. Very cool to see.
I love those little inferences, like you say, kind of when you see one move happen, you know what possibly the follow-up is going to be. And I definitely had some questions because the Clodsire, I thought, did so well in Game 1, but in Game 2, he didn't bring it, even though it applied so much pressure. So great to be able to see that come through.
Maybe there was a little bit of worry after it was 2 ground types in the back. Maybe there could be like an ABA lead and back ground type, and then the Clodsire could get countered. But trusting in the fact that Firo should actually end up being a lot more neutral overall, did actually keep the exact same backline with the Kingdra and the Annihilate, but just saying, you know what? I can actually run my second Florges counter, which is the Firo, because that Firo-Florges matchup was very unfortunate for that Florges. My goodness.
Yeah, Firo, I think, was definitely making a statement, and it was nice as well to be able to see a composition with 2 Shadow types coming forward, because sometimes you have to ask the question, where do I put my shield? We know Shadow Pokemon really like to eat up those shields, but when you got the Annihilate and the Kingdra, it's like, what do? Do you split them across, or you have to really, I think, make good, educated guesses on what your opponent is bringing and where they're going to be utilized the most.
I really liked the matchup knowledge of understanding that even an acrobatics onto a Shadow Kingdra is something that is survivable. Yeah. And that's where you can immediately tell the level of preparation that these trainers have. They have played out these matchups. They know the optimal things that they can and can't survive. And a lot of the time, sometimes they will build very specific stat spreads to be able to survive charge stacks in certain matchups. So it's really nice to see a trainer's preparation pay off in a big way on the big stage. As Kento Saranori, he is well on his way to repeating or even exceeding his Worlds 25 performance, because he's on to day number 2.
Exactly, and taking down a regional champion from earlier in this season as well is no easy feat. So you've got to be feeling confident after that victory, advancing into day 2 of the competition. But of course, the action is still rolling here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. We've had so many incredible veterans of the competition battling it out, and there's some trainers as well who really want to be able to make their mark and call themselves the very next Pokémon World Champion. I mean, I've been so inspired so far in this tournament.
And it sounds like a lot of you at home have been inspired as well. You guys have been reaching out using the hashtag #PlayPokemon, which is incredible. Looks like our first one here is from Mickey VGC, matching with my buddy hashtag #PlayPokemon, hashtag Pokemon Worlds, hashtag Pokemon XP. Oh, he's got the jacket. Oh, okay, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
I didn't see the jacket at first. That's so cool.
Yeah, loving the Mega Raichu as well. I think the Mega Evolutions are so cool. The more recent ones that we've been able to, see coming out into the Pokemon world. Great to be able to showcase them. And going to even a pre-evolution of Raichu, we got the little Pikachu, the world's Pikachu. And look at that, that's a hundo.
The hundo with the background, the San Francisco background as well. That's very cool. From Farside2_Mystic. Now that is a trip souvenir right there. That's an incredible find.
Oh, look at this as well. Another hundo, but also a shiny. So we call that a shundo in the community. The Mewtwo with the backdrop as well to commemorate 10 years of Pokemon Go. What an incredible memory.
And what an incredible background as well. The globe background with the sun coming over it. It honestly feels like a very fitting way to celebrate 10 years of this incredible game. Hundo Mewtwo's for everyone. And in the Go Battle League, we actually have the Mega Master League coming up here pretty soon. So if you get that Mewtwo, it is worth powering up because Mega Mewtwo is an absolute menace in the Mega Master League. That thing is a terror.
I have to say, I was lucky enough as well to get the shiny on that Mewtwo as
really?
well.
Oh,
yeah,
that's awesome.
I was absolutely so excited to be able to get that. So that's one I think, I'll have to consider for my future battles as well.
I didn't get the shiny on that one, but on one of the raid days, I did actually end up getting the Shundo. My first ever Hundo Mewtwo was a Shundo, which I was shocked by. So we had to obviously do raids after that and get it maxed out, but it's maxed out. I finished the Best Buddy a few days ago on it.
Oh, so it's fully kitted out?
Oh yeah, we are prepared. It is powered up, mega level maxed. Bring on the Mega Master League. Bring your Mewtwo counters because it's probably going to be on my team.
Great to be able to have that ready for when we battle possibly in the future. But I'm glad you mentioned kind of the Best Buddy as well because we see that a lot of the time with our competitors here. The Pokemon will have that little Best Buddy ribbon showing that between the Pokemon and the trainer, they've really fueled this bond together and they have that trust and faith within each other to bring it to the World Championships. Our next trainers are ready, however, on the stage. We're actually going to be moving into the losers finals here for Group A. We're going to be showcasing some trainers we featured earlier on in the broadcast, critically Ripley, who had an incredible match against Beelzeboy, actually, had an incredible match against them, took game one, but unfortunately got reverse swept and kicked down into the losers bracket. But some incredible Pokemon choices here.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking over at his opponent here, Nyan, and we've got to talk about that Turtonator. Turtonator is there to really try and target down Pokemon like the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Shadow Kanto Ninetales, one of the reasons why it's so popular is it feels like its energy goes everywhere. The Fire-type Weather Ball, the Grass-type Energy Ball. But suddenly there's a Turtonator, and it's a Fire Dragon type, and anything you can throw at it is going to be double resisted. This Turtonator is running Incinerate, Brutal Swing, and Overheat. Brutal Swing does give the Turtonator very fast pacing. It is only two Incinerates to the first 3 Brutal Swings, and then 1 Incinerate to the 4th, and it also has Overheat in case it needs to inflict some pretty big neutral damage. And it looks like there's only 2 Fire Resists on the team, so an Overheat landing could be game-changing in this set.
I think Incinerate's always very interesting because you're kind of saying it only takes 2 or only takes 1 on the follow-up to be able to get to that Charger type. Incinerate is one of those slower, fast attacks. It can sometimes, however, obviously reap the rewards from all the energy it can generate up, but it is something you have to be very cognizant of in terms of your timing.
And honestly, even Turtonator into the Florges, for example, is not the worst matchup ever because of that very unique Fire Dragon typing that we really don't see a lot of in this meta. Even if it does run into Florges, you're only hitting it for neutral damage. It looks like we're not going to have to wait much longer. The battlers are ready. We've got double lock-ins. Game number 1, losers finals of Group A. It's going to be the Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Turtonator. Oh, no!
We are bringing the fire to the stage. We've got Turtonator versus the Ninetales.
In comes the Florges, but Florges is not going to do particularly well either. In comes the Electrode, and the Florges is completely walled. There's no disarming voice. It's Trailblaze and Chilling Water. Ripperly shaking his head as he knows this is a very negative matchup.
Yeah, this is not the Pokemon he wants to see with the Florges. The Ninetales in the back, however, would be happy to find alignment against it later on, so Florges has got to try and find a way to navigate that. Right now, however, the Electrode in a prime position to just keep going for these energy balls, getting that damage on the board.
And even if a second attack drop is applied, that second energy ball is still going to be taking the knockout. Normally, what makes Kanto Ninetales so threatening is, let's say it was a Kanto Ninetales into a Mantine, you're able to get a bunch of farm from the Electrode, and then suddenly your energy balls will add up. You can throw as many charge attacks as you want at that Turtonator. That Turtonator is not going to mind whatsoever.
This Electrode doesn't mind taking Chilling Waters either, getting those attack drops. Look at that. It doesn't mind. Going for another energy ball, that's another KO. This is a Pokemon it does have a problem with, however. The Ember's coming through thick and fast and giving so much energy to that Ninetales, but Electrode is going to have one last hurrah, getting some damage against its opponent.
This is a double debuffed Wild Charge, and that's still half of a Ninetales health bar removed from the field. and now the Turtonator is going to re-hit the field. In comes the Mantine, but it's going to be fully walled off by the Azumarill. This is a very, very slow matchup. Honestly, the biggest damage dealer here for the Mantine is going to be the neutral wing attacks, but the single resistant water pulses over time. Mantine does have a pacing advantage, but the question is, Mantine has to get through an entire Azumarill and then get damage on the Turtonator, and I just think it might be too much bulk on the side of 9Kake.
The Azumarill does feel like a thorn in the side of Ripley's team here. As you've said, it's going to really slow down the pace of play with the Mantine. There's really not a lot Mantine can do to it other than those wing attacks. And then Ninetales at the same time isn't going to appreciate the bubbles coming through. So Mantine has a lot of work to do to remove this Azumarill from play, and then you've got to still deal with that Turtonator.
And that Turtonator does have a decent amount of energy as well. Now, the Turtonator's charge attacks cannot really threaten here, but we're actually going to see the pivot out. In comes Rip Early, firing off the energy ball, but in doing so, this now sets up the Turtonator.
It does indeed. You unleash a lot of your energy onto that Azumarill, and Turtonator, as you said, is just going to get straight on in here, seeing that the Ninetales is vulnerable, but Ninetales gets the edge, can go for a Weather Ball, no shield right now.
Oh no, an entire Incinerate goes through. Turtonator already at an advantage. It now looks unstoppable. Gonna farm up to 100, go for the Brutal Swing. Rip Early forced to let this go, but even though Brutal Swing is only neutral damage onto the Mantine, it just really feels like the Mantine does not have enough in the tank. An immediate Brutal Swing should be able to just about burn the switch timer here and then get Azumarill back on the field.
Turtonator looks so nonchalant on the field right now, but it is applying so much pressure, just able to get consistently to these Brutal Swings and forcing pressure onto that Mantine. Mantine's able to go for the, attack here. We'll be able to get some good damage on the board with the Twister, super effective, but Turtonator is still in play.
And now going to go for the Overheat. This is resisted, but Overheat is an incredibly powerful attack. Rip Early is going to no shield. This is going to deal damage. Overheat connects. Mantine barely able to hang on, but one bubble from Azumarill is able to get the farm down. And 9Kake takes the Game 1 win.
That was such great teamwork between the Azumarill and the Turtonator as well. I think between them, they just really walled against Ripley's team, and there just felt like there was no wiggle room for him to maneuver there, particularly when we saw the leads come out. There was the Ninetales that had to get out of there. Fantastic, I would kind of say almost like a pincer movement coming through on the opposing side.
It really felt like there was almost nothing that Rip Early could do in any of those matchups, unfortunately. And that's sometimes when trainers try and go a bit more anti-meta, where we've seen a couple of Azumarill. Azumarill is arguably the greatest Pokemon Go PvP Pokemon of all time, but nowadays it's not seen as frequently. So I would honestly view it as something that's a bit more anti-meta. The Turtonator is very anti-meta, but running these anti-meta picks specifically to try and target down the meta, if you're able to find your target, that's going to be very favorable alignment. Turtonator, it absolutely proved its worth in that game, because that Ninetales, it got energy, and the energy just did nothing.
Yeah, it went absolutely nowhere, and I want to credit as well the work that Electro put in there. Even though it had 2 debuffs from the Chilling Water, it was able to apply a lot of damage with the Energy Balls. The Thunder Shocks just kept stacking up all of that energy, and it just felt like a Pokemon that could not roll away from the field. It was very frustrating for Rip Early to deal with.
And Rip Early, I would imagine he's probably not safe switching a Florges again into this team, because that Electrode matchup was just so dominant. The moment I realized, I was like, oh no, there's no Disarming Voice. That matchup goes from pretty playable with Disarming Voice to very tough without it.
Well, let's see what adaptations are made. The Ninetales this time finds its mark against the Grass-type Electric on the opposing side. A much better state of play for Rip Early.
I really like Rip Early's conviction here. Even though it led into the Turtonator, Rip Early predicted that 9Kake would make an adjustment, saying, you know what? Surely it's not the Turtonator again, and it's not. It's the Electrode. In comes Azumarill. He can fire off the Energy Ball, pressure away a shield, and then potentially even look to try and pivot out here eventually.
Exactly, and now the Ninetales once again farming up all this energy with Ember, getting itself to the Energy Ball. We know Azumarill is bulky enough to be easily able to take that. It almost is like it has a built-in third shield against these super effective attacks. Does take it down to the yellow, however, but there's plenty of energy up on the Azumarill side. It does have to fight its way through the bulkiest of boys, that Licky Licky.
Licky Licky is the damage sponge here. Play Rough will hit for neutral, but his shirt does not feel like it. Whereas Licky Licky, this is not a range where Shadow Ball will take the knockout, and that's why Rip Early is not throwing energy just yet. Ideally, he wants to try and get as much energy as possible before securing the knockout, so that way, when that Electrode comes back in, he can actually get some damage onto it.
Yeah, you can see these body slams being charged up. Shadow Ball as well at 2 of those back-to-back. Licky Licky able to capitalize on the fact the Azumarill is so slow to get to its charge attack. It can just go for rollout after rollout and get that energy prime. One Shadow Ball comes through, but it's not enough to be able to get the KO. It needs 1, maybe 2 more rollouts to get there.
Oh, that is really not what Ripperly was hoping to see. The Azumarill hanging on 1 HP at a Dream. That pressures away not only a Shadow Ball, but a Body Slam as well. And suddenly, all that Licky energy, it doesn't really have it anymore. It was forced to use it all onto that bulky Azumarill.
Yeah, it would have been great if it just went down with the Shadow Ball and those couple of rollouts, but instead had to unleash the damage. It does still have enough ready to be able to go for that Shadow Ball into the Electrode. That puts in some serious work, but now Ripperly has lost that Licky. The Ninetales comes in, perfect. You can get those Embers down, but the Electrode already primed with the charge attack, forcing the shield on Ripperly's side.
This Turtonator is going to have to pull off a masterclass in the endgame. There it is. Turtonator rumbles onto the field. In comes Mantine. And unfortunately, both battlers are realizing that this Turtonator is in a very rough spot.
Yeah, a little bit of a contrast from Game 1 into Game 2. Turtonator not as happy to face down against this Mantine. Does get the Brutal Swing on the board, but we know that Mantine is ready with that Twister to unleash some super effective damage. There is still, of course, the shield on the side, but you're going to have to take at least one of these.
And unfortunately, for 9Kake, it does look like Twister is able to pick up the 2-hit knockout, whereas the Brutal Swings, the choice to not run Dragon Claw does give Turtonator better pacing, but in moments like these, this is when Brutal Swing can feel inadequate, as Brutal Swing after Brutal Swing connection to the Mantine. And Mantine still looks very cheerful, as it can just no-shield everything and just spam out Twister after Twister.
Yeah, it's doing those little backflips of joy, knowing it's in a prime position. Here's another Twister, trying to blow the Turtonator off the field, and that final shield has now been utilized. The Turtonator is a lot more vulnerable. You still have the shield on Ripperly's side, but I do think the Mantine's in a position to still take this.
I really like the decision to no-shield, because even if this does not take the knockout, the Ninetales should actually be able to defeat the Turtonator here. A very rare moment when a Ninetales deals meaningful damage onto a Turtonator, but when the Turtonator has been dealt with this thoroughly by Mantine, Weather Ball, even despite the double resistance, will take the knockout. Back in comes Electrode. There's Weather Ball number 2. That's a great answer from Ripperly. It all went wrong in Game 1, but staying calm, staying composed, sticking with that Ninetales lead, and it pays off way better this time.
Ninetales got its revenge and redemption against that Turtonator, being able to, like you say, not deal too much damage, but enough damage to be able to secure the knockout, evening out the score between both of these trainers. This is what we love to see. We said this earlier on the desk, but give us Game 3s, please, all day long.
The mind games now are going to reach an all-time high. Both battlers know they are 1 win away from day 2, but 1 loss away from exiting out of this tournament. This is the most important game they will play today, and I cannot blame them here. They're taking last-second decisions here. They're taking their time. They're double-checking. They're theory-crafting lines because they know this is everything.
I mean, so far the narrative in this losers final set has been the battle of the fire types, the Ninetales, the Turtonator. Coming into Game 3 home slice, do you think they're going to bank on these trusted Pokemon again, or are we going to see a bold switch up between these fire types?
I think if I'm Ripperly, I might end up benching the Kanto Ninetales. The Kanto Ninetales does have very intriguing coverage, but the worry is we saw what happened in Game 1. It kind of just got obliterated by the Turtonator. There was no amount of energy management that can save it from alignment that is that dire. So potentially trying to pivot away from it, if you're worried about that Turtonator, could be an option. But as well, there's some very enticing matchups here, like the Corviknight, the Hisuian Electrode, so there are reasons to bring it. So this is going to be a really, really tough one. I can see it going both ways. I do think the Turtonator is probably going to get brought in game number 3, because the Turtonator, as long as it can basically more or less avoid the Marowak, even in that Mantine matchup, as long as the Mantine has some damage on it, Turtonator's ability to survive 1 Twister is actually pretty nice there.
It is indeed. It has that bulk to be able to hang on a little bit longer. I think as well, critically, the leads were going to be so important. When we saw Ninetales at a disadvantaged position, that's where suddenly Ripperly was on the back foot. But as soon as you can get the alignment with that Ninetales, the story is different. But let's see if the Ninetales is back in play. No, it has been benched. Turtonator on the opposing side, but it's Corsola versus Mantine.
Now, leading Corsola into a Pokemon that is not Licky when you know your opponent does have a Licky is an incredibly, incredibly awkward spot to be in. You will oftentimes notice that trainers will overfarm quite significantly with Corsola out of fear of a charge attack being caught. Because even though Corsola should throw Power Gem here, you really want the Power Gem to either land for damage on the Mantine, or you want it to have the ability to like threaten a Protect Shield away from the Mantine. A Power Gem landing on a Licky is a very inefficient use of energy, so does 9Kake look to try and overfarm here? Does he consider a throw on alignment? He does, but Ripperly with the read. There's that catch he was looking for, as in comes Licky.
This is exactly what we said. You don't want the Power Gem to land in this spot, and it's exactly the target Licky has absorbed for itself. Corsola gets out of there. We're now going to see the Azumarill, 2 bulky Pokemon once again in play, but the critical thing here is these rollouts will start stacking up. We are are going to see so much over farming of this energy onto those Shadow Balls.
This Licky being outside of play rough range, and even with a couple more bubbles landing still outside of play rough range, is very good for Ripperly. Ripperly has potentially cleared the path for that non-Shadow Marowak in the back to be able to sweep, because we know 9Kake has that Turtonator, so each charge attack that Licky lands on the Azumarill, as his health bar gets lower and lower, the odds of Ripperly being able to get the reverse sweep only increase.
Azumarill also trying to play the same game as Licky here, trying to overfarm the energy. This play rough will come through, but there is another one only a few bubbles away from being primed as well to just keep that pressure on. At the same time, Licky is one too many rollouts away from being able to get to that body slam. So really the offensive drive is on Azumarill right now.
I really felt like he got incredible value out of that Licky. Forcing 2 charge stacks out of Azumarill is incredible because Azumarill thrives by just outbulking things and making multiple charge stacks. But now he can bring in the Mantine. The Mantine should also be outside of a potential play rough range. The Mantine capped at 100 energy, going to go for the Water Pulse. Water Pulse won't take the knockout here, but it will get this Azumarill perilously low.
Yeah, Mantine already came in with so much energy. It can unleash a little bit. It's got some to afford. But critically, the play rough was ready on that Azumarill, but the Mantine able to get the edge.
The shield comes up, and that is what Ripperly is hoping to see. Ripperly, with that shield, should have a pretty good idea that it's the Turtonator in the back. He's letting it go. He's putting his day 2 hopes on the back of Kanto Marowak.
That's the thing, Marowak is indeed in the back. It finds his mark down against the Turtonator. 9Kake looks up, has a little after himself. This was not the Pokemon he wanted to see.
And Marowak, just the consistency at which it can reach Bone Clubs is a very big problem. I don't even believe there's an opportunity for the Turtonator to bait into landing an overheat. I just think that the Marowak is always just going to be able to outpace here.
This is the thing, there's so much pressure coming through from the Marowak, and you have that shield still on Ripperly's side. So it is going to be able to keep itself nice and safe from one of these brutal swings and apply so much pressure going forward. Of course, the Turtonator was fast to be able to get to them. There's another one coming through, but the Marowak's still going to be around.
And unfortunately, even though Brutal Swing and Overheat have decent synergy, it's not good enough. And he's only able to make it to another Brutal Swing. Can't quite get the farm down, but with all this energy on the Marowak, this is looking like a potential win here for Ripperly.
That was so close, though. That was nearly a full farm down on the Turtonator, but I love that you have energy and energy to spare. You can go for another one of these blown cups into the opposing Corsola, but Corsola's bulky.
Corsola will be able to hang on here. The Marowak getting lower. The pivot into the Mantine. Mantine able to get there, hanging on, making it to the Twister. Is this going to be enough?
I thought those Astonishes might cause an upset, but Twister will come through. Is it enough? Yes, the Corsola goes down. Azumarill goes for the bubble, manages to get the KO, but now the Marowak comes in.
Marowak should survive the bubble, and that's gonna do it. Ripperly waited. He was so worried about a catch. No catch comes through. He's able to secure the knockout, get the reverse sweep, and his World's run is not yet over. He's moving on with a fist pump to day number 2.
Do you know what? If we were in seats right now, I would be completely on the edge of mine. I would be on the floor. That endgame was back and forth, switches left, right, and center on both sides of the field. It really came down to the wire. Both these trainers wanting to stay in the competition, and Ripperly has been able to secure that. Commiserations, of course, to his opponent. He has been knocked out of the competition.
A very great run, making it 1 win away from day number 2, and bringing a Pokemon that we haven't seen yet, Turtonator, and able to put on a very good show. And we saw maybe the reasons why people consider Turtonator when it was able to shut down the Ninetales, and the reasons why they may not have, because where there's Ninetales, there's also Mantine, and that Mantine matchup was very tough. That endgame did get a little bit scary, though, because once he was able to make the Bone Club, he should always be able to get the 0-turn switch into the Mantine, click the Twister, guaranteeing that it was in the middle of the Astonish. But he actually threw a Wing Attack, waited a turn, and in doing so, there could have been a catch opportunity, but no catch comes through. It still lands on its intended target there, but Ripperly was very favored, but in that endgame, there was a brief opening where a catch actually could have happened. It didn't end up happening. He still got the win, but for a moment there, we were all holding our breath.
Yeah, things were so incredibly close, and even battling out here, you could just see these fast attacks powering up so much energy across the board, and I think that was the key thing from both players. They were farming so much energy up that they were possibly having back-to-back pressures, but maybe that one extra Wing Attack or that one extra Astonish just started to pave a way to victory.
And one specific optimization that I did really like there was being able to get that catch, reading the fact that, oh, he is going to throw on alignment here to try and outpace, but this was the end game that I was talking about. He's able to land the Bone Club, he can pivot in, but he waits the turn and the Astonish goes through, so it was on alignment that he actually opened the door for his opponent to catch. He didn't catch, he stayed on the field, but that was about as close as it could get. Azumarill farms down, Bubble super effective, but the non-Shadow Marowak, the extra bulk, that's the reason people have it on their team, and it ended up paying off there as it had just enough HP remaining to take home that win.
Low-key, when I saw that Astonish come through though, like I jumped. I was so shocked. I was like, it's gone down, but no, a little increment of HP either way could have been a different story. But no, Mantine was able to hang on, and then the Marowak obviously was able to close out the game. I thought that was a beautiful adjustment as well. We spoke a little bit about, will the Ninetales come back? And you talked about how Corviknight and Electrode are so tempting, right, to bring the Ninetales in. But that is not what Niankake brought. So benching that Ninetales was a perfect play.
Just trying to avoid that game one where it felt like even though he ended up playing pretty well, there was just not really any play. Like he was consistently never able to do anything other than single or even double resisted damage in every single matchup. So recognizing if I'm gonna bet on myself, I'm at the World Championships and I'm one win away, I'm gonna bet on myself to try and have, if I can set up a neutral game and just try and play better. All it takes is playing better one time, and that's gonna be benching the Ninetales because he's bringing that Turtonator, and then Marowak adjustment ended up working out very nicely, but it was all set up by that really rough matchup at the start, getting that catch on the Licky Licky. It was so important.
Well, sticking in the losers side of things, we're coming to another losers group finals. Our trainers ready on the stage. This is going to be another epic battle of proportions. Being able to see trainers who have advanced so far in the competition to be able to get to the World Championship, but now be potentially one game away from being knocked out, this is where things get really, really intense.
And we've got two vaunted competitors on stage. On the left, we have Pokémichi, and on the right, one of Europe's brightest stars, Hikami. Hikami also running that Milotic that we've seen a couple times today. Milotic, Thievul, Galarian, Corsola, Tinkaton, a Charjabug, a Pokemon we've seen a little bit today, but not super frequently, and Altaria over Mantine.
Really like to see the Altaria. It was a Pokemon I definitely thought would be more prevalent coming into this World Championships, but I haven't seen it around too much. The one thing I love so much about Altaria in the past has been its synergy with a Pokemon like Empoleon, for example. I think they have beautiful ways to cover each other, but no Empoleon combination here on Hikami's team. Instead, that Water Steel typing has kind of been split between the Milotic and, of course, that Tinkaton.
But as we take a look across Hikami's team, I can kind of see where that flyer ended up being Altaria, because if you consider the fact that Pokémichi has the Unova Stunfisk, Stunfisk is pretty good into the Charjabug. Charjabug is a really rough matchup there. It's really good into the Tinkaton. Oh, they did rock, paper, scissors there on stage, it looked like. That's fantastic. And even Milotic, it can hit for super effective damage. So if you opt for a flyer of Mantine, then you might be in a situation where like half of your team isn't playable into a Stunfisk. So I think the Altaria presumably comes out of a desire to not be quite as weak to that Stunfisk. Even though Mantine is arguably the better Pokemon, it's not the best coverage into this team. So I like the choice for Hikami here.
One Pokemon that these in fact two Pokemon that these trainers have a piece is that Thievul and that Corsola as well. I've got an eye on whether these Thievuls are going to come into this match, because if you can land the Sucker Punches down against the opposing Corsola, that is a match that bulky Pokemon does not want to face at all.
And Thievul's Sucker Punch does look pretty deadly in this matchup. It oftentimes feels like you're looking at five Pokemon where Sucker Punch is unresisted, and then usually like a Tinkaton, which is kind of like the worst matchup you could ever see as a Thievul. Yeah, the one thing you have to avoid is just never have it on a Tinkaton. Even just a Thievul Mirror, where Sucker Punch is resisted, is obviously just still pretty neutral, and it's basically decided on whoever wins charge attack priority. If I get my Icy Wind debuff up before my opponent, then their Icy Wind is going to be doing a lot less, and it ends up working out a lot better. So it's very intriguing to try and bring Thievul into a matchup like this, especially with Altaria over Mantine on the side of Hikami, where those double super effective Icy Winds could be a very big problem, but there's always that worry. If it ends up on the Tinkaton, it almost feels a little bit like that Ninetales and the Turtonator situation, where you can throw as many charge attacks as you want, and the Tinkaton is just not going to mind.
Yeah, it is not going to be bothered at all by taking all that damage. Another critical Pokemon on Pokémichi's side is going to be that Shadow Annihilate. Having the counter as well, that's really nice. Into Pokemon like the Thievul on the opposing side as well. And if you can get those Rage Fists rolling, that can just be such monumental damage. Even into like resisted attacks, if you're at a couple of plus attacks, you can still be doing some significant work out there on the field.
And one thing that I did want to double check is the Annihilate fast move, because I've heard some rumors that there are some Annihilates actually running low kick at the tournament. This is not one of them. This is one of the counter Annihilates. Counter, Rage Fist, and Ice Punch. So it is going to have a ton of fast attack pressure, but there are some pretty nice like counter resistances on Hikami's side. We have the Galarian Corsola, we have the Charjabug, although somehow I always feel feel like Annihilate makes that Charge Bug matchup a lot closer than it should be, and the Altaria. But if Altaria no-shields an Ice Punch, that could get very, very tricky.
I do love that flexibility, though, because as you mentioned, yes, the fast attack, not going to be doing too much into Altaria or the Corsola, but then the charge attacks, you know, whether it is going to be the Rage Fist or the Ice Punch, has a way to deal with them as well, right? And Counter's still pretty good at being able to get that energy up. So it really will come down, I think, to possibly Shield's utility if we see that alignment play out.
And I think in an Annihilate matchup here, always guaranteeing that you're going to have useful energy could be something that is actually making Annihilate a pretty nice pick here. Because even despite the counter resistances, if you're able to get it onto one of those matchups like a Thievul or a Milotic and you're able to farm down, you can guarantee your energy has value in a way that if you win a dominating matchup with Thievul and they bring in a Tinkaton, then you're forced to pivot out, and that switch advantage that you fought so hard for, unfortunately, you're kind of forced to give it up. Otherwise, all your extra energy just doesn't really do anything.
It's going to be interesting to see what the leads are coming out here, because we've mentioned so many alignment-dependent matchups, I guess. You know, some Pokemon really hard counter into another one. Possibly these leads, forcing your opponent to make those switches and suddenly go down on the switch timer, can be the thing that stacks up towards the end game. I always find those matches the most interesting, where it's possibly the opening turn or two is what determines the end game at the end. And there's so much flexibility on these teams that this potentially could happen.
I really like the idea of Charge-a-Bug for Hikami. I think Charge-a-Bug, it's not a big fan of dealing with that Unova Stunfisk, but Charge-a-Bug, it has super effective X-Scissors into the Thievul. It actually ends up resisting Gigaton Hammer. If anything can actually resist Gigaton Hammer, so it does resist Gigaton Hammer. There's the Mantine it can target. It does have that resistance to counter. Now, Corsola is a matchup where Corsola just kind of neutrally outbulks it, but I do think that Charge-a-Bug could be a key contributor here for Hikami, especially if it's able to find one of those matchups.
I always love seeing Charge-a-Bug. It's a Pokemon that's had a lot of utility across many different metas. Even if it's not the most popular, there's a lot of Charge-a-Bug believers, I like to say, that have a lot of experience and flexibility with this Pokemon. Being able to have that pressure with, you know, X-Scissor as well could be so nice into the dark types we see running around.
And interestingly, this is actually a Shadow Milotic. We did see Pato Man already make it into day number 2 with the regular Milotic. The Shadow Milotic is going to have substantially more fast attack pressure and shield pressure. However, that does come at a cost. We saw one of the things that aided Pato Man in making it to day number 2 was the bulk of Milotic, but the trade-off, 20% extra to your attack, but 20% reduced from your defense. So that trade-off, sometimes it can benefit, sometimes it can hurt. And in this matchup, I think especially if it ends up onto the Annihilate, those shadow counters could be a little bit problematic for it.
Yeah, one shadow into another, you're going to have the extra boost, like you said, but also your defenses are going to be weakened. At the same time, though, we have seen Milotic do really well in endgame positions, where it's possibly in a position to start, you know, getting that final KO with those waterfalls and trying to farm down. So that's possibly, if you've been able to weaken up the Annihilate enough with something like the Thievul, for example, then possibly Milotic can just sweep away the competition.
Especially if you're in an endgame situation where you don't have any more Pokemon that you can switch out, that's when the wrap debuffs can kind of get out of hand. Because Waterfall is already a pretty decent fast attack. It does some pretty nice damage, but once you're able to lower their defense, the Waterfall damage starts to ramp up, and it almost feels like a tidal wave of damage coming at your Pokemon. And if you're not able to have any other Pokemon on the field, like if both your other 2 Pokemon have been knocked out already, then there's just no way to stop that Shadow Milotic.
It's like the opposite of Annihilate that's boosting itself up and up. The wraps are actually boosting you down, or, you know, debuffing you down, and that's where things can become a lot more vulnerable. Looks like the trainers, however, are putting their final calculations to the test. Remember, this is a match where one of them will be sent home at the end of the day, out of the competition, so everything is on the line. Let's jump into it. It is going to be the Thievul for Pokemichi and the Charge-a-Bug for Hikami.
Now this is a matchup that should end up favoring Hikami. Volt Switch will hit for neutral, so will Sucker Punch, but a super effective X-Scissor landing could be catastrophic. It's going to be Pokemichi going on the offensive first as he looks to connect with Night Slash.
Yeah, Night Slash will come across the field and connect onto that opposing Charge-a-Bug, do a significant amount of damage, but critically, the fact that you can... Oh, it got the attack boost as well. That's exactly what the Thievul needs. Wisely, I think, going for the shield here, though.
Now Thievul should be able to pretty effortlessly get a full farm down. The X-Scissor will be shielded, but Sucker Punch was scary before. Wait until it's attack boosted, and the prediction by Pokemichi calling that Hikami would throw right away, and he's able to force a charge attack priority tie. Hikami will be able to pressure away the final shield, but Thievul is going to get a pretty massive farm down. It's going to have a decent amount of HP, and it's also going to have quite a bit of +1 attack boosted energy.
Thievul was able to make swift work of this Charge-a-Bug when actually it didn't have the best matchup against it in the first place. It's now Thievul versus Thievul, but you got to remember the one on Pokemichi's side has that attack boost, or at least it did. Now you've got the Tinkaton. This is the perfect Pokemon to deal with Thievul.
And that is the risk if you end up save switching a Thievul into a Tinkaton team. If there's a Tinkaton back there, you could be in a very big world of hurt. Icy Wind will debuff the Tinkaton, but I don't think any amount of debuffs can save this Thievul from Gigaton Hammer.
That's true. Gigaton Hammer is going to hurt when it comes through onto the Thievul. You can, of course, keep going for the Icy Wind, trying to debuff the opposing Tinkaton as much as possible, but look how minimal that damage is on the board. Gigaton Hammer is primed, and considering the Thievul is also already in the yellow, Hikami's going to let it go down.
And Pokemichi, nice optimization there, farming up as much energy as possible without exceeding the 100 energy cap. Gigaton Hammer still takes the knockout, and in comes Shadow Milotic.
Shadow Milotic going to be going for these waterfalls, farming up as much energy as possible. There is another Gigaton Hammer on the board, but you got to remember it's at -2 now as well. So the Milotic going to be in a better position to take this. You can see it's doing about a quarter damage here. Critically, however, Stunfisk comes in. This is a great Pokemon to deal with Milotic.
These Shadow Aqua Tails will do a pretty considerable amount of damage onto the Stunfisk, but an important part of this endgame is going to be the Thievul for Pokemichi. Thievul actually did store a Night Slash, so as Shadow Milotic looks to try and shield up and potentially try for a farm down, if the farm down is not successful, then unfortunately that Thievul is going to have a charge stack banked. Switch timer will not be up for Pokemichi. Can he actually get the farm down here? He gets the catch. He's able to save that Shadow Milotic, but the Thievul having that Night Slash banked should still be absolutely game-winning for Pokemichi.
Seeing the Charger Bug come in valiantly for the Milotic. Really great to be able to see that Pokemon in play. It does eventually go down to another bit of damage from that fast attack. Milotic coming back with all the energy, but as you said, the Thievul also has energy in the bank, and it's able to get the edge.
Oh, that was perfection by Pokemichi. Pokemichi waited the turn, saw the animation for the waterfall start, and it's a 3-turn animation, and then that was the moment to strike. Switched in, Thievul able to snipe down with the Night Slash, guarantee that it takes the knockout there. Great gameplay there from Pokemichi. It's very easy if your opponent safe switches something and you have something that's very strong to just switch in your strong answer, but Pokemichi knew, I'm in no hurry to switch. I can bank the Night Slash, then bring in Tinkaton, and that won him that game. If he immediately switches into the Tinkaton and does not bank that energy, then suddenly Hikami's Milotic is in a position to win.
I mean, talk us through that endgame situation, because we saw the Stunfisk applying a lot of pressure to the Milotic. Milotic was able to switch out, maybe trying to avoid a potential farm down, but it still just didn't go Hikami's way.
If he was able to get that farm down with the waterfalls, it would have set up kind of a 50-50 endgame, where Pokemichi would have been able to send in the Thievul, and then it comes down to, like, does Hikami catch? Because Hikami really needed this catch for the move from the Thievul, but because he didn't get the farm down, he would have been knocked out by the discharge. That forced his hand. He was forced to catch out of it, and then from there, it was just Pokemichi watching for that animation, actually waited there a little bit to take a little bit of extra damage just to guarantee he would get knocked out by the waterfall, and then the moment he saw it, switching in, sniping down with that Night Slash. Incredibly patient gameplay there by Pokemichi, and he is up early in this series.
This Thievul was the star of the show, you know, very early on as well, getting the attack boost from the Night Slash coming through. Really, I think, asserted the dominance, saying Thievul was here to play and not mess around. Even though you switch out, you reset that, you saved all that beautiful energy for the end, exactly as we saw play out on screen. Hikami now in the position where he's potentially one game away from being knocked out of the competition. It was great to see the Charger Bug in play. Do you think if the attack buff hadn't come through on the Thievul, it could have been a very different story?
I definitely agree. That attack boost on Night Slash is a very low chance of happening, but getting it on that first Night Slash was so big for Pokemichi because it really allowed Pokemichi to dictate that switch advantage. Hikami didn't want to surrender a big farm down because he didn't have a Tinkaton in the back. So a boosted Icy Wind still would have done a lot of damage once he eventually got farmed down and then had to bring in his own Thievul. So he tried to get aggressive, try and make the call that there's no Tinkaton in the back, but the Tinkaton was there, and it just completely shut down that Thievul.
Yeah, Tinkaton was in a great position. It didn't worry about taking the Icy Winds for damage or debuffs because that Gigaton Hammer is just so relentless, and it really does put the fear into a lot of Pokemon on the opposing side, either forcing shields or meaning that you have to sacrifice them to preserve a Pokemon in the back.
And it looks like the wait is over. The battlers are locked in. Game number 2. Win or go home for Hikami. It's going to be Galarian Corsola leading into Tinkaton. This is a very neutral, very bulky lead matchup.
We're seeing a shakeup from both trainers as well. No Thievul in the backlines, but Charger Bug is waiting in the wings on Hikami's side. Looks like all the energy is coming up on the Tinkaton. Not going for the Gigaton Hammer, instead going for the Bulldoze.
Oh, getting a shield with the Bulldoze as well. There's a chance at a debuff. Bulldoze hits the shield. We do see the debuff. And now the Corsola has been had its defense reduced, and that's going to be a problem. Suddenly the Fairy Winds do more, the Gigaton Hammers do more. That is a completely game-changing Bulldoze drop.
both of these games, Pokemichi has come out and made a statement with either a boost or a debuff from these attackers. Tinkaton now going for that Gigaton Hammer. We are going to see it come down onto the opposing Milotic. It is pretty bulky, and you have at least reset the defense drop on the opposing side. But look at that damage nonetheless. That's not very effective.
In comes the Corsola. Corsola will be able to absorb the damage here from this Milotic. Shadow Milotic does have that extra attack stat there due to being a Shadow, which means these Aqua Tails will hit substantially harder, but this is still a Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola gonna look for the full farm down. This Aqua Tail will be very close to knocking out Pokemichi, trusting in the Corsola. He thinks he can hold on here. It's going to be close. Aqua Tail connects. Corsola, it does survive, and he exits with a massive amount of energy.
Absolutely unfazed. Corsola staying in play and can now unleash this Nightshade into its counterpart on the opposing side. Hikami letting this one go through, preserving their shields for a Pokemon in the back, knowing it can take one Nightshade, but it's now down into the yellow. The energy is up on Corsola, however, on Hikami's side. You do have the utility to unleash that, but Pokemichi has 2 shields on his side of the field.
This Stunfisk looks to be a very big problem for Hikami, as Hikami has brought his Charjabug in the back. Charjabug really not a big fan of that matchup whatsoever. He's down a Protect Shield. Pokemichi is gonna no shield, but Hikami won't have an opportunity to make a second Nightshade unless Pokemichi decides not to fire off the discharge.
You're kind of relying on the Corsola here to be able to deal with this Stunfisk so that your Charjabug can have a better time later on, but both those shields are in play for Pokemichi. Doesn't go for them, however, lets the second Nightshade come through.
And he's not going to be able to get the farm down. Pokemichi holding on to those Protect Shields. He is calling that it's the Charjabug in the back, and there's going to be 0 fast attack pressure remaining. And you know what? He's right. There's the reveal. It's Charjabug. There is so little HP remaining on all of Pokemichi's Pokemon, but with the triple resistance to Electric on Unova Stunfisk, Hikami can never farm down.
That's the thing. There's really not a room to maneuver on this Charjabug, whereas the Mud Bombs on the opposing side for this Stunfisk are just going to be in the prime position. You've got rid of the Protect Shields on Hikami's side. You now have free reign to get that damage down.
2 Mud Bombs will not take the knockout. Charjabug is exceedingly bulky. Hikami going to fire off this X-Scissor. The Protect Shield's finally starting to come up for Pokemichi. Pokemichi will also have a potential opportunity to try and catch an X-Scissor as needed, as he does have access to that Tinkaton that has been preserved in the back. But first, he's going to stay in, fire off another Mud Bomb, and this Mud Bomb landing may even put it into Fairy Wind downrange for that Tinkaton.
I love the vision, though, that Pokemichi has created here, preserving those shields, knowing that if you can get down onto that Charjabug, the electric type attacks are doing nothing. The X-Scissors you can shield against if you want to, but instead says, let's bring the X-Scissor through, utilize all your energy, and let Tinkaton wrap things up.
And that was a nice no-shield by Pokemichi. He's trusting in the fact that the Charjabug just can never get enough energy. The Bulldoze is reached. Charjabug will fall. Pokemichi bet it all on it being Charjabug in the back. He was absolutely correct, and he's moving on to day number 2.
Brilliant foresight, calling exactly what his opponent was bringing in this match, and Tinkaton, one of the best Pokemon in the meta right now, showcasing exactly why it is at the top usage for our trainers here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. Congratulations, Pokemichi, you are still in contention to become our world champion at the end of this weekend.
I did really like how Hikami was able to try and work around that kind of a difficult matchup there. He ends up shielding that Bulldoze. The Bulldoze debuff was catastrophic because it forced him out of a pretty neutral matchup, because once you're debuffed, that matchup goes from neutral to suddenly pretty catastrophic. He was able to get that catch out onto the Milotic, but unfortunately that Galarian Corsola being able to no-shield the Aqua Tails and farm down, that was absolutely devastating because it really felt like there wasn't a lot of value gained out of that Milotic catch.
That's Pokemon at the end of the day, though. Sometimes those rolls go your way, sometimes they don't.
True.
But definitely for Pokemichi, it felt like he was in the driving seat the whole way through, whether it was, you know, from Night Slash or the debuff as well in that game too. Just all those little bits to give him an edge and advantage. That's one thing, but then to capitalize on it the way he did, absolutely phenomenal play.
That's actually a very good point, that there was actually a status effect that procced in game number 1 as well there, where he did have that Night Slash boost. So unfortunately, the RNG not necessarily in Hikami's favor. Overall, I feel like he played a pretty good set, but Pokemichi with the stone cold read, calling it was Charjabug in the back, those are the kind of reads that can make a trainer a world champion. So Pokemichi in fine form here so far in San Francisco.
And I like that idea, saying, hey, Charjabug is going to be coming into this game. I'm going to bench the Thievos Weevil as well that had a difficult time into the Charge Bug. Yes, it was able to get that Night Slash boost, but that's not guaranteed, and that was something that you don't want to have to rely on going into the game. So making these adaptations, bringing that Stun Fist to pressure that Charge Bug was a phenomenal adjustment on Pokemichi's side.
I also really liked the decision by Pokemichi, recognizing that once that second Mud Bomb was reached, Charge Bug's done its job. Well, sorry, the Stun Fist had done its job there, and he could end up just no-shielding that X-Scissor and then trusting Tinkaton to be able to take home that win. And being able to navigate those endgame scenarios and being able to see your win condition, not play to your opponent's win condition there. There was just so many electric types in that endgame
Yeah,
there. There were
so
way
true.
too many electric types for me. I'm getting them confused. But recognizing that once that second Mud Bomb landed, suddenly there was no need for the Stun Fist. The Stun Fist did not need to be protected anymore, and then he could just bring in the Tinkaton, make it to the Bulldoze. Even though Bulldoze, it's not a very good move, there was almost no HP left.
I mean, so many electric types. Maybe we need to take a little bit of a break and defuse after some incredible Pokemon matches. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to throw it to a break, and you guys can take a look at what the welcome kits are like here at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships.
Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bam. I go by Beelzeboy and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon GO had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championships, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron. Those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure in Sense. One day walking back home, I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was India's Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have a ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzeboy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon GO World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
He goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute
cinema.
The number one challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but I guess it balances out because I won.
He is your 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion!
My most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends. The community is really warm and wholesome and, very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
Bill's boy took home the World Championship last year in Anaheim, California in an arena. Take a good look around because this year we're going to try to do it one more time. We're going to be in the Chase Stadium on Sunday to crown another champion. But in the meantime, we're going to see who's going to make it there. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2.
That's such a good point, Amanda. All of our in-person Pokemon fans need to remember that we are headed to the Chase Center for all of our Championship Sunday activities, so we hope to see you there. But as you said, we still have a lot of battles left to go today, and we have moved our way through, I think, about like 65, 70% of the groups. We're going to continue to see these trainers that have not yet appeared on the stream.
I tell you what, some people are already locked in for day number 2. They're taking a rest. Others are still tapping here. And some people who are up next are in the winners group of their finals. So they're about to join the people in that. And one of these trainers is someone who was a finalist a couple years ago. And I think he wants to try to do it again.
You think so? Was it in Hawaii, perhaps?
Could have been. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stage.
All right, on the left side of your screen is Jins, hailing from Australia, and then Inadequates on the right side. A lot of trainers familiar with European PvP are very well acquainted with that trainer, and he's done it against all odds. He brings the Shadow Giratina Altered form to the World Championships, and he's done pretty well with it so far.
If you guys have been paying attention to the brackets, and you can use that exclamation point bracket to see how everything is going, you've seen that there are so many fierce competitors here in Group J. Jins and Inadequates have been able to make it here to that winner's side of the bracket, but it all comes down to this moment for them to see who will be making it on that winner's side for day number 2. Jin's an Australian trainer who has recently moved to North America and also has been competing quite a bit there.
Jin's definitely powerful, definitely formidable. I know that our OC trainers don't get as much coverage as some of the other regions, but they are equally as talented. A couple of key picks I wanted to mention here. The Carbink for Jin's, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we've seen it, maybe the second this entire weekend. And then on Inadequates' team, I know that you're thinking about that Shadow Giratina Altered form, but how about Poliwrath? What was Martine cooking with that? Because, I mean, if you want a water type that beats other water types, Poliwrath is pretty good.
I mean, not only that, you said earlier on, well, I don't think anyone is actually going to bring in a Alolan Ninetales. We have one of those on the team of Inadequates as well. He's known for his different type of team compositions. This man has made quite a few things work so far this season, grabbing 2 regional championships in Europe to be able to get him qualified for this World Championship here.
A few move sets I wanted to point out here, particularly on Inadequates' side. That Shadow Giratina Altered form is Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak, and Dragon Claw. No Ancient Power, so it's going to struggle a little bit in matchups like versus Pidgeot. And then the Poliwrath, I know a lot of trainers are playing Mudshot. He opted for Counter as well as Icy Wind and Dynamic Punch. So he's going to have a little bit more fast attack pressure, but a little less charge attack pressure.
Well, we'll see how much pressure these trainers are going to put into these matchups because we're getting ready for game number 1, getting locked in here, take it to the stage. We have a great lead for Inadequates there. That Pidgeot up against the Alolan Ninetales. And you see Jins immediately pivot out into Glaring Corsola to be met by Hard Counter Thievul.
Oh no, Jin smiled as soon as he saw the lead, and this has gone from bad to disaster because Thievul is going to devour Galarian Corsola. I said on the pre-show, Amanda, that Inadequates' teams are generally prediction heavy, but the boost adds insult to injury here. Power Gem getting fired off, and I don't think Inadequates even needs to shield this.
This Bandit is getting mean here. It's boosted up, it's taking out a bulky Pokemon, and it's gonna be able to hit whatever comes in now. Will it be an icy win for the Pidgeot, or will it be a nice, very heavy hitting now that it's boosted into the Marowak, or also icy win because that's also super effective?
He's got 3 more Sucker Punches, maybe more, because the gust damage has not yet applied. Goes for the Night Slash, and you know what? You're only going to get 1 charge sec anyway. Pulls the shield with it, and the old dodge is true, Amanda. When it rains, it pours.
Great timing here. Come back in with that Alolan Ninetales. This time the pitcher does have a little bit of energy stored, and Inadequate's putting up that Protect Shield there. Wants to make sure that he's not going to be able to take much damage. Just an Air Cutter, and now also going ahead and getting a boost on the side of Jin's.
Alolan Ninetales with Weather Ball Ice as well as Chilling Water, so it does have a little bit of a way to fight back against its Kanto counterpart. But these gusts are relentless, and the Heat Wave, if it connects, would be devastating, so Inadequate shields that up.
Double shielded Alolan Ninetales here. Corsola out of the way, Pidgeot down very, very low, and now it comes in Kanto Marowak, which doesn't want to see the Alolan Ninetales either. Jin's playing very ABA, weak to the Alolan Ninetales, which was in the lead.
And look at them laughing. Inadequate knows that he has a 3rd Pokemon that could answer this Kanto Marowak, but he might not even need to show it, because his Alolan Ninetales' ice typing is just so valuable. It's hard to bring ice in a Take-a-Ton Kanto Ninetales meta, but I think Inadequates might have found the only way to do it.
Going ahead, throwing that last Weather Ball should be enough to take out that Kanto Marowak at this point. Pidgeot is going to be, well, you know, coming back in, but going down rather quickly.
This is icing on the cake because Inadequates did not even need to show his 3rd Pokemon. So not only did he win lead, win swap, get a Night Slash boost, win closing matchups, but he also kept his last Pokemon a secret from Jin, so he doesn't even know what to prep for in Game 2.
I mean, they're both laughing and smiling, but Jin's has to be kind of like smiling through the pain there because he was predicted quite hard in that matchup, and Inadequates had such a powerful lead, like you pointed out. Also, Game 1 is usually a game where people like to kind of get some information. How does my opponent like to play? Not knowing your opponent's 3rd Pokemon puts you on a huge disadvantage for game number 2.
As we take a look at Inadequates' team, the team building is so unique because consider this matchup. Consider that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress on Jin's side. You might say, okay, it's got a little bit of utility. Maybe I want to bring it next game to battle the Thievul. Well, Inadequate sandwiched it between a Fairy-type Alolan Ninetales and a Fighting-type Poliwrath, so he had built-in resistances in case he saw the Bug Biter coming. This team is so unique, and there are levels to this, especially with typing management and coverage.
And we talked about it just briefly earlier on, but Jin's was leading 2 Pokemon that was weak to that Alolan Ninetales. One in the front, being that Pidgeot, and the Marowak in the back that was also weak. So when you see it in the lead, it was such a risk for him. He had to swap out, but in doing so, he brought out his only counters to the Alolan Ninetales.
You're absolutely right. And if you look at Jin's team, I mean, he's got the Carbink, he's got the Dondozo, he's got answers for Alolan Ninetales, but unless those answers are lined up, they're useless. And Inadequates took a swift Game 1. Now it's up to Jin's to kind of recenter himself, figure out how he wants to approach this game number 2, because he's very talented, all the way in the winners finals, Group J. Game 1, you know, sometimes alignment just doesn't go your way.
Yeah, making it through the bracket to be in the winners finals is no small feat. Inadequates has 1 more game to do to make it to day number 2. Will Jins be able to stop him as we pop into the battle here? We have a Pidgeot lead again versus that Shattered Giratina. An immediate swap out to the Thievul. Looks like Inadequates playing a similar team, except for now the Giratina in the back, but it looks like Jin's went pretty much just same with Dondozo.
Yeah, exactly. Relying on similar Pokemon here, but the Thievul will force away the first Protect Shield. Do we get another boost from Inadequates? No, we do not in Game 2, at least not yet.
Yeah, you can't keep getting away with this, right? Going ahead now, going for an Air Cutter. Does he want to put up a shield? Immediately decides not to do so here, as this Air Cutter will connect with the Thievul, knocks it down to the low red, but now being able to still get off that Night Slash.
Yeah, not wanting to risk anything, does not even go for the Sucker Punch, just the Night Slash. Jin's weighing his options, decides to tip the scale towards the Protect Shield. There's a Giratina and an Alolan Ninetales, but is Inadequate's going to show his third Pokemon this early?
Going ahead now, waiting out that switch timer very smartly, and now coming in with that Alolan Ninetales. Remember, there is a Heat Wave here. Inadequate has 2 shields, but last time Jin's baited first, and Inadequate calls it here, doesn't shield it up. Air Cutter connects, but it doesn't do much damage. Immediately pivoting into that Corsola. And Inadequate looks like he's staying in. He's going to chip it a little bit before going in with that Giratina.
That was an unbelievably diabolical bait call there, as Inadequate, if he would have lost his Alolan Ninetales, would have been down to just 1 Pokemon at the midpoint of the game, but he trusts in himself and calls it perfectly. Here comes the first potential for Inadequate. He's got to respect this Nightshade.
Even though the Nightshade is not going to be doing as much damage because of that chilling water, it's still going to do a lot to this Pokemon. He wants to protect it up at all costs, charging up a ton of energy, throwing right before the next one is available. Great timing there by Inadequate, and this should be enough to do a lot of damage to that Corsola.
Shadow Sneak might mess around and knock out the Corsola, and it does. Out comes a Pidgeot, which has been a thorn in the side of Inadequate here so far out. He's going to go ahead and no-shield this. I mean, Air Cutter, Heat Wave, neither one is going to threaten a knockout at this range.
Going ahead, just taking it, but the big problem is neither one of the fast attacks of the side of Inadequate is either going to do too much. Coming back and sniping there, getting some extra energy as the Pidgeot goes down. We see the third. It's going to be that Dondozo. No Protect Shields left on Jin's side, but very low health Pokemon on the side of Inadequate.
Mechanically, very inspired, but this Dondozo is a watery wall that's going to be so hard to break through. Inadequate has a lot of energy on his Giratina, but what's stopping Jin from just farming all the way down, throwing an Outrage, and tanking whatever that Giratina can throw at it?
Going ahead, this Weather Ball will connect. There is some energy on the Giratina, but there's a ton of energy on the Dondozo and only 1 shield to hide behind. Will this be a bait? Will this be the Outrage, or will he not even get a chance as he goes for another fast attack?
Wait, there's still a Protect Shield in play, so Jins might have to go for the Waterfall down. First Dragon Claw connects. Does he have a second one? No, he's not even there!
Wow, look how incredibly close those margins are as Jins is able to take game number 2 in the winners finals from Inadequate, one of the most decorated trainers we have this season.
Running back very similar Pokemon in game number 2, Jins was not, I guess, discouraged by that game number 1 matchup madness that he ran into. At this point, though, Inadequate's series has been evened up 1-1. Jins is proving why he is here in the Winners Finals Group J at the World Championships, and I think that both trainers need to lock in for this next game.
I mean, Pidgeot in the lead for that first game was very scary for him, but Pidgeot in the lead game 2 looked very, very precise, and I think Jins is happy with how that game turned out, tying up the series, and look how much damage he has done to Martine.
That Pidgeot, I think you nailed it, Amanda. That is the number 1 Pokemon that I think Inadequate has to watch out for in this decisive game number 3. Got to find a way to counter it, and if you do, you kind of box yourself in because you say, okay, well, I have to bring the Alolan Ninetales to beat it handedly, but then that tells Jins that, okay, Dondozo is safe against my team, or maybe you can bring back a Carbink for the first time, right? There's so many different windows of opportunity that opens. So heading into game number 3, this is really anyone's series.
Dondozo just had too much bulk to get through in that last game, being able to take that Waterfall, knock out Inadequate, and I tell you what, I get excited about things like this because that means we get to see more engaging gameplay, especially at this super high level.
You're exactly right. A Pokemon that would be able to answer Dondozo, as we've talked about, is the Poliwrath. It was on the game 1 team. Does Inadequate kind of toy with the idea maybe of bringing it in this decisive game 3 when Pidgeot has been out of its roost and all over the field?
And that's the thing with Jins too, right? He had no idea that the Poliwrath was in the first game. He didn't really adapt too much because of that specific Pokemon. Maybe he thought Giratina was in the back the whole time, the other and says, you know what, all right, I'm just going to play it a little bit differently, a little bit better. And it really worked out for him there for game number 2.
One of our trainers has locked in. Decisive game 3 here. Winners finals. Let's see who advances to day 2 on the winner's side. He made a prediction in game number 1. He does it again in game number 3. Alolan Ninetales versus the Shadow Pidgeot.
This time, Jins is not ABA weak, so now that he pivots out, it's not going to be as bad. And Inadequate stays in a little bit longer, which I think is sort of proving that there's not that Thievul there to answer the Corsola. Also going for the Weather Ball, which paces a little bit quicker, but does not lower the attack of the Corsola.
You're exactly right, and we've been talking about Alolan Ninetales as the only answer for Pidgeot, but how about a Steel Water type? Maybe something like Empoleon could also try its wares against a Pidgeot. So Inadequates now has built himself in a couple of options, and if that Poliwrath were to get up energy, it also has Icy Wind to threaten, so he's very strong into that normal flying type Pokemon this game.
I mean, we've seen how well Kanto Ninetales has done, and Alolan Ninetales pacing just as quickly to these Weather Balls, so doing what Ninetales essentially can do, knocking out this big old Corsola by just getting to attacks so much quicker. Inadequates has invested 1 shield already, but now he gets to dictate what comes in. As the Dondozo comes in, he has every opportunity if he wants to swap out and keep it, or maybe he just stays in a little bit longer.
Banking almost 2 Weather Balls worth of energy. Gonna go ahead and throw one here. I don't know if Jins has any reason to shield. He knows the movesets. It's on the team sheet there. Weather Ball, Ice, and Chilling Water. Neither gonna be super effective, but Inadequates is gonna force his Dondozo to do something to remove the Ninetales from the field.
I like Ninetales' little animation there, flipping its hair right before it flips that Weather Ball up into the air to hit the Dondozo. As you can see, it's just so bulky. It's getting so much energy, complete farm down, and now the Poliwrath comes in and it's gonna have to take an outrage.
Counter Poliwrath. What year is it? Is it 2021? This Pokemon has not been meta relevant for quite a while, but Inadequates is showing us it still has a lot of fight. Instant blind swap! The prediction again, Inadequates is ready.
Both of these trainers swapped at the exact same time. Jins does have a shield advantage, but not anymore as he puts it up to protect himself from this Community Day attack. Hydro Cannon gonna do a ton of damage there. Heat Wave will also hit back at the Empoleon, but he has to be able to get it. Does Inadequates think this is a bait?
That is the great question. He's gonna let it through. It's only neutral, everybody, but it is a Shadow Pidgeot, and that hurts a lot. He's going to be able to take away the final shield here with the Hydro Cannon. Pidgeot is being protected by Jins, but how close is Poliwrath to an Icy Wind?
This is a big, big thing because there's not much health left on this Empoleon, and the Gust is able to take it down, and it does a lot of damage to that Poliwrath. Poliwrath coming in, no energy on it whatsoever, but he's putting up the shield.
This is so tough. Final Protect Shield goes up. Poliwrath all alone, and there's a barrage of flying-type attacks headed its direction. Closing in, can't get there.
Oh, Poliwrath did everything it could. You know, it really was on the bench the whole game number 1. Game 3, it did make a showing, but unfortunately for Inadequates, it wasn't enough to get past that Shadow Pidgeot, and Jins advances on to day 2.
Series started with fireworks and ended in a fizzle for Inadequates, but Jins proved that he's got what it takes to overcome those bad alignment matchups, fight his way back into the series, and reverse sweep a legend like Inadequates.
A player from Australia being able to make it over to North America, start making waves over there, and now he's definitely doing so in San Francisco. Jins is a player you're going to want to keep your eyes on as he took down one of the most decorated trainers we have this year in the competitive circuit.
So much nuance comes down to the moveset choices here. Again, counter Poliwrath, something we don't really think about. You had the Giratina altered form without ancient power, so the Pidgeot was the right play, and Jins just kept on hammering it. Lead after lead after lead, was not perturbed by Inadequates' choices. And I mean, it speaks volumes about a trainer like Jins that he's not rattled after what was a disastrous game 1.
I mean, Pidgeot was really a shining Pokemon for him. If you think about it, Martine has won 2 tournaments this season. He's used Giratina in everything. He basically made a blanket statement saying, I'm bringing this to Worlds. And then you know that you have faced it, but you say, okay, I have a Pokemon that actually does okay against it because I resist those fast attacks.
Exactly. Finding ways out of bad matchups. That right there, that blind swap. I'm such a big fan of that. Inadequates knew the switch was coming. He didn't even wait to see the typings change in the top right corner of his screen. He went straight to the Empoleon, but just being unable to keep pace, especially with the Pidgeot with 1 or 2 Gust lead, it was just overwhelming in the end.
I mean, it was the call right there. You saw his face afterwards. If he would have shielded up that Heat Wave, it could have been a whole different ball game. But you don't know. That's the whole thing. When you have 1 shield left, is your opponent baiting to try to get that shield stripped away from you? Or is there going for the actual heavy hitting attack? Jins really played that super well. He baited game number 2. He went straight for it game number 3, and it really proved successful for him.
Well, congratulations to Jins for advancing to day number 2 on the winner's side bracket. He's proving that he can hang with the best of them. Inadequates, meanwhile, had a rocket start, winning rounds 1 and 2 over LNDS, Hard Jeff, and Elam. that kind of fizzled there on stage against Jin. So the question now is, can the trainer from the Netherlands fight back, find his way back into the bracket like his fellow EU countryman Pokémon did at EUIC? He didn't care that he fell down to the loser's bracket. He just fought his way through the rest of it. So maybe Inadequence could do something similar.
I mean, in this double elimination tournament, still anything is possible for him. He has top-cut performances coming from that loser side of the bracket. He has won tournaments coming from the loser side of the bracket, so definitely don't count him out yet. But in the meantime, there's going to be still so many more great matches to be played.
What a fun meta game we have, everybody. We knew that Kanto Ninetales, Licky Licky, and Tinkaton would be the most common choices, but I don't know if anyone had Shadow Pidgeot on their bingo cards, or Waterfall Shadow Milotic, or any of these fun picks that we've seen. We're going to head down to the stage here shortly, though, everybody, as our trainers get their headphones on. Auburn taking on Paul Garcia. Auburn is a GBL legend. Are you familiar with his accolades and his accomplishments?
He's one of the people where he's quietly calm, but extremely good at the game. He's a world's competitor multiple years in a row, always really nice placements, but never has that absolute breakout moment that people are like, oh, this is Auburn. Well, pay attention, because this could be that moment. Winners finals for group number K.
Well, I just wanted to speak briefly. I mean, I knew Auburn's name 2 years before I ever met Auburn. And it's because of the Go Battle League accolades, being at the top of the leaderboards year in, year out, month after month, season after season. This is a trainer that has dominated the blind format, and then I was so excited a couple years ago when he made the transition over to the Show 6 Pick 3 format. He's been in a grand finals before. He was defeated by Richie. If I remember right, that was the Swampert team from Richie that just overpowered Auburn. He wasn't able to rein that Pokemon in, but he's actually in the winners finals here in Group K. So for all of our elderly trainers out there that are 25 and up, maybe there is a chance for us yet.
And if you take a look at the team compositions of both Auburn and Paul Garcia, they have very similar things in common. 4 of the 6 Pokemon are the same, but the real difference is between that Empoleon, the Malamar, Florges, and the Tinkaton that is on the side of Auburn.
Yeah, you nailed it. I think that those are the standout picks, and a lot will revolve around that. There's always a question of movesets, and we have not seen a Trailblaze Florges in any of our casting rotations, Amanda. We're going to get another Disarming Voice Florges, and that Malamar across the board from it looks like the #1 target.
So Malamar, we saw a little bit earlier when Boom 20 was playing it. I wonder if it's a big part of Auburn's team building abilities as well, because as we've mentioned, when there are fairy-type Pokemon, when there are Pokemon that have actual fairy-type attacks, like you just pointed out with Disarming Voice, Malamar gets a little bit scared. And Bug Bite Fortress, I'm still trying to struggle to find its placement in the meta, but people who have been using it have obviously been piloting it to success.
Well, Malamar is flexible, just needs to avoid some of those really tough matchups, and let's see if Paul Garcia is able to do that. Couple other things I wanted to note. First of all, we have a regular Kanto Marowak, not Purified, not Shadow, on one side, and then we have a Shadow Kanto Marowak on Auburn's team. So a little difference there, a little difference in potency and also defense. But I do think that the Mud Slap, although in spite of all the nerfs, is still a very powerful fast attack.
I think a lot of people have been opting for different type of ground Pokemon during this tournament. We've seen a lot of the Kanto Marowaks, but we've also seen a couple more fringe picks, such as like a Hippowdon earlier on. And I mean, so let us know what you think is the best. I haven't seen much Diggersby.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point. I haven't seen it either. And you would think Diggersby's got a lot of opportunity in these matchups. I mean, I guess you've got like really hard losses to things like Mantine. That's pretty rough, unless you're running Hyper Beam Diggersby, but that would be diabolical. But yeah, I think that it does actually have a place in the meta. The more I look at this,
definitely hit back against the Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah.
It can hit back against Tinkatons, against the Licky Lickies. I mean, there's quite a few things that it has targets for. But you're absolutely right. With Mantine being so prevalent in this meta, not being able to throw anything at it kind of puts a damper on that usage.
our trainers are thinking things over, reading those team sheets, making game plans, right? Probably thinking, if I lead Tinkaton, for example, and I encounter Kanto Ninetales, what's my safe spot? What do I pivot to? They're already thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead. In terms of team composition, they say, well, if my opponent is leading Kanto Ninetales, what are they likely to bring? How do they protect that Pokemon from my pick Mantine, for example?
And once you have a team that is very similar to your opponent, it's using a lot of meta Pokemon, like we kind of pointed out earlier, those the Ninetales, the Tinkatons, the Lickys, the Mantines, then you really have to start wondering, okay, are these meta for the reason that I should be playing them? Like, how well do they synergize together? Or can I take a Pokemon that I've kind of picked to be one of my more spicy or fringe picks and make them work within that that context?
Exactly. It's super satisfying when you can make those spicy Pokemon work, but sometimes you just got to reach for old, reliable. Whatever Pokemon is strong in the current metagame, go ahead and take that Pokemon and see how far you can go with it. One of our trainers has locked in. The other one just followed suit. All right, everybody, we're headed to our winners finals for Group K. Let's get started.
Going ahead, leading that Tinkaton on the side of Auburn up against the Florges. So we got some fairy on fairy damage here going on. An immediate pivot out by Paul Garcia into that Mantine, which handles that Tinkaton much more comfortably.
It does, and we've talked about this matchup quite a few times already today on Friday. Gigaton Hammer hurts. You're going to need at least 2 plus a bunch of fairy wins to pick up the KO, but no swap out until late. In comes Licky.
The Licky will come in to sop up all of this damage, but there's quite a bit of energy on the Mantine already, throwing that first Water Pulse, which you can see does a nice chunk to the Licky, and Licky will now start to pace accordingly here, just going all the way up to a Shadow Ball. And look at Auburn, he's not fooling around, he's going straight for that Shadow Ball. Does Paul Garcia think that it's just a body slam bait, or is he going to put up a shield?
Great shield call there. Mantine could have endured, sure, but if you want to get off all this energy and maybe another charge attack, you have to protect shield there. Paul Garcia with a great call out. Switch timer's also displaced by about 15 seconds, so Paul Garcia can pivot out if he so chooses.
Looks like it's going to be able to take that. Auburn's going for one more and actually going for another rollout while this Twister will go. And Auburn uses his Protect Shield because there's a little bit of energy left, but are we going to see a catch onto something that a Body Slam would not do much damage on?
I don't know. It could be possible. Body Slam coming through here. This will pick up a knockout. Paul Garcia has to decide if he's going to continue to invest in the Mantine, decides to let it go, save his final Protect Shield for his other 2 Pokemon.
Oh, this isn't bad. I mean, with the Licky this low, anything can come in and get a farm down and get a little bit of extra energy. That's exactly what Paul Garcia does with the Empoleon. Now Empoleon has a 2 Mental Sounds advantage coming in with the Mantine on Auburn's side, going for the heavier hitting attack here. Don't want to throw the water type damage into a water flying Pokemon.
This is such an awkward matchup, like trying to grab a slippery bar of soap. Neither one of these water type Pokemon can really wrestle away the matchup until late in its progression. So another charge attack coming through, this time Water Pulse for the Mantine.
Water Pulse going to be able to connect as Paul Garcia doesn't put up a shield here, but Empoleon's only at about half health. You don't want to swap a Tinkaton into a loaded Empoleon either, so Auburn forced to stay into this kind of uncomfortable overall matchup. It is pretty neutral. It does take a bit of time to pace to that next Water Pulse. Both of these trainers have 1 shield left, and actually Paul Garcia tries to catch, pivots back into his Florges to be now met by Tinkaton. We're back to where we started.
Yeah, tries to catch the charge attack there, but fails. I think the Florges' only hope is to try to slow down this Tinkaton as much as possible as the first Chilling Water connects. Don't look for a second one. Gotta throw the Gigaton Hammer before that second one comes through, right? Right?
Right? Question mark? No. Auburn definitely has a plan for this as he just continues to swing that hammer, take the Chilling Waters, lower the attack of the Tinkaton, but even double debuff still would do so much damage to this Fairy-type Pokemon, and Paul Garcia goes ahead and just lets it go.
Maybe looking for a Fairy Wind down? Double debuff, Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammer does so much damage still. Bulldoze to boot as well, perfectly managed by Auburn. He's got the energy he needs for the next charge attack.
Paul Garcia not even shielding it up, even though it is super effective damage. Just wants to try to get off as much as possible here, but going for right for charge attack priority. And if you notice, he's going for the dual peck, gets the shield here, just in case Auburn decided he wanted to bring that Mantine in as a safe swap.
Yeah, I was thinking of the swap, right? I was thinking, oh, catch, it'd be flashy, it'd be cool. But honestly, if you are Tinkaton and you can deal the damage, just lock him in a charge attack priority, take that shield or the KO, and then bring out the Mantine.
Yep, this is what we call a combination play here, getting that last shield with the Bulldoze and finishing it off with the Water Pulse, and Auburn takes game number 1 from Paul Garcia in Winners Finals Group K.
Well played. We started off with a fairly odd pairing of the Florges and Tinkaton, went into a very mushy water versus water matchup, but eventually we got to the end of that game. That was just game number 1, though. Game number 2, I think some adjustments are in order.
Well, what are the adjustments that you're thinking of?
Great question. I mean, a lot of it comes down to alignment, and I didn't really see too many openings for different Pokemon. I mean, if you're Paul Garcia, maybe you're thinking about the Kanto Ninetales, but last game, not only was there a rollout Licky Licky, but also a Mantine to contend with. So you can't really answer that Tinkaton with a hard pick like Kanto Ninetales unless you're willing to take a big risk.
I mean, Mantine is on both of the teams here, and it's still a pretty safe Pokemon overall. When there's no electric types, it just seems to be a bit of a menace. I've been talking to some trainers. I know that the trainer from France, Mega Junko, he is not a Mantine believer at all. He thinks that this is a Pokemon that should not be as popular as it is, and yet it was top 4 of day 12, or sorry, yeah, top 4 of the 12 in day 1 here.
Mega Junko and I should form a club because I'm not a big Mantine player myself, so I think we'd actually agree on that.
Well, despite all of that, it seems to be doing quite well in the World Championships, so maybe we should be taking notes from some of these trainers, as Auburn was able to use it to quite successfully in game number 1 with that Water Pulse to knock out the Empoleon. But that was game 1, guys. Guess what's happening now? We're jumping right into game number 2.
And Auburn jumps right into a disaster scenario here. Mantine in the lead. Got to get the Kanto Marowak out of there ASAP. Out comes the Empoleon to answer that Licky Licky safe swap.
Going ahead and immediately throwing that Shadow Ball too before the Empoleon even gets to attack. No Protect Shield used by Paul Garcia. Recognizes that even if it is the Shadow Ball, it's not going to be able to threaten a knockout at that stage. That's what shields are going to be used for later, while you just gain up a ton of energy.
I mean, both of these heavy hitters need 2 charge attacks each to pick up the KO. So shield investment is going to start to be a question that weighs in both trainers' minds as the first Hydro Cannon connects, the second one is queued, and the pacing advantage goes to Empoleon.
It's really interesting, though, from the side of Auburn, because if you have such a bad matchup like he had at the beginning with that Marowak versus the Mantine, you would think maybe you would want to try to keep alignment. But with a couple of Mud Slaps now, you are going to be able to threaten that Rock Slide at the Mantine that's coming in. So great play by Auburn. We'll have to see how Paul Garcia wants to respond, because this Marowak's got energy.
I mean, we're kind of like in an inverted mirror situation, right? Shadow Kanto Marowak versus Mantine right now, but we might get a regular Marowak versus a Mantine later. Rock Slide coming through just like you called out, Amanda, and no shield. That's going to hurt.
Again, like we said, it needs to, and the fast attacks are not doing very much at all. Look at Auburn waiting to turn there, catching this Water Pulse onto his own Mantine. And if you're Paul Garcia, what do? You don't want to swap out into a Marowak to be in this, but now you have a very low health Mantine left.
Exactly right. I just did the Scorsese cinema back here off camera. What a swap and a catch from Auburn. Twister coming through here. Neutral damage will start to add up even on the bulkiest of Pokemon like Mantine. And Auburn's got to decide when to throw. He says, you know what? I think now is a good time.
Keep in mind, both of these trainers have 2 shields up. Paul Garcia is now using his first one here, hoping that Auburn's going to do the same, but they are on even energy, and they have similar Pokemon. Tries to go in to catch a Twister, but now comes in with that Marowak, and this Water Pulse is going to hurt.
I mean, what are you going to do if you're Paul Garcia, right? You can't try to call it. You're not going to get a Twister bait. It's definitely going to be the Water Pulse, and Auburn suddenly has 2 Protect Shields to Paul Garcia's 0, and he has played this matchup masterfully, and so much of it comes down to that swap and catch of the Water Pulse earlier.
They say that Marowak is weeping behind that mask, and I think it really might be doing so now, because this is getting a little bit hard to deal with. No Protect Shield left on the side of Paul Garcia, and Auburn has just used his first. He's got so much energy, and I think we're going to see him go ahead and just let this go through.
At this stage in the game, Auburn is budgeting his HP. He wants to make sure that he has enough to withstand the wing attacks here, hold on to that Protect Shield in case he needs it, which he does. So taking that single Bone Club was all he could afford to do. Final show comes up, and this game might be a wrap.
Saving that shield for a rainy or Twister-y type day, it seems. Putting that up, going for that Rock Slide, knocking out the Mantine, and taking game number 2 here as Paul Garcia's Marowak comes back in, but just too little in the tank.
And as you can see there on stage, that's Auburn's happy face once he wins.
Yes, you can tell. Very excited.
Well played by both trainers on stage. Paul Garcia definitely put up a big fight, one of Mexico's best trainers, but Auburn looks to be in very, very good condition this late in the day. He will move on to day number 2 on the winner side bracket in Group L.
I mean, that's something, right? You know that he's known for Go Battle League, which is a blind 3 format. He's also proving his prowess here in the Show 6 Pick 3, making it on to day 2 on that winner side of the bracket.
Proving his prowess.
Like
I actually might write that one down. That's pretty good.
All right.
What else is good, right? The Mantine, the Kanto, Marowak, and the matchups that we saw. So much of it, right? When you have similar Pokemon on both teams, so much of that dividing line, it's not a big flashy play. It's not a big knockout. It's not a big no-shield. It tends to be the small things, the micro adjustments, the swap, the catch, just one more fast attack here and there, and those little bricks start to build into a house, and you build a big barrier between you and your opponent over time.
And also, one thing I'd like to point out, besides that brilliant catch that really swept that momentum in Auburn's favor, Auburn had a bad lead with that Kanto Marowak up against the Mantine. He went for switch in the Licky Licky, but he didn't fight for switch advantage. Instead, he chose to get some extra energy on his own Marowak when it came back in, so then it was more threatening to whatever was in the back and really proved powerful for him.
It's so fascinating because when the game begins, I think a lot of trainers have a game plan. They think they know what they want to do, but then you encounter those unknown variables, which are your opponent, and you have to adjust. You say, okay, I'm about a third of the way through the game. Does this look like a game I can win with Protect Shield advantage? And then you get halfway through the game, you say, you know what? I got to use my Protect Shields now. Maybe Energy advantage is the way I'm going to do this. And then later on in the game, you say, you know what? As long as I control switch advantage at this critical point, I think I get the alignment right and I can win this game. There's so many different modes, and I think that it's almost like a big web of different strategies that condenses down like smaller and smaller and smaller until there's only 1 or 2 win conditions left. And that's essentially what we get at the end of the game.
Absolutely. It's not just one single thing that you can do. It's not like, oh, I'm always going to play for switch advantage because that is going to guarantee me the win, or always I'm going to save my shield for my more frail Pokemon because I wanted to be able to hit harder. No, you really have to analyze it second by second because that's how long turns can be in Pokemon. Blink and you miss it, blink and you fumble for 1 second, you have given your opponent so much extra advantage.
Exactly. I mean, just a late swap, a couple seconds too late, your opponent suddenly is keeping pace with your Pokemon that's supposed to counter it. And then you're like, oh my goodness, maybe I actually need to double shield here in order to maintain switch advantage. So many different variables in competitive Pokemon Go, and we love to talk about them here, especially such a high level like the World Championships. I mean, you know, I would never want to wipe my memory, but if I experienced competitive Pokemon Go for the first time watching this Worlds, oh man, what a time.
What a time indeed. I think a lot of trainers are thinking the same for the 30-year anniversary for Pokemon, 10-year anniversary for Pokemon Go, and 5 years for us in this competitive circuit.
Exactly. And what a journey it's been. But the journey continues, everybody. Remember, this is only Friday. We have a few more matches today. Then we will see tons of battles from start to finish on Saturday, and then Championship Sunday will be on the main channel. So make sure to tune into that and follow this channel and that one to get notified. So next up, Ice Chris and H. Shira.
Look at the team of H. Shira, a little bit funky, I would say. We saw one Pangoro earlier on doing quite well. This is also on her team, as well as a Charjabug, which has been doing well. I saw Hikami playing it a little bit earlier on. We've seen some success with Pokemon that hasn't been as popular outside of that top 12 usage of day 1.
Exactly. We did see Marto have a bit of success with Altaria earlier. I think that the Pangoro we also saw have an impact, especially against a Thievul, right? But no Thievul's to be seen on the opposing side, but 2 soft targets in Empoleon and the Licky Licky. So H. Shira, definitely a valued member, especially of the grassroots community in NA, often contributing to discussions on Discord or scrims and battles and getting prepped. I think a lot of trainers speak highly of her because they think that she's got the talent to make a deep run, even in the biggest stages like Worlds.
Absolutely. The talent, the wherewithal, the knowledge of Pokemon and their damages. These are all very important things that you have to take into account while you're building your teams. I know some people, they like to build a team with a Pokemon that has a high attack because they know that if a Pokemon, say, I'm just going to use Licky Licky, even though that's not the best example of a heavy hitting Pokemon. But they want to win that mirror matchup. They want to win that charge attack priority. They want to be able to throw first. While other people opt for bulk, saying, okay, I know that if I have just a little more defense or a little more bulk to my name, then I'm going to be able to survive a charge attack better, and I'll be able to throw one more off. These are things that people are taking into account. They're, they're trying against the different opponents. They're trying against their friends, and they're also saying, okay, this could be the difference maker that it takes to help me win Worlds.
I think a good example, if I could piggyback off of your theme there, was when Shadow Scizor was super top meta, and even before that when Frostlass was super top meta, because essentially you'd be in a situation where you know that one charge attack could KO your Pokemon, and you're going to be in a lot of mirror matches, so you might as well pick one with a little bit more attack, power that one up, and use that instead. And you're right, that is something that a lot of trainers are thinking about, especially given like specific ranges of attack based on the Pokemon species, right? So you can only punch so high as a Licky Licky, but if you're a Primeape, the sky is truly the limit.
Now, another good example, speaking of Primeape, was, do you remember when Shadow Annihilate was out and had Shadow Ball and not Rage Fist? There was so many mirror matches that I know a lot of trainers, they were opting for absolutely the highest attack they could get because they did not want to lose that charge attack priority.
I built one.
You did?
I built one with full
Oh my
attack,
goodness.
Yeah. Well, you never know. You never know when you're going to need it.
It's absolutely true, and I know a lot of people probably are still using it just on the off case that they're going to run into another Annihilate here in the tournament. We haven't seen as many fighting-type Pokemon as we anticipated early on, but seeing the Pangoro on the side of Itchir, there is one of them that has been making a little bit of waves in this tournament.
In this matchup, though, in this matchup, I think it's got a lot of play. Pangoro does have a bit of variety in its moveset as well. And double checking here, it looks like Night/Close Combat, which is pretty standard. Itchir is going to be running that set into this team. She's got to avoid the Florges, right? But outside of that, Pangoro's got a ton of neutral matchups, and if it has shields, I think it can also wear down on Altaria with the Night Slashes.
Yeah, another point, I was just looking at Ice Chris's team there with that Florges, another one running Disarming Voice. In the past, Florges was opting for Trailblaze, which boosts its own attack, and the Chilling Water, which lowered your opponent's attack. This time, I'm just going for straight raw damage here, doing a little bit more with that Disarming Voice and hitting some things that are in the meta for super effective damage.
No, you're exactly right. I think sometimes you do need just that forward, aggressive kind of strategy in order to close out matchups and take control of games. Outside of that, I don't see too many moveset surprises. We are rocking an Altaria with Sky Attack and Flamethrower. I know sometimes you'll see the Moonblast, but that's not very common in the Championship Series because there are so many Steel-type Pokemon, and when you're a Dragon type, if you're weak to Ice, or if you're going to run into a wall against a Steel type, it's good to have a little fire up your sleeve.
I think so. I think that they're a little bit happy about having that, just a little extra security. And I also think because of fire type damage from like the Ninetales that we've seen so often, I think it's number 2 in this tournament. That's why we're seeing a rise of the water type Pokemons like the Dondozos and like the Melodic that is on Itchir's team.
Let's get started, everybody. Ice Chris taking on Itchir. Altaria versus Licky Licky. Definitely a neutral side matchup, but I think that over time, Licky Licky will probably take the edge.
Going ahead now, just both of them charging up a ton of energy here. When there's a Licky Licky on the opposing side, even when you're at the Shadow Ball, you will see a lot of trainers maybe build up a little bit more or wait, because Shadow Ball catches on to another Licky Licky just feels so disheartening.
No, it truly does. It can be extremely deflating, especially when you're trying to build momentum for your own side. Shield comes up actually on the second Shadow Ball, and the pivot now into the Shadow Waterfall. Milotic, again, so many water-type Pokemon facing off Amanda.
Going ahead now, throwing Gilpec will be definitely doing more than the Hydro Cannon, but Milotic will be able to take it quite comfortably there. And now Itchir has a couple of options. The Aqua Tails aren't going to be doing much. Either are the Wraps, but Wrap is going to lower the defense of the Empoleon, so that might be what her plan is.
Yeah, I think the waterfall pressure, even though it's negligible right now, after a debuff, it might start to pile on. Wrap number 1 coming through here. Likely no shield from Ice Chris. He's only got 1 left, and both of these attacks are going to be resisted. No shield to Wrap, as expected. Waterfalls. Oh, he does not want to stay around and see. Out comes the Altaria.
Altaria coming in, had a lot of energy there. Itchir also only has 1 shield, chooses not to use it, and the Melodic goes down. In comes that Licky Licky to start right back where we were at the very beginning. But this time the Altaria has a little bit more energy to start with and throws its Sky Attack. Still no Protect Shield used on H-Shear's side.
I'm starting to like how this matchup looks for H-Sheera. Her third Pokemon, as you can see, is the Mantine in the back. And the third Pokemon for Ice Chris is the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So Shadow Ball coming through here to guarantee the knockout. But I think H-Sheera might look for a pivot because she does not want to get Mud Slap down when the Marowak comes out.
Yeah, no risky business there, saying, okay, I'm just going to go ahead, throw this, whatever comes in. We see an immediate pivot, not even really noticing what it's going to be. And now coming in with that Mantine, which has a great matchup. It does need to be wary of the Rock Slide, but it can tank one comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in terms of relative damage, the Rock Slide is the most threatening charge attack still on the board for Ice Chris to throw H-Sheera's way. Water Pulse coming through here. Ice Chris might need a catch in order to win this game, if I'm being honest.
I mean, might need a catch, but he has quite a bit of energy as this first Rock Slide will go through. The last Protect Shield used from H-Sheera's side, making sure that the Mantine stays nice and healthy, and now actually going for the other Water Pulse. Doesn't throw that Rock Slide right away. This is going to knock it down quite low, but keep in mind, this is a regular Kanto Marowak and not a Shadow one. A Shadow one might not have lived that quite so comfortably.
Such a good call, Amanda. That's exactly right. Rock Slide number 2 will connect into the Mantine, but the wing attacks are piling on as well. This Kanto Marowak might actually faint. No, goes for the swap into the Empoleon. Does H-Sheera know where the energy is? Goes for the Twister, and maybe Ice Chris lost count. This Twister is going to hurt.
This Twister will be able to connect with the Empoleon. It is part steel, but it is still going to be able to not be quite enough. Wow, just trying to do as much damage as he can before this Empoleon goes down, but there's still that Licky Licky in the back with a little low health Marowak.
Dropek connects, Licky Licky comes out, it's one rollout away, and Licky Licky might get the job done after all. H-Sheera connects with the body slam and wins game 1.
Not taking any chances, saying, I know that rollout doesn't do too much, that Mud Slap's gonna do more damage. Let me go ahead and finish that off with the body slam, taking that game in the winners finals of Group L.
Well done, H-Sheera. Looked a little tedious there in the late goings of the matchup, but she ultimately found her way through a tricky team composition from Ice Chris in game number 1.
Ice Chris is a trainer who's been well known within our circuit as well. We've talked about H-Sheera and this interesting team composition that she has put together. I know that you said before that you're not quite a Mantine believer. We saw a lot of it in the other team. We see it on her team as well, but what about the Charge-A-Bug? Are you a Charge-A-Bug believer?
Well, I feel like my friend Z Swilers would be disappointed in me if I said I wasn't. So I'm more of a Charge-Bug believer than I am a Mantine believer. How about that?
All right, that's fair. I think that both of them definitely have places in this world's meta, as we've seen quite a few Mantine and a couple of Charge-A-Bug being able to do quite well. H-Sheera there at the end, getting to that Twister was something that really proved momentum behind her name there, but then Ice Chris being able to get off this attack was just, you know, a little bit fun for us all to watch at home.
Yeah, you know, they say there's so many ways to cut a cake. I almost felt like H-Sheera, when she saw that the Twister didn't KO, could have done a blind swap over to the Licky Licky, soaked the charge attack from the Empoleon there, brought the Mantine back out, and still wrapped up the game. So there are a couple different avenues she could have taken. She took the scenic route there, let Ice Chris fire off the charge attack, and then closed it up.
Saying, okay, one more charge attack for me as well. That'll do it. Hopping into game number 2. If H-Sheera wins this, she'll continue on to day 2 on that winner's side of the bracket. We have a Licky Licky up against an Empoleon here, and Shadow Ball is being thrown.
Shadow Ball against the Empoleon will deal meaningful damage. Sometimes you do get that early shield in order to protect your Pokemon's overall health, but not this time. In comes the Licky Licky into the Mantine, though. Oh my goodness, Ice Chris has got to work through this matchup because Mantine last game was a headache.
Going ahead now, throwing the Shadow Ball, and actually gets that first shield off of H-Sheera there, saying, okay, probably a Shadow Ball, want to be able to keep this healthy, has a lot of energy here, throwing a Water Pulse of her own. Does Ice Chris want to respond with a shield in kind? No, choosing to let this connect.
Yeah, I think Licky Licky can absorb 2 Water Pulses here. Wing attacks don't threaten the KO either, so it's going to be a little bit tricky for H-Sheera to bring it down. Also, keep in mind the switch timers are a little displaced. I do think that one trainer will be able to swap for the other. Second Water Pulse, though, still does not pull a shield.
Keep in mind, we do have 2 Licky Lickies here. You see him waiting there, now throwing the Shadow Ball. Would hate for that to land on the H-Sheera's low health one, but this one does connect, and you see him pivot out into the Empoleon now, saying, okay, let's see what we can do, and a quick pivot by H-Sheera into her Melodic.
Yeah, I really like the Dropek here. I think no matter what, you're probably going to throw that if you're Ice Chris, but just having the awareness to not kind of go on autopilot there and throw a Hydra Cannon, well done by him. And I think that the pressure is really starting to mount. I don't know if you agree, but it feels like the momentum is really on Chris's side. Shira looks like she's just playing defense right now.
Going ahead, doing a lot of fancy swaps. We have the quick timing here, but in the same breath, Ice Chris still has 2 shields to his name and a lot of energy.
I was going to say, why not just let the Empoleon go, come in Altaria, and Dragon Breath down?
That's
You're not
exactly
threatened at
what
all.
we're going to see. The switch timer isn't up. Getting so many Dragon Breaths. That's a lot of energy for that Altaria as Licky comes back in to try to do what it can do, but it might get a little bit, wait for it, tricky.
Oh my goodness, yes it may. Sky Attack gonna get fired off here. No Protect Shield from Shira on the Licky. This Altaria looks to be in a commanding position. I do think a catch or a swap might be in the cards for Shira, but oh, this is actually the first step for her to come back into the game because the Body Slam bait peeling away the shield is huge.
A catch, swap, or a bait. We'll take what we can get, says Shira, and then she did get that first shield. Another Sky Attack coming through using the last Protect Shield. This Altaria is quite healthy, but you have to keep in mind now that the switch timer is going to be a little bit misaligned. They can swap at any moment.
Another Body Slam. Does she get the double baits on the low energy Body Slam? Ice Chris gives up both shields, and Shira is starting to build her way back. She needs a Shadow Ball right now, and the Mantine comes out and needs a Twister as well.
Going ahead and going for that Twister right before going for this. This is a Dragon type damage, but it's not a Dragon type Pokemon, so it doesn't have same type attack bonus. It is super effective, but Altaria hangs on to throw its own attack.
You have to completely undercharge here as Ice Chris. You can't do any damage. You have to farm down with Dragon Breath, try to get to another Sky Attack, but he might need to catch on Licky to give himself any chance at all.
Down goes the Mantine, and now there's still a little bit of energy, but Licky still has a Body Slam loaded here. It's going for the Altaria number 1. The real question is how much health is left on Ice Chris's Licky in the back.
Here comes Licky.
Absolutely not.
It's got nothing left. Shira 2-0 over Ice Chris. What an incredibly well-piloted game. What a series from her.
Shira popping off there at the end with that Licky. So much energy. 2 Body Slam baits, gets 2 shields, and then knocks out 2 Pokemon at the end to advance to day number 2.
Throwing the Body Slam immediately when Licky came out, that was the absolute key. Ice Chris was going to say, okay, either she throws it immediately, either she throws a rollout, or she pauses and then throws. There were 3 different avenues. He could only choose one. And when he ducked left, Shira was there with a haymaker to take the series.
Wow, really close matchups. Both of those trainers were so concentrated within them, but in the end, there could only be one who advances. Congratulations to Shira for being the woman who did so.
Such an incredible series. And Ice Chris is a fantastic trainer, right?
Absolutely.
This is another player who's always topping those Go Battle League leaderboards, has consistently competed at the regional level. I mean, he's incredibly formidable, and he was in the group finals as well. So both of those trainers, outstanding individually, but Shira was better Friday at the World Championships in 2026.
And if you're a big fan of Ice Chris, like I know a lot of people who are in the chats, don't worry, we might see a little bit more of him later on as he just drops down to that loser's side of the bracket in this double elimination tournament.
I'm just so impressed, right? Game number 1, fantastic from Shira. Game number 2, still, I stick to that point. I feel like she was playing defense for 3/4 of that game, and then when she saw the opening, she shot through the gap and was able to win in stunning fashion.
I mean, we've seen it quite a few times so far in the World Championships. When there are games going on, we see this with 2 Protect Shields even. Baiting is so dangerous, but when it pays off, it pays off. If Shira didn't bait those times and those were Shadow Balls and they were both shielded up, she would not have had enough energy to knock out both Altaria and that Licky in the end.
You're 100% right. If the double bait fails, if anything goes wrong in that long plan of hers, the whole thing comes apart. But she executed flawlessly in order to win it. Yeah, I mean, just right there. Ice Chris thought, okay, she throws a rollout, she pauses, something else happens, but the one thing he didn't want to happen is exactly what she did.
Say, no, throwing it right away. And I just love the smile on her face when she recognizes this is it. This is the moment that I am moving on in the tournament. Wow, absolutely incredible games there.
Day 2, Shira is going to hit different, everybody. I cannot wait to see them battle it out tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, we commentated the battles. We have our own opinions and thoughts, but I want to hear from the trainer herself. Fareed, what's H. Shearer got to say?
We're very lucky to be joined by Heather, also known as H. Shearer, winner of that last match, and straight through to day 2 here at the World Championships. Heather, how are you feeling?
I have no words, honestly. Like, I'm so happy. Yeah.
That was really, really well played. And this is your first Pokémon World Championships, and you're through to day 2. That is an immense achievement. What does that feel like? If you were to look back and know that you've made day 2 already, how are you feeling?
Honestly, it's just like unbelievable. I'm just so thrilled. I've just been playing really well, and I haven't dropped a single game yet today, so hopefully we'll take that momentum into tomorrow.
Well, I think everyone's really, really excited, but I was particularly excited about your Shadow Milotic pick, because that was one of my favorite Pokemon coming into this weekend. Talk us through that choice.
Yeah, so I've been kind of toying with the idea of what water type I wanted to bring. I was thinking about Lapras, I was thinking about Shadow Milotic, so I was just kind of toying between the two, and of course I was always bringing Mantine to pair it with, and I thought that Milotic just paired a little bit better with it, provided a lot of fast pressure into Pokemon like Stunfisk, that kind of thing, so it just rounded out the team a little bit better than Lapras did.
It's been really exciting, and you've obviously played NAIC. You've had a little bit of break over the summer. What was preparation like as you anticipated World Championships?
It's been a lot of inadequate practice tournaments, and then a lot of GBL. So the Go Battle League has been, I've been going hard at it to learn my matchups, learn the damage ranges, everything like that. And then of course scrimming with teammates and friends has helped a lot too.
So for players at home, when you're building your teams, are you testing all of them in the Go Battle League so that you can see how they play? Do you use a line of 3 from your team of 6?
Yes, I definitely do a lot of testing in the Go Battle League with I was actually playing this morning. Once I locked in my team last night, I didn't do anything. I was like, I'm just gonna, breathe, just sleep on it. And then I woke up this morning, I was like, all right, it's time to get onto it. And so I ran some lines of 3 from my team just to get into it.
And when you've been playing today, you've obviously done very, very well. Are there any Pokemon or matchups that you've learned during the course of this tournament that you're actually really excited about and you can take forward to day 2, or is everything going as you expected?
Everything's going as expected. I haven't really seen any crazy matchups yet, so yeah, everything pretty expected.
Amazing. Is there any last shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, huge shout out to a couple of Battle Frontier teams. So my team, Wing Attack, and then also the Home Slice homies. Huge shout out to my partner. I wouldn't be here without him. And then shout out to everyone who has helped me scrimmed. Juice, for you in particular, helped me a lot. So huge shout out to him. All my friends, everyone who has supported me through this journey, shout out to all of them.
Amazing battles, but it's not just battles happening here at the Pokemon World Championships. If you've missed any of the action over at the Pokemon Center, stay tuned.
My name is Dunebug97, and I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts. The Pokemon type I would be Steel type because I'm very resilient, like Steel.
Dunebug was the first trainer to be able to get 3 regional competitions in 1 season. He's so good at this game.
When I was working a summer job after graduating high school, some coworkers were just playing Pokemon GO, and I was like, what is this game that they're playing? Oh, you can find Pokemon in the real world. And I was hooked. I think my favorite early memory from the game is the first Go Fest I ever attended, where there was just such a fun community. It was just a great time overall. I would say the best advice I had for new Pokemon trainers be the best person you can, because that will help you in life in general and also at the tournaments you go to. My biggest mentor in my life has been my father, who is sadly no longer with me. He always told me, keep putting in the effort and the results will follow. I think the underdog mentality really pushes me further and helps me succeed when I really need it. I think the biggest development for me personally throughout the years has been concentration and in-game discipline. Not making rash decisions that could potentially cost me games. There's absolutely a balance between being aggressive and being more reserved with your playstyle. When it comes to attending tournaments, I would say it's 70% I'm focused on winning, doing as best as I can. Then 30% is having fun with everyone and all my friends. My most difficult match in day 2 was against Rockhaven. That Bastion, Gudra, Azumarill combo, and the Shadow Scizor was just a lot to deal with, and I had to just make some really risky calls, and it ended up working out in the end. I feel like Rise to Occasion is the most fierce competitor I can face at any tournament. My first finals was in Arlington. I was able to dig myself out of a 0-2 hole in the losers finals against Rise. This match, compared to the other ones, it shows how much I was able to adjust to a difficult matchup. In the first winners finals, I was just not realizing how strong my Shadow Primeape would be. But once we got to that rematch, I was starting to realize this is a really good pick against his team. Once I made the correct adjustments, I was able to just steamroll through the rest of the games. When I reset the bracket, I knew I was in a very good spot.
Doonbug pumps his fist. Give it up for your Las Vegas Regional Champion!
Right now, I'm feeling really in awe of everything that's happened. It's been a crazy weekend.
Doonbug came down to Vegas, and he set the stage on fire this weekend.
This event qualified me for Worlds and put me in a very good position to get that travel award for EUIC in London. My #1 goal this season would probably be make day 2 at Worlds. Every World Championships I've attended, I've never made day 2. I just finally want to break through that wall. My favorite Worlds moment has to be when I got to spend that whole time with my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I don't know if I'm going to win Worlds this year. You'll have to tune in and find out. Twitch.tv/Pokémon GO. I think people should look out for me at Worlds because I'm just a sneaky player, very sneaky. Sometimes I can fly under the radar and people might not expect me to come out from underground. If I won Worlds, I think my life would be complete.
Welcome back to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships, and we have had trainers battle throughout the day in hopes to making it to the coveted day #2, and the rest of the trainers that we're gonna see do have that opportunity, just as Doonbug has already secured. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
And we've had incredible battles, incredible storylines, some upsets, some repeating players making it that day 2. Particularly our 2 grand finalists, Beelzeboy and Podman, both on that winner side day 2. Scary stuff for these players to deal with. But we have 2 players coming up next that have never made day #2 here at World Championships. Neither of them have won a title yet, but this could be their breakout season.
And it was looking a little scary for North American representation for a while, as only for a moment 2 trainers had made it through. Of course, Doonbug was one of them, but now a wave of some of those trainers like H. Shira, and up next we have Sustenance Eater and Teddy Bear with those same opportunities to make it to day #2. Because remember, also North America does have the most participants here at the World Championships, just barely overtaking Europe, of course.
Yeah, and I love the matchup we have up next because Sustenance Eater and Teddy Bear, both of them have not really had the best finish, but always in the top cut, always being able to beat a lot of those top players, and now they have a chance to make a name for themselves. Teddy Bear, I think highest ever finish was a 4th place medal, which is still pretty good. And then Sustenance Eater, breakout season for him, 7th place at EUIC, the younger brother of Nighttime Clasher, but also very accomplished in his own right. And this is going to be a pretty fun one because it's the winners final, so they both technically have 2 chances to still make day #2.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because you would actually expect these trainers to be underdogs at this point in the tournament, right? With 300 of the top trainers throughout all of Pokemon Go. 2 trainers that have a best performance of 7th and 4th is definitely not the favorites for North America, but they are sitting here in this position with the opportunity to make it to day number 2 and get over that hurdle. A trainer like Sustenance Eater, who has frequently made day number 2, getting 7th multiple times, getting 9th multiple times, and often getting in that top 16, but never really making an impact on that day number 2. Can he come in on that winner's side of the bracket and make that impact that he's been searching for?
And let's take a look at these teams too. We got the Dozo back in action. We saw that on Jin's team, and now it's on Sustenance Eater's team as well. I think Marto Galde had it too. Definitely a very anti-meta pick, but you have that fast attack pressure of Waterfall to help neutralize Camp Dodges. But here we go. It's going to be Malamar into Altar, just kick things off. And it's a non-shadow Malamar, so it's not going to hit as hard, but can take these moves pretty well too.
And look at the swap! And this is just going to be a neutral attack here, but we didn't get to point out there's actually a Shadow Primate in the back for Teddy Bear. I actually talked to Teddy Bear. He said he didn't have a ton of time to prepare for this tournament, and he still didn't have a team left. He certainly made a spicy team. One of the few trainers running that Altaria, of course, we saw in previous matchup, and trying to counter swap into the Nightshade here, throwing out a fighting type versus this ghost type, but at least you have this super effective ghost type attack to fight back.
And try to maybe even, I mean, catching a Nightshade there's probably not even ideal for Teddy Bear, but gets the Rage off before, and Sustenance Eater confident knowing that he could tank the super effective Rage Fist. And you can see here, trying to get some of the bubbles off, maybe a little bit technical issue here, as we're going to see how these players play it out here. He's still going to go for potentially the Nightshade as the next Rage Fist is reached.
Well, you can see on the screen that it's in this middle left area where you see the tap happening, but if you actually look at the camera where he's tapping on the screen, seems like he's tapping in different areas as well, so maybe it's not registering. That's why you see the frustration from Sustenance Eater there, and they're going to play out the matchup because anything can happen here. He's going to come in with the Malamar. The Malamar is loaded with energy. He's going to be able to get that side wave down here, so you don't want to quit right now. Even though that happened, you got to still battle through. There's 4 Protect Shields remaining, 4 Pokemon remaining, and your Malamar is absolutely loaded with energy. You're not out of it.
Yeah, Sustenance Eater could still easily win this, actually. Or maybe not easily, I should say, but he was able to come away with all this energy, but unfortunately now it seems like it's a little bit tough as he can't really get the moves out here as Teddy Bear is going to throw this discharge.
Yeah, and a little bit of frustration there from Sustenance Eater as he was trying to throw an attack. You could see when your charge attacks actually glow up like that, it means that you're at 100 energy. So you could see that Sustenance Eater was at 100 energy, which is the maximum amount of energy that a Pokemon can hold in Pokemon Go PvP. So when you're at 100 energy, these top trainers would want to throw that energy to try to use that to regain it with fast attacks. And so Sustenance Eater was unable to in that moment, and now it's going to be in the judges' hands.
Yeah, tough. I mean, I think that one might be, you know, likely going to be a rematch, but we'll wait for our expert judges to debate on that one. As you can see, Teddy Bear, very communicative throughout too. He recognized as well. Like, there's no reason for Sustenance Eater not to throw a move there, but we're just going to make sure all the tech situations are resolved before we start the next one. And you can see the players, they know how it goes, right? And they know that it's frustrating to be on the receiving end of that, even if you're on the opposing end. But key point for Sustenance Eater as well, if you're ever on the stage, don't quit out the match, right? Play it through, and you never know. Like, if he wins that match, there's, I mean, what's Teddy Bear going to do, right? He's not going to race that review, so it still could be possible for him to win it, but good on him to stay composed there and just play it out until the judges told him to stop the match.
And good advice for trainers battling in the Go Battle League sometimes as well. You know, keep battling, even if you have bad alignment, maybe something doesn't go right in the battle, just keep powering through, because you've seen on stage, there's so many times that these trainers seem down and out, but they do make a comeback. And both these trainers have taken off their headset to try to hear what the judges are going to be telling them right now. And again, these are trainers that you would consider underdogs for this moment. Of course, over 80 of our trainers, I believe, from the North American region are here competing at the World Championships. But a lot of the trainers you expect to make it day number 2 are those trainers with multiple regional titles, maybe an international title, or multiple times in top 4. But how about 2 trainers here trying to make their stamp on Championship Series in the biggest moment possible, where we celebrate 30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon Go. Whoever's going to win this Pokemon Go World Championship is going to be an absolute legend. And can they repeat something that Firestar did last year, going from maybe an unknown to a trainer that coming to the next season was well known by the community?
Definitely. And I mean, these two players have been in the circuit for a couple years as well, so many do know them, but they haven't seen them perform at the, winning multiple trophies, titles, and stuff like that, but they're well on their way. Let's do a little, maybe quick recap of their run so far to get to this winner's final. So Sustenance Eater starts off with a victory against Black Bolton, right? Regional winner. The best Superior player, I think, in the world.
Yes.
Particularly on the all grass move Superior moveset. Beats Little Winery, beats Legend Push, and then now is in the winners finals. Meanwhile, Teddy Bear, in his own run, beat Eduardo Lomas, and then beats Suvansh, and then also beats Yamaren to get to this winners finals. Both going 3-0, not dropping a series to get to this point.
And that's why they landed in these winners finals here, and it's incredibly difficult. I mean, you go out on the floor, you mentioned the statistics alone earlier on, right? How many of the top trainers in the world will go 0-2? How many will have a negative win percentage just
50%.
going? Yeah, 50% of them will have a negative win percentage here, which, I mean, they're not used to that. They're top competitors in their field, in their respective regions, and to come to this moment with 300 of the best of the world, literally anything could happen. And also, there's no seeding, right?
No seeding.
In other tournaments and championship series, there is seeding. So if you are a top trainer, you're usually playing a trainer with a lower seed. So you have that advantage here. Here in the World Championships, it's just only the best of the best, and anything goes.
That's right. And, especially when you're facing off some of the best players in the world, right? In maybe a regional, maybe even an international, or one of those qualifiers, you might play against players that are a little bit less experienced. And even if you have a bad lead, a bad counter swap, a bad backline, you can still come away with it if you just play as optimally as possible. But against some of the best of best, you could play the game perfectly and still lose the game because you just made the wrong line call. You face something that you don't expect to see, like a Rayquaza even, So like all these things can factor in, which is why I always say whoever wins Worlds, one of the best players in the world for sure. But some players, in my mind, might have gone 0-2 in this tournament, and it's still one of the best players in my mind. They just had a really tough run, a really tough matchup, or maybe just had one debuff or a buff not go in their favor.
Well, you mentioned Rayquaza because that was one of the coolest flexes I have ever seen in Pokemon GO PvP. You have an opportunity to also get an amazing flex. Check out this exclusive badge that you can earn to be put by your name in the Twitch chat. This is awesome. It's a cool way to stand out, and look how beautiful that is. The Pokémon World Championships costume Pikachu that you're going to get right next to your name.
Yeah, I mean, that's a champion Pikachu right there. Look at how the confidence that Pikachu's face is. I might drop some of that myself once in a while if I get a chance to do it. So definitely tune in. And of course, we have Twitch drops all throughout the week. So many rewards. Watch, I believe, at least 60 minutes, right, in the Pokemon GO stream to get all the rewards for Pokemon GO. But there's Twitch drops for all of our main series games as well.
And if you want to check in on the previous world champion, we have Beelzeboy moving on to day number 2 on that winner's side, and you have the opportunity to get his Tinkaton from last season's World Championships by participating in these Twitch drops. Remember, you have to have Twitch drops enabled, and then you have to watch the stream for up to 60 minutes to get that. And if you're watching a rebroadcast right now, you are still eligible. And of course, that exclusive Elite Charge TM is super useful. You could use that to get a Gigaton Hammer as well. That is such a strong attack for that Tinkaton.
I know you've used to use Elite TMs just to get the perfect moveset for your Clay Doll. But,
I have, yeah.
So you can use it for whatever, even if it's not exclusive move. And of course, we got the San Francisco exclusive Worlds t-shirt for your avatar. So enter in that passcode to get some additional swag for your avatar.
Yeah, you're going to want to get these because these are the unique ones. Obviously, it's the World Championships. It's Pokemon XP. These are the best drops that we're going to have in the entire season. And I can't wait to get those as well through the rebroadcast myself because I'm definitely going to need to use that Elite Charge TM. I have about 0 right now because I always use them on Shadow Pokemon that have Community Day attacks. And I'm constantly trying to get those exclusive attacks on my Shadow Pokemon. I'm a Shadow Pokemon fan.
I feel like you're also I need to put the bait move on the left side,
oh, yes.
the bigger move on the right side.
No,
right? So that,
no.
Or is it the other way around?
The other way around.
Are you left-handed?
No.
Oh, okay.
But
maybe I'm a weird one. I don't know. But
let
anyway,
us know, where do you put your attacks? When you're building a PvP Pokemon, do you have the bait attack, which is the lower energy attack, on the right side or the left side, or you don't care, just wherever it ends up, it ends up? I like to have the bait on the right side, and then I have the absolute dominant big attack on the left side because I think I tap with my right hand on the right side. I'm like, I'll bait. But then, you know, when I land that attack, you know, I just cross over and I land it.
Anyway, Butters explaining his charge attacks and the order of it. But speaking of events too, we also have the Pokemon Night Out EDM concert. Do you like EDM?
Yeah, you know, actually, there's going to be special live performances from Marshmello and Alice in Wonderland, which I believe are two people who are huge Pokemon fans as well at this special event. So check that out if you're in the area.
Yeah, definitely. The LA tickets already sold out, Los Angeles, but there's tickets available for London. So if you're a big fan of Pokemon and music and EDM, great crossover right there. As we see our players, I think they're getting ready for the next matchup. Thank you all for your patience. Of course, so many cool events for Pokemon and stuff, so much to check out.
And remember, hashtag Pokemon Worlds on social media. We want to hear from you. Are you at the venue? If you are at the venue and maybe you're playing another game and you're just hearing this in the crowd right now, you're going to actually want to open your Pokemon Go app. Keep it updated because something pretty cool is going to be happening this weekend, Caleb. So if you're in the SF area or you're at the venue, you're going to want to download Pokemon Go if you're a Pokemon fan.
And download it too, even if you're not in the SF area. You could get the Pikachu, the XP Pikachu, right, with the helmet. I believe also the World's Pikachu as well with the outfits. And some people are flexing. I actually saw a Shundo earlier.
Oh, wow.
From Andy, a World's competitor, actually. Shiny and 100%. So shout out to him. And, you know, I think he told me he was going to trade it to me after our broadcast. So I'm looking forward to having that in my inventory.
I don't know. That kind of defeats the purpose of a Shundo.
It could still be a Shundo to me, right?
It's true. Yeah, there's
possible.
a very rare chance that you can have as cool a Pokemon as they have. Yeah, but congratulations to that person. That's awesome to have the background and the shiny, also being a Hundo and maybe even use a Master Ball. Who knows? But all right, looks like we're gonna get locked back into this matchup. So let's lock into this actual matchup. You have the Dondozo from Sustenance Eater. This was on my caster predictions because I think a lot of trainers were pivoting into water types that could counter Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I believe Nighttime Clasher is running the same attack team. He is the brother of Sustenance Eater. They team build together, and here's the lead. The Malamar into the Stunfisk, having that Clodsire and Corsola in the back for Sustenance Eater.
And it looks like Sustenance Eater's running back the exact same 3 Pokemon in the same order. I think it's a really solid one too, right? It has a lot of answers to that Tinkaton in the back with the Corsola and of course the Clodsire. It's just going to be a really great matchup here. It is going to be the non-Shadow Malamar, so you can tank them up pretty well, and Sustenance Eater, I believe, would probably just build up to 2 moves before throwing. Oh, in comes the catch attempt from Teddy Bear, but that's not going to do so well. Actually, Sustenance Eater throws the Super Barrel before potentially swapping. I wonder if he thinks that Teddy Bear is trying to lure out the Clodsire, so maybe Sustenance Eater decides to come in with, oh wait, just goes for the double superpower.
Goes double superpower, maybe then gonna come with the Corsola and try to astonish down. No Protect Shield here because you did have your attack and defense drop 2 stages. That next superpower was not gonna be as useful as the first one. And here comes that Clodsire here, gonna go ahead and go for the super effective Bulldoze. But this will do less damage than a Gigaton Hammer, but he did secure the debuff, which is a 50-50 chance. Now suddenly this next Gigaton Hammer, which is reached right now, is gonna do a ton of damage. Clodsire is bulky, but Sustenance Eater doesn't really want to take that damage, so he puts up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought he was going to try to throw before the Gigaton Hammer, but decides not to. Wait, goes for the Earthquake. I think this is a little bit overdoing it here on the damage, but actually goes for the Undercharge too. Very curious play from Sustenance Eater, maybe expecting that Teddy Bear might try to go for the catch, but that wasn't the case, and now Teddy Bear has the Mud Bomb before the Earthquake is reached.
And this is the risk of having Clodsire against other ground types. Of course, they will outpace you to their ground type attacks, and that Mud Bomb is super effective. You're almost at the Earthquake here. Do we try to see a swap into the Altaria to get it double resisted, and actually throwing the bait Stone Edge here, which is going to be resisted, and it gets Protect Shielded by Teddy Bear.
A huge bait from Sustenance Eater. You can see Teddy Bear not loving that. He's going to bake the entry for later as in comes the Corsola into the Altaria. You get the super effective Power Gem, and this is why Corsola is one of the best ghost types in this meta and the most popular one, as it can neutralize a lot of these flying types with this rock coverage.
And Corsola is so strong in neutral matchups. That's why it's been good for forever. But like you mentioned, rock type attacks right now are really valuable in the current meta. So you have that advantage of being an insane neutral Pokemon, plus the coverage advantage as well. That's why it's in a great position. Even when Licky Licky is #1 in usage, Corsola still has the opportunity as it's going to reach the second power gem. I think it can hang on, so no shield from Sustenance Eater.
I like this play from Teddy Bear, though, because he could potentially put this in Dragon Breath range after laying the Sky Attack. More importantly, his Switch Arm might be coming up soon, but Sustenance Eater doesn't give him a chance to swap out, and is just going to throw the Super Effective Power Gem. Teddy Bear caught in a tough position because the Clodsire still has energy remaining. Going to go straight into the Sunfist, but Sustenance Eater snuffs it out, brings in the Malmar first, and still has a shield, so could just shield us up and throw the superpower to do some strong neutral damage into the Sunfist.
And both trainers were over farming there, knowing that there was 1 Protect Shield in play for Sustenance Eater. Now there are 0 Protect Shields in play. Actually going for the superpower here instead of going for the foul play. But the thing is, you don't have your timer. You're trying to get to the back-to-back. This is definitely going to knock out here. There are low health Pokemon in the back for Sustenance Eater, but Clodsire can't do any fast attack pressure, and Corsola is quite low. Corsola is going to be coming in. Can you get enough Astonish damage to Astonish down? And yes, you get the Astonish down, but 1 Dragon Breath pretty much, or 2 Dragon Breaths is going to be able to knock out the Corsola.
He avoids the Astonish damage. This is actually pretty big. Can you get to the Stone Edge before the Sky Attack reach? They're both pacing for it, and it's reached right before the Altaria gets it. Sustenance Eater takes the first game against Teddy Bear.
Sustenance Eater can't believe it as he outpaces the Altaria to reach the Stone Edge and take game #1.
Oh, what a match between these two. And it was so neutral throughout, right? And I thought it was a little bit weird at first because Sustenance decided to go for the double superpower into the Tinkaton instead of just bringing the Clodsire right away. But Tinkaton is so strong with the neutral, hard-hitting games on Hammer, even into a matchup with ground and poison into a Fairy Steel. It still gave Sustenance Eater pause to throw a little bit of damage to chip it down and try to take it out by committee.
Yeah, it felt like Malamar was not carrying its weight in that battle, initially with the superpowers and the Tinkaton, and then even with the superpower into the Stunfist, it just couldn't find the right dimensions in the battle, but just the bulk of the Clodsire and the bulk of that Galarian Corsola was able to carry Sustenance Eater through that backline. Corsola, the Clodsire, a Pokemon that has fallen off in the meta, has been kind of fringe, is now kind of back to be that neutral sponge that can soak up Licky Licky energy, but also have really effective high energy charge attacks that either get Protect Shields or get knockouts.
That's right. And, you know, there was actually a caster that put Clodsire on their predictions.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It probably wasn't you, though.
It probably wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't, okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's a very annoying Pokemon to face because it's so bulky, right? It's a little bit slower than some of the other Pokemon in pacing these days, but because they're so bulky, you can tank a lot of those moves, and you have such great coverage. Ground and rock coverage is rarely resisted by much, especially in the Great League, unless you're running like a Chestnut, but who's doing that these days? And because of that, I think it actually provides a lot of value. Yes, it does lose to a lot of the other ground types like Marowak, but against Stunfist, it's not that bad.
Yeah, and the other ground types feel really hard to play besides Stunfist because of how a heavy influence that Mantine and these other water types have on the meta. So Clodsire are able to have that extra bulk and even a hard-hitting charge attack like the Stone Edge to throw into the Mantine, and then be able to be so good against Licky Licky, be really good against the Shadow Kanto Ninetales as well. A strong Pokemon, and then if the Hisuian Electrode is going to be a factor in day #2, we don't really know that. We both had that on our caster predictions, but having that ground type for electric types is super valuable as well.
All right, here we go. I believe Sustenance Eater is ready as Teddy Bear is going to think this through just one more time because this could be the last battle for him on the winner side if he doesn't find a victory here. But he's only down 1 game, can still force a game #3. But here we go. Sustenance Eater versus Teddy Bear. Sustenance Eater up a game, and it's going to be the Shadow Fortress into Altaria. And this Fortress is indeed running Bug Bite, so not a great matchup for Sustenance Eater, but not terrible either, because you're also resisting the Dragon Breath.
It's tough, though, because you take double super effective Flamethrower, and there was the bait that was going to be incoming, but it's going to be the Sky Attack landing, and an Astonish does go through for that Galarian Corsola. Now, Teddy Bear in the back doesn't have a clear answer, so maybe he's just going to try to bank up some more energy, get his Flamethrower back, and get out of there before the Power Gem comes. Maybe try to swap on a Power Gem, and there was that attempt, but he missed it.
Yeah, but because this Corsola has already taken some chip damage, it makes the matchup a lot easier for the Stunfist. Stunfist traditionally does lose this matchup, even shields, even energy, even health, but at this rate, the Stunfisk has a lot more play, and more importantly, you avoid the Tinkaton into the Fortress for later.
Well, this is looking good for Teddy Bear because look at the backline as well. You're going to have that Tinkaton to match up against the Malamar, and you're still going to be able to have that double super effective flamethrower to throw at that Fortress as well. All you got to do is clean up this matchup versus the Corsola to maintain that alignment. You're going to be able to throw this discharge. You already have the next discharge. You can even be patient and get another Thundershock through. The timer is up. You just got to throw before Nightshade in perfect timing. Actually going for the Mud Bomb to secure the knockout.
I think Teddy Bear thinks that he can't get to another move anyway, so going for the harder hitting move just in case there was like a potential catch. But because he waited for the Sonic Shoe, that's probably not possible. And now comes the Malamar, and you can see Teddy Bear just hard pivoting over, which is kind of interesting because he knows that there's a Fortress in the back, but maybe he feels confident that, you know what, you can resist the Bug Bite as well, and Gigaton Hammer still does a lot even from resistance.
Well, that hard pivot is definitely risky. Yes, you will have a catch opportunity, but that alignment that was going to be so strong for you with the Tinkaton versus the Malamar in the back, it's gone now. And now here comes the Bulldoze bait. Can you get the debuff as well? The coin flip does happen, so it is a one-stage defense drop onto that Shadow Fortress. Now going to be coming back with that super effective Sand Attack. There's only one Protect Shield remaining, and once you throw this Sand Attack, the next one will threaten the knockout, and he's going to be really close to this next Sand Attack.
He gets to the Gigaton Hammer, does Sustenance Eater throw up a shield, finally throws one up, but Teddy Bear has the option to pivot over to Altaria if you would like. Sustenance Eater, though, can easily bait with a double resistance Sand Tomb. Does he go for it? Does Teddy Bear try to go for a catch? Moves are being reached, and Teddy Bear does swap over to the Stunfisk. Wait,
no!
Gets the discharge off. That's huge for Teddy Bear.
There's one protection remaining. You have to use it here because you have the Sand Tomb. The Sand Tomb is going to be so useful in this back, or the Rock Tomb versus that Altaria. He had so much energy, but there's a protection remaining. You have the Malamar for a swap as well. Remember, Altaria does have an attack loaded. Does he try to throw on charge attack priority? No, he throws the Rock Tomb, expecting that it's going to be the Altaria. This is not going to be enough to knock out the Tinkaton. There is no Protect Shield. What do? You try to go for the Bug Bite down, and he gets there, but no, swaps on the Bulldoze.
This could be still disastrous Sustenance Eater if he gets debuffed, and more importantly, the chip damage is really important for the non-Shadow Malamar. Altaria going to be coming in soon. Oh wait, no, the timer's not even up, so you get the full side wave down, but the debuff comes through, and Altaria is loaded with energy, and that chip damage is crucial as Teddy Bear is trying to reach it 2 attacks. Just had to shield up because he knows Sustenance through the Rock Tomb earlier, so doesn't have another Rock Tomb banked. And great plays from Teddy Bear to try to close out with back-to-back Sky Attack. First one coming through against the debuff Malamar.
And this Sky Attack should be enough to knock out the Malamar. You have the back-to-back bank. That Fortress is very low health. It is a Bug Steel type, so that's going to be neutral.
Oh!
Wait a second, no way! He got so risky there. He was trying to reach for the Flamethrower just to throw the double super effective, but then thought better of it. I'll throw the Sky Attack. I'll tie up this series. I don't want to mess around with day number 2.
Very high-low plays from Teddy Bear there. Great shield usage, great no-shield usage as well. Recognizing that, you know what? I have energy on the Tinkaton, but I don't mind. If he debuffs me, that's fine. I can still get the Bulldoze off. That's exactly what happened. And Teddy Bear knowing his win count. That was a pretty weird matchup back and forth, right? Purposely giving up switch advantage, purposely locking in the Tinkaton into the Fortress, knowing how long how short the timers are these days, 45 seconds. You have time to pivot out, go over the Stunfisk, and getting that discharge off was huge.
It's a tough call because, I mean, obviously the alignment would have been really good for Teddy Bear in the back, but he doesn't know that. We know that because we can see the backline of Sustenance Eater. I like the decision to try to have an extra Pokemon around because you knew at that point there was a Fortress, and the Fortress is going to be throwing attacks that are going to either drop the opponent's attack or drop the opponent's defense. So you would like another Pokemon that can clear that debuff, because in Pokemon GO PvP, if you are debuffed, your attack or your defense, if you swap out of the matchup, that debuff goes away. And so it's smart to have an extra Pokemon to try to clear that in the end game, as these trainers are locked in to a crucial game number 3. It's Malamar versus Tinkaton. This is not great for the Malamar, but he's actually staying in.
Yeah, I mean, the Malamar could go for a chip and swap out here. I mean, the tough part is Corsola's not amazing into Tinkaton, especially behind energy. Gigaton Hammer still does quite a bit, as Teddy Bear is just going to let this first one go. Maybe realizing a little bit later that there isn't a clear answer for Tinkaton, but there is. It is indeed the Fortress, as now comes the Gigaton Hammer. And this is the thing that Sustenance Eater has to watch out for. Do you ever go for a shield not knowing what's in the back? Yes, going to shield up. I like this play because if you look at the side of Teddy Bear, there's no real answer to the Corsola on his team. So if you spend a shield on the Corsola, it will still go quite a ways away. But because he gave so much energy to the Tinkaton, gets a second Gigaton Hammer off.
and that does so much damage into this Galarian Corsola. In the counter swap, now just bringing in your bulky Pokemon to soak up all the energy, kind of just a reverse situation. I'm going to bring in my bulky Pokemon, soak up all your energy. Now I'm going to do the same. You're going to have to take that first Nightshade. You're going to have to take another Nightshade because this Corsola is not in range of a Mud Bomb or a Discharge, but Sustenance Eater is getting very close to his timer. Does he then try to swap out to his Pokemon as his timer is already up? There it is, another pivot.
And now he's going to show the Fortress. This gives Teddy Bear a lot of information. All 3 Pokemon have been revealed for Sustenance Eater, and Teddy Bear knows that his backline matchup is pretty weird, right? Into Fortress, you have Altaria into it. It's not the best matchup, but if you can chip it down enough, then the Dragon Breath and Sky Attack might be enough. Or if you grab a shield, oh no, Sustenance Eater doesn't shield. This could put him in a very dangerous fast attack farm down range.
And the Mud Bomb does go through. Fortress can take it. Here comes the Tinkaton here. You're going to be at the Sand Tomb right now. You don't want to take a Bulldoze. You want to throw maybe on charge attack priority. Perfect counting there from Sustenance Eater. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining, but do you want to give it up here? You're at such low health on the Tinkaton, and no, just let the Sand Tomb go. I like that decision. Now you can come in with your Altaria. You can get a greedy farm down with that Altaria, but you are at risk of getting debuffed somewhere, so you have that Stunfisk in the back to clear it, and here comes the Altaria.
Teddy Bear going wait out his timer because his timer is quite decent, and you can see Sustenance Eater going straight for the Sand Tomb. Does Teddy Bear shield it? Wait! Maybe a little behind on the counts. That's a huge sigh of relief for energy for Sustenance Eater. Has a small chance for a win con as he has energy loaded on the Malamar, but Teddy Bear has a sizable advantage in the energy lead. However, Malamar paces much faster, and Sustenance Eater actually chooses not to shield the Sky Attack.
And now all of his Pokemon are quite low here. Remember, there is a debuff on Teddy Bear. Does he try to swap out? There he tries to swap out, but now you're loaded with energy. Does he try to go down with a Side Wave? Yes, he gets the full Side Wave down, and Sustenance Eater is still around with enough health to take a Dragon Breath as well. He can definitely back-to-back foul play here. Teddy Bear is clicking on that shield, thinking about it. He does employ it.
This is so tough. Imagine if Teddy Bear still had a shield from earlier that he didn't spend on the Sand Tomb. You see Sustenance Eater
smiling.
Yeah, he's getting excited here. He still has a shield on his side, and Corsola is barely healthy. And Altaria, I don't think has what it takes to Dragon Breath down from this range. Yeah, there's just no way from this range. Even lets Astonish through. But I think the writing is on the wall as Sustenance Eater just moments away from making his first ever Day 2 at World Championships.
And Teddy Bear gave away his swap earlier in the battle. He doesn't have a swap here for this Nightshade. And Sustenance Eater is able to get there as he tells his opponent GG. He wins this battle and he takes the series 2-1 to advance to day number 2 at Pokemon Worlds.
Wow, what a performance. You can see Sustenance Eater super excited and happy about it. Well-deserved as well. I mean, he was so on point in that game, and that's the tough part with Teddy Bear, right? Like, we obviously can see the energy values on the Fortress. He can't, but when you are in the biggest stage, you cannot afford to make those mistakes. And Sustenance Eater taking advantage of that mistake and finding a decisive Game 3 win.
And it seemed like Sustenance Eater did have a strategy. He was deploying the same Pokemon game after game, and he was just battling through, just persisting, and that persistence was enough to eventually win the battle. And he came in with a strategy, and it's a reason that he is getting onto the winner's side of the bracket day number 2. I will point out right now that there is a little bit of discussion happening on the stage here. I think possibly Teddy Bear has said something to the judge, and we do see that the match is under review.
We'll keep you all updated on what the review is. Personally, I didn't see anything, but I might have missed it, right? Obviously, the players are experiencing it firsthand, so we'll see if they're discussing it. And also, more importantly, did any potential issues in that game affect the outcome, right? Because Sustenance Eater looked really far ahead in my mind, right? And he still had a shield remaining too, so I don't know if it's possible to even get there, but we will keep you all updated on what the judges discussed and what the players have brought up for review. And obviously, of course, within Teddy Bear's right to bring up any reviews if he thinks the gameplay was not clean.
Absolutely. So this is what's happening right now. Teddy Bear maybe noticed something that happened in that battle. He has told the judges, and now the awesome judging staff that we have here. I want to give a huge thanks to the judging staff for not only Pokemon Go, but for all the titles and really all of the huge, amazing staff that makes a tournament like this possible, an event like this possible. There are so many people that wake up and work hard to make something like this happen. I just want to give a big thank you to all of them.
Definitely, yeah, especially our judges on stage as well, too, making sure all the gameplay is going as well as it can, even if there's any hiccups. I believe the review is related to Galarian Corsola in the end game there, but I'm not exactly sure what occur. So they're going to take a look at that, and we'll keep you all updated once we have a word from our judges.
Yeah, and so once again, I was talking about before, North America hasn't been represented on that winner side of the bracket so much, and we have two.
Hey, this is a win-win situation for us,
It's a win-win,
right?
yeah, it's a guarantee. I think when I was talking to some North American trainers earlier, like, okay, we have some guarantees upcoming because we have two North American trainers going against each other. And how about some of these trainers coming in with the underdog? You mentioned that Sustenance Eater, his best performance was 7th, Teddy Bear's best performance was 4th. Even the next trainers that we're gonna have on stage, Hungry Wolfpack and King OWT, Hungry Wolfpack's best performance was 9th, and King OWT's best performance was 5th. So a lot of these trainers that came into the tournament, maybe their opponent is thinking, okay, I'm glad I have that matchup. They're not glad now because some of these underdog trainers are making a name for themselves here, and I feel like this is what happens every World Championships, every big international championship, right? These trainers that haven't been able to get over that hurdle, get over the hump, they do it in the biggest moment, and it solidifies their Pokemon Go legacy.
That's right. You know, I mean, some of these big names were like, oh, they've won all these tournaments, they've had all these performances, but they all started somewhere, and we all start somewhere too. So if you're watching this home, you're like, I don't know if I could do it. You never know, right? I mean, Sustenance Eater just joined, I believe, started playing in the circuit maybe a year, maybe 2 years ago, and this has been such a stellar season for him, traveling internationally as well, having so many top performances, and now just moments away from a day number 2 at Worlds.
Well, and if you've literally never even played Pokemon Go PvP and you enjoy Pokemon Go, you enjoy raiding, you enjoy shiny hunting, you enjoy collecting, you can take advantage of this Twitch drop right now. Get the Tinkaton from last year's World Championships, and then you're literally 1/3 of your way there to making a team because Tinkaton is so strong right now. You'll get that elite charge TM as well to use. So even if you've never even played, you can get so close to even making a Go Battle League team. Queue up, see if you like it. It's a fun game.
Yeah, speaking of newer players too, Hungry Wolfpack played only one tournament last year in 2025. First ever tournament was at North America International Championships, the last tournament in North America. And, you know, obviously didn't make Worlds off of that one tournament, first ever tournament. But this season was essentially his first ever season, and he's already made Worlds and has a chance to maybe even make day 2. As we big congratulations to Sustenance Eater, as it looks like the review was in his favor, and he is going to take the 2-1 victory over Teddy Bear.
A resilient victory from Sustenance Eater to be able to move on to day number 2, something that he's done frequently in the 2026 season, but it's been at the start of day number 2 where he's fumbled a bit. So can this be his moment where he is strong into day number 2? You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out because he'll be coming in on that winner side of the bracket, which means he will battle early on in day number 2 on Saturday.
That's right, and it's double elimination. So even if he loses in day number 2, he still has more chances to still make that day number 3 championship series finale. And of course, Teddy Bear's still not out of it yet, as we'll be moving down to our losers finals. One series win there will also guarantee him a spot in day number 2.
An awesome performance so far from Teddy Bear. He mentioned to me that he hasn't had the most time to be able to prepare for this tournament, but he was a trainer that was on the bubble coming into the end of the 2026 season. I believe the last two tournaments of the season with the Indianapolis Regionals and of course with the North American International Championships, he was one of those trainers just outside of that top 75, which needed a decent performance to be able to qualify. And not only did he qualify, now he's an opportunity where he is one match victory away from getting to day number 2. So a trainer on the bubble, doesn't know if he's even going to be here, now has a chance to make it to Saturday.
That's right, yeah, I mean, such a great point. H. Shearer as well, one of our players that made day number 2 right before we came on for our castle rotation, was the last player to qualify from North America, and now she's gone undefeated, hasn't dropped a game to make day number 2 at Worlds. Like, anything can happen, and just making it to the world stage is absolutely huge. So some of our players, they might have gone 0-2 and don't feel good about it, but just making it here shows so much grit and so much potential.
Well, it's the perfect example that anyone could win Worlds, right? When you have literally your last trainer that was able to punch their ticket to the World Championships on the North American side, make it through day 1 without a game loss. This tournament is stacked, of course. We talk about it all the time, but really, to be able to come out on top in this tournament, it could be anyone, but it will be the person that is resilient, is going to be able to shine in the biggest moments, and is going to be crowned a legend and obtain infinite glory.
That's right, and a really cool outfit on top of that. And you'll be part of the history books for sure. Speaking of the history books too, I mean, looking at the players' history of our upcoming matchup is King OWT and Hungry Wolfpack. Hungry Wolfpack, I said pretty much first ever season, right? Outside of that one final tournament last season, King OWT has, I believe, only played in 7 tournaments in total since 2023. And this is by far his best season, right? And to even qualify for Worlds on only a few tournaments is a very tough feat in itself. But a 5th place finish will get you a lot of championship points. And of course, one match away from making day number 2 at Worlds on the biggest stage.
Oh, it's so beautiful to see. We were able to look ahead on our next 3 matchups, and this really is the underdog portion of the tournament so far. Earlier on, we were just talking about how all these big names are succeeding. Of course, they played awesome, but in these next 3 matches, these are trainers that have been on the edge, the bubble, or even making day 2, but not really making a name for themselves in day number 2. The underdogs are making it to the top of day number 2 because all of these trainers, I mentioned it before, we're going to be doing winners finals and losers finals. So to see a trainer win on stage, they are going to day number 2 at Pokemon Worlds.
Definitely. And here we go. We have our players on the screen right now. Let's take a look at the teams from these two. It is going to be Hungry Wolfpack running the Aquatail Stone Edge variants of Quagsire, has that Shadow Cancel Ninetales, the Azumarill. A lot of people defaulting more to the Azumarill, just going for the bulkier water types. This Azumarill is indeed running Ice Beam Play Rough. So not the Hydro Pump we saw from PB David earlier, but that's a move that's very, very hard to land. And of course, Malmar's really picking up in usage, especially we see on it might be a lower usage Pokemon, but high performing Pokemon means that it's a really great meta read for a lot of these players. And there's 2 Malamar on the screen.
Yeah, and it's surprising because Tinkaton has been one of the safest, strongest picks in the entire tournament. You're often seeing it in the stadium here at Pokemon World. So to have Malabar be this successful is surprising to me. And we've seen multiple trainers now bring it here. It was a last-second adjustment. Malamar was not top usage. So it seemed like a lot of these trainers got the same message. Maybe Malamar has a chance to be really strong in this tournament. They've brought it. And another Pokemon that we thought was going to be really strong, the Hisuian Electrode, is on the side of King OWT. And then we have another Shadow Corviknight, I believe, from Hungry Wolfpack as well.
That's right. And of course, Shadow Kingdra on the side of King OWT. It was a Pokemon that is pretty good in this meta, at least what a lot of people assume, but it's much harder to play in practicality because it is on the more frail side. But the pacing is so fast to that Swift, and indeed, this Kingdra is running Swift and Surf. So really great coverage, a great neutralizer to that Shadow Cancel Ninetales on top of it.
I think King OWT has so many neutral options into this. Obviously, the Kingdra that you mentioned is really neutral against everything, even against the Corviknight. It's not terrible because if you can Protect Shield properly and Protect Shield the payback, you can hang in that matchup. And then you also have the Hisuian Electrode that looks just really awesome against everything on Hungry Wolfpack's team that's not Shadow Kanto Ninetales. So I believe that core in general of a Shadow Kingdra to protect yourself from that Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Hisuian Electrode is incredibly safe. And then one of the safest Pokemon in not only Championship Series, but in Open Great League, Go Battle League, is that Fearow as well. Has almost perfect coverage to be able to hit either neutral or super effective damage versus most of the meta. Has awesome typing between that normal and flying typing.
That's right, and even into the Corviknight, which resists all the attacks from the Fearow, that you're also throwing double resistance sand attack in return, right? So it's not even the most comfortable matchup for that Corviknight. And because of that, if you look at the side of Hungry Wolfpack, there just aren't any clear answers to Fearow. Fearow doesn't really hard beat much, right? There's no fighting types on the side of Hungry Wolfpack, but you have so much play into everything else. And because Fearow is so attack weighted, it's going to win that charge attack priority against, I believe, every single Pokemon on Hungry Wolfpack side. And so because of that, King OWT can really invest shields into that Fearow and play around it and just play all these neutral matchups out.
Well, you have so much neutrality if you're King OWT. You have so much optionality. You have the Shadow Kingdra, you have the Hisuian Electrode, you have the Fearow, you even have that Shadow Kanto Ninetales to even do super effective Energy Ball damage versus the Water type. So you have it all. And there it is. It's the Shadow Kingdra. But this is a great lead for a Hungry Wolfpack. If you're going to see the Shadow Kingdra, you would prefer that matchup. That's why you get the instant swap into the Ninetales. And one of the better neutral answers is this Licky Licky.
And you can see Hungry Wolfpack was ready for the safe swap. I mean, it doesn't get safer than Ninetales in this particular matchup. As you can see, there is no Dragon type on the side of Hungry Wolfpack to wall off this energy. So this energy goes absolutely everywhere in the Hungry Wolfpack side. And you see King OWT landing the harder hitting energy ball. No debuff there, but still putting this Licky Licky in a very uncomfortable range where Hungry Wolfpack has to consider shielding even potentially a Weather Ball.
And you might think it's weird that a fire type Pokemon is going constantly for a grass attack. It's because, like you said, it does a little bit more damage. In the dimensions of this battle, you would rather throw double Energy Ball and maybe have have an opportunity to Ember down if you do go for the Protect Shield here. There it is. King OWT does go for that Protect Shield, is now going to be able to get that energy down as the Shadow Ball goes nowhere, and you have that energy for the backline, which is going to be super effective either into the Shadow Corviknight or the Azumarill that comes in.
And I like this play a lot because Hungry Wolfpack has put the Kingdra in checkmate. It doesn't have a lot of places to go into the Corviknights nor the Azumarill, but more importantly, Hungry Wolfpack pretty weak to this Hisuian Electrode, so maybe expecting that, you know what, I'm going to need a shield advantage because this Hisuian Electrode just Corviknights my entire back line.
And here comes the Ice Beam that's going to be super effective into the grass typing, and he knows that there's also a Corviknight in the back, and this is going to be your most useful Protect Shield of the battle remaining, so that was really smart. Now, instantly swapping into the Corviknight, he knows that King OWT is switch locked, so if he throws the Wild Charges here, he's going to drop his defense by 2 stages. If he does it again, it's going to be 4 stages drop. I believe you're going to see the back-to-back here, but I don't think you can get back to your timer.
Yeah, I love this play from Hungry Wolfpack. He knows that he can just drop both shields here and just come out. I mean, he still has essentially full health on this Shadow Corviknight. Could even overform a little bit. Can he swap? No, just go straight for the payback. Quadruple debuffs. This means that this payback is going to definitely one-shot KO the Hisuian Electro. There it goes. And now you have the Shadow Kingdra. Shadow Kingdra, the Serpent will still do a good chunk of damage. Has also the catch opportunity. Wait, Hungry Wolfpack just going straight for the Air Cutter. Doesn't want to mess around, doesn't want to let the payback come through, but this is not going to KO the Kingdra.
Knowing that the Surf had an opportunity to knock out the Corviknight, going for that attack, and now banking as much energy. And there's the swap, the patience from Hungry Wolfpack to take the resistant Surf into the Kingdra. But remember, there is a swap opportunity, and King OWT is using a one-turn fast stack. He can't swap into the Ninetales. He has the opportunity, and he can also just bank up so much energy. And does he try to go for the swap? There it is!
Beautifully played by King OWT because you put the Azumarill now closing in on Dragon Breath range. And now, yes, you get the undercharge, but Azumarill is just so slow. You're doing double resisted bubble damage, and King OWT just going to farm up to 100 energy before throwing this Swift, and now has the Surf. Can Surf be enough against a Shadow Corviknight? We haven't seen this matchup much, but it is hard-hitting neutral damage into the more frail version of this Corviknight. Here comes the Surf, and Hungry Wolfpack just has a few more sand attacks to get this Air Cutter. Can he hang on? I don't know if this KOs, but it might just be in a few Dragon Breath away. 1 Dragon Breath, and King OWT gets the win after 2 crazy back-to-back catches.
His fate was aligned to that Surf, and King OWT was able to do enough damage, plus the Dragon Breath, able to win that matchup in the back where it felt like Hungry Wolfpack had all the answers in that team composition, but the flexibility from those Pokemon, like the Hisuian Electrode, also having that swap available for the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. But how about Shadow Kingdra making an appearance here at the World Championships?
Hey, I thought it was going to be good in the NAIC meta. I did not think it was going to be good in the Open Great League meta, but that's exactly what King OWT is showing on the big stage. And I love the composure, right? He got caught on. It's not a great feeling, right? A Bulky Zero catching a Shadow Surf from the Kingdra, but it gave him actually the win con he needed because he overfarmed more, caught again on his own Pokemon, knowing that the Zuma had a throw move because it's pretty much out of health at that point, farmed down, threw a Swift, and had the Surf ready for the Corviknights. And that's just what you need, right? A lot of times people might get frustrated, maybe at their home, they're playing Go Battle League, you get caught on, it's a tough situation, but that composure, recognizing the game is not over, in fact, turning a negative into a positive was what got him that win.
And that Electro stood no chance once this defense was dropped by 4 stages here, but it all came down to this Kingdra. And like you said, there was just so much pressure, even though there was an awesome swap into the Azumarill, because Azumarill paces so slowly compared to Kingdra 2 charge attacks, he was able to manipulate that fact and swap at the exact right moment to catch that Ice Beam. Look at the patience here, looking at knowing there's not an Ice Beam available yet, and looks like these trainers are locked into game number 2. It is going to be the Malamar once again against this Shadow Kingdra. This is an awkward matchup for Shadow Kingdra because obviously the foul play is doing a lot more damage than a Swift is. So if you want to do impactful damage, you have to go all the way to Surf. But if Malamar does shield that Surf, you get outpaced to your next charge attack.
And I don't think King OWT will even stay in after doing his Surf. Just wants to get this damage drop, maybe grab a shield from Hungry Wolfpack. Hungry Wolfpack does not shield the Surf. I mean, it could have been a bait, so that would have been disastrous if that's the case. But gets the chip damage needed, and now King OWT comes in with the Hisuian Electrode. Hisuian Electrode is pretty safe in this team, but the Shadow Cancel Ninetales is the main check to it, and Hungry Wolfpack brought it just for this situation.
Well, King OWT is in such a tough situation because not only do you have this bad matchup, you also have a bad matchup in the back line. You have your own Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus the Licky Licky of Hungry Wolfpack. So now you're going to throw this Wild Charge, get the Protect Shield, but your defense has dropped 2 stages. You can back-to-back Wild Charge, but you can get back-to-back Protect Shields here. But I believe this was Charge Attack priority. King OWT is shaking his head, but I think it is locked in. He's going to have to use his second Protect Shield in order to keep this Electrode around. And no, he just lets it go.
I like this play from King OWT. He still has the Kingdom to force energy from Hungry Wolfpack. I think Hungry Wolfpack will probably swap out if that's the case, but his own Shadow Cancel Ninetales can definitely put in work here. In comes the Licky Licky, and now King OWT comes in. Yeah, this is not the best matchup, but with the shield advantage, Shadow Cancel Ninetales can put in absolute work and gets the Ember through on top of it for some extra energy.
And the scary thing for Hungry Wolfpack is the fact that that Kingdra is around in the back, because even at that low health, it double resists the Ember from the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. It can definitely get to a charge attack in the back line as this first energy ball is going to be coming through. There is that one protection remaining, but both of the Pokemon from King OWT that's remaining are getting so low in health.
And King OWT trying to throw a charge attack priority, but Hungry Wolfpack doesn't throw the body slam. This might put it in KO range. Let's see, can you take it out? No, just survives with a little bit of health, and now gets the body slam off. This is kind of weird for King OWT because he's going to shield, try to preserve the health on this, but you're pretty much in fast attack range.
He needs a pivot. He needs a pivot here and go into, there's the pivot. And do you see the swamp and the patience? Can he get the farm down and take the surf? No, instead, Hungry Wolfpack is able to get to the foul play at the very last moment with 1 health remaining, and he's able to tie up the series.
Maybe a slight miscue from King OWT. Maybe wanted to save that shield for the Kingdra, but he was caught in a tough position the moment that Shadow Ball was thrown. And what a great call for Hungry Wolfpack. Knowing the shield is up, goes for the harder hitting move anyway, because a lot of players expect, well, I have a shield, you're going to bait, and that's exactly the mind games Hungry Wolfpack is doing. I'm saying, I'm full setting the Shadow Ball. I don't think you're going to shield. Now you're in fast attack pressure range, and that's exactly what happened.
And Hungry Wolfpack was able to endure the tie of that series, even though it seems like he is in a team composition disadvantage. He made all the right reads going in this game number 2. He was able to have his Shadow Kanto Ninetales to counter that Hisuian Electrode, and he was also able to have the Licky Licky to counter that Shadow Kanto Ninetales from King OWT. So it's anyone's game here, but I still feel like King OWT has such an awesome team composition advantage, but it doesn't matter when you're in a rubber match right now in a decisive game number 3, anything can happen.
That's right, and King OWT was in a tough position, right? Had the Ninetales onto the Electrode, and because the Ninetales shielded up both Wild Charge, that was still a full health Ninetales you had to contend with, and you had to go for the Surf. Had you landed a Wild Charge, you maybe could have dragged him down or just gone for straight for a Swift, but he's still in a tough position because there's a Licky Licky there. Here we go, match point between Hungry Wolfpack and King OWT to start things off. It's going to be the Licky Licky into the Malmar. Fantastic lead for King OWT.
Alignment's going to matter in the backline as this Azumarill swaps out. Maybe he's trying to bait out that Tinkaton here for that Corviknight to have more play, but the backline is going to be a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, so you're going to have a tough matchup here. You have your Fairy versus a Fairy that counters you, and then you're going to have a Corviknight versus a Shadow Kanto Ninetales if things stay the same. But Hungry Wolfpack did misalign the switch timer significantly. He can bounce around this matchup and try to come back.
That's right, and yeah, the timers are super misaligned, and this is the tough part with the Zero. Not only is it slower, but with this particular moveset, you're completely walled off by the most popular Fairy type, which is the Tinkaton. A very hard-hitting neutral Gigaton Hammer comes through, and Hungry Wolfpack trying to maybe misalign the timers a bit. But the backline is not looking great for him either, as the Cancel Ninetales is waiting in the wings, and King OWT might have just completely hard-countered Hungry Wolfpack in this third and final game. Oh, and gets the air cutter off before the swap was available.
But I believe you're going to be able to hang on if you're the Tinkaton here, and King OWT was trying to hold on to get to that Ninetales. He does hang on. Is there going to be a boost here? There is no boost, and now suddenly you're at the mercy of the top Pokemon in the meta, probably only needing 4 Embers to get to that super effective Weather Ball Fire type. It's going to be super effective into the Corviknight and get it low enough that you can Ember down. You will probably give up a protection at least. No, doesn't even get the payback.
King OWT putting a very strong performance in this final game. Has a Malmar loaded with energy as well. This is why Hungry Wolfpack hasn't spent a single shield. Not only is he in bad matchup after bad matchup, he also has to worry about the King OWT's Malmar that is ready for this Licky Licky no matter what. And he's just not going to shield anything. He knows that the Malamar has so much play, still has a Tinkaton with a Gigaton Hammer on top of it. This is an absolutely impossible task for Hungry Wolfpack to overcome.
Oh, actually tries to overfarm there, lets the Azumarill farm him down and waste all the energy. I think he's ahead enough that it didn't matter, but he almost gave up about 85 energy to Hungry Wolfpack in that moment. We kind of thought that it's over, it's a wrap, but I mean, it still feels pretty bad because there is a lot more health available on this Malamar than there is the Licky Licky. Of course, there were 4 Protect Shields, now there's only 3.
Yeah. And there's still the Gigaton Hammer on Tinkaton. Now, I think that speaks to volumes of how far ahead King OWT was, right? Lets all the energy go and still can absolutely dominate this matchup, but such a smart line read from King OWT to completely puts Hungry Wolfpack in a corner in this final match. And here comes the combo play. Gigaton Hammer to close things out as King OWT finds a spot in day number 2 at World Championships.
Congratulations, a trainer that has had his best performance of 5th place is pumped up to do this well on the world stage and make it to the winner's side of day number 2. But shout out to Hungry Wolfpack, another underdog that's made it so far, and he is not eliminated yet.
Yeah, and Hungry Wolfpack, you can see he was still smiles as well, right? He knew that was a tough matchup. I don't think any player in this world circuit could have overcame the matchup that he was in with that specific lead matchup and the backlines. But King OWT also played it absolutely perfectly, and that's the top part, right? You can play the perfect game, but against someone that good, they just have to play it well too, and there's just not much you can do. Big congrats to King OWT for that top cuts for day number 2, and Hungry Wolfpack still has a chance in the Loser Finals.
And it seems like he came up against a team composition that's really strong against him. He obviously made the right calls in that game number 2 to dominate that one, to tie up the series, but to be able to do that over and over again is incredibly difficult. The only trainer I know that can do that is usually Inadequate Martine. He's able to call every team composition. Even he has faltered here a little bit at the World Championships, getting all the way to the winners finals and then dropping down to that loser side of the bracket is so tough to just try to depend on the alignment in a tournament that is widespread in the meta as this one is. You kind of have to be reliant more on the flexibility of your Pokemon. And King OWT, I really love his team composition because I feel like there's just infinite flexibility for him.
That's right, especially into this matchup. And credit to Hungry Wolfpack too, right? He did everything he could. He even bubbled down the Ninetales that had energy, right? And also just, you know, hanging on, didn't shield, knowing exactly where you need to spend the shields. But again, that safe swap Azumarill is so tough in a Tinkaton meta. We've seen Azumarill have a lot of play, and I believe that's why maybe players like PP David is running that Hydro Pump for the coverage just for that one particular matchup that could potentially just flip it or give himself the advantage he needs. But yeah, this was a tough one for Hungry Wolfpack in the final one, but a great series between these two competitors.
Yeah, well done to these trainers that are trying to make a name for themselves on the world stage, and I think they're well on their way. Of course, King OWT does bring that Hisuian Electrode into day number 2, a Pokemon that really throws a wrench into a lot of these top teams, especially if they don't have Shadow Kanto Ninetales. So we're going to see how that plays out, especially on that winner side of the bracket tomorrow.
And speaking of winner side of the bracket too, we have a lot of fun matches still to go, and one of them is a former world champion, M.E. Weedo, will be going against Headiness, who I don't know about this year, but I know last year was the Thailand qualifier champion and also made day number 2 last year in World Championships. So a very strong player, and also another great player from APAC that doesn't have a lot of broadcast opportunities to play on stage because, you know, they don't have as many tournaments in their region, but very high performance rate and has a chance to potentially take down one of our world champions.
And M.E. Weedle, of course, technically the first Pokemon GO world champion because he was in the seniors division for the 1 year that we had that division, and he was able to take down other top seniors. And let's be honest, the senior division at that time, and probably even if it exists now, is still really hard to get through, as you see how many of these top trainers in Pokemon GO are some of these young trainers that have so much talent.
Yeah, they need to make a Masters Plus division for guys like us because it's hard to keep up with the kids here these days. But M.E. Weedo has really grown up in the scene, right? Back in 2022, wins his first ever World Championship. Following year has won a regional, won EUIC in obviously now now the only division we have, which is the Masters division. And he's a very decorated player. One of the few actually to have a world title, an international title, and a regional title. So definitely Teddiness is up against the Titan. But they're doing a little rock, paper, scissors right now on stage. A little pregame action here as we take a look at the teams. There's a Clodsire on the field for Teddiness as well.
Yeah, speaking of decorated, I'm missing the decoration from Emmy Weedle like he has in his full Pokemon suit. That was such a great look.
That's
Not
right.
rocking it here today, but he did rock that in the past as the former world champion is running the Florges, Licky Licky, Shadow Quagsire, Empoleon, Shadow Kanto, Ninetales, and Corsola. Empoleon is probably one of the Pokemon that's dropped off the most. A Pokemon that has been in the fringe of top 12 usage in previous practice tournaments, and because it has that neutrality more into that Shadow Kanto, Ninetales, because it has the Steel subtyping, so you don't take super effective from that Energy Ball. And I feel like in other matchups, I think Empoleon has been looking really good. Let's look at it right now. It also looks incredibly safe against Teddiness's team.
It does to a degree, right? The Ninetales is pretty awkward because the pacing's so fast, but the Quagsire is running Mud Bomb, not Stone Edge, so it makes it a lot worse for the Empoleon. And
but the Emmy Weedles, Empoleon
my
into
bad.
Teddiness.
You're right here. Sorry, I saw the Empoleon on Teddiness side. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
the Empoleon on Emmy Weedle's side, different story. Very, very safe, right? Even into Kanto Ninetales has play, but it has a lot of utility there. Togekiss, though, does have the Aura Sphere that's super effective. And if you're ahead on energy there, that is an awkward situation because you're going to have to shield every potential super effective Aura Sphere. But I do like the moveset from Emmy Weedle's Quagsire, the Mud Bomb, Aqua Tail for this particular matchup because there is no Mantine, there is no Altaria, so throwing the Aqua Tail is at least still neutral damage. Yes, Stone Edge is nicer for Togekiss, but Togekiss usually shields anyway, and you can still chip it down and do something. Whereas we saw Aqua Tail versus Mud Bomb into Mantine earlier today, and that's a much, much harder matchup.
And it even helps into the Corsola matchup as well because Mud Bomb is a more efficient attack as well. It's so risky with how much Mantine is in the meta right now, but when you're in this opportunity, I believe, once again, we are in winners finals for this group. You are not facing a Mantine, you're facing a Togekiss, a fairy type that has fallen off a little bit. It's been fringe meta, but because Tinkaton is so dominant and really strong against Togekiss, you haven't seen it as much. But how does it match up against Emmy Weedle's team? It is kind of neutrally everywhere. It does have hard-hitting attacks. Let's see, is it the Psyshock and the Aura Sphere, or does it have? Yeah. Okay, sometimes you can go for the Dazzling Gleam for the harder charge attack as well. Even some trainers go for the Ancient Power, but I believe the standard attacks on that Togekiss. But I feel like there's a lot of flexibility from both of these trainers here.
Yeah, definitely. And in particular, their Ghost type, Corsola. On both sides, there's only one true answer, which is the Licky Licky on the side of Emmy Weedle and the Thievul on the side of Teddiness. But if you avoid those particular matchups, Corsola has play into everything, right? Obviously mirror matchups, but if you look at everything else on both sides, Corsola has winning or neutral matchups against the entire remaining 4 Pokemon on both sides. So I expect a lot of Galarian Corsola, and really it just comes down to who could get the Galarian Corsola on the right matchups and who could get their counters on the opposing Galarian Corsola.
But it's also going to come down to who can play more flexibly, because I feel like this matchup in general is not too alignment dependent. So in this situation, you might see a lot more pivoting than you'll see in other matchups, because you know if you're not worried about switch locking your Pokemon, you can hang on with that Pokemon in the back to try to catch something later, or even get to a last-ditch charge attack in the end game. So this is the best moments for Pokemon Go PvP, when you have enough flexibility and neutrality to be able to be flexible.
That's right. And we're moments away from lock-in between our two competitors. Emmy Weedle looking to be the...
Talking about poses, by the way, I'm looking at an awesome pose right now from Emmy Weedle.
He does have the world champion pose and outfit from London 2022. One of 2 people to have it, the other being Dancing Rob, now one of our expert judges on the field. And Emmy Weedle could be the first ever 2-time champion in Pokemon Go. But he's got to get through Teddiness first. He's got to get through a lot of top players on day number 2. But both players only 1 match away from making that top 32.
And what a flex that is to be able to have that pose in the Go Battle League when you are battling there. And I actually believe, I think I saw there was a 2026 backpack in Pokemon Go as well that you can get access to. That is a really cool flex. The backpacks here at Pokemon Worlds look absolutely awesome. Of course, having the special Pikachus, not only from Pokemon Worlds, that costume, but you also have Pokemon XP happening in San Francisco with the more space-themed costume Pokemon.
Okay, I was wrong actually. So Teddiness was a Thailand champion last year. back-to-back champion, actually won it all this year as well. And the prior 2 years, 2023 and 2024, he was the second place finisher there. So a second, a first, and a first place finish in Thailand is absolutely wild, but probably one of their most accomplished players in the entire region. And last year, like I said, made a top cut, I believe, in Anaheim, looking to do that again in back-to-back years. Definitely one of the top players to watch out for, especially from APAC.
Yeah, I don't want to let that fly by and let it be understated how difficult that is, especially with a lot of the ways that a lot of these APAC trainers do qualify. Sometimes it's in online tournaments where you can have even single elimination. It depends on the APAC region, but to be able to do that well in back-to-back, to be the triple really strong performances in his respective region, he must be an insane battler because you don't see that often. I think Mr. Bahir is another trainer that has been awesome at doing that as well, but it's a rare feat to be able to go to these open APAC qualifiers and continue to dominate like that.
Yeah, I mean, to really speak to that point too, Teddiness didn't even win the qualifier for Thailand. He won the playoffs. So he got, I believe, 5th place in the qualifier. So didn't even sweep the qualifier, but locked in when it counted in the playoffs to get that #1 spot again in his home region. You can see our players go for a little fist bump. I love the sportsmanship here. All smiles because they know they beat so many players just to get to this winner's finals to try to close out day #1. Here we go, Emmy Weedle versus Teddiness, and it's going to be the Shadow Cancer Ninetales into Togekiss.
And 2 champions are in the stadium right now and actually going to stay in with this Togekiss. Yes, you are going to get outpaced to that Weather Ball, but it's not the strongest attack. Yes, it's the same type attack bonus, but you can take that easily. And because Aura Sphere is a pretty strong attack, you can maybe even threaten a Protect Shield from Emmy Weedle. Does he try to go for an early Protect Shield? No, I think he's just gonna let it go.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of running Togekiss instead of the Tinkaton, because Tinkaton doesn't really hang on, can't really hit back very easily into the Cancel Ninetales. So having a little bit more flexibility for Teddiness is going to be pretty crucial here. Goes for the shield, tries to go for the switch advantage, and in comes the Empoleon, gets the Aura Sphere off and going to grab the instant shield from Emmy Weedle.
Yeah, you don't want to let this one go. That would be super effective into the Empoleon that's not that bulky, and now you're going to counter with your own Empoleon here, but you're behind energy, but it doesn't really matter. This is one of the matchups that is not too devastating to be behind on energy because both of these charge attacks are resisted, and double Hydro Cannon isn't even enough to knock out because the Metal Sounds are double resisted. You're doing almost no fast attack pressure.
And first Hydro Cannon is going to land as Teddiness is almost at his own second Hydro Cannon going to be thrown in. Emmy Weedle is ahead on energy, so he might just softly win this matchup to potentially put himself in a fast attack range. And I think that's kind of the moral of the story right now, right? Both players just softly losing the matchups to try to see what can happen. But Emmy Weedle has the advantage because he has the shield advantage and the, actually shield advantage is not there as Teddiness is forced to throw the Hydro Cannon before getting fast attack down.
Now is this risky? He was able to let those embers through and try to keep himself at low health, but does this give the opportunity for Empoleon now to come down in Metal Sound down? That could be risky for Teddiness, but he's already clicking on his Thievul, trying to pivot out of that matchup. Here comes the Quagsire, and here comes the counter Thievul. There's one Protect Shield remaining for both these trainers. Emmy Weedle is not liking this backline matchup as he shakes his head.
I think Emmy Weedle's still in a very commanding position into Teddiness because how do you take out the Quagsire and the Empoleon? Because Teddiness was forced to throw the Hydro Cannon at a low health Ninetales, it puts him really far behind. Throws this Nightshade right on charge attack priority. I believe Emmy Weedle's just going to no-shield. He knows he can tank this, especially because the Nightshade didn't boost the Thievul. Aqua Tail will put this Thievul in KO range, so Teddiness going to have to potentially throw up the shield, but he knows there's an Empoleon on the back, and I don't think his switch timer's up for a catch. No, it's not yet. And here comes Emmy Weedle trying to get to it right away, but this will whittle down the timer even further.
And now he has the opportunity to swap out. He has 2 Pokemon remaining. His switch timer is up. Can he swap out? Will there be a pause from the former world champion? There is no pause. He is not throwing yet. And there is the Hydro Cannon that's going to be landing into Thievul, and Teddiness doesn't really have much opportunity because his backline Pokemon are so low on health.
If you look at the cursor as well, it looked like Teddiness was trying to swap and catch it onto Empoleon, but I think he over-tapped there. Can he get the Hydro Cannon? He does get the Hydro Cannon at the very last seconds. Double resistant Metal Sound not doing enough to fast attack down the Empoleon. and the Quagsire still remains. Can you take it out? There's still the Togekiss in the back, and Togekiss going to double resist some one-shot damage. You get to the Aqua Tail though, and Emiweedle finding a way.
Is this going to be simultaneous? The Empoleon is still in the back. One Metal Sound versus one Mudshot. We might see a tie here. Will it be the simultaneous? Yes, simultaneous knockout as these trainers have tied game number 1.
Wow, what a game there too. I think Emiweedle might have noticed something, maybe lost a turn at some point in the matchup with, I believe it was Empoleon into, oh sorry, actually Quagsire into the Thivo. We'll maybe take a look at that too, because it looks at the players talking. I think that was the frustrating point for him, where that could have made a difference, especially because it ended on a tie, right? They ended on they lost, or they tied at the very final turn.
Well, that's a good point. It doesn't get closer than that, right?
Yeah.
The actual literal tie, and that can happen in Pokemon. That can happen in Pokemon Go PvP when you simultaneously knock out your last remaining Pokemon for either trainer with a fast attack that will result in the tie. And here in Championship Series, when there's a tie, you replay it. So it's 0-0 right now. It actually doesn't even look like it's going to the judges at all. Looks like they're just going to replay that game number 1.
Yeah, my apologies on that. I think I misinterpreted his frustration. I thought, because I didn't see anything, but maybe I missed something. I thought that he was frustrated with something, but maybe he just didn't like the matchup he was in, right? I don't think Quagsire's that bad in the Thivo, all things considered, but maybe Emiweedle not a fan of that matchup. And in time, I mean, it doesn't get closer than that, and that means we get a few more games out of it, so I'm happy with it. I know maybe Emiweedle and Teddy is not that happy with it.
I mean, maybe a little bit of psychic reading future sight from Emiweedle. He wasn't liking it as soon as Thivo entered the battlefield. He wasn't liking it. You're like, I don't know why you're shaking your head. This is not that bad. But he saw the tie happening. He wanted to get that W instead of the T. So now we got the replay of this game number 1 as these two trainers are going to lock in. And this played out like I thought it would play out, because you see so much neutrality in this matchup. There's so much pivoting. How many times was a switch timer used in that matchup? And even in the end game, Tediness had 3 Pokemon remaining with very low health.
Yeah, really close games there too. And that Empoleon getting to a Hydro Cannon at the final second was huge here. You can see he failed the catch attempt, but still got that Hydro Cannon off. Great plays from both players too. I mean, I don't think either really made mistakes there. In fact, I thought Emiweedle put himself in a really good position to force the Hydro Cannon from Tediness's Empoleon. And honestly, if he waited for one more Ember, he probably wouldn't have even gotten that final Hydro Cannon off. Here we go, game number 2, or actually I should say game number 1, redo. Emiweedle finds a fantastic lead into the Galarian course of Tediness.
And he shook his head a little bit, thinking, I knew you were going to lead that Licky here, and having that safe swap into the Togekiss has been strong so far, because now you actually do pick up a Protect Shield, because you don't want to take that super effective Aura Sphere. Now, do you see a little chip and dip where you do a little bit of damage into this Togekiss, and then keep the remaining health on this Licky, and most importantly, keep alignment to match up with that Corsola in the back.
Oh, this is huge for Emiweedle now, because he puts this in a Metal Sound range. Tediness going to reach for the Aura Sphere. Does Emiweedle decide to spend both shields off the bat? This is a lot of super effective damage mitigated, and now I actually like this play a lot, because there's no very easy answer for the Empoleon. On top of that, Empoleon has energy lead as well.
This is where you can hide your Corsola, though. Now you can 2-shield your Thievul in the back, and you can soak up all this energy and have that Protect Shield advantage. This was looking awful for Tediness, but because he has that Fairy type, which is the Togekiss, instead of a Tinkaton, he was able to get double Protect Shields against these Pokemon that are vulnerable to fighting type attacks. And now he's going to be able to throw this Nightshade. There's no Protect Shields remaining. The timer is probably back up, but you're not going to switch lock your Licky.
That's right, and Emiweedle, if he didn't like Thivo from the first game, he's not going to like it in the second game with a 2-shield advantage. Tediness thinking it through a little bit. He doesn't have a switch advantage now. He's probably not going to have it later, so wants to just let this Corsola go and just come in Thivo. That's exactly what he does, and this is really scary for Emiweedle, because if Tediness goes for any, gets any boost off with the Nightshade, that could be absolutely huge for Tediness to close out the game with the Fox.
And Emiweedle is just trying to get off his attacks instantly, because he knows he doesn't want to get debuffed from this Icy Wind. Icy Wind will drop the attack by 1 stage against the opposing Pokemon. You do see the first Protect Shield of the battle for Tediness here, but do you actually go for the Icy Wind? I think it might be more valuable to go for a Night Slash and try to go for a Sucker Punch down, and that's exactly what Tediness is doing. You don't want to waste that energy for Icy Wind for an inefficient attack.
Exactly, and Tediness could potentially even get a boost here. Knows he has to throw 2 moves anyway, gets the second. Oh wait, no, doesn't go and throw the move. That's interesting plays from Tediness. I mean, I think he could have just easily got that off and not have to spend shield. Wait, he's just not shielding anything, and now he's going to be closing in on fast attack range.
And this Mudshots aren't going to be doing that much, but look at the health on everything. You have back-to-back Night Slash. There are no Protect Shields remaining. Does he have the reach? You don't don't have the much attack.
He
with
needs
the
a
Thievul.
boost.
Can he get the boost on the Night Slash?
No, he doesn't get it. And Emiwedo feels pretty confident about it too. I mean, I don't know if he could fast hack down the course from his health range, just see how much health is on the course. If you get even one Astonish off, it's worth it. But no, I don't think that's going to be the case. He does get one Astonish off, but Emiwedo going to close it out there too. And maybe a slight miscue from Tidiness, because if he just threw the Nightshade on proper timing there, could avoid the body slam and save the shield for the Thievul, for the Quagsire.
Exactly right, because in the in-game, Tidiness had his Thievul against the wall against that Licky, and you don't really want to be using double Protect Shields against Body Slams. You got that 2 Protect Shield advantage for a reason. You don't want to just give it up to Body Slams from the Licky, but you were put in that position where you had almost no health left on the Thievul, no health left on the Corsola. You really couldn't use it efficiently, and that was the downfall for Tidiness there. So he wasn't able to find a good opportunity to use that Protect Shield advantage, and Emiwedo was able to take game number 1.
Yeah, Emiwedo played to his win conditions perfectly there. And I think the tough part for Tidiness is he let the Togekiss get into Metal Sound range. Looking at the team of Emiwedo, nothing can really completely wall off the energy from Togekiss and has so much play into everything. So I actually think it would have been probably a really solid shield for him because he's ahead on energy, and he also, I believe, grabbed the shield from Emiwedo, so he'd be on even shields. You come in Empoleon behind energy on a Togekiss, you don't really win that matchup because you're going to get outpaced by the Aura Sphere and the peck damage from the Togekiss. So I think, you know, possibly in the future, in the second game, Tidiness might make that adjustment and say, you know what, maybe I should spend the shields on the Togekiss, given how safe it is into the rest of the team of Emiwedo.
Yeah, he did come up a little bit short there, but I did love that combination between the Togekiss and the Corsola to be able to get those Protect Shields with the Togekiss and then bring in the Corsola to try to soak in all of that energy. And once the switch timers were misaligned, then you don't have to face it versus Licky. That gave him hope, that gave him life, and he had the opportunity to try to close it out, but he just wasn't able to. And this is going to be game number 3 for these trainers because the game number 1 did result in a tie. So then they replayed that, and Emiwedo was able to win game number 2. This is winner's final. So if he wins this next game, he is advancing into day number 2 here at Pokemon Worlds.
And he has a chance to become our first ever 2-time Pokemon Go champion. What a feat that would be. I mean, even just making it into day number 2 at World Championships is a hard feat, right? So many players, like we talked about earlier, Junebug, right? One of the best players in our circuit, finally made it for the first time ever, and Emiwedo trying to do it again for like a second time, right? At least. Maybe he's even done it before in a previous tournament, but definitely a really strong player in our circuit. And Tidiness going to have to dig deep here to find a way to force a game number 3. Here we go. Match point for Emiwedo versus Tidiness, and it's going to be an Empoleon mirror match.
Well, you know when Tidiness back against the wall, when he's in the playoffs, that is where he delivers. So can he reverse sweep here to get to day number 2? Empoleon versus Empoleon. It doesn't really matter too much who wins charge attack priority early on, because as I mentioned before, both of these Empoleons can take double Hydro Cannons. It might actually even be more advantageous to try to hold on to some energy if you can figure out how to get out. But we do see who wins charge attack priority.
And the matchup here is a little bit more favorable for Emiwedo because they have essentially the mirror team, but you have Licky instead of the Togekiss from the side of Tidiness. And if Emiwedo wins charge attack or wins the switch advantage, Licky onto the Corsola is disastrous for Tidiness. And Tidiness not throwing the move right away, expecting potentially a catch, and Gordon just let this Hydro Cannon go. Does Emiwedo try to save the Empoleon for later? He could potentially go for a catch, but Tidiness going to throw the Hydro Cannon right away.
I mean, you can soft win this matchup if you are Tidiness because you win charge attack priority. And in order to win charge attack priority, you have to have more attack. These are the same Pokemon, so that means Tidiness has his Pokemon with a higher attack stat than Emiwedo, which does affect his stat product, but you can win that charge attack priority and win the lead and maybe ensure that you have a good matchup in the back. Here comes that Licky going for the full farm down with that rollout.
That's so tough. Emiwedo not only has the energy advantage, but yes, it is a matchup Tidiness wants given the backline, but he's behind energy, and there's still a mirror match in the back. There's just no easy way of taking out this Licky, and it's even harder for Togekiss now that's behind, I believe, 2 rollouts worth of energy.
And no shield there on the Body Slam. Body Slam is an okay attack in this matchup because you need 2 charge attacks plus the rollout super effective damage anyway. A Shadow Ball does do more damage than 1 Body Slam, even though it's same type attack bonus. Here comes the next Body Slam. Here comes the Protect Shield. Now, can you try to tee up maybe a swap even, but you really need to get this Licky lower. You need to either land an Aura Sphere or possibly get the last Protect Shield. Here comes the swap into the Corsola. Maybe that gives Tidiness life here, but he's behind on energy.
Yeah, he is, and that's tough, right? Because Emiwedo, the timers are not up by any means, so even if you lose this matchup, how do you fast sack down a Galarian Corsola? And Tidiness maybe sees the writing on the wall, trying to find a way around this. We can see how much super effective damage it does in this mirror matchup. The problem is he needs extra energy to come out of this to have a chance to throw anything into the Licky, but Emi just going to protect himself, knows that he's going to outpace the Corsola to a move as well. And here comes the Astonish Down. Absolutely brutal for Teddiness. And Teddiness knows this is not even in Side Shock range, so you can't even throw the Side Shock to win that charge priority to, take out the Glen Corsola and waste his energy. But Licky comes in, tries to go for the comp play. Orchard's going to come through first, but it's not going to be enough to KO the Licky.
And it looks like he has that body slam loaded, and it looks like his ticket to day number 2 is loaded as M.E. Weedle is able to win this 2-0 to advance.
A tough tie to start things off, but M.E. Weedle finds a spot yet again in Top Cut at World Championships and paves his dreams for becoming the first ever 2-time world champion.
And an emotional trainer here, knowing he is one step closer to his ultimate dream. Of course, he's done it before, but to do it against the entire field of the best trainers on the planet when he was in the seniors division, yes, it was stacked, but it was a smaller player pool. Now he is in the big leagues versus over 300 of the best trainers in the planet with an opportunity to be on Championship Sunday in the Chase Arena.
And speaking of smaller championship pool too, I mean, even compared to the past World Championships, this is, I believe, the largest one to date. So no matter who is the world champion, there's never been a bigger and more stacked field than there is this weekend. And honestly, the players have gotten better over the years as well. So the level of performance that you have to bring to these big tournaments is at an all-time high.
Yeah, and what's an all-time high here is the Pokemon action in San Francisco. Not only do we have the World Championships, we have Pokemon XP, but we also had a really awesome Giants game. Let's check it out.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side, we've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh! Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer. But I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space-themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop-outs. Boom, pop-out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it. The World Championship playmat and bag. Also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes, I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful, special, elegant. One of them's going on a trip, one of them's blasting off, another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful, it's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
The action has been incredible so far here at day 1 of the 2026 Pokemon GO World Championships. And we still have a few trainers battling it out, trying to earn their spots in day number 2. My name is Homesize Henry, joined on the desk here by Lou the Pikachu. The games have been incredible, and the good news is day 1 is not yet done.
The action just keeps getting better and better with every single match that we bring to the broadcast. We've had some veterans crash out of the competition. We've got some new trainers, maybe at the very first World Championships, making it all the way to these final stages of day 1. And honestly, seeing some of the incredible games, the amazing Pokemon that we're seeing, it's going to be one for the history books.
It really feels like a lot of trainers who have thought outside the box and kind of brought Pokemon that people didn't necessarily believe in have really been rewarded. I can't even count how many times we've seen Dondozo, we've seen Milotic, we've seen a lot of very cool picks have success. And as we continue to fill up our side of the bracket, we have most of the winner's side decided already. We still have one more winner's final, and that's going to be Group O. And then I believe we are going to have the losers finals of Group P, which is actually going to be a rematch of the Group P group semifinals, Yakai versus Teddiness.
Oh, that's going to be an awesome one. I love a rematch for that opportunity to have redemption. We actually kicked off kind of our cast today with Firestar versus Spartan, and Firestar was able to win that set 2-1, kicking Spartan down to the losers bracket. But then, lo and behold, when Firestar ended up in the losers bracket in the losers finals there, he faced down against Spartan again, and Spartan was able to overcome with a 2-1 victory. So sometimes these upsets can happen. Is that possibly on the cards for the rest of our tournament here?
And Yakai was actually the one who got sent down to losers, so Yakai might be the one coming into it with a chip on his shoulder. And if there's a person you don't want to have a chip on their shoulder, it's probably a former world champion, as Yakai has been on these stages before. He's won the entire thing, and he's already put together a very strong performance and is positioned himself very well with only one win separating him from a top cut.
We've spoken a few times about whether a world champion can actually run back worlds and get that title for a second time. We've seen Beelzeboy advance in, undefeated so far in the competition. We'll be seeing him in day 2, but I think the only other remaining world, champion we've got is Yakai.
Yakai and Beelzeboy, I believe, are trying to be those final 2 remaining. I mean, we also have Dancing Rob, but he's backstage helping out, so
he's not
I guess technically
anymore.
we have 3 there. But it is very cool to see some of these former world champions showing out and still doing very, very well. Beelzeboy honestly was so impressive earlier in the day. Like, Beelzeboy's gameplay was incredible, but the good news is we've got our final winners final ready on stage. The Group O finals are going to be between 9 Alfie and Hiromaru.
I mean, Alfie had such a commanding start to this season at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, the very first event on the European calendar for 2026, was able to get a 2nd place finish. So came out really putting his mark onto the tournament scene, and now here at the World Championships, still undefeated in the winners finals, 1 match away from advancing into day 2.
Now, whoa, taking a look at these teams. Lou, we got to talk about Morgrim.
Oh, yeah.
Morgrim is here to kind of shake things up. I don't believe that's the Pokemon we've seen so far today, but he has Corviknight, Corsola, Seaking, Morgrim, Credilli, and Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Those who watched Worlds in 2025 will know it really felt like the matchup between Credilli and Galarian Moltres ended up deciding so many games. Credilli has since become a bit more difficult to bring because of Tinkaton, But taking a look at Hiromaru's team, a Tinkaton is there, so Credilli could be high risk, high reward. But Morgrem is also a very interesting pick. Morgrem is a dark and fairy type Pokemon. Morgrem's Sucker Punch, Foul Play, and Play Rough. Another one of these Sucker Punchers, kind of in a similar way to what Thievul can do, but with that dual typing, so that way it's not so vulnerable to, let's say, Bug Bite, for example, and counter from Annihilate.
Yeah, Credilli was actually on the team that Alfie used to get that second place finish, so it might be one of those fond favorites on the team. But I kind of look at Hiromaru's side and I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of the favorites we've seen so far in this tournament. We've got the Licky Licky, obviously the Tinkaton, but I'm seeing, you know, some Pokemon on here I was not expecting. Like, you know, yes, you got your Ninetales, but then talk us through these road picks here, Homeslice.
Okay, I really like Hippowdon, Lou. I might be Hippowdon's strongest soldier here.
Okay.
What I really like about Hippowdon is it functions very similarly to a Marowak, where the goal is, in a meta where there's no Chestnut, if you have Rock plus ground coverage, your energy will always be valuable. You don't end up in a spot where it's like Kanto Ninetales and a Turtonator, where you can throw 5 moves and it doesn't matter. Your energy is always valuable, but what separates a Hippowdon from a Kanto Marowak is the fact that you have Weather Ball Rock. So instead of having cheaper ground damage, it's cheaper rock damage. And in a meta where there's a lot of Pokemon like Mantine, having very quick rock damage can be a bit more of a benefit. Whereas we've seen the Marowak-Mantine matchup, and unfortunately, Marowak's a little bit slow there. So the speed of Hippowdon and the fact that he's chosen to run the Shadow Hippowdon as well, this Hippowdon is going to be able to output damage very quickly. But if it gets in a disadvantaged board state, if it's behind on energy, if it's behind a shield, that's where the Shadow status could end up becoming a bit of a hindrance because it can't quite take the hits.
I do like that flexibility, and the comparison to the Marowak with kind of the ground and rock type charge attacks does give it a lot of flexibility, and it's good to be able to see Weather Ball coming through that isn't just on a Ninetales, for example. We do see that type changing depending on the Pokemon that is utilizing it. Another key Pokemon, however, is the Jellicent. This was a Pokemon I think in Turin was doing very well, and in previous formats we've seen lots of trainers. For example, Maximilian P in a previous format was actually able to win with the Jellicent a regional. So it is a firm favorite out there in a meta at the moment where we're seeing Empoleon and Dondozo and Milotic as the water types. It's nice to see this bulky one still in action.
And Jellicent is another one of these bulky water types that you exactly identified. Part of why it's here is it can actually survive that Shadow Energy Ball from Kanto Ninetales. It's very difficult to survive. There are many, many water types that are just not showing up here today because if you can't survive the Energy Ball, why should you be on the team? But Jellicent can actually survive that, and because Ember is a very high energy generation fast move, it doesn't do a lot of damage. So it's resisted damage, it's a very low base power fast attack, and so that means that Jellicent can actually do pretty well into the Ninetales as long as it's even energy. If the Ninetales gets up energy and Jellicent counter switches, that's when it can get flipped.
I think when we take a look as well at some of the interesting Pokemon on Alfie's side, we've spoken a little bit about the Morgrem, but we've also got that Corviknight. We've seen some trainers bring the Shadow variant to this World Championship, but this one is not rocking that Shadow form. What is it? Let's have a double check. No, looks like it's not.
So the regular Corviknight, there can be quite a few matchups where by not having the Shadow status, it doesn't get a lot of these Sand Attack breakpoints. Because Sand Attack, it does not get same type of attack bonus on Corviknight. It really doesn't do a lot of damage. Corviknight is mainly relying on its typing, the Steel Flying, in a very similar way to how Skarmory did in like 2 worlds ago back in 2024. That typing offers an incredible amount of defensive resistances. So the goal is kind of be annoying, take a lot of resisted hits by kind of walling off a lot of damage, and then just trying to outlast opponents even if it doesn't have the greatest kit. So I think the fact that it is the regular Corviknight could actually prove to be quite helpful here, because that way you don't end up having to take nearly as much resisted damage from Gigaton Hammer, for example.
The Seaking as well is an interesting one. At the Turin Special Championships, it was on a third of the top 16 usage, and it was actually a Pokemon that both Padaman and Chris used in that iconic Grand Finals to great success, being able to utilize Icy Wind and things, but now we have the Thievul in play. I am surprised to see it back in action, but Alfie is trusting in it. However, the leads are out, Pokemon trainers. It is Corsola versus the Licky Licky.
That is not what Alfie was hoping to see. Alfie is going to save switch into Seaking. Seaking reaching for an Icy Wind, but before it's able to get there, Hiromaru baits with a Body Slam and is able to grab a very early Protect Shield.
Yep, utilizing that defensive capability with the shield, keeps Seaking in the game. It's already got all that energy charged up, has the utility to go for the Icy Wind, but look at that Licky Licky. It's got so much energy on the board, and it's not going to even worry about taking an Icy Wind here.
Seaking's coverage is very intriguing in a Show 6 Pick 3 environment, but when it has to deal against a lot of these very bulky Pokemon like the Licky Licky, that's when it can feel a little bit underwhelming. In comes the Ninetales. Ninetales gonna be baited with an Icy Wind. Hiromaru thinking it through. Does he decide to call it? Oh no, he puts up the shield, but even at -1, this Shadow Energy Ball is no joke.
That's very true, and of course we're going to see these Embers coming through. They're not going to be doing too much, particularly with that debuff that came through from the Icy Wind, but a wise shield on Alfie's side. I think that's the second shield utilized though, so it is going to be a lot more vulnerable if Ninetales can fastly pace to another Energy Ball, so a fantastic switch for Alfie.
And Alfie is really able to punish the desync and switch timers. Hiromaru is forced to fire off energy. He doesn't necessarily want to fire off this energy, but he needs his switch timer. He wants to get Licky Licky back a line onto the Corsola. Even that Weather Ball landing will not burn the timer. His timer will be up momentarily, but he just couldn't escape, and he's forced to fire off more debuffed energy at the Corsola, which for Alfie is a very acceptable trade.
Yeah, Weather Ball just coming through, doing that little bit of damage, but of course Corsola has so much utility as well with the potential of that Power Gem going into the Ninetales. Instead, you found your mark on that Licky Licky. Licky Licky has that coverage attack with the Shadow Ball as well to target into these Ghost types. Corsola goes down.
That is a bit unfortunate. Did overfarm by one Astonish. Had he just blind thrown it, anticipating the switch in, he would have actually got the Power Gem off, but instead he does not. In comes Credilli, but Credilli is behind. It's down a shield, it's down energy. This Shadow Ball is guaranteed to land, and in the back, the Pokemon that shuts down Credilli like no other. There's that Tinkaton.
Honestly, Licky Licky is on a rampage right now. Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball. It does not even blink in the face of this attack coming through from the Credilli, because as you've said, Licky Licky doesn't have to deal with the Credilli. You have the Tinkaton in the back that is in a prime position to just start sweeping through. Seaking comes back in. Ninetales joins the fray.
Ninetales reaching for that energy ball, but not quite able to get there. Oh, Ninetales will actually put up the Protect Shield, looking to try and force all energy out from the Seaking. Seaking gets the final Protect Shield. All the energy balls available. Seaking is one short, and that means Seaking is getting sent directly back to its Pokeball.
This is what Ninetales wanted, able to go for that energy ball, KOs the Seaking and brings that Credilli back into the field. And we've already had that little peep look at the Tinkaton in the back, and that's something Alfie knows all too well.
And there's just no way out. The reason Alfie doesn't throw the energy is because there's just simply no ability for Credilli to ever beat that Tinkaton. So he's going to save his time here and then just try and lock in, refocus for that game number 2. Game 1 was out of reach as Hiromaru able to navigate kind of a tricky save switch there with the Seaking, but using Licky Licky as a damage sponge, getting Ninetales on the field, and navigating around those desync timers. The game looks very favorable from the lock-in, but Alfie did a really nice job of making it complex, and Hiromaru was able to still figure out a way to solve it and not let that game get out of hand.
I like the utility of this Ninetales that you can see, just being able to constantly apply pressure with those charge attacks, but critically getting out of play when it was in an unfavorable position. The way the Tinkaton was preserved so beautifully towards the end as well meant that Hiromaru already could have that kind of mental game pressure. As soon as that came out, the Credilli knew it was in trouble.
I think that the Seaking actually proved to be maybe a little bit more problematic than Hiromaru may have expected, because even though Licky Licky does have a very commanding Seaking matchup, he really needed to kind of try and preserve that for the Corsola, because Corsola energy is very, very difficult to deal with if it's not on that Licky Licky. So even though he can kind of stay in and win that matchup, pivoting out is what allowed him to kind of neutralize that Corsola energy and then just save that Tinkaton, as you identified in the back, calling that it's Credilli, because taking a look across this team, Tinkaton energy is very, very strong here.
Now, we've seen a couple of times today a trainer have a lead that's completely unfavorable, and you have to immediately swap into a Pokemon in the back. But then we've seen a lot of the times coming into game 2, they think my opponent's going to adapt. They're going to think maybe that was too easy, so they kind of do the double bluff strategy and run back the same lead absolutely fearlessly. I wonder if that's something Alfie's going to do and bring that Seaking once again.
We've seen a lot of trainers actually be very, very successful with that. Saying, you know what, that didn't work. Yeah. I'm just going to run it back. This time, I'm going to make the right plays, or this time, I'm not going to lead Licky Licky. Well, there's going to be a Licky Licky on my Corsola.
True.
So I would be excited to see him run it back there, because Corsola does actually, outside of that Licky Licky, dictate a lot of very neutral play here across the board. The Electrode matchup, Electrode typically wins the zeros by going double energy ball, but Corsola eventually can just kind of outbulk it. The Ninetales is pretty nice as well, although there's always the fear of a potential catch of a move onto a Licky Licky in the back. Jellicent outpaces, but the Astonishes do a terrifying amount of damage. Hippowdon, unfortunately, that is a matchup where it is substantially worse as the Shadow, just because the Astonishes do a lot, and Tink's very neutral. So I can see the idea behind bringing the Corsola, because like 5 of 6 I can play. But unfortunately, Licky was locked in as the lead, and that made it very, very challenging.
Even if you, like you say, have 5 out of the 6 as a good opponent necessarily, you just need that one to completely throw you off kilter. But looks like our trainers are ready. 1 game up on Hiromaru's side of the field, but we're going to see the adaptation. It is going to be the Hippowdon versus the Sea King.
Oh my goodness, Shadow Hippowdon hits the field. Hippowdon is in danger of taking super effective damage from Icy Wind. Hippowdon gonna farm up. Oh my goodness, Hiromaru saves the Hippowdon, catches the Icy Wind. Sea King in shambles.
That is some beautiful energy banked for later, and once again the majestic Ninetales on the field to try and ruin Sea King's day. Look at this pacing, it gets to the energy ball, but there's a switch on Alfie's side, there's a Ninetales apiece.
Alfie says, anything you can do, I can do better. The energy is rebanked, and this is a debuffed and resisted energy ball. And now for Alfie, the name of the game is going to try and get as much energy as possible. You know the switch timer will eventually come up, and Hippowdon will hit the field. Hiromaru is just going to throw charge attacks purely just to try and burn the timer. But if Alfie can farm to 100, then it's very difficult to bring back in the Hippowdon because suddenly there's double energy ball threatening you.
You might want to start pacing out to get to that timer, but at the same time, the Ninetales on Hiromaru side wants to try and get that energy up to be banked for later. Alfie actually going for the energy ball here into that opposing Shadow Ninetales. Not enough to get the KO, but does put it in the red. And as you can see, the retaliation is going to be a weather ball of Hiromaru's own.
Now Alfie has to make the decision. Will there be a switch into the Hippowdon? He's going to have to try and make the call. In comes Hippowdon. Oh, there's the pivot out. In comes the Corsola. But Hippowdon is up so much energy. And Hippowdon should now have a pretty clear path to at least connect with 1 Shadow Earth power.
As soon as they were up, those switch timers got reset on both sides of the field. Hippowdon trying diligently to try and get this damage down to the Corsola, but Corsola still in play, able to go for these Astonishers, farm up all the energy, going for a Nightshade, but it looks like the Hippowdon got the edge.
Corsola now with a tough call to make already 1 Protect Shield down, not gonna shield, but that does significant damage. Now even a Weather Ball Rock could threaten, and Hippowdon is so blazingly fast that Corsola is actually forced to fire off energy here.
Yeah, Corsola's got to find a way to clear this Hippowdon from the field, but there are 2 shields, well now 1 remaining on Hiromaru's side, so it keeps Hippowdon in the game, and as you said, just 1 more charge attack could be enough to remove Corsola from play.
Corsola does have a Nightshade. If Alfie wants the energy, he's going to have to put up the Protect Shield, but he's not. He lets it go. Weather Ball Rock takes the knockout, and Corsola will fall.
It could be critical to keep that shield for something like the Ninetales in the back later on. There's so much energy up on the Sea King, though, so do you want to keep that in play, or how much damage will this Weather Ball do to Sea King? If it goes unshielded, we're going to find out. Connects down, takes it down into that yellow as Hippowdon drops.
Incredible count in there from Alfie, recognizing that could not have been the Earth Power. In comes the Tinkaton, but this Tinkaton is guaranteed to have to take a super effective drill run. Hiromaru ends up no-showed in the first, but Alfie's going to outpace this. Sea King energy is going to be a very big problem.
That's the thing, you know you have to take one of those. Your shield isn't going to keep you safe from all of them. Ninetales joins the fray, takes up some energy, but that's just farming it up more for this Sea King.
It really felt like there was a very pivotal moment in that mid-game where the game kind of got away from Hiromaru, and that was going for a final charge attack priority tie while debuffed in the mirror, and he's just going to end up getting farmed down there. Sea King gets revenge here for Alfie, gets the equalizer, and we're going to be going on to a game number 3.
Really great to see the utility play in that Sea King. You mentioned in game 1 how it actually was a lot more difficult for Hiromaru to deal with. Even though Hiromaru came up on top, it's almost a little bit like Sea King heard you and went, yeah, I'm trouble, let me show you how.
What I think kind of ended up being a difference maker in the game was there was a big desync in the switch clocks that was caused by Hiromaru catching that Icy Wind and then Alfie rebanking energy before bringing in the Ninetales. Alfie was going to reach 100 energy before Hiromaru was, so Hiromaru could have saved the energy on the Ninetales, not gone for the charge attack priority tie, tanked the move, and then pivoted back in Hippowdon, and then suddenly there's energy on the Ninetales, and it could be a little bit problematic later on. But by going for a charge attack priority tie and throwing that charge attack while it is resisted and debuffed, he got almost no value out of that energy, and despite the fact that he had set up a pretty strong board state from the start with that catch, it ended up kind of slipping away from him, and Alfie understanding that that could only be the Weather Ball Rock was brilliant counting there, and from there, Sea King does what it does best, which is Sea King makes life very, very difficult for Tinkaton.
It certainly does, and it was great to see Sea King still in a great position, having had a good run at the very beginning of this Forever Forward meta. I think as well the Hippowdon, I felt for it that it never really found its mark strongly onto something like the Ninetales there. Constantly Alfie was able to find alignment that was not necessarily the most favorable for Hippowdon.
Yeah, Hippowdon was able to get some nice damage onto the Corsola, but unfortunately not quite enough. But it looks like we have lock-ins. Game number 3, a trip to day 2 on the line. It's going to be Shadow Kanto Ninetales into the Jellicent.
Shaking things up. We've got the water on the field to try and put some pressure onto this opposing Ninetales, but Ninetales in a great position to get those energy balls rolling as well.
And there is a water resist in the back for Alfie, so Alfie will potentially have an ability to throw one Ember, trying for a Surf Catch on the Sea King. Hiromaru will put up the Protect Shield. Energy Ball not going to land. No debuff comes through, and no catch either. Alfie just going to stay on the field, but this Surf would do way too much damage, so Alfie is forced to match Protect Shields.
The Hex is doing their best to try and get maybe to a double Surf to pull those shields out on Ninetales' side to apply the pressure, but Ninetales so speedy with this Ember getting the energy balls ready to go. Jellicent, we know, is able to take one of these, but look at that damage, Homeslice.
Oh, tries for the catch, not quite able to get there, as Hiromaru was not going to undertap. So Alfie was predicting Hiromaru was going to undertap, predicting the catch, but Hiromaru instead just ended up throwing the fast attack. So now Shadow Ball will pressure away the final Protect Shield of the game, as out comes Licky Licky.
Alfie goes no shields down very early doors in this game 3. Once again, Sea King in prime position to start getting these debuffs in play. It's not going to be doing too much damage to the Licky Licky. We know it's going to be able to take it, but critically, the damage in retaliation is going to be weakened.
And the switch clocks are pretty significantly misaligned here. -1 Shadow Ball will still do some pretty big damage onto the Sea King. Shadow Ball is an incredibly efficient charge attack. After one more charge attack from Alfie, the switch timer will be up. He would love to be able to get that Corviknight on the field. Can he escape? No, he cannot. The timer would not have been up. Hiromaru was reaching for the Body Slam. He's not going to let the Body Slam land. Instead, can fire off the Icy Wind and then look to get Corviknight on the field.
Yeah, Sea King got to burn up a little bit more time as the Corviknight joins the fray. As you mentioned, though, the Shadow Ball will come through. This is still on a debuff Licky Licky, so it's not going to be dealing as much, but it's going to really come down to where the Corviknight can farm up the last bits of energy left on this Licky Licky.
Oh, but the timer is up. In comes the Ninetales. Alfie just going to settle for the Air Cutter. He wants whatever damage he can get. He knows if he tried to reach for the payback, Hiromaru would not have let him get there. This also does fish for a boost. Air Cutter is going to land, and no boost comes through, but now Hiromaru can actually overfarm even better. Oh, that counting is immaculate from Hiromaru.
On both sides of the field, these fast attacks are putting in some work as well, but Ninetales very happy to unleash this Weather Ball into that Corviknight. It falls from grace, and now Alfie has a choice to make. Are you going to bring in the opposing Ninetales and try and gain that advantage that we saw in the previous game as well?
The Ninetales does have a pretty significant health advantage here, but is down a Protect Shield. Hiromaru just going to go for the slow and steady Weather Balls. They are resisted, but if you throw enough of them, this Ninetales is going to be in trouble. He's reaching for the Weather Ball, but a catch from Alfie.
The energy pacing there was interesting as well. Hiromaru had a lot more energy when the Ninetales joined the fray, but then now it's kind of switched around a little bit. The Sea King in a position to eat up that energy and still stay in play, but it does go down, so that energy is back up on the Ninetales and Hiromaru's side, as the Ninetales on Alfie's side is already ready with the Weather Ball, but it looks like Hiromaru is able to get there first.
And Hiromaru able to win charge attack priority there. Weather Ball is going to be securing the knockout, and Hiromaru able to get a 3-ball flex, having all 3 Pokemon still around, a Protect Shield still unused as well, as Hiromaru takes the series 2-0.
That was an incredibly dominant performance in a game 3. I mean, games 1 and 2, we had a little bit of back and forth, some very cognizant plays around that switch timer, but in game 3, Hiromaru just dominated.
The adjustment to the Corviknight from Alfie unfortunately kind of ended up backfiring there. He was trusting in the Corviknight to try and take home the win, but unfortunately that Shadow Ninetales, that matchup is so dominant. Even though Sand Attack is super effective, it just never really does a lot of damage from Corviknight. That's one of the reasons why some trainers opt for the Shadow, is you can get a little bit of extra Sand Attack damage, and if you get 1 extra damage per turn, and it's a 1-turn move, that can really add up over time, but unfortunately it was the regular, and even just settling for that Air Cutter, we saw that damage was just not what you're hoping to see whatsoever.
The Jellicent was a nice adaptation too on Hiromaru's side, because again, it's not going to worry about anything the Sea King is going to be sending its way, and on the Ninetales side of things, with those energy balls coming through, it's not going to be as vulnerable as something like the Hippowdon, for example. We know it's going to be able to take one of those energy balls thanks to its bulk.
I'm a little bit sad that Hippowdon lost the only streamed game that it was brought to in this series, but I still really like the Hippowdon. in a very interesting way, the choice of flyer being Corviknight actually does limit Hippowdon quite a bit in this matchup, because normally you have Weather Ball Rock for super effective into like a Mantine, if you have a Jump Bluff, but Corviknight, Steel Flying, it's only neutral, and your sand attacks are resisted, and that's never a good spot to be, even when your sand attacks are neutral, so suddenly your sand attacks are resisted. It looks like we do have a match under review for this decisive game number 3. So our wonderful judging team is going to be checking everything, double-checking, checking it twice, just to make sure that everything occurred as intended.
Yeah, we'll get you an update as soon as we can, Pokemon trainers, but it gives us a little bit more time to unpick this matchup and take a look at some of the Pokemon that did so well throughout this set, at the very least so far. I mean, Homeslice, we talked a little bit about the Tinkaton that came earlier on in the game, but this was benched out for this final match.
And you could kind of see why in terms of what Alfie brought. It seemed like Alfie with the Corviknight Bird was trying to target down that Tinkaton, being like, I have several Pokemon that are very weak to that Tinkaton, surely it has to be brought. But Hiromaru was able to make a brilliant read, benching that Tinkaton altogether, running a line of 3 that was actually shockingly weak to the Morgrem, but trusting that even just the threat of Tinkaton's aura from the bench was enough to keep Morgrem away. Because had Morgrem been played into that line of 3, there's no Sucker Punch resist there. So Morgrem would have gone absolutely crazy.
And the Tinkaton did so well finding its line against the Cradilly that Alfie brought into that first game as well. But as you mentioned, the adaptation was very weak to the Morgrem. There had to be some confidence the Morgrem wasn't going to come necessarily into this game. Do you think there could have been play if Alfie had brought it?
I think that Morgrem could have found success, but it's a very difficult bring considering that Morgrem's energy is so thoroughly shut down by Tinkaton. It almost feels a little bit like we've seen a couple times trainers run Thievul into Tinkaton teams. Sometimes it can work very well, and other times it's just so catastrophically painful because you can throw like 3 charge attacks and the Tinkaton just does not care. Having that combination of bulk and that incredible Fairy Steel typing, plus Gigaton Hammer, which is, for those who don't know at home, it's a Precipice Blades clone. You know the move Groudon uses in the Master League where...
powerful move.
Yeah, you would throw Precipice Blades and then neutral mons are gone. It's that, but as a steel move. So it's a very strong move. So even something like Corviknight has to fear it. So I think that threatening aura of Tinkaton, it makes it really difficult to lock in Morgrem. Even though I do think Morgrem is honestly pretty decent in this matchup, the fear of being in a decisive game 3 and not having neutral play because Morgrem's on Tinkaton could definitely be a worry and contribute to why it was not brought.
The one thing I like about the Gigaton Hammer as well is not only is it a devastating attack, but Tinkaton's actually able to pace to it very respectfully with those Fairy Winds. Sometimes we see some really big damage dealing attacks, but it does take the Pokemon a while to get there, and you have to make sure that you have that time sense locked into your strategy as you're playing. But with the Tinkaton, you generally can have it on the field and apply pressure with that Gigaton Hammer very, very quickly.
And one little bit of Tinkaton Gigaton Hammer trivia that a lot of people do not know is it's 7 Fairy Winds to the first. But did you know it's 7-7-6? If you throw 2 Gigaton Hammers, it's a little bit like a buy 2, get 1 free. The third one, you have enough residual energy that you only get to it in 6. And that can kind of sneak up on players sometimes where they're so used to 7. But if you burn that bit of residual by throwing multiple Gigaton Hammers, then you get to that third one just a little bit quicker. And that's a terrifying thought, a move that powerful getting to it 1 Fairy Wind faster than normal.
Loki, if you weren't already sold on Tinkaton, that is definitely a fantastic sales pitch. Not only does it have incredible defensive typing, but being able to use that same type of attack bonus on a Gigaton Hammer and just deal so much relentless damage is fantastic play. I think it's interesting as well when you have that coin flip for the Bulldoze as well to get the defense drop. If you're able to be in a position to get that defense drop and follow up with a Gigaton Hammer, there's really not a lot that's going to be in a good position against that.
We were on the desk earlier today when it was a Corsola Tinkaton matchup, and Corsola shielded the first, and it was a Bulldoze that debuffed, and it basically flipped an entire neutral matchup into a dominant one for Tinkaton, so much so that the Corsola had to pivot out. So it does open the door to like a very big upside, but even risk-averse trainers can probably still use Tinkaton to great success, because even if you just go straight Gigaton Hammer, eventually they're going to run out of shields, Lou. There's 2 per game. If you throw enough Gigaton Hammers, they cannot shield them all.
I think the other interesting match within this is not only is it about shield conservation, but it's about time management as well, particularly in this set between Alfie and Hiromaru. You talked a lot about how the switch timers were misaligned. How does that give a trainer an advantage, maybe in reflection from this set?
So the switch timer in comparison to when Go was introduced to the Championship Series was 60 seconds, which meant that even if you were in a matchup and your opponent stayed in to throw a charge attack after you switched in, you were still on the field for 50 more seconds. So you could kind of soften up a Pokemon, and people would often do this in Lickitung matchups. They would throw like an Azumarill Play Rough into the save switch Lickitung, bring in their own Lickitung, and that Lickitung was trapped on the field forever. But as the years have gone by, that switch timer has slowly gotten lower and lower and lower. 55 seconds, 50 seconds, now it's down to 45. 5. And the quick kind of mental math that I will oftentimes do in my head is the amount of fast moves to get to a charge attack plus a charge attack is right around 10 to 11 seconds. So usually you can keep track of a switch timer by the amount of charge attacks thrown. So usually if there are 4 charge attacks thrown, that will be enough, and that counts like my charge attacks and my opponent's charge attacks. That will burn a switch timer. So if you save switch a Sea King, for example, and then Licky Licky throws the Shadow Ball, shields, Icy Winds, and then pivots out, that's 2 charge attacks. Now, these switch timers are basically misaligned by around 22 seconds. And so instead of being in a negative matchup forever, suddenly you have the alignment you want for 22 seconds, and they have the alignment that they want for 22 seconds. So it's a bit more of an equalizer. So players who are consistently able to kind of dance in and out of matchups, make those catches, because not only are catches devastating because the energy didn't land where you wanted it to land, but that's also burning one of the 4 charge attacks for the timer. And that's where some of these games where even with favorable alignment, good players can make those winning plays and just start to kind of pull away with the wins, being able to get those catches, desync the timers, get the Mons back on the field. And there are so many matches in this meta where you do have an ability to, if you're able to get up a little bit of energy, even that Shadow Kanto Ninetales Mantine matchup. Allegedly, I've been told it's a bad matchup for Ninetales. I keep seeing Ninetales knock out Mantine though.
That's the thing, Ninetales wants to completely flip the script on kind of what it's necessarily weak to on paper. And I think it's interesting the comments you make about this kind of time management, because sometimes we do see trainers maybe, like you say, going for that charge attacks to burn through those last couple of seconds to get their switch timer exactly where they want to. But sometimes we also see them having to go for that because the counts are off against their opponent. Sometimes they're maybe trying to farm down against their opponent, but they know their opponent is maybe one fast attack away from getting the charge attack of their very own. So you as the trainer have no choice but to unleash the energy that you have been so valiantly storing onto your opponent in order to stop them from getting the advantage. And again, sometimes that can give not only yourself the switch time alignment, but you potentially can give it to your opponent as well.
The way I like to think about it is there's several advantages that you can basically play to in a game of Pokemon Go PvP. There's the switch advantage, which everyone knows. If you save switch an Altaria and I bring in my Celio, for example, double super effective Powder Snows, I have switch advantage. I am a very happy individual. However, there can also be energy advantage and shield advantage. So there can be certain matchups, like for an energy advantage example, Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus Feraligatr. If it's on even energy and Ninetales is able to bait once, Ninetales just wins. But if you have a Feraligatr that's up 2 Shadow Claws of energy, you can bait all you want, Kanto Ninetales. You are getting banished by a Hydro Cannon unless you catch out of the matchup. So that's where like an energy advantage can flip a game, and that's part of where when these timers are desynced, trainers can switch in and get some of these energy head starts that can potentially allow it to flip it. And finally, there's shield advantage. There can be matchups that are pretty terrible, but if you're able to have a protect shield and your opponent doesn't, then suddenly things can just flip on their head.
Exactly, and I think sometimes that can be the difference between those wins that, you know, can really be steamrolled through an opponent, or sometimes they come right down to the wire. We've seen it a few times in the tournament so far here at the World Championships in the varieties between the shadow forms and not, particularly with Pokemon like Milotic. Sometimes we've seen the Pokemon that don't have that shadow form and therefore have that additional little bit of bulk being the clutch little increments of HP that can keep them in the game and ultimately keep the trainer in the tournament.
And Milotic, the trade-off I feel is honestly very extreme there, where the Shadow Milotic doesn't feel as bulky as you would like, but the amount of ramp-up pressure that it has with Rab, I believe it was Eiichiro who was able to make day 2 with the Shadow Milotic, and we can kind of compare and contrast that with Pato Man, who, one of your favorites, who managed to make day 2 with the regular Milotic, where it doesn't quite have that ability to kind of farm through a matchup where I believe off entirely resists damage. This is a fun piece of trivia. Shadow Milotic wins the 2 shield against Empoleon. Empoleon is neutral drill packs. And Milotic is entirely resistant to damage, but Milotic can actually win the 2 shield there. Just well, the Shadow Milotic just off of that sheer ability to ramp up because of that Shadow status, the Shadow Waterfalls, the Wrap debuffs, just kind of compounding more and more damage. Whereas the regular, I'll be honest, I have not looked at the matchups there. It does have better survivability, but that's how the matchups can actually be quite different because you're playing a more defensive Pokemon rather than a more offensive one.
We maybe need to check out more of those stats then on the regular Milotic, considering that Padaman is in day 2 of the competition undefeated. He's not just one of my favorites, he is my favorite, let's be honest. Another Pokemon though is the one that we have in this particular matchup between Hiromaru and Alfie is this Kanto Ninetales, because the Shadow variant gives you so much more of an edge, particularly against water types like Empoleon. If you can get that alignment correct, being able to deal that additional damage can really swing momentum.
One particular matchup that I really noticed about the Shadow Ninetales was actually very early on. It was one of the first dream matches of the day. It was Boom 20.
Okay.
He was using the Shadow Cancer Ninetales into Empoleon. Now, Weather Ball is the more efficient move to go for there, but in that matchup, he actually threw an Energy Ball first, and people were a little bit confused. But what that little bit of extra damage allowed him to do was in the 2-shield matchup, if he lands the Energy Ball even without the debuff, he can Ember down in the 2s and set up that farm down, where even though it's more efficient to throw 2 Weather Balls if you want to take the knockout, he was planning for, if my opponent heavily invests Protect Shields here, I can just farm down and win the 2. So it's players understanding those specific scenarios and taking advantage of the fact that regardless of the Pokemon that you're running, if you know the matchups that you're able to play to and you're winning shielding scenarios, you can immediately see where the certain player's preparation shines, because that is immediately evident in their gameplay.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of times these split-second decisions being the critical moment in getting a victory or not. In Adequance earlier on, I remember, and I think it was in his game 3, the Pidgeot was going for a Heat Wave, and Inadequance had to make that call. Is this a bait coming through or not? He got the call wrong. But again, those baits and those split-second decisions are the critical things to swing momentum, particularly in a game 3. And we've seen a lot of those so far, Homesides. I think we've had the biggest tree of game 3s in this tournament so far.
And honestly, I can't complain. That is just bonus Pokemon Go PvP. Now, speaking of Pokemon Go PvP, all you viewers watching at home have access to our wonderful Twitch drops, and we have the instructions for you. I see you typing exclamation point and a command that doesn't do anything. Yes, you, Jeremy, I see you. All right, here we go. This is how to do it right up here. Visit rewards.pokemon.com, log into your Pokemon Trainer Central account, link to your Twitch account, watch your desired stream for a period of time to earn rewards. I believe this stream and the replay that'll be happening after we end stream here later today, you'll have access to Twitch drops on both of those. Because I don't have my Twitch drops yet. I need Beelzebub's Tinkaton. I want to be a world champion like him, so I need that Tinkaton. I also really need that Elite Charge Gem. I think I have 0 right now.
Yeah, so do I. I have absolutely none left. I need to get all of the goodies, and the more you watch, the more you engage, the more potential there is. And as you mentioned, having that replay is really, really nice, because regardless of what time zone you're in and whenever you're catching up on this epic Pokemon Go broadcast, you can still get involved. It's not the only game either. I know we are the best game, but it's not the only game where we have giveaways if you engage with the broadcast. We've got things with Pokemon Champions as well. You're able to get the 2026 World Incineroar. I hear Incineroar is a good Pokemon.
Maybe not in Pokemon Go PvP, but in Champions, I've heard very, very good things about Incineroar. Incineroar is very cool. They have drops for the Pokemon trading card game. We also have, oh my goodness, an exclusive Twitch chat badge. Imagine rolling up in a Twitch chat and you have the world's Pikachu sitting next to your name. That's pretty cool. So I'll be honest, probably over dinner, I will have the recap up because I need that world's Pikachu Twitch chat badge. I need it.
Let's just be honest, you just can't stay away from the action. I know we've lived and breathed it today, but you're going to be like, I need more. I need to just stay extra excited. But you're right, this is just such a cute Twitch badge as well. Being able to have that really focused Pikachu. Every single year, everyone is excited to see what's the world's Pikachu going to look like. And I really think the team outdid themselves.
And if you enjoyed the incredible opening of today's show with all that amazing Pokemon music, kind of a trip down memory lane, looks like we have a Pokemon Night Out EDM concert with Marshmallow. London is calling. One of the shows is sold out. Tickets available now at the O2. And that's one of the coolest venues out there as well.
Cool.
So if you like Pokemon, if you like EDM, if you live somewhere in the vicinity where you can travel to London, check it out. It seems like a pretty cool event.
Yeah, it looks like the Los Angeles event is actually sold out already as well. So like, really, really epic locations, a phenomenal night of music and everything as well. I think even though we play this, this game called Pokemon, there are so many intricate core memories associated with either one Pokemon, the music, a particular game in particular, or a particular location. I think a lot of people sometimes feel really connected to where a particular game is set, let's say.
I didn't expect the music this morning during the ceremony to hit me as much as it did, but oh my goodness, they were absolutely incredible. And just hearing all those like callbacks to the old games, and they would like flash the photos up to, oh my goodness.
And with the live orchestra, like that hit different. It was like in your
incredible.
soul.
It was incredible.
So
I was sitting there misty-eyed being like, lock in, buddy. You got to do this.
It's a beautiful way to start the day, and I honestly think at these World Championships, things do hit different. We talk about the World Championship difference, but honestly, the World Championship experience difference is on a whole other level. We can have a little bit of a step back as well and look at how things have shaped out for the Go broadcast in terms of day one meta. A lot of familiar faces there, but some other familiar faces are our two competitors from that match that we had previously. Looks like both of them are stepping away, our winner is confirmed. Hiromaru has been the victor in this set.
Hiromaru played brilliantly, being able to navigate several pretty complicated games, emerging victorious, and Hiromaru, that I believe was our final winner's final. So he's making it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, which is incredible. Still kind of has that extra life intact of not having been sent to the losers bracket yet. But the good news is his opponent there, definitely not out of it by any means, just going to be in the losers bracket, still fighting to make his way to day number 2.
Exactly, and Alfie is a veteran of the competition. So someone who's going to be able to regroup, focus, look towards the next match, and should certainly be a name that you keep an eye out for in the rest of the tournament. But wow, what an intense best of 3 set coming through. There's some Pokemon I wasn't expecting to see. They have powered on the Jellicent, for example. Also the Cradilly, that little blast from the past. Great to be able to see it making some waves here at the Pokemon World Championships.
Now, Hippowdon was actually on my cast prediction,
That
so
it
I am
was.
over the moon. We finally got a Hippowdon in day number 2. It took us almost to the end, but we did get a Hippowdon in day number 2. I believe it was Hippowdon. I had a Mantine on there, a Dondozo. Overall, been a pretty successful day. The Annihilate might have been a bit of a swing and a miss, but you know what? I'll take 3 for 4. I'll take 3 for 4.
I think I'm looking at 3 for 4 as well. Obviously, got the Ninetales. I've got the Florges. I think it's been really showing up in this tournament. We have seen a little bit of variety in terms of its charge attacks. I personally am a Trailblaze user, but not everybody is using that one out there. Thievul has obviously shown up in dividends, being able to have that Sucker Punch doing so incredibly well. And I know that it maybe hasn't got into phase 2 of the competition as much as I know, but I know that there was a Gastrodon out there. Zephy Mastix was bringing one, and so it was great to be able to see it still making a name for itself at the Pokemon World Championships. I will always be rooting for little Gastrodon.
You know what? If I squint at the screen, it almost looks like a Quagsire. Quagsire has been doing very well so far. I am a little bit sad, though. When we first saw that graphic, Fareed had a Shadow Alakazam on there. That was not the Pokemon he was predicting to make day 2. It was supposed to be a Shadow Giratina, but when I first saw it, I was like, oh.
Interesting.
Does he know something I don't know? What is
Yeah,
Alakazam doing in this meta? I mean, it has Fire Punch. Surely that does something in a Tinkaton. Probably not. Definitely not. But no, he meant Shadow Giratina, and I believe I heard that Inadequence did actually make it to day number 2.
Yes, it did. I did
so
check
Fareed
that.
off to a really good start here as Shadow Giratina. It might be only played by one person, but that person is easily one of the best traders in the entire world. And so purely off of Inadequence, Shadow Giratina doing quite well here.
Not only is he one of the best trainers in the world, but he is one of the best trainers in the world with Giratina. You know, has flawlessly won many regionals with that particular Pokemon. And I know before the tournament, he was kind of saying out there on social media and things like, if you're bringing Giratina in this meta, you are completely wild. And guess what? He was the one really psyching himself out there, bringing Giratina, of course. Despite the Tinkatons out there, despite the Azumarill, he is really still rooting for his friend. But we have another match ready for you. This is Losers Finals Group P between Yakai and Teddiness.
Ooh, now this is a rematch here. Yakai and Teddiness played in the group semifinals, and Teddiness, who is the Thailand regional champion, was able to emerge victorious. Yakai is running a Pokemon that I don't think we've seen today, and that is the Dunsparce. Now, we've seen a lot of trainers. They had the Kanto Marowak, they had the Hippowdon. They're really trying to find Pokemon that have the rock ground coverage. Well, let me introduce you to Dunsparce. Dunsparce is not a rock type, it's not a ground type, it's a pure normal type, but it has Rollout, it has Rock Slide, and Drill Run. So it's basically another way that players are trying to get that rock ground coverage on their team, but this time, he doesn't necessarily want the weaknesses that come with being a rock or a ground type, so he's opted for the Dunsparce, and Dunsparce actually has some very real targets here. It's a normal type, which is bad for the Corsola. It is super effective damage into 4 of the 6 members of the team. Now, Dunsparce, because it doesn't get that same type of attack bonus, its damage can be a bit underwhelming at times. So usually Dunsparce is not going to be able to like 1v2 in grand fashion like some of the more dominant sweepers, but what it can do is be a very defensive Pokemon that can still hit for an annoying amount of super effective damage.
I think as well it's interesting seeing kind of a bulky normal type in the form of Dunsparce going for that rollout. We see that a lot in Licky Licky, for example. So seeing a different Pokemon still with that utility, it kind of can play a similar role. But the difference really is about those charge attacks, as you've mentioned. The coverage is fantastic, having that ground and rock type coverage. Another Pokemon I want to talk about, however, is going to be that Dondozo. It's in just such a great position to apply good pressure, but in this particular matchup, do you see it having a place against Teddiness?
I think Dondozo looks very incredible here. Dondozo, it's very slow, but it has incredible amounts of bulk. So when it comes to evaluating a team and looking at is Dondozo good, I usually look for water resist. And I only see one, and it's Empoleon. And weirdly enough, the Empoleon matchup is not actually that convincing for the Empoleon. It feels like it should be, but Dondozo's ability to survive 2 drill pegs very comfortably, and Dondozo actually has an exceedingly dominant matchup into Thievul. So much so that a high-ranked Dondozo can actually win the 0 Protect Shield to 1 Protect Shield scenario, which is they shield the Surf, you no-shield all the Night Slashes, and you can still win. So I think Dondozo does have some very good play here. Now, because Dondozo is strong, that could basically force Teddiness into always bringing the Empoleon, so there's always a bit of a gamble here. Do you end up risking the Dondozo? Even if it's on Empoleon, it's not the worst, but that still just wouldn't be a very efficient use of the Dondozo. Or do you try and psych out your opponent and then just run a team that's very strong into the Empoleon, knowing that the Empoleon will be somewhere?
Another Pokemon we've seen a splattering of across this tournament is the Togekiss, and both of our trainers here are actually running that particular Pokemon. I find it very interesting as a build because it's not actually running any Fairy-type moves, and Fairy seems to be very strong in the meta, obviously with the Fairy Winds on Florges and on Tinkaton to be able to deal with a lot of the Dark types and the Dragons out there. But instead, Togekiss utilizing more of its Flying type with that Peck and having good coverage with Aura Sphere and Psyshock. Aura Sphere could be nice into potential, you know, normal types out there.
Yeah, the Empoleon, for example, that matchup is actually exceedingly stat dependent because the Togekiss Empoleon Charge Attack Priority Die is within a range where, depending on how these trainers ended up deciding in terms of do you go for a more bulk spread, do you go for more high attack spread, that is within the realm of that CMP type potentially being IV dependent. So the stat spreads on these particular mons is going to matter quite a bit as well. Corsola is probably the most efficient check to Togekiss here, just because since Togekiss is not running Dazzling Gleam, it doesn't really have that hard-hitting, same type attack bonus charge attack, a non-same type attack bonus Psyshock. That was a tongue twister, Lou, I'll tell you that. Just really doesn't do a lot of damage onto the Corsola. So if Corsola does end up on that Togekiss, that is a very good spot to be if you're the Corsola.
Yeah, Corsola on your Kai side has to watch out though for the Thievul on Teddiness' side if that Pokemon does want to come to the match. The Sucker Punches can put in a lot of valiant effort as well as them being able to apply pressure with the Dark type charge attack that can be followed up. At the same time though, Thievul has to watch out for some of the play that can come through on your Kai side, but at least this time I'm not seeing that Charger Bug with an X-Scissor that we saw the last time I saw Thievul match up.
And last time, I believe the Thievul just said, you know what, I'm just going to Night Slash boost, and the Charger Bug didn't even matter.
It had a plan. It always has a plan. It's that sneaky little fox for a reason. You cannot underestimate it.
I feel like we've seen so many Thievul Night Slash boosts on stream today. You would think it's like 30%. It's not. It is like, I believe, 10 or 12% right in and around that range. It is a very low percent chance to happen, but Thievul has just kept boosting, and that has consistently flipped games.
If there's any time, though, for your Thievul to pull through with those boosts, it's going to be at the World Championships, though. It's almost like the Pokemon knows and it is showing up for its trainer, and that can sometimes be the beautiful thing that can win out the games. Our trainers are really locked in, though, for this. This is losers finals. One of these trainers will be going home, and we have got 2 champions on the field right now. Both of these trainers have phenomenal records. Both of them deserve to be able to go into the next stage of the competition, but only of them will.
Yakai has locked in. He is looking for revenge. He was sent to the loser side of the bracket by Teddiness. The trainers exchange well wishes. We've got double lock-ins. We've got a fist pump. Game number 1, Group P, losers finals. Teddiness is going to be leading the Thievul. Oh no, but Yakai has Corsola.
Let's go. Thievul against the Corsola. These Sucker Punches are going to be making this Corsola leave the field as the Togekiss joins from the sky and Empoleon there to match it.
A very interesting decision here by Teddiness. Teddiness did not choose to bring in the Corsola, instead bringing in Empoleon. Empoleon does have access to these super effective metal sounds that will add up over time, but if the Togekiss was able to get enough of a head start, potentially it may be able to make 3 Aura Spheres, but it looks like Teddiness is actually not going to throw a single charge attack. Teddiness may just look to try and fully farm down.
Yes, those metal sounds really putting in some work. I think it's already at the 2 Hydro Cannons, but wanting to get as much energy as possible at the utility of these shields, though. It does manage to get rid of the Togekiss. Both those shields have paid off because now you have Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon.
Back-to-back Hydro Cannons loaded. Corsola will be able to survive the double up here, but the critical decision by Teddiness to not throw a charge attack ends up paying off massive dividends. Had he thrown even 1 Hydro Cannon, Yakai would have taken 1 fewer Metal Sound and made it to the 3rd Aura Sphere to secure the knockout.
That's a good confidence and utility with that Pokemon, knowing that you could farm it the whole way down. And look at this, another Hydro Cannon is ready to go. It's going to make this Corsola start having to ask itself questions about whether you shield to keep that energy that the Corsola has acquired on your Kai side, and that's exactly what goes down.
And shielding here is tough. Oh, Yakai, he pivots out. Ooh. He read the Thievul switch in, but no switch in comes through. Instead, Teddiness stays on the field, makes the Hydro Cannon, and this Hydro Cannon should clear a path for the Corsola from Teddiness to be able to take home the Game 1 win.
Forcing that final shield on the Fortress that really wants to land those bug bites down onto the Thievul that it knows is in the back, but instead it's going to find its way against the Corsola, really not doing too much damage at all. Corsola not going to worry about taking this damage, but the debuffs are going to be able to slow down the pace of play.
The Rock Tomb connects, but that damage is just insufficient. And as these Astonishes add up more and more, you just really see no way out for Yakai. He winces, he knows there's just no path forward in this game. The Empoleon being able to hang on and make that last second Hydro Cannon. It is barely no health remaining on his health bar in the back, but that was absolutely critical.
Hey, at the end of the day, you just need some health to keep you into the game. So Empoleon being able to go for those Hydro Cannons has really set up the Corsola and the Thievul for success towards this endgame. You see the Corsola go down, but Teddiness brings in that Thievul to get the final knockout onto that Corsola, farm up a little bit of energy.
Only one Sucker Punch away. There's the Night Slash, a sigh of relief for Teddiness. History repeating itself so far as Teddiness is going to be taking game number 1.
I mean, after you've already had a victory over a previous world champion, you've got to be feeling confident, but that doesn't mean you necessarily wanted to rematch them in the losers bracket. But Teddiness already showing that all of that knowledge and wisdom gleaned from the previous set is still at the front of his mind. What a commanding start to this set.
It really felt like Yakai had an opportunity to gain an advantage with that Togekiss Empoleon matchup. However, the critical decision by Teddiness to not throw that energy, going down all Protect Shields, but just saying, you know what, I cannot let you make a third. If you make a third, my entire Empoleon's gone. And that decision, going down 2 shields, it feels like it's oftentimes a recipe for disaster, but here it was absolutely essential. An incredible decision by Teddiness, committing to that matchup, and it pays off in a big way as Empoleon got so much value in this game.
That's where we see the mastery of true competitors, where they have the foresight to be like, okay, I'm going to have to use both of my shields now. It's early, I'm really banking on this Empoleon, but it's to set up a very specific win condition for the end, and being able to have that foresight and commitment to go through with it is absolutely masterful. Fantastic plays from Teddiness, but now, Yakai, he's a previous world champion. How is he going to adapt to come into this and keep himself in the tournament?
Lou, I think it's Dondozo time. I love Dondozo. I think it might be the time here because Dondozo, even the Empoleon matchup, I've been the Empoleon there in the Go Battle League. I did not have a good time. It was a straight up terrible time. I threw so many drill pegs. Dondozo did not care. It was a little bit rough. So I really think that Dondozo has the potential to be exceedingly safe here. He didn't opt for it in game number 1, but if he is able to end up bringing it, I think Dondozo could pull off some pretty nice value here because I think no matter where it's aligned, it's always going to have some pretty good value.
I felt for the Corsola as well on Yukai's side. It never really seemed to get its footing in the game, and obviously facing down against the Thievul very early on did put it on the back foot a little bit. So Yukai possibly maybe thinking, is the Corsola going to be the Pokemon I need for this match? It is a good old reliable, it has flexibility into the matchup against Teddiness, but if you lose that alignment, then it could be curtains. Dondozo could indeed be the call.
I think also potentially considering Dunsparce. Even though Dunsparce never really does a lot of damage, what Dunsparce can do is kind of be a disruptor to the cores that Teddiness likes to bring. Well, the stage is set. The battlers are ready. It's going to be Corsola, and there it is! Dunsparce hits the field.
Dunsparce is indeed in play against the very stylish looking Corsola with those glasses, but it's gone out of range as the Empoleon joins the field.
And Empoleon not choosing to throw a charge attack right away. Could have thrown on 5 there to potentially get the turn back, but instead not going to happen. It's going to be Drill Run being launched by the Dunsparce, and Empoleon investing a very early Protect Shield.
I wonder if we're going to see all the energy farm up on this Empoleon again, just like in that game 1. Gets to the second Hydro Cannon, but now unleashes it into that Corsola. Yakai not shielding this. Know that Corsola has the bulk to be able to withstand one of these attacks, but you have to keep an eye on those counts because the Empoleon is not messing around. It's going to get to another back-to-back Hydro Cannon very soon.
Oh, Empoleon massively over-farming it. It ends up being a charge attack priority tie. Does Yakai trust that his Corsola can't held on? He's not going to risk it. He will put up the Protect Shield. Teddiness did not want to throw energy until he thought there was maybe a chance of the Hydro Cannon taking the KO.
You don't want to lose all the momentum that this Corsola has built up with the energy. You're forcing the shields to come through on Empoleon's side, so you didn't want to run the risk that the Hydro Cannon would get the KO. Now you're leaving Teddiness a lot more vulnerable without those shields. Corsola, however, once again committing, going for that second shield, wanting to get rid of this Empoleon with a charge attack of its very own.
Do we potentially see a catch onto the Clodsire? Wastes the turn, but so does Yakai. Yakai not going to let that happen, and instead he holds the energy, and in comes the Bug Bite Fortress.
Yeah, that energy banked for later, and both these Pokemon trainers equally in a position where you've got this ground and rock type coverage charge attacks as well, but Clodsire is going to be able to be the first to blink with this Earthquake. It does connect down onto the Fortress. Look at that damage, Home Slice.
That damage is massive, but due to the fact that Clodsire runs Poison's thing, it can never farm down. So 2 charge attacks will always have to be expended here by Teddiness. In the meantime, Sand Tomb lands, doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it does put the -1 onto the defense for Clodsire. And suddenly Clodsire is not looking particularly healthy.
Yeah, that's giving a little bit more longevity to these bug bites that are just chomping away at the opposing Clodsire. Clodsire, as you said, forced to have to go for these charge attacks. The fast attacks were not going to be able to battle through that Fortress. Now the Dunsparce back in play, going for these rollouts, not very effective. So I think the switch coming out from Corsola, resetting that defense buff drop as well, bringing in this Corsola.
Now, catching a move from a normal type onto a Corsola might seem like a bit of a crazy play, but honestly, I kind of like the play pattern here from Teddiness. This is not Licky Licky versus Corsola, where there can be a super effective Shadow Ball that erases you from the field. These are neutral charge attacks, and Drill Run really does not do a lot here. However, Yakai does have banked energy. Does Yakai try and risk going for a combination play here? He is not. Oh, he tried to predict it, baby. No, he actually ended up firing off the Power Gem, but no switch comes through from Yakai. The energy is still maintained.
Yeah, Power Gem will come through, connect down onto this Dunsparce, but the energy on that Corsola on Yakai's side is ready. It switches in, and it will be able to get the Nightshade down onto its counterpart on the opposing side. Teddiness not looking too happy to see this come through.
And Yakai also threw an Astonish, so he did want to get slightly lower. Oh, he doesn't actually quite take the knockout there. He is going to get a little bit lower. In comes the Empoleon. Can Corsola hang on here? No, it cannot. Corsola will fall.
Corsola goes down, Empoleon has the energy. It's able to get the advantage over the Dunsparce here.
Oh, that is as close as it can get. Hydro Cannon connects. Dunsparce will fall, and lightning strikes twice as Teddiness gets back-to-back wins over Yakai.
Teddiness gave Yakai no room to maneuver, and in an incredible 2-0 set is able to knock out the previous world champion from the tournament on the double. In the winner's side of the bracket and in the loser's side of the bracket, Teddiness is able to reign supreme.
And Teddiness is our reigning Thailand national champion, making his appearance at Worlds and really making a name for himself on this global stage. Incredible gameplay going up against one of the best and emerging victorious in a pretty dominant 2-game sweep.
And I have to say, I love the way he came out very kind of aggressive in the beginning of those games, forcing those shields to come through, but also preserving them so beautifully on the Empoleon, kind of saying, yeah, I'm going to use up my shields, but then what are you going to do when you lose yours? I've got my Clodsire with all the energy, I've got my Corsola with all the energy, I've got my Empoleon with all the energy, and it just constantly meant there was an onslaught of attacks that Yakai just, there was too much to deal with.
And it really felt like Yakai played that series well, but Teddiness just did not give him even a single iota of momentum. Every opportunity trying to be able to pivot out here. It looks like our winner's side of the bracket is set. And look at the names here. We have some incredible, incredible names locked in on day number 2 winner's side. We have Beelzeboy all the way at the top, Hiromaru, Dunebug, Pato Man. I mean, this top cut is incredible for tomorrow.
If you're just tuning in, jot down these names. These are going to be your top 16 from the winner's side here, advancing into phase 2 of the competition. Some incredible games we've seen so far. King OWT as well gave us an absolute thriller early on in the broadcast. Do make sure to go back and watch that game. PvP David as well, and ME Weedle as well has been one of the contenders throughout this battle. Someone who I think, you know, has won accolades in the past, but really wants to keep that momentum going.
So our top side of the bracket is set. And we've had all you wonderful people hanging out with us all day throughout this incredible action. I think it's time. I believe we have Will and Amanda standing on standby, ready and waiting with a very special message for you guys. Stay tuned.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We are mega excited to deliver some exciting news to you today. The LAIC 2027 meta will feature a limited format for Pokemon GO competitive players. This is very exciting. It's going to be in the Great League with some caveats.
Yes, there's going to be certain typings that are not allowed, such as Fire, Dark, Steel, and Fairy.
Legendary Pokemon, mythical Pokemon, and Ultra Beasts are also not permitted,
as well as a list of powerhouse Pokemon that you may already be familiar with in the Great League.
But here is the most exciting part. For the very first time, Mega Evolved Pokemon and Primal Reversions will be allowed into the format.
Except for one small caveat, that Mega Sableye will not be allowed.
Mega Sableye is definitely Amanda's favorite, but there are so many exciting Pokemon that you'll be able to play if you compete at LAIC. So start Mega Evolving, and we can't wait to see you there.
What an incredibly exciting announcement. Mega Pokemon at LAIC. I'm a little sad Mega Sableye is banned. I do actually have one of those built and ready to go, so I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board there. Sableye is out, but it sounds like a lot of other Mega Pokemon are allowed, and that'll be a first time ever on the Pokemon GO Championship Series. So I'm incredibly excited to see what these trainers can cook up over the next few months leading up to the Latin American International Championships.
Every single time we have these restricted metas as well, it really does test your team building skills, and I love seeing what trainers are able to cook up and bring to these tournaments, particularly with Mega coming forward. It is like the game is evolving even more in the next year of competitive Pokemon, so I personally cannot wait for that. It's going to be incredible. But the next bit of Pokemon action that you guys have to keep an eye on is actually the continuation of the Pokémon World Championships 2026. If you want to make sure that you tune into the broadcast tomorrow, you can see on the bottom of your screen the start time. It starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time and 12 p.m. I said a.m. yes, because then it's 12 p.m. Eastern time. There we go. I'm from across the pond, okay? We just work with like London time. But these are the times. Jot them down. Don't be late. And guess what? If you are late, you can catch up on the replay.
Very true, and make sure to follow along on all our socials so you're not missing a minute of the action. If you thought day one was incredible, you haven't seen anything yet. The best of the best battling it out, and we go all the way down, I believe, tomorrow to a top 2 who will be making it to day number 3 in the Chase Center. That atmosphere is going to be incredible.
Honestly, the fact that we have hundreds of competitors and then whittling it down to just 2 at the end of 2 days of competition is so intense. Another way that you can get involved with the broadcast, however, is through the Twitch drops. You can make sure that if you're watching the World broadcast for 30 minutes, you can earn some team building, Great League, bonus timed research. You can create a championship ready team with some of the Pokemon that we showcased throughout this tournament. Once they're all evolved up, of course, Lickitung, Totodile, or Paldean Wooper, you can pick one of these options.
And I'm very excited to get access to Beelzebub's Tinkaton. I actually met him in person. I asked him for his Tinkaton. He was like, no, it's my Tinkaton.
Yeah,
but now I can get his Tinkaton via the Twitch drops. But it looks like the Twitch drops, we're not done. We have Twitch drops for Pokemon Champions. We have a passcode, Enjoy Worlds 26, and that will get you access to that incredibly stylish t-shirt and a very cool hat.
Exactly, a nice memento from watching the broadcast and literally seeing history unfold. The trading card game also has some incredible giveaways for you as well. I absolutely love the fit that can be rocked on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. You can again do this by watching 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes to be able to get increments of different incredible Worlds giveaways.
And what a day we have had. So many trainers arrived here in San Francisco with the dream of becoming the next world champion. Many dreams have been cut short already, but the trainers who remain alive, that fire burns brighter than ever. They have made it through the gauntlet. That is day number 1. And they have an incredible, incredible, talented group of trainers that they're going to have to defeat, because to be the best, you have to beat the best.
That is certainly true. And at the end of the day, this is the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, the 10th anniversary of GO, the 5th Pokemon GO World Championships. History is literally being written every single second across this weekend, and some trainers are etching their name multiple times across multiple days of competition. I, for one, cannot wait to see who our champion will be at the end of the weekend.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. Getting to watch Beelzebub win in 2025 in the stands was one of the coolest moments I've ever had as a person, and I cannot wait to see what we have in store for 2026. So the games have been incredible today. My co-caster has been incredible. Our wonderful teammates have been incredible. Our production staff in the back have been absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for tuning in to day 1 of the Pokemon GO World Championships, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for day number 2.
See you there.
Bye.